I am He-She. At 19, I'm known as a gold medal assassin, feared across the dark world. My skills with poison can bring down entire cities, and I've even learned to bring the dead back to life. Yet here I am, in the freezing desert night, sneaking into the world's most secure prison, Sin Prison, to save my partner. The lasers and security systems didn't make it easy, but I finally reached the prison door. When Long Yi, my partner and closest companion, rushed out to embrace me, relief washed over me. He trembled, and despite my usually cold heart, I felt a rare warmth for him. We've survived missions together, always looking out for each other, and our bond is deep, though not romantic. But before I could grasp what he was saying, a sharp pain pierced my abdomen. I pushed him away, stunned to see a knife buried in me. His face twisted in anger as he revealed his betrayal. He claimed I had rejected his love, and that if he couldn't have me, he'd rather kill me, obeying the organization's orders. His words cut deeper than the dagger. The organization wanted me dead because of a prophecy predicting I would one day bring disaster upon them. I struggled, realizing the dagger was poisoned, and my strength faded. This betrayal, from someone I trusted with my life, broke me. Lung Yi even blamed me for the organization's decision. The absurdity of it all, being sentenced to death over a mere prophecy, hit me hard. In my final moments, I decided to show them real disaster. Pulling out the dagger, I drove it into my own heart, triggering a violent explosion. The space inside my body erupted, unleashing destruction across 10 kilometers. The poison-eyed crafted allure seeped into the air, a curse that spread far and wide. Lung Yi and the organization feared my potential, but in the end, it was my death that unleashed the prophecy's true curse. I stood there, stunned, as the room went silent. Everyone had frozen, shocked by the scene before them. Did she die? Someone muttered, opening the cage and dragging the little girl out to check. Another man kicked her body, cursing and complaining about the ruined mood. Old Jiang bent down, touching her skin with a creepy look on his face. But suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide in shock as he met a fierce, pitch-black gaze. The girl wasn't dead. The next thing we knew, old Jiang was screaming. His hand was twisted and broken, bones crushed to nothing. We all stood there, paralyzed, as the girl, who had seemed so weak and helpless, rose like a vengeful spirit from hell. Blood streamed down her forehead like a dark, blossoming flower. The air grew heavy with a cold, suffocating energy, making me shiver with fear. Someone tried to shout, but a blade flashed, and their voice was silenced. Panic erupted. People screamed and tried to run, even though they were supposed to be strong chi refiners. The girl had us all terrified, and soon, no one was left standing. In just moments, everyone lay dead, and she stepped among the bodies, her expression cold. You're all 1,000 years too early to hurt me now that I, He-She, live again, she whispered. I had taken over this body, a servant named Nalan He-She. Her life had been filled with suffering in a kingdom that valued strength and martial power. She was treated as trash, a girl with no spiritual abilities, abused and neglected. But now, I had returned, a gold medal assassin from the 21st century, ready to change everything. I remember being beaten until I blacked out and sold to Gluttonous House. Before everything went dark, I vaguely heard someone's cruel voice blaming me for being worthless and daring to get in the second Mrs. Way. Nalan He-She, the previous owner of this body, was ordinary and powerless, unable to cultivate. She ended up sold as a low-grade furnace, humiliated by low-level martial artists until she chose to end her life. But when I opened my eyes again, I was no longer her. I was He-She, an assassin back from hell. Looking at the bodies around me, I felt nothing. Those who dared to mess with me deserved their fate. No mercy. I noticed something off at the back of the room, and a cold smile spread across my face. But before I could make my move, I realized too late. I'd been tricked. The world spun, and I collapsed. Two tall figures approached me in the dim light. One was shocked at the carnage, wondering how an ordinary girl could be so deadly. The other, a shadowed and commanding presence, studied me like I was prey, curious but ruthless. He ordered that I be prepared for auction with stronger restraints to ensure I couldn't escape. By midnight, Gluttonous House was still alive with activity. The grand finale of the auction began with a huge golden cage dropping onto the stage. Inside was me, pale and thin, bound with cold iron chains, lying still and unremarkable. The crowd murmured in surprise, wondering how a girl like me had become the final item of the night. I could hear the noise of the crowd as I lay in the golden cage, pretending to be unconscious. The host, ignoring the restless audience, introduced me like an item for sale, calling me a pure constitution furnace, without a cultivation base, and set the starting price at 10,000 yuan crystals. When he mentioned my purine body, the crowd went wild. People started bidding like mad, desperate to claim me as a tool for their own cultivation breakthroughs. The numbers climbed higher, and my body ached from the chains, but I forced myself to stay calm. Finally, a voice shouted an outrageous bid of 10 million yuan crystals. I opened my eyes slowly, my once dull gaze now cold and sharp. The man who placed the highest bid stepped forward. His name was Zhu Zhongba, a spoiled, arrogant son of the wealthiest merchant family in Jinling, fat and disgusting. He strutted toward me with his oversized belly shaking, his face full of smugness. Everyone around flattered him, congratulating him on his soon-to-be cultivation breakthrough. He didn't even wait for the auction to end and demanded to take me home. Normally, the auction required payment first, but the host, Wu Yu, handed over my ownership card without hesitation. There was a glint in Wu Yu's eyes as he told Zhu Zhongba that Gluttonous House would no longer have any connection to me. Zhu Zhongba didn't care. With the ownership card in hand, he rushed toward me, boasting about how he would make me his 9th concubine if I helped him with his cultivation. Little did he know, he was about to face something far more dangerous than a helpless girl in a cage. The cage had just opened when suddenly the fat pervert was curled up on the ground. The girl's eyes had been tightly closed when he felt something roughly hit his chest. Zhu Zhongba's hands had reached out to touch the little girl's clothes. He was just about to feel the flower before him when in the blink of an eye, he flew out of the cage screaming. After being kicked with all her strength, Zhu Zhongba's body that was like a round bucket rolled back a few spins, making one want to prostrate themselves in admiration, before he fell from the stage whence a painful howl was heard. This unforeseen event happened suddenly, stunning everyone present frozen and causing a deathly silence to envelope the room. Even the always leisurely smiling Wu Yu's eyes flashed with a somewhat bewildered and confused light. They all stared blankly at the unremarkable little girl in the cage, who slowly stood up. The chains that had originally bound her hands and feet were nowhere to be seen, and uninjured she exited from the cage. Her slim figure and pale complexion were unremarkable, but her pair of endlessly dark, ice-cold eyes that swept across the stage made people's souls shiver. She rubbed her wrists that had red spots left from the chain, towering over the fat man that looked like a toad lying on the ground. She sneeringly said, "You want to use this great ant for your own advantages? Think again about whether you have that ability." The little girl's sharp and clear voice was pleasant to hear, just like jade pounding on a transparent glazed roof tile, making people startle awake. Heavens, how did she escape from the cage? She was bound by the casting cold iron chain. An ordinary person simply cannot break it. However, young Master Zhu's cultivation base is at the peak of the qi refining stage. How could he have gotten beaten to the ground by a captive with a crippled spiritual root? Just recently I clearly didn't felt any spiritual power coming out from her. So how can she kick young Master Zhu so hard? Shocked debates sounded one after another. Everyone's eyes that looked at the little girl stared at her like she was a monster. At this time, Zhu Zhongba's guards finally returned to their senses and hurriedly rushed to help their young master get up. Zhu Zhongba angrily shouted, "You're all a group of trash. What are you doing still standing here? Quickly catch that smelly girl for this, father. I will teach her a lesson when we get back." The 4 guards rushed to surrounded the thin and weak little girl in a circle. The coming fight scene had almost no suspense. It would be easy to slaughter this captive on the stage. This scene is what everyone was predicting in their minds. Even though this odd little girl had some skill, but these guards' cultivation base were at the early stages of the foundation establishment stage. In the Mi-Luo continent, martial artist ranks divided into Qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, meridian stage, gold core stage, nascent soul stage, divine stage, void and darkness stage, overcoming tribulation stage, completeness stage. Everyone that gazed towards He-She had eyes filled with pity, but they still showed excitement at the thought of the good show that was about to begin. The corner of He-She's mouth curled up into a demonically evil smile. Calmly and unhurriedly, she raised her hands. The stage lighting was very bright. Therefore, no one could see that between her 5 slender fingers, she had placed 4 sparkling and translucent silver needles. When He-She had awoken the first time, she had found that the exploding space in her previous life not only didn't disappear, instead the invisible needles that she had previously stored in her space were also undamaged. The invisible and shadowless King Yama controls life. This weapon was the best to murder people. The 4 guards respectively took out their flying swords, a low-rank cultivation sword. They grimly and fiercely gazed towards the little girl. In martial artist eyes, ordinary people were the same as ants. As trash, they only had the qualification to work extremely hard. After the 4 people had transferred the spiritual power within their bodies, the flying sword shot forward to attack the little girl, when she suddenly moved. The invisible needles in her hand flew as if struck by lightning, accurately and quietly piercing into the 4 guards' sea of Qi acupuncture point. The flying swords in the hands of the 4 guards suddenly halted in mid-air, followed by a bang sound. They fell to the ground. Suddenly, the one of them screamed, "Why can't I use my spiritual power? Evil woman, what did you do to us?" She laughed lightly as she leaped into the air. Raising her foot, she ruthlessly kicked the 4 guards who had lost their spiritual power. Under the bright lights directed onto the stage, the slender and petite little girl mockingly looked at everyone surrounding her as she towered over them. Around her were the foundation establishment stage cultivators that were all howling and groaning. This scene was simply too shocking and weird. Obviously, this thin and weak little girl seemed like a queen inspecting her territory, making a person's heart tremble in fear but also long to worship her. Zhu Zhongba's frightened face looked at the little girl standing not too far from where he had fallen. Originally, he had gotten up after first being knocked down by her, but after his guards had been defeated by a little girl, he had collapsed to the ground with shock and fear. He saw He-She start to walk towards him and screamed repeatedly. Rushing over to hold Wu Yu's hand, he yelled, "Save me! That save me! That witch in your gluttonous house has caused me such trouble, yet you don't care? I'm your guest. As long as you help me to subdue her, however many yuan crystals you want, I'll give them all to you." Wu Yu remained calm and collected while he separated their hands, his eyes overflowing with interest as looked at He-She, leisurely said, "Young Master Zhu, I already said earlier, once the product is sold, Gluttonous House will not have any responsibility. From the moment I handed over the captive ownership card to you, this product no longer had anything to do with Gluttonous House." Wu Yu's words make Zhu Zhongba's mind go blank for a minute, then suddenly his face filled with an ecstatic light. He activated his spiritual power, condensing it into a small point to frantically pour it into the captive ownership card while nervously murmuring, "Loathsome lady, you are dead. You dare to attack me. This time you're dead for sure." The moment Zhu Zhongba started to pour his spiritual power into the captive ownership card, she had felt a burst of pain in her head, like being pricked with needles. This feeling of pain was very familiar. When she was at the entrance of the examination room, it had been due to feeling this pain that she had lost consciousness. So this is the captive imprint. It's turned out that my body was given a strengthened captive control. Ishi's eyes turned cold, exposing her anger, and with lightning speed, she started running away to find a way out. She wanted to leave this place right away. Even if she had to die, she absolutely refused to become a captive. Becoming docile and obedient to please others was an insult to her. But she hadn't even managed to run 5 meters away when the pain in her head suddenly intensified. No longer able to withstand the pain in her head, She felt her body fall towards the ground, once again powerless to stop from losing consciousness. Zhu Zhongba held the captive ownership card tightly in his fist as he very carefully walked step by step towards He, intending to confirm if she really was unconscious. When there was no resistance from he let out an insolent laugh. "Loathsome lady, let's see how you can still be cocky." His foot fiercely kicked Hishi's body. "Dared to attack this father? You simply don't want to live. I will let you know that if you dare to disobey this young master, your future will be miserable." At this time, those knocked-down guards finally managed stand. Their sealed dantians had now restored to usual. It was no longer a situation where they were unable to use their spiritual power. Their faces revealed relieved expressions, but when they looked at the unconscious He on the ground, their eyes flashed with fear and bitter resentment. Zhu Zhongba, with a face full of pride, waved a hand saying, "You cannot even deal with this loathsome lady, still needing this father to take care of her. Shut her in the cage and carry it to go back. If there are any mistakes, see how I will deal with you." While repeatedly answering yes, the guards roughly carried the unconscious He and threw her into the cage, like an animal bought at the marketplace. Swaying with the weight of the cage they carried, they left the stage. At the same time, in Gluttonous House's private room, a tall man languidly laid on a couch. His gaze rested on the screen not far in front of him. His expression was elegant while his eyes were filled with a proud indifference. The screen displayed a clear scene of everything that was happening with the auction. There was a thin and weak little girl shut in a cage by several large men. Thick iron chains firmly bound her hands and feet. The man held a wine cup in his hand a moment before suddenly swallowing the wine in one gulp, lightly sighing. What a pity, such an interesting little thing, to have the fate of being defiled by a pig. The guard that was standing silently in the corner of the room couldn't help but quietly glance at him. This is the first time that Master has shown an interest in a woman, but it's only a very small interest, nothing more. As the guard was thinking this, the man's expression suddenly changed. Rising slightly to get up, his gaze fixed on the screen. In a split second, that pair of tightly closed eyes opened. Her eyelashes shook slightly and a coldness seemed to radiate outwards. The man's sword-like eyebrows knitted, his gaze fixed on the little girl's eyes. Black eyes with the depth of an ancient well, as if they carried long hidden secrets, faintly shone with a purple radiance, so bright and dazzling, that in an instant they had captured his attention and made his chest feel an unfamiliar throbbing. "Little thing, who are you exactly? How can there be?" Like a beast that had suddenly found the prey that it had been searching for, the anticipation of a future victory made his eyes shine with excitement. Immediately, the man's eyes swept over Zhu Zhongba and the guards that carried the cage. The corner of his mouth curled up into a disgusted sneer. Continuing to face the screen, he murmured faintly, "Follow them." To anyone watching, it would seem as if the man staring intently at the screen was the only person in the room. Shockingly, though, a deep voice responded, originating from the guard hiding his presence in the corner of the room. "Yes, Your Highness." Pausing, the voice suddenly asked, "If Zhu Zhongba uses violence, did this subordinate need to dispose of him?" The man chuckled, his voice full of magnetism, extremely pleasant to listen to yet full of contempt. Based on a useless person like him, it would amount to himself heading down a path filled with disaster. This subordinate understands. As the room quickly returned to its previous quietness, the man slowly got up. The corner of his mouth revealed a relaxed and captivating smile. When she woke up again, she was in a bumpy carriage. She was still imprisoned inside the cage. Her entire body, hands, and feet were tied together with finger-width iron chains. Because of the placement of the cage, her visibility was limited, but she could still smell a strong odor nearby. She bit into her lower lip to make her muddled consciousness more clear-headed. The effect of the captive restriction spell was quite strong. The whole journey her consciousness wavered between sober and dazed, causing her mind to repeatedly wander, until the time she completely sobered up. Suddenly the guard's conversation reached her ears. In the end, who was that captive? Why didn't her body show any signs of using spiritual power, but was still able to seal our cultivation base? Who cares who she is? As long as young master has the captive ownership card in his hands, just wait until we arrive at Zhu Manor. Someone will be found to carve a real captive soul seal on her. At that time, the young master can use her however he wants to, and it wouldn't matter. Humph. This loathsome lady is merely an ordinary person, but she dared to make us lose face in such a public place. This father, is itching to pull her skin now. Recalling the terrible memories caused the four guards to get really angry, and when they glanced at the unconscious he-she in the dim corner, their expressions turned extremely dark. One of them suddenly laughed demonically, saying, "There will come a day when the furnace's usefulness will be exhausted. Just wait until she doesn't have any value left. Will the young master still care about her then? At that time, we can let her experience the taste of wanting to die but being unable to." The four people complacently laughed heartily at their conversation's content. The originally depressed mood swept away. He-she had her eyes closed to feign sleep. However, behind those closed eyes flashed a trace of killing intent. Those slags, she will absolutely not let them off. He-she slightly moved her fingers and several invisible needles suddenly appeared in her hand. Using the guard's laughter to cover up any sound, her body issued a slight crackling noise. In a blink, she twisted and reduced the size of her wrist bones, effortlessly breaking free from the iron chains that bound her. This type of skill to reduce a bone's size, while the effect was useful, when practiced it was more of a one-time trick, as to use it she had to bear an inhumane pain. Moreover, she could only maintain it for a few short seconds, so only a monster like he-she could endure it. Because of the pain, her complexion became pale. She lightly placed a slim finger on a vein on her wrist. Sure enough, it's the brain domain restriction spell. The corner of he-she's mouth lifted into a self-confident smile. Her guess was true. The so-called captive restriction spell used spiritual power inserted into the nerves of an ordinary person's brain domain, locking the person's ability to be able to control their body normally. The captive ownership card was the key to activate this lock. It's the same as how Tang Sang used the band tightening spell to control Sun Wukong. Once the spiritual power was poured into the captive ownership card, it locked the brain's domain nerve of spiritual power. At the same time, it blocked the ability to recover, oppressing the human brain, causing it to be unable to resist pain. This type of simple restriction spell was useless on a martial artist who possessed spiritual power, but to an ordinary person it's as if they were at the edge of a sword, simply unable to resist. What a pity that today they ran into her, he-she. One must know that in her previous life when in the organization, apart from achieving peak medical expertise and poison techniques, she had also mastered something that made people fear her. It was mind control. She only needed to insert a small invisible needle into an enemy's brain to cause them to become completely powerless and unable to resist her commands, making them wish for death. This insignificant brain domain restriction spell, when compared to her, was only a minor accomplishment. The invisible needles were rapidly and accurately inserted by he-she into her brain. A strange chilliness along with an intense burst of pain was felt in he-she's head. She clenched her teeth to prevent her groan being heard by the guards in the carriage. This pain lasted a full 3.5 minutes. He-she felt the original drowsiness in her mind suddenly leave. Her thoughts became clearer and her eyes shone brighter. She felt extremely relaxed yet energized. As he-she pulled the invisible needles out, she happened to see that attached to the top of the 3 needles there was a layer of faint blue light. Her cold breath quietly exhaled in the dimly lit corner of the carriage. So this is the restriction spell filled with spiritual power that had been planted into her brain. Suddenly the carriage started to shake, followed by a creak sound before it stopped moving. They had arrived at Zhu Manor. She didn't have much time to think. Very quickly she threw the invisible needles with the restriction spell still attached into her space. Using the iron chain she tied her hands and feet, closed her eyes, and pretended to be unconscious. The golden cage that was carried down from the carriage by the guards contained a messily clothed, unconscious little girl. Zhu Zhongba waved his hand as he said, "Carry her to my room. Tell Uncle Guan to prepare some good pills. Tonight this young master shall be promoted from a cultivation base to the foundation establishment stage." His gaze swept over he-she, his eyes flickering with excitement. "Wait until I successfully advance to the foundation establishment stage and return to Zhu family. It will make father shocked. See if he can still scold me as a useless person then. The monk and Monkey King character in Journey to the West, as it turns out, they weren't at the main Zhu manor. Rather, it was the Zhu family's other courtyard. Here was where Zhu Zhongba's personal courtyard was located. Usually he brought women from good families that he forcefully snatched, and where he lived a life of dissipation. Very quickly the cage was brought to Zhu Zhongba's room. The little girl was carried out from the cage and thrown onto the soft bed. Of course her hands and feet were still tied by iron chains, so there was no danger. You all go out. No one is allowed to come in and bother me. Zhu Zhongba waited until everyone had completely left the room before a sordid smile spread across his face and he climbed onto the bed. If it were not for you having a body of pure yin, how could this young master touch an ugly person like you? There was room lit using night pearls for illumination. Specks of light softly landed on the little girl's face. An oval face, long and shapely eyebrows, a beautiful small nose, exquisite red lips, long eyelashes that slightly fluttered, and a fine chest that slightly moved up and down with each breath. The dim light had weakened the little girl's pale skin and the sallow dark circles under her eyes, making her look delicate and beautiful. Unexpectedly, the dimly lit room could make her look like an exceptional beauty. Zhu Zhongba swallowed the saliva pooling in his mouth. His heart wildly beat like a drum, and all the blood in his body rushed forth to the lower part. I didn't pay much attention before, but she's a little beauty. Zhu Zhongba's hands had not yet touched the little girl's clothes when he was already flying in the air, landing heavily on the ground. This time being thrown had made him confused and dizzy. His mind was buzzing. For half a day he couldn't get up. She leisurely sat up on the bed, the thick iron chains scattered around her. Obviously the iron chains couldn't hold her. Zhu Zhongba's shaking finger pointed at her. With a trembling voice he said, "You. How can you break free from the iron chains?" She stepped forward, her face revealing a dark and cold smile. "Young Master Zhu really isn't clever. I broke free from the iron chains in the auction, so how could it be that I can't break free a second time? You think changing the iron chains with thicker ones can keep me chained? You. Don't you come near me." Zhu Zhongba used his hands and feet to crawl backwards. Suddenly he remembered something. Quickly pulling out the captive ownership card and holding it in his hand, he frantically poured his spiritual power into it. She immediately held her head. A painful expression appeared on her face as she fell back on the bed. Zhu Zhongba's heart calmed, and he burst into loud laughter while struggling to get up from the ground. "I advise you that it would be a smart decision to obediently listen to this young master's words. If you serve me properly, you can suffer less." Even if this woman went on a rampage again and was difficult to deal with, as long as he had the captive ownership card in his hand, she not only had to be obedient, but it could also make her move back and forth with every order he gave her. Moreover, if this aloof and remote woman wasn't afraid to approach him, bullying her would make him very comfortable. Zhu Zhongba's eyes flashed with excitement as an excessively demonic appearance formed on his face. Holding the captive ownership card while swaggering forward, he raised his chin. "You still haven't quickly come over to undress this young master. If you provoke this young master again, there will only be more suffering for you." She's body had half curled up from pain, and she was shivering slightly. When she heard Zhu Zhongba's words, she was silent for a long time. Slowly, she extended her hand to grab Zhu Zhongba's neck. "So long as you listen obediently, this young master will not treat you unfairly. Is that right? You want me to be obedient?" She suddenly lifted up her head. Her evil and cold smile came in contact with Zhu Zhongba's eyes. "You dead fat pig, just dream on for your entire life." She had barely finished speaking when she had already raised her foot and ruthlessly kicked Zhu Zhongba to fly off his feet. Zhu Zhongba screamed as he flew backwards, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. He frantically retreated and took out a whip from inside his storage ring. Completely lacking in coordination and skill, he faced He while still disoriented. He's stature was very nimble, so she certainly wasn't going to get an injury from the whip. However, from the top of the whip a dark and cold aura could be felt, rousing her interest. She dodged to the side, her action too fast to follow. Grabbing the whip, she faced the fat Zhu Zhongba as she firmly tugged several times on the whip. Zhu Zhongba screamed as the whip was tugged on repeatedly, scared witless. until finally his screaming voice became too hoarse to be heard. She saw Zhu Zhongba's sorry figure that was unceasingly rolling on the ground and sneered. Indeed, this is a good whip. It's wasted being owned by you, though. If her guess was right, it was made using a type of animal bone, clear white, tough yet soft. The barb on top of the whip could freely stretch. She really picked up a treasure. On the other side, Zhu Zhongba's miserable howling had finally attracted the guards from outside to come in. The first ones to arrive, sure enough, were those 4 Foundation establishment stage martial artist guards. The corner of He-Shi's mouth raised. In her hands there were already well-prepared invisible needles. Suddenly they flew from her hands towards the guards like falling rain. My spiritual power. Why can't I use my spiritual power? You evil woman. What underhanded trick did you use on us again? The martial artists from the entire courtyard had gathered here, so the invisible needles had sealed not only the 4 Foundation establishment stage guards, but also the large party of Qi refining stage martial artists Dantian, rendering them unable to use their spiritual power. After that, He-Shi's hands slightly trembled and a faint fragrance permeated the air. Still feeling indignant at the injustice of losing their spiritual power, the guards suddenly felt themselves weaken. Powerlessly, they collapsed to the ground. At this moment, they couldn't resist. They didn't even have the ability to shout for help. She picked up the captive ownership card that had fallen to the ground and put it in her space, then lightly stepping forward, the corner of her mouth curved into a sinister and secretive smile. Zhu Zhongba's fat face looked like a pig head, swollen with purple bruises and criss-crossed with red whip marks. His eyes were extremely frightened. Young lady, brave woman, great aunt, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. She squatted down and lightly patted the tragic sight of Zhu Zhongba's fat pig face. I had said you were a dead fat pig, so if you had paid attention, why would you still not behave? This great aunt's small advantage, just because you want it you think you can have it? I wouldn't dare, woo. I wouldn't dare anymore. He who felt disgusted just looking at the weeping form of Zhu Zhongba dripping mucus and tears sneered. Unfortunately, it's too late. You've been provoking this great aunt, and want to escape unscathed just like that? Dream on. He, sick of the weeping Zhu Zhongba, kicked him until he fainted, then proceeded to drag over those 4 guards that seemed like dead pigs. Didn't you say you wanted me to taste the experience of wanting to die but being unable to? The arrogance in the little girl's smile filled with demonic laughter. Her cold eyes flashed a ruthlessness, making them terrified. You. Do you know who are we? Among them, one guard that appeared fierce but was actually cowardly at heart spoke. We are people from Jinling Kingdom's richest Zhu family. If you touch young Master Zhu and us, you will stand as Zhu family's enemy. Hey, you're not too difficult to deal with. You're merely an ordinary person. If we had detected it a moment ago, we wouldn't have been trapped by your evil trick. Zhu family has countless martial artists. At that time, a tiny individual with no power like you wouldn't be able to step on us as you wish. You should just let us go. If not, you will have to face with the rest of us. The 4 guard words were filled with threats and implications of despising an ordinary person like herself. She laughed angrily. This group of incompetent slags, apart from relying on their martial artist identities to bully others, what else can they do? Her quiet voice that reached their ears was bitingly cold, like a whisper from Hades. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Having heard what she said made the 4 guards relax. They looked at He-Shi's eyes with extreme disdain. Humph. You know your worth. It's good that you know you don't have the qualifications to against the Zhu family. Release us immediately. Perhaps our master and his family will let you off. He ignored them and continued with what she had been about to say. Killing all of you is simply too cheap for you. Since you look down upon ordinary people so much in your lifetime, you should properly experience feeling like an ordinary person. Finished speaking, the invisible needles in her hands suddenly flew. This time the invisible needles did not shoot towards the acupuncture point to seal their dantian. Rather, it was towards their central dantian sea of qi. Their ears seemed to hear a soft qi sound. The next moment, intense spiritual energy flashed throughout the air. Mournful sounds were suddenly heard. Like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, the screams resonated through the sky. The bodies of the 4 guards suddenly felt as though they had been broken. Their spiritual power was unable to be stored anymore. Throughout the 4 limbs of their body and bones, every inch of their meridians and flesh no longer carried any spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, they could no longer feel the pulse of their dantian. They couldn't even feel any activity in their spiritual energy. And so their complexions, the speed completely visible to the naked eye, rapidly aged. Just a few short breaths and they changed from their 30s, in the prime of life, into 50 to 60-year-old men. Having their dantian broken caused the spiritual energy to dissipate. Their cultivation base disappeared in a flash. A person's dantian was hidden in the body. Their spiritual power was like a shelter for it. Being able to destroy a person's dantian, for that to happen is very near impossible. However, with she relying on her formidable needle technique and her understanding of the human body structure, she can easily accomplish it. From now on till forever, these 4 guards would no longer be able to cultivate, unable to advance their cultivation stage. They will become the most despised, an ordinary person, a group of incompetent old men. On the side, there were guards with cultivation bases at the chi refining stage, watching and scared, as quiet as a cicada in winter, their entire bodies trembling. She glanced at them and faintly said, "With a debt of gratitude, I have always used kindness to repay kindness, but enemies will be repaid with revenge. They messed with me, so this is their fate. You and I do not to have grievances or any hatred. Naturally, I will not make a move on all of you." When this was heard, everyone immediately exhaled a long breath. Their heart relaxed. The next minute, each and every one of them began to close their eyes and pretend to sleep. Even when she started dragging out Zhu Zhongba and those 4 guards, they also pretended not to see anything. This must be a joke. If the master of the Zhu family were to punish them, that is a small matter. If they provoked this great ant, they would end up with a crippled cultivation base. Then in this lifetime, they can consider to be finished. Therefore, young Master Zhu, you have no other choice than to seek good fortune for yourself. At this time, the young Master Zhu that was being pitied by everyone looked like a dead pig as he was dragged to the courtyard of Welcoming Hall. When she tied him to a pillar, the swollen pig-headed face of young Master Zhu slowly started to awaken. "You, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhongba's eyes opened wide. His entire body was in pain, like someone had separated his muscles from the bones. But he was unable to do anything because suddenly, before his eyes, she's demonic smile once again appeared on her face. This type of psychological attack caused his mind to shut down, breaking his spirit. Not waiting for Zhu Zhongba to speak, she took out 3 invisible needles. With a flick of her hand, she threw them at Zhu Zhongba's body. Zhu Zhongba could feel the meridians in his body become sluggish. His dantian felt like it was sealed. No longer was he able to use spiritual power. Of course, this kind of sealing the meridians and dantian was different to becoming permanently crippled. It was merely causing the cultivation base to be sealed for a short time. This time she had used 3 invisible needles, so that the Zhu Zhongba that had a cultivation base on the chi refining stage, for a short time he couldn't use spiritual power internally. Immediately after that she took out several needles attached with the captive restriction spell, ruthlessly inserting them into Zhu Zhongba's brain. The invisible needles instantly disappeared in his huge head. She placed her hand on the vein on Zhu Zhongba's wrist, confirming that the invisible needles and captive restriction spell were already in his internal brain, forming the brain domain restriction spell. Only then was she satisfied and released her hand. Zhu Zhongba started screaming, his face terrified. "You evil woman! What did you do to me? Why can't I use my spiritual power?" For a cultivator, for the cultivation base to become crippled, it's the same as becoming an ordinary person. Compared to death, it's a terrible torture. She ignored him. Rather, she took out a dagger and with a few quick swipes, cut his clothes into pieces. Zhu Zhongba's clothes fluttered in the breeze, slowly falling to the ground, leaving only worn-out, raggedy pants to still hang on his body, making him want to cover it, but he couldn't. "TSK, TSK. She shook her head and sighed. "I thought the clothes you were wearing were ugly enough. I didn't expect that when I removed your clothes you would be so ugly to the point of blinding people's eyes. To say you are fat pig, it's simply insulting to an actual pig." Lowly woman, you sure have the ability to attack this young master. Growing up, Zhu Zhongba had been raised with a gold spoon in his mouth. He had never received such a humiliation. Hysterically he roared, "Lowly woman, I will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces." She contemptuously laughed. "Based on your stupid appearance now, you still think you can dismember my body into 1,000 pieces? This great aunt, is so afraid. You just wait. Wait until I'm saved. I absolutely will not let you off. Even if I have to chase after you till the end of the earth, I will kill you." "Ha ha. All right, I will wait." She laughed. "Just so you know, you don't need to chase after me till the end of the earth. I can tell you now, my name is Nalan Fei Shui, Nalan Manor's second miss, the genius Dr. Nalan Zhangzhe's daughter. You can just come and find me to settle this account." Nalan Fei Shui. Zhu Zhongba gnashed his teeth while loudly repeating this name, his eyes flashing red with thoughts of wanting to bite and crush her to death. "I certainly will not let you off." She ignored his roaring. Following suit with what she had done to Zhu Zhongba, she stripped the 4 guards' clothes and tied them one by one to the pillar in the middle of the hall. For the items on Zhu Zhongba and the bodies of the 4 guards, including the precious storage ring on Zhu Zhongba's hand, she kindly accepted it all out of the goodness in her heart. Bang! With a loud echoing crash, she completely destroyed the courtyard's main gate, causing the scene in the hall to be plainly visible to people walking past. Every person in the courtyard was then hit by her, resulting with at least one day and one night that they couldn't even crawl to get up. To be believed that when tomorrow morning arrived, when the first strands of the sun's rays shined in here, there will certainly be many people who will see the world's best scene inside this house. Facing the pale silver moonlight, she spun around and rushed back to Zhu Zhongba in the middle of the hall, wearing a brilliant grin. "You can show your ugly body in front of people, but your honor, don't forget to thank me later. Remember, my name is Nalan Fei Shui." Turning around, the smile on Hishi's face changed, twisting into something sinisterly dark and cold. "Nalan's second miss, Nalan Fei Shui? Since you think Nalan Hishi blocked your path, if I didn't do something and just ignored your actions, wouldn't that be too sad for you? No one should scheme against her, she. After this, if they couldn't afford to pay the bitter price, like in her previous life. Now she was also holding this body's original, Nalan Hishi's, portion of karma. The quickly departing Hishi didn't know that after she left, about an incense stick worth of time, a shadow sprang from the courtyard, quickly rushing to the luxurious official residence nearby, next to Yanjing Imperial Palace. In the silence of the night, a man's laughter without restraint was suddenly heard from inside the official residence building. The man's laughter was deep and low. It resounded loudly, similar to a cello string being plucked, with layers of hidden depth that teased a person's heart. His laughter at this moment was filled with overflowing interest, really only grows more and more interesting. This king is impatient and wants to immediately meet her. "The information that I asked you to investigate, have you received it yet?" "The information has just arrived, master. Please have a look." The man took the offered jade slip with eyes full of curiosity, his expression slowly changing as he absorbed the information it stored. Below the deserted Song Mountain, outside of Yanjing City, there is a small shabby courtyard. This was where Yanjing's famous doctor, Nalan Zhang's concubine-born third daughter lived. It was unknown to most that Nalan Hushi lived here. Song Mountain was located in a desolate area, where spiritual energy was thin. Birds and beasts rarely roamed in this area. Also, spiritual herbs and spiritual trees were unable to grow. Even ordinary fruits and crops were unable to survive in this environment. At this point, the time had passed Mao. The mountain wind blew frequently into the courtyard, bringing waves of gloomy chilliness. However, wet Nurse Qian still paced back and forth in the courtyard, occasionally glancing towards the shabby gate. "Miss has been missing for more than a day. Why? Why is she still not back?" Her gaze turned to the brightly lit main room. She couldn't help but finally walk over. The door opened a crack. From inside, a strong aroma of wine wafted out, accompanied by loud shouting and laughing. It had already passed midnight and reached early morning. However, in the main room, a group of captive servants were still joyfully gambling and drinking. Wet Nurse Chen carefully entered, panic written all over her face. "Butler Lee, Miss has not come back for a day and a night. I'm really worried about what has happened to her. Can you dispatch people to look for Miss?" The room of boisterous people abruptly went quiet. I had been asking why my luck is so poor today. It turns out there's this bearer of ill luck come to touch my brows. Butler Lee, who was sitting at the gambling table, fiercely kicked the stool beside him. An ominous glint flashed across his face. "Your family, Miss, not coming back doesn't concern us. Maybe she has run away with a man?" The people in the room burst into raucous laughter, with someone agreeing. "I heard her mother seduced Dr. Nayland. She had such a thick face to become a concubine, as expected of such a mother to certainly have such a daughter. Her mother's like a. So her daughter would of course also act like her, right?" Wet Nurse Chin's face turned very red, her turbid eyes protruding in anger. "I forbid you from slandering Madam and Miss." "Ha ha ha, she's nothing more than lowly trash. She didn't even have the talent to cultivate. That she still dared to claim the title of a Miss. Don't make an exhibition of yourself for a disgrace. That's right. If it were not for Dr. Nayland being so charitable and having such a benevolent heart, how would he allow her to live here, even assigning so many people to serve her? Bah! I don't know where this illegitimate child came from, that's such useless trash, but the only choice left for her is to die. It's the wisest decision, so as to not bring shame upon the Nayland family. As long as Nayland Hushi, that waste, really was dead, they would be able to return to the Nayland family." "Shut up, you." Wet Nurse Chin's eyes shined scarlet, throwing herself towards several people. "You. This group of evil servants. Obviously Master sent you here to serve Mississippi. But now you're even occupying Miss Main house, causing Miss and I to live in the firewood room, making us no better than a pair of dogs." Her entire body gave off the aura of an insane person. In a moment that Butler Lee wasn't paying attention, he unexpectedly had a bunch of his hair pulled and he was grabbed by the neck. Startled by the sudden violence, he uttered a pained howl. Wet Nurse Chun was thinking that she would take them all down with her. She pulled his hair, scratching and grabbing whatever she could reach, shouting hysterically, "If Miss is dead, I'll die with all of you. Even if I have to crawl back to Nayland Manor, I will let Master know about your disgraceful behavior. I don't believe that Master Nayland doesn't really care about Miss life or death. Even if Miss was really abandoned, you, this group of wicked servants that turned your backs on your owner, will not have a good end." Inside the main room, the previous joyous and giggling atmosphere suddenly halted, the present scene causing the servants' faces to change, particularly that of a servant boy named Xiao Si. Butler Lee's hair had been grabbed and pulled until it was completely matted. His neck was marred with nail scratches that dripped blood, freezing him with shock before he reacted by fiercely kicking Wet Nurse Chin's abdomen. Butler Lee is a cultivator of the Qi refining stage 3rd layer. The foot he used to kick contained 100% of his strength. There was no way for the weak Wet Nurse Chin to resist, her body flying through the air like a bullet before it fell, heavily knocking against the corner of the table. Xiao Si, who always followed Butler Lee, stepped forward, ruthlessly stepping on the back of Wet Nurse Chin's hand, his face revealing a fierce expression. "We were kind enough to give you face, but clearly this half-dead old woman has no sense of shame. Who do you think you are that you actually dared to threaten us? If you are as obedient as a dog, like you were previously, maybe we will let you off. But now that your Miss isn't here, you actually dared to be so brazen. Don't blame us then for being so merciless." Wet Nurse Chin raised her head as she endured the pain throughout her body, looking at the people surrounding her. Their eyes flickered fiercely with an ominous glint. Not one of them was surprised that the Miss was missing. It actually seemed as if they were rejoicing at other people's misfortune, each showing an expression filled with evil intentions. These people must know the whereabouts of Miss. It seems like they're the ones who harmed Miss. Wet Nurse Chin's heart started to sink, and with difficulty she struggled to get up, facing them heavily in a kowtow. "I beg you, tell me where Miss went. If you want me to compensate with this old life, I'm willing to do that. I'll work extremely hard for you in the future. So please, tell me where Miss is." Ha 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 ha. The servants encircling Wet Nurse Chun burst out in malicious laughter. Butler Lee laughed evilly, suddenly grabbing all the pai gao on the table. He tossed them in front of Wet Nurse Chin. If you swallow all of these, I'll tell you where your miss is. Wet Nurse Chin's complexion paled to a deathly white. There were several dozen tiles before her. She was simply unable to swallow them all. You group of beastly slags. Before she could even finish speaking, someone behind her ruthlessly kicked her, forcing her face to be knocked into the pile of tiles in front of her. Butler Lee told you to eat it. Are you deaf? Xiaoxi fiercely stepped on her face with his foot, while someone else held up half of the palm-sized tiles and stuffed them in her mouth. The room filled with the sound of sinister laughter. Woo-woo-woo. Wet Nurse Chin violently struggled, desperately shouting, You group of evil servants, I will. Woo-woo. That will tell master. You killed Mississippi Woo-woo. This will not end well for you all. Standing in front of Wet Nurse Chin, enjoying the view, was Butler Lee and his confidant, Xiaoxi. Glancing at each other, their eyes flashed with an ominous glint. None of the servants knew Nalan Hushi's whereabouts. They only knew someone in the Nalan family thought her unpleasant to the eyes, and that they wanted to teach her a lesson. But these two, only the two of them knew, that the trash that was Nalan Hushi would never come back. That person had promised that as long as they helped manage this matter well, making Nalan Hushi disappear secretly, that they will be allowed to be transferred back to the Nalan Manor. There they would be provided with generous cultivation resources. It seemed that this obscure old woman wouldn't remain quiet. Butler Lee sneered, leaned over, and with a sinister voice whispered, Since you are so loyal, and want so very much to see your miss, then I'll send you to go accompany your madam and miss. When you arrive in the underworld, you have to remember my achievements and meritorious behavior. Finished speaking, he slowly raised his head, suddenly dropping it. He hit the top of Wet Nurse Chin's head hard. Wet Nurse Chin's desperation-filled eyes closed, her heart full of hate and hopelessness. She was powerless to do anything. Wet Nurse Chin somewhat blankly opened her eyes when the expected pain didn't come, and saw Butler Lee's hand frozen in midair. His wrist and body were restrained by a thin rope. No, rather than saying a rope, it would be better to say it was a whip. Or, more accurately, a white whip with a thin barb on the end. Butler Lee angrily turned his head. Who is it that doesn't have eyes and dared to attack me? Just as he was about to release spiritual power all over his body to break the whip, he suddenly felt a burst of mind-numbing pain, as if he would be ripped to pieces. Following the pain, his whole body unexpectedly soared into the air. Ah! Screams resonated throughout the courtyard. The servants in the room were stupefied by the scene before their eyes, frozen solid with shock. They stared blankly at the usually powerful Butler Lee, who now resembled a broken sack. After being tossed into the air, he was severely thrown to the ground. The sound came from Butler Lee's body, making the servants feel their blood run cold. That was the sound of all the bones in his body fracturing. Butler Lee's eyes suffused with white. From the corner of his mouth a trickle of blood started to flow, and in the blink of an eye, he stopped breathing and died. The complexion of all the servants paled. Shocked, they slowly looked towards the doorway. In the darkness outside, the slowly emerging figure of a little girl walked into the room. Ah! Xiaoxi, the small servant boy that always followed closely at Butler Lee's side, issued a loud shout. How can it be? You. How can you come back? Why are you still able to come back? The other servants, though not so frightened like him, still expressed faces full of doubt and panic. The person before their eyes had pale skin and a petite stature, with a praiseworthy figure. Clearly this was the master of this courtyard, Nalan Hushi. But, was this really Nalan Hushi? They always had the impression of the good-for-nothing third miss being petty and timid. How could she ever expose such a terrible expression, breaking all the bones in his body, tragically killing him on the spot? That's right, after destroying the entire Zhu Manor, Hushi relied on the former's memory to return to the courtyard. She thought she had understood how miserable Nalan Hushi's situation was. However, when she saw that recent scene, only then did she fully realize how terrible the former Hushi's life had been. Nalan Hushi, along with the only one who had always cared about her, Wet Nurse Chin, had lived a life that was lower than a dog's. The miss had been driven away to the firewood room, while this group of evil servants occupied the main house. Nayland Manor would also regularly send food and drink over, but that was completely stolen by the evil servants who divided it amongst themselves, leaving only the leftovers for Nayland Hushi and Wet Nurse Chun, which wasn't nearly enough to fill their stomachs. Even more unimaginable is that when their miss disappeared, this group of evil servants didn't even worry. Instead, they wanted to kill Wet Nurse Chun, who had always been by her side. Although sympathetic with Nayland Hushi's bitter experiences, she knew that people who didn't have the innate talent to cultivate in this world would not find it easy to survive. Hushi couldn't help but sigh. As a miss from a prosperous family, the former Nayland Hushi's days really were that of living like a dog. Step by step, Hushi slowly entered the main room. For every step she took, the servants would retreat a step, trembling with fear. Xiao Si, who collaborated with Butler Li, was so scared that his entire body was shaking. Who are you? His hurried retreat backwards caused him to stumble and fall to the ground, but still he desperately tried to crawl away. You're a ghost, right? You're the third Miss Ghost who's come for vengeance, right? Please let go of me. Let me go. Hushi's eyebrows creased slightly before suddenly taking out her whip and flicking her wrist. The whip made a graceful arc in the air, landing with a firm pressure on the small servant boy's body. Xiao Si felt severe pain spread throughout his body, causing his limbs to spasm. Without even managing to scream, he passed out into a dead faint. However, from this wicked captive's mouth, useful information could still be gained. The corner of Hushi's mouth lifted into a sinister grin. Therefore, for the time being, this person's life would be spared. The blood-stained Wet Nurse Chun, who had been pushed to the ground and was covered with injuries, finally chose this moment to lift her head and look towards the origin of the commotion. Her dim eyes reflected Hushi's familiar figure, and in a flash, tears poured down her cheeks. Miss, it's really Miss. I knew you wouldn't die. I knew Madam would protect you. Hushi looked at Wet Nurse Chun still collapsed on the ground. Her face was covered in tears and drying blood. Hushi's eyes flashed with a complicated light that quickly disappeared. She could hear in the way Wet Nurse Chun spoke to Nayland Hushi, with such profound friendship and deep love, that she was a truly loyal servant. Her loyalty was so deep that she was even willing to die to avenge her miss, not willing to take even the slightest advantage of her disappearance to scheme. In the former Nayland Hushi's miserable memory, Wet Nurse Chun had always taken care of her since she was a small child. She would rather starve and be exhausted than let her miss suffer an injustice or grievance. If she hadn't been there, Nayland Hushi wouldn't have been able to survive up until now. This kind of affection made her feel strange, as it was unfamiliar to her yet, at the same time, it also made her envious. The kind of person that pledged to defend and protect her. On her previous world there was also someone like that, but Hushi harshly exhaled and leaned over to prop up Wet Nurse Chun. Next, Hushi raised Wet Nurse Chun's head and gently pressed on several of her acupuncture points. Wet Nurse Chun had been feeling a piercing pain in her chest, like her heart was tearing, a sharp stabbing feeling around her lungs, and a difficulty to breathe, caused by the overwhelming sensation in her belly. Suddenly, she felt the pain almost vanish. Even her hands, that had originally been bleeding incessantly from multiple wounds, started to slow to a drip before stopping. Wet Nurse Chun lifted her head in surprise and saw Hushi standing before her, a cold, arrogant expression on her face. She suddenly felt dumbfounded. The mist before her eyes, even her appearance, seemed to have become entirely different. Hushi didn't explain anything to her. She just faintly chuckled. Wet Nurse, please return to our room first. Wait until I settle affairs with them. Then I'll help heal you. Settle affairs with them? Wet Nurse Chun's eyes opened wide, exclaiming, Me. Miss, a few of them have cultivation bases at the chi refining stage. How could you be their opponent? Wet Nurse Chun's surprised cry suddenly made the surrounding people startle into action. Zhang San, who was amongst the remaining people, had the highest cultivation base. In recent years, he had reached the peak of the chi refining stage second layer. His intelligent pair of eyes could clearly see that, sure enough, Hushi was still trash that completely lacked spiritual power and a cultivation base. With this knowledge, Zhang San could feel his previous shock turn to rage. That they, cultivators of the qi refining stage, could actually be frightened until they spilt their guts. And by an ordinary person and trash that was unable to cultivate, to speak of it, it was so shameful that they wanted to die. As for how Butler Lee could be killed, it was certainly because he was attacked at a time he was unguarded. Zhang San fiercely glared at her. Third Miss is speaking so boldly today. We still don't know who will dispose of who. Let us teach you what is known as one's boundaries. Wet Nurse Chun became frightened, her complexion turning deathly pale. Without thinking, she stood in front of Hushi, blocking her from their view. Miss, you run away quickly. This wet nurse will stop them. You immediately go back to Nailin Manor and beg Master for help. Hushi stared, stunned, at Wet Nurse Chin's unflinching figure before her eyes. Even though her back was shivering, she still didn't step back. She that had originally dried up her emotions and frozen her heart could now feel a trace of warmth flowing. In this lifetime, there was actually still someone willing to disregard their life to protect her. Hushi placed a hand on Wet Nurse Chin's thin shoulder, her voice holding a rare trace of gentleness. Wet Nurse, don't be afraid. I can easily find methods to deal with them. Finished speaking, her cold gaze glared like a tiger watching her prey, her stare fixed towards the servants who crowded around. You all shouldn't forget that no matter what, I am your master. This kind of offense to your master. Were you not afraid of being punished by Nailin Manor's people? Ha 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 ha. The servants in the room all raised their heads and laughed loudly, their faces exuberant with their ridicule and gloating. Nailin Manor? Hee hee. I advise you not to indulge in wishful thinking. Who doesn't know your Nailin Manor's shame? You being alive is exactly what causes Nailin Manor to lose face. Maybe if you died, Master would then be able to be happy. Another person agreed. That's right. The Master and everyone else in the Nailin family all have awe-inspiring innate talent. Which one of them is not a famous young talent in the city of Yanjing? Then unfortunately out you come, this trash, to throw shade on Nailin Manor's face. No one even knows whether or not you are really Master's biological child. Maybe she's really an illegitimate child, who doesn't know her mother was famous for having the appearance of a fox. Who knows how many random men were tricked by her? Subsequently, the main room filled with uproarious laughter. Wet Nurse Chin was so angry that her entire body shook, resisting the urge to rush up and drag out these wicked servants that produced such evil tongues with all her might. However, Hushi didn't get angry in the slightest. Restraining Wet Nurse Chin, she faintly swept her eyes over several people. Oh, so that's to say that me secretly being sold off, the idea came from Nailin Manor? In the depth of Nailin Hushi's memory, there was a strong yearning hidden. A yearning for recognition from Nailin Manor, paired with a child's admiration towards Nailin Zhengze. Even throughout her childhood, though she was often bullied by Nailin Feishue, there was not even the slightest hint of hatred. Instead, she regarded her as a sister. Such a kind-hearted, weak little girl. Even if Nailin Manor had abandoned her, she could still tolerate it. Zhang San coldly snorted, disdain written across his face. If we received the order to directly kill you, there would of course be no harm in doing so. It's simply the goodness in our hearts that allowed you to find a way to survive. Moreover, for useless trash like you, being sold as a captive is already the best ending. The servants here didn't clearly know about the matter of Hushi being sold like Butler Zhang and Xiao Si, but they did know that something had happened to her. They just didn't care. Each one of them felt an implacable hatred towards Nailin Hushi. They all wished for her to disappear quickly, so that they could leave this desolate place and return to Nailin Manor. Nailin Hushi may be obstructing their return, but even then they wouldn't dare act blindly without thinking. She was still Nailin Manor's third miss after all. Now that someone in Nailin Manor wanted her to die, all of them would certainly be happy to see it happen. Zhang San retrieved a dagger from behind his back and slowly approached Hushi. Since you didn't feel grateful and appreciate the kindness we gave you, instead coming back here to find death, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Brothers, all together. The words were barely out when the remaining 5 servants in the room joined him in attacking. Zhang San brandished the dagger that gave off a cold light, while the others gathered their spiritual powers in their palms as they attacked Hushi. Hushi sneered, her figure moving slightly as she gently pushed the screaming wet nurse Chen away from her. The long whip in her hand unraveled, fiercely whipping towards the 6 servants. Ah! Pained screams echoed throughout the room. My hand! My hand! In the blink of an eye, 3 people's wrist bones were neatly crushed. Their hands hung powerlessly as their palms mottled with vivid purples and greens. Zhang San's hand that had been holding the dagger had his wrist completely fractured. Badly mutilated bones were exposed in his broken wrist. The remaining 3 people were scared stiff by the scene before their eyes, causing their complexions to turn deathly pale. Hushi once again waved her whip, and their screams filled the air as they fell hard to the ground. As Hushi looked down at the people rolling around in pain, the corner of her mouth lifted into a slight sneer. Based on these people's 3-legged cat skills, they can in no way be compared with Zhu Zhongba's guards. She didn't even need to use her invisible needles. Didn't you all say that you wanted to properly teach me? She raised the whip, lightly slapping it to the ground, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Didn't you all say that since I'm an illegitimate child, I'm courting death? Now that you've already spoken, in the end, who is courting death? Hushi's whip slashed at Zhang San's body, causing him let out a sorrowful scream. This kind of good-for-nothing trash, you dared to be so arrogant to your master? In the end, who gave you a dog's courage? As if watching a group of dying ants, Hushi looked down at them with disdain. A faint purple light flickered in her cold black eyes, making them seem brighter. The 6 people on the ground trembled, so terrified that they didn't even dare scream. Zhang San first recovered. With difficulty, he used his uninjured hand to support himself on the ground. Climbing to his knees, his sorry figure crawled to Hushi's feet. Miss, we know we've been wrong. I beg you to have mercy on us. Miss, we received Butler Li's order. Only then would we dare to attack you. But the matter of selling you, we really only just heard about it then. We were completely unaware. You're known to be generous. I beg you to spare us. Right. Everything was Butler Li and his nephew, Li Si's doing. Miss, we're all innocent. Hushi smiled with cold amusement while watching their performance, allowing them to kowtow for a while. Only then did she lazily say, for me to let you off may be possible. However, how do I know you will not turn your heads again and frame me in the future? Maybe you'll try to sell me again? Zhang San stared blankly, before quickly raising his uninjured left hand. Pointing to heaven to make an oath, I, Zhang San, willingly swear that from now on till afterwards to follow Mississippi. I will work extremely hard to serve Miss, never betraying her. If I were to ever disobey, let me be struck by heaven's thunder. The other 5 people naturally followed Zhang San's lead. Enduring their pain, they crawled towards Hushi, striving to be the first and fearing to be the last to swear. Wet Nurse John was stunned by the show before her eyes. She didn't expect her miss to be so ferocious after merely disappearing for a day. In her hands, the 6 cultivators of the Qi refining stage didn't have any ability to resist. However, even after hearing the 6 people's oath, she still felt worried. No one knew more clearly than her these servants' viciousness. How could it be possible for them to sincerely vow loyalty and devotion to Mississippi? Miss' natural disposition was kind-heartedness, but by all means she wouldn't believe them. Wet Nurse Chin anxiously wanted to warn her, however. Hushi had already leisurely sneered. All right, since you are so sincere, I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. The 6 people heard what was said and immediately became ecstatic. Although when they lowered their eyes, a thread of ruthlessness swept past. Humph, loathsome girl, actually daring to punish them. Wait until they went to Nayland Manor to seek help, see if she could still be so cocky then. At that time, this loathsome girl must properly experience suffering. Every inch of the bones in her body would be broken, her hands and feet completely crippled. Have a taste of living while wanting to die. Miss, you can't believe them. Wet Nurse Chin exclaimed. The 6 people rejoiced in their hearts, maliciously imagining what will happen in the future. But they weren't going to find out, since, without anyone noticing, Hushi had already raised her left hand. 6 invisible needles lay between her slender fingertips. Her internal energy burst forth, propelling the needles to fly forward. In the blink of an eye, they entered the heads of the 6 peoples. The 6 people uttered a pained shout, feeling something cold drill into their brain. Zhangxin suddenly lifted up his head and looked at Hushi with fear. What did you do to us? Hushi's finger gently fiddled with the barbed whip, the corner of her mouth revealing the hint of a blood-thirsty smile. In this world, there's no oath that can be trusted. There are only soulless and mindless puppets that you could trust to never betray you. Well then, what do you think I'll do to you? You want to extract our souls from our body? Zhang San and the others' eyes filled with shock and fear, as well as a deep resentment towards Hushi. Loathsome girl, you will. The sharp pain in their brains spread in a flash. Eroding their brain's nerve, the 6 people desperately wanted to struggle and resist, but the control they had over their bodies had disappeared. The method Hushi used to create the puppets, naturally it wasn't the one of extracting souls that was usually used in this world. That was truly something that went against morals and the order of heaven. For the person that had their soul taken, not only was life as a puppet irreversible, they would also never be able to reincarnate. Hushi only needed to use the invisible needle to control their brain domain, then feed them some special medicines to make their consciousness vague, resulting in them only being able to listen and obey her orders. As long as Hushi was willing, the brain domain restriction spell could be removed, returning them to their normal state. Half an incense stick later, the 6 people that originally had sinister expressions had now become calm, their eyes lifeless and their faces expressionless. Hushi coldly gazed down at them as they crawled to kneel on the ground at her feet, respectfully kowtowing and saying as one, "Master." Hushi then ordered them, "Remember, from now on, anything that happens in this small courtyard, you're not allowed to spread outside. That includes informing people from Nalan Manor." "Yes, Master. In addition, if I'm not here, consider Wet Nurse Chun as your master. You have to make sure to carry out her orders." Did you all hear that clearly? The 6 people, as one, responded with a yes. Without a trace of rebellion, they paid their respects to Wet Nurse Chun and saluted her. Hushi waved a hand. "Now all of you can withdraw. About Li Si, find him and guard him strictly, and don't let him die. In a while, I have something to ask him." After ordering them to withdraw, Hushi turned around, coming into contact with Wet Nurse Chin's shocked-filled watery eyes. Hushi held up Wet Nurse Chin's hand to feel her pulse, preparing to examine the condition of her injuries, but suddenly she stared blankly, confusion appearing on her face. "Wet Nurse, was the meridian of your cultivation base forcibly destroyed by someone?" Wet Nurse Chin's eyes suddenly opened wide with shock, her face expressing surprise and confusion. When her cultivation base had become crippled, Miss was simply too young to remember it happening. Moreover, to go through more than 10 years with eating only the dirty crops, her spiritual roots had long ago being destroyed, her dantian no better than an ordinary person's. Because that person had used a highly skilled method, common doctors couldn't treat it, not to mention that even the symptoms of the illness were invisible. In the beginning, she had held on to her hope of finding someone in the streets to cure her illness, but even the Jishang Hall's doctor in Yinjing City also was helpless. Since then she had given up, but why would Miss know about it and mention it now? When Wet Nurse Chin recalls Hushi's behavior recently, she couldn't help but be shocked yet happy. Tears emerged from the corners of her eyes. "Miss, can you cultivate now? In the end, where you go these 2 days? Did you suffer a lot of hardships?" Wet Nurse Chin's reaction made Hushi somewhat startled. Thinking of her sudden changes, would they make Wet Nurse Chun regard her as a strange person? Her expression slightly gentled. She considered for a moment what she could say about her past 2 days' experience. "Wet Nurse, you just need to remember, the previous Nalan Hushi has died. From now on, I'm not the trash that was always bullied and humiliated anymore. Anyone who dares to bully us, I will not let them off, even people from Nalan Manor." Although she didn't know if she was able to cultivate or not, but she, Hushi, will not undervalue herself. She would never willingly be useless trash. If she didn't have any qualifications to cultivate, she will find other ways to become strong. This old servant really is useless. To actually let Miss suffer, Wet Nurse Chin's tears poured down her cheeks. She constantly wiped at her tears, saying with a trembling voice, "But it's really good that Miss can now cultivate." "Not really good. I knew Miss is not trash," Madam had said before. "There will be a day where you will bloom with a shining light." "Certainly, Madam blessed and protected Miss. Woo-woo. Miss, this wet nurse is very happy for you." Hushy's heart still has some doubts. Wet Nurse had said a day where Nalan Hushy will bloom with a shining light. What does that mean? Also, how could Wet Nurse Chun so easily accept her transformation? However, Hushy tossed this matter to the back of her mind, and instead focused on taking Wet Nurse Chin's pulse. "Miss, you don't need to worry about this old servant. For me, this lowly life, this injury is simply nothing. I've long become accustomed to it." That Nalan Hushy never learned any medical techniques? How could Wet Nurse Chun not know that? Now it seems like Hushy was taking her pulse for half a day, her expression serious. Wet Nurse Chun began to feel helpless, so she started to comfort her. "If Miss doesn't feel assured, tomorrow I will go to the city to find a doctor to get some medicine. I'll certainly be fine. This wet nurse wants to see you become the brilliance of Jinling country and see you get married." Here, when poor civilians needed a doctor, they would all visit whatever traveling doctor was in the area. Hushy heard Wet Nurse Chin's words, and her heart felt touched. She gently placed Wet Nurse Chin's hand down, smiling shallowly. "Wet Nurse can rest assured. Your injury is not too serious. I can help you heal it." Wet Nurse Chun thought Hushy was talking about finding a doctor to help treat her. She was unaware that Hushy had been accurately taking her pulse, planning which medicine ingredients to use, and what prescription would best treat her illness. "All right, this old servant will believe Mississippi Miss you must be tired. It would be better to go to the East Wing, to get some rest." The East Wing was originally a place where Butler Li and his mistress lived. Zhang San had since been sent there to instruct the servants over there to move out. The courtyard that Nalan Manor had arranged for Nalan Hushy was ruined and desolate, to the point that a person would be at a loss to see it. But this East Wing that Butler Li had occupied, that can actually be considered well-arranged and exquisite. The bed that had been sorted out for Hushy was soft and comfortable. There were no valuable furnishings in the room, but that could be easily fixed. By the bedside, there was a fairly simple and elegant dressing table. Hushy had been feeling tired for a day since the former's body was particularly frail. Now that things had calmed down, she could feel pain throughout her body. The pain throughout Hushy's body was caused by old flogging injuries inflicted by servants from the courtyard, as well as general knocks and bumps. Combined with yearly malnutrition, it all piled up together. But now, Hushy refused to give in to this pain. She tightly closed the door and windows, confirmed that no one was around, then she quickly laid down on the bed. Her consciousness became vague, her soul seeming like it was pulled from her body. After opening her eyes again, her consciousness had entered her space. This space had accompanied Hushy for more than 10 years. The furnishings inside this space, just by closing her eyes, she can remember it all. It couldn't be more familiar to her. But the scene that was reflected into her eyes surprised her. This is still the space in her memory, right? In her previous life, this space was a wasteland. Even the air permeated a deathly smell. It's different from the descriptions used in the popular web novels in her previous life. The land inside the space, all was sand and gravel. It couldn't be used to cultivate. No living thing could be brought into the space, including Hushy herself. She could only use her consciousness to enter, leaving her physical body to sleep on the outside. In the middle of the land there was a palace called Shumi Palace. Hushy had been bored on several occasions and had explored, finding that there were 81 rooms altogether in the palace. However, in Hushy's previous life, these rooms, even after she had used countless methods, not even one room could be opened. The only thing in the space that could maybe be considered a treasure was the expanse of spring water in front of the palace. It possessed a healing effect, helping to heal all sorts of injuries and even improving eyesight. Another example is that it can help people to heal bone deep cuts and muscle injuries, speeding up the healing process with a better result than if healed normally. Therefore, in her previous life, Hushy had regarded this space as a moving warehouse and made use of it as her medicine deploy room. However, The space before her eyes and the space in her memory were completely different, making Hushi doubt whether or not she had entered the wrong place. The land that had originally been filled with sand and stones had been replaced by peculiar black land. The air was no longer permeated with a deathly smell. Rather, it had a clean air. The pure spirit in the air could make a person's body and heart entirely intoxicated. The cells in her body felt energized, greedily absorbing the air in here. Originally, her entire body that had been filled with pain and weakness was now unconsciously replaced with a relaxed feeling. Hushi took a deep breath. Squatting down, she gently grabbed a handful of black soil and brought it to her nose to smell. Although not an expert in planting and growing medicinal herbs, even she can tell that this black soil obviously contains strong nutrients and spiritual energy. It couldn't even be compared to the previous sand and stones. How can the space change so much? Hushi released the black soil in her hand, a burst of indescribable excitement forming. Could it be that because of the explosion in her previous life, her space upgraded? Another time, she would have to bring some seeds to test this black soil. How fertile the black soil was and how well a spiritual plant would grow. It would be very interesting to see the results. Hushi walked forward happily, heading to the place she had previously used as a storage room. Sure enough, as per her expectation, all the stored medicine from her previous life was destroyed. All those bottles and jars had disappeared from the explosion, including the bottle of cursed poison, which needed only one drop to be able to destroy an entire city allure. But some things still remained, such as the invisible needles, also some properties used for her disguises in her previous life. Hushi bent down, scooping some water with her hand from the spirit spring to drink. But once the water from the spirit spring was swallowed, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation rising from her stomach, clearly visible to the naked eye. A stinky black grease spilled forth from her entire body. Hushi was greatly shocked. Previously, when she would drink this spring water, it would relieve her fatigue and nourish her internal organs. How can it be possible for the result to be so different this time? Such a change lasted for a few minutes, resulting in Hushi's entire body being covered by the dirty black grease. Her body issued a nausea-inducing stench. However, where she had originally felt pain and weakness of the internal organs, on the contrary, she now felt relaxed. Hushi quickly stripped and, using the spirit spring water, she washed away the filth on her body and clothes. Once she was clean, she felt refreshed, her whole body full of strength, like she had been reborn. Could it be that not only this space upgraded, but even the spirit spring upgraded? Like in a legend, the spirit water would not only heal injuries, it would now even remove impurities within the body? Hushi was overjoyed at this turn of events. After dressing in her still slightly damp clothes, she was stunned when she accidentally saw her reflection in the spring water. In her previous life, Hushi could be regarded as a beautiful woman, but compared now with the little girl in the spring water, it is simply the difference between dog-tail grass and a flower. The ripple in the clear spring water reflected the little girl's tender and snow-white skin. A pair of ink-like phoenix eyes slowly opened. They were not charming and flirtatious. Rather, they were like the darkness under the starry sky. A vast, resplendent expanse. The red lips were no longer chapped and cracked. Instead, they were like peach blossom petals, glossy and delicate. The upper lip was slightly raised, as if in silent invitation. Hushi touched her face in shock, the spring water reflecting the little girl also touching her face. Two long, delicately curved, shapely eyebrows wrinkled in confusion, like a budding flower that attracted tender affection. There are words that describe an ancient beauty. Hands are like soft weeds, skin is like congealed fat, a neck like longhorn beetle larvae, tooth is gored sharp. With one look can overturn a city, a second can overturn a country. Every word and every sentence now resembled her born-again self. Heavens! This is Nalan Hushi's true face? Hushi opened her eyes wide. She felt her brain has been too confused and was about to crash this. Where did the saltless, ugly woman go? This was simply a beautiful woman that was capable of causing the downfall of a city or country. How depraved was the Nalan family to actually torture this beautiful woman until she looked malnourished and sickly, reducing her to an unremarkable appearance. Hushi took a deep breath and, looking at the reflection of the stunning beauty in the spring water, she couldn't help but frown. Maybe she was here to express her gratitude towards all the people who tortured her. Otherwise, Nalan Hushi's memories would not have come to Hushi the moment she received her body. In her memory, although the next generation in the Nalan family all looked handsome and beautiful, there was definitely not a beauty with such a tragic life. If Nalan Hushi were to go out with this appearance, it would not only cause a sensation, but disaster. Nalan Manor thought of her as an illegitimate child and hadn't moved to help her previously, leaving her to suffer like a pig in a cage. With her past appearance making many people fight over her to become their furnace, with her now being like this, if she were to just go out, many more people would fight over her. With this thought, Hushi made a prompt decision, picking up the disguise kit that she had earlier placed beside the spring water and applying it on her face. Needless to say, Nalan Hushi's face is definitely a source of calamity. Currently, she didn't have the strength to defend herself if her appearance were to be exposed in front of people, and she absolutely did not want to attract disaster. In a short time, and with a little effort, Hushi completed her disguise. She bent down and studied her reflection in the spring water, now an ordinary and pale appearance, once again resembling the previous Nalan Hushi. Well done. Hushi flicked her finger, feeling her mood become good. As a woman, she was pleased with her appearance. Who wants to become ugly? Besides her space being upgraded and her changed appearance, she also found out that after she had drunk the spring water, her internal energy has been fully recovered. Moreover, although she was still unable to absorb spiritual energy, she could assimilate the spiritual energy in her space. When Hushi felt the spiritual energy enter and circulate in her body, she could feel her mind becoming energized, any remaining traces of tiredness disappearing. Hushi, standing next to the spring, started drying her clothes using her internal energy. Suddenly, the reflection in the water flashed. Before, her figure had been reflected in the water. Now, the surface of the water reflected the vague silhouette of a person. There was now a shadow quietly hiding behind the beams in her room. There was no light in the room, so she was unable to clearly make out the appearance of the shadow. She could only tell it was a tall man. At the same time, every corner of her space lit up with a red light in warning. Someone had approached within 100 meters. Moreover, that person was now inside her room. This space had an alert function. If someone were to approach her sleeping physical body, the space will notice and sound an alarm. The situation outside will be reflected on the water in order to avoid her physical body being harmed while she was in her space. Hushi's eyes flashed. Quickly leaving her space, she returned to her physical body. Once she exited her space, she jolted in surprise. Receiving such a shock, she almost jumped up. The room was dark and quiet, empty except for herself. Her senses couldn't detect the presence of anyone else in the room. However, at this very moment, there is a hand gently caressing her closed eyelids. Slowly, that hand traveled to the collar of her clothes. That's right, someone was standing beside her silently. Then, without hesitation, those nimble fingers began to untie her outer robes. Hushi suddenly opened her eyes, her cold eyes shining with a killing intent. As fast as lightning, her left foot ruthlessly aimed a kick at that daring flower thief. However, the expected cracking sound of her foot landing on the thief's chest didn't happen. Instead, a big hand grabbed her ankle, like an iron claw. Hushi's heart shivered and she moved her body in a flash. Rising from the bed, her right foot kicked at that person. Her hands moved in a dance, like the opening of a flower. A lotus flower blossom. Layer upon layer of killing intent surrounded her. A surprised voice lightly sounded. The palm that held her ankle released her, and she fell back several steps to the sound of low laughter. This is a man. Moreover, it was a man with a deep, attractive voice. Hushi stood barefoot in the dark, her heart bewildered while her eyes coldly glared at the shadow in front of her. Even though this man was clearly standing in front of her and laughing, she was still unable to sense any of his movements. If it wasn't for her space warning her, she might never have known anyone was there, even if she was being skinned to the bone by this man. Who was this man? Why did he approach her in the middle of the night? And what was his purpose? Hushi's eyebrows wrinkled slightly while studying the motionless man in front of her. Suddenly, her hand shot forward, reaching in the direction of a candlestick holder. She had barely heard a laugh before the unlit candle on the dressing table suddenly lit up, illuminating the room and revealing the man's appearance. A light flashed in Hushy's eyes. Her mind suddenly felt stunned, like she had inhaled a breath of icy cold air. In this world, there was actually such an evildoer. The man's appearance was that of a man no older than 20 years old. Dressed in black with narrow sleeves, the collar of his outer clothes were decorated with silver and purple embroidery, mixed with dark, threaded marked-out patterns of magic clouds and bats. A wide belt of the same color rested on his waist. His stature was tall, straight, and slender, like a stern young bamboo shoot. His entire person emitted a one-of-a-kind aura, a heavenly nature with a luxurious atmosphere. What was most stunning about that handsome face was the faint light surrounding him. It highlighted his youthful and elegant features. His eyes were deep and distant, containing a mix of a refined youngster and a youth with evil charm. Like a well-carved jade, the luster it gave off charmed people's heart and soul. In her previous life, Hushy had seen countless handsome celebrities. Even Lengya, who betrayed her, was famous as a handsome man. But if those men were placed next to this man, it would be like comparing the light of a firefly to a bright moon, stone to fine jade. They couldn't be mentioned on equal terms. Hushy was momentarily stunned. Then she went on full alert. With a cold voice she asked, "Who are you? What do you want, breaking into my room in the middle of the night?" The corner of the black-clothed man's mouth lifted. His elegant face with a smile was even more attractive. His deep voice replied languidly, "It's a dark and stormy night. A man and a woman alone together. What do you say I want to do?" The veins on Hushy's forehead became visible, her eyes frosty. She couldn't help but sneer. "Based on your beautiful appearance, the young ladies from Yinjing City might be lined up from east to west wanting to be together with you, like a raging fire and dry wood. Maybe your brain has been displaced, coming here to be a two-bit flower thief." Beautiful appearance? Two-bit? Flower thief? The mouth of the black-clothed man slightly tipped down. This little girl's courage was not small. Perhaps in all of Yinjing City, there was no other person who dared to talk to him like this. With only the candlelight illuminating the dark room, the little girl's eyes shone brilliantly, containing a frostiness as peaceful as clear water in a deep well. They rendered his anger useless, instead rousing his interest and curiosity. The man leisurely stepped forward, his tall figure shrouding Hushy in shadows, pointed-toothed and sharp-tongued. What a ruthless little girl. Since you were able to play properly with young Master Zhu's family guards, and was able to detect this king's presence, you really are worthy of being the second miss of the Nalan family, Nalan Feishue, wasn't it? Or perhaps I should call you Nalan Hushy? When the two words Nalan Hushy were spoken, the man's voice was deep and low, his eyes sharp, like an eagle watching his prey, not giving her the chance to escape. Hushy startled, subconsciously taking a step back, her heart surging with shock and annoyance. So it turns out it's actually like this. This man appeared here because she was at Gluttonous House, and Zhu Manor's abnormal behavior had attracted his attention. No, maybe it was because of her own actions that she has been followed by this man. This realization made Hushy's mood drop. She had stayed in Zhu Manor for so long, but she hadn't sensed that someone had been watching her. Moreover, if it wasn't for her space warning her, even if this man had touched her body, she might never have realized it. In the end, her abilities were much weaker when compared to a powerful cultivator. Her hands trembled slightly, the invisible needles already pressed against her fingertips, a purple light glimmering and shifting in her pitch-black eyes. Her voice was like a sharp blade. "Speak. You followed me all the way here. What do you want?" The man was mesmerized looking at her eyes, taking a step forward. Without thought, he held her chin and whispered, "Have people told you that you have a beautiful pair of eyes? Beautiful enough to make me want to covet them. Taking them home would make for a good collection." This perverted man. Hushy was cursing in her heart, while on the contrary, a sneer was plastered on her face. "That would depend on whether you have the ability to or not." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed as she struggled free from the man's hold, reappearing 1 meter away. Her hands flipped over, and with a burst of speed, invisible needles ruthlessly shot towards the man in front of her. However, Hushy's expectations of the man getting shot and turning into a hedgehog were let down. The invisible needles flew towards the black-clothed man like lightning, scarcely leaving a shadow. But within 3 inches from his face the needles stopped, motionless. It was like a magic spell surrounded his body. The man leisurely extended his slender fingers, exuding confidence and elegance. He pinched a small needle. He studied the silver needle in his hand, feeling a cold sensation transmitted from his fingertips throughout his body. This needle is somewhat interesting. It's made using 1,000-year black ice. Oh, it also seems to contain a certain amount of spiritual power. Therefore, it would be able to injure an early-stage cultivator of chi refining stage and foundation establishment stage. But these small toys of yours are useless on me. The man's fingers lightly pinched, and his slender hands, which resembled jade, the bone joints clearly distinct, crushed the invisible needles into dust, leaving it to scatter in the air without a trace. Hushy's expression turned ugly. In the next moment, she became aware of the flower in front of her. The man that had until recently been standing at a distance from her suddenly appeared in front of her, capturing her wrist. Her expression changing, Hushy's body flipped into the air, her agility similar to a cat as she broke free from his hold. Completely unable to move, his warm breath tickled Hushy's ear. Her body was pressed firmly against his sturdy chest, restraining her right hand that held more invisible needles at her back. Hushy's face flushed red due to her anger. Filled with fury, she loudly shouted, "Let go!" However, her struggling only caused their bodies to touch even closer. The man's eyes that originally shined with a teasing light turned somewhat dark because of this constant friction. He leaned closer, his breathing speeding up, and whispered with a fake smile, "Little girl, if you move again, I will regard it as you seducing me." Before he had finished his implication, his handsome face filled with demonic charm suddenly sank. He flexed his empty hand and inclined his head towards his shoulder. There, sticking out, was an ordinary silver hairpin. The hairpin had pierced his clothes and penetrated into his flesh, causing a bright red liquid to soak his black clothes. The man slowly raised his head. His pair of clear eyes narrowed dangerously as his gaze landed on the coldly smiling girl not far from him. This little girl had dared to injure him. Without using a cultivation base and only relying on martial arts, in this entire Jinling country, only a few had ever managed to injure him. Now, the hands of this little girl, completely lacking any cultivation base, had injured him. With bare feet, Hushy stepped on the bed, the sleeves of her clothes fluttering in an invisible breeze. Her pale, small face revealed a cruel, untamed expression. "Based on your skills? If you want to make me pleased, do it in the next life." However, in the next moment, Hushy's complexion suddenly changed. A strong pressure, similar to that of a huge gale, swept over her, making her feel as if she was being crushed by a giant hand. The red flush on her face quickly receded, her body trembling. She was unable to bear it and spit out a mouthful of blood. This type of coercion belongs to a high-level martial artist. In front of this kind of power pressure, Hushy felt herself to be a tiny individual with no power. At any time, she could be crushed and turned into ash. Taking a few steps towards Hushy, he grasped her hand with a smile, and like a lover he gently caressed her. "This is the hand that injured me? Do you know what happens to people who dare to injure me?" Hushy slowly calmed her breathing, the pain in her internal organs making her face turn as pale as paper. With a heated gaze, the man clutched her small and weak hand, her delicate skin indirectly caressing the pointed cocoon on his belly, making her shudder and a numbness to spread up her arm. Hushy lightly twisted her wrist to try and break the man's hold. However, he pulled her forward, dragging her to fall on his chest. "Not long ago, there was a woman who acted self-righteous in order to attract me. In a public place, surrounded by a crowd, she dared to point a sword at me." His low voice held a dangerous demonic charm. Slowly he exhaled in her ear, "Little girl, you tell me, should I destroy your hands or the meridians in your body? If you want to destroy it, then just destroy it. Why are you talking so much? Do you think I will beg you?" Hushi looked up at him and sneered. Her expression was dark, but her eyes were bright with stars, stubborn and icily arrogant, unflinching, staring back. The man's heart faintly stirred, as if her pair of eyes were leaving a mark at the bottom of his heart. His heart, that has always been calm and cold like a lake, felt an indescribable ripple appear. He couldn't help but laugh, removing the power pressuring her body. His voice contained a trace of helplessness. "You are still young, but why are you so stubborn?" Hushi frowned, just about to retort, when she suddenly felt a thread of pure essence enter a vein in her detained wrist, spreading throughout her entire body in a flash. The cool energy wave replaced the previous oppressive power, traveling rapidly in her body to her dantian. The pain in her internal organs, that had felt as if they were being ripped apart, disappeared without a trace, replaced with a comfortable and relaxed feeling. "What are you doing?" She was surprised. Could it be that this person was now healing her? However, the man responded with an astonished expression. Tightening his grip on Hushi's wrist, his expression turned uncertain. It was quite a while before he spoke. "I had heard that Nalan family's third miss, Nalan Hushi, was diagnosed as a child as trash that couldn't cultivate. Therefore she was abandoned at this place, where there is only thin spiritual energy. Are you really that rumored trash, Nalan Hushi?" Hushi's heart was bewildered, and with her expression showing a calmness she didn't feel, indifferently replied, "Didn't you already thoroughly investigate my background before following me here? Besides, if I'm not Nalan Hushi, then who am I? Humph. This body is definitely Nalan Hushi's. This world doesn't have a precedent for rebirth, so as long as she doesn't admit it, no one can say that she's not Nalan Hushi." The man laughed, his voice filled with interest. "Hee, the good trash that can't cultivate. This world has so many blind people." Hushi was startled, repeatedly questioning, "What do you mean?" Her small face that was originally calm, at this moment slightly changed. The man's hot palm suddenly gripped her lower jaw. Leaning over, he stared at her pair of clear and bright phoenix eyes. "Nalan Hushi, is it? I'll remember you now. We will meet again soon. Who are you actually?" Just as Hushi's cold and sharp question was asked, she felt a gust of air brush past her. The man that had been standing in front of her had now disappeared without a trace. The candlelight flickered gently in the room, but there was only her, standing all alone, as if that strange man had merely been an illusion. "That rascal," she cursed in her heart, gnashing her teeth while laying back down on the bed, entering her space again. Inside, Hushi's space was still the same as before. A strong and pure spirit permeated the air, and the large area of black land, although without any plants, was still filled with a nurturing vitality and exuberance. However, she was not here to focus on the land and spirit spring this time. When she had exited her space before, she had glanced at Shumi Palace, noticing that the first door was open. One must know, she had possessed this space for more than 10 years, and had explored this Shumi Palace more than 1,000 times. Ice, fire, dynamite, and all the other methods she could think of, and not one door could be opened. Not even a mark was left behind. Hushi quickly walked to the front of Shumi Palace. In surprise, she looked at the half-closed door, seeing a trace of golden light spilling out. The first door of Shumi Palace had really opened. Becoming excited, her heart beat wildly and incessantly. Hushi had barely entered the room, when inside her head there was a tinkling sound, and an odd message appeared in her mind. "Shumi Mustard Seed has been activated. Shumi Palace's Jade Heaven door has been opened, including 9th Secluded Spirit Spring and Ancient Rhyme Spirit Field. The 9th Secluded Spirit Spring, able to replenish spiritual energy, purify essence, and heal deep wounds. Also used for a medicament to advance to peak form, and a medicament to induce childbirth. The Ancient Rhyme Spirit Field, able to shorten a plant's growth by hundreds of times, and the soil will sustain spiritual plants without the need for water." Sure enough, her space had upgraded. Moreover, the black soil outside the palace really was very beneficial to growing spiritual plants. But this 9th Secluded Spirit Spring, the so-called advancing medicament and labor-inducing medicament, what did those mean? The script slowly faded from her mind, leaving her with a smiling expression showing on her face. Now her attention was quickly attracted by the huge egg in the middle of the room. That's right, in the middle of this Shumi Palace's first room, hanging in the air, there was a huge egg-shaped object. From the egg, a faint golden luster was emitted, and through the thin shell, a creature with a curled body could vaguely be seen floating quietly inside. At first glance, this huge egg reminded Hushi of the pregnant women in her previous life, when they would have a four-dimensional ultrasound. She had a strong intuition that the creature inside the egg was alive. But that behind the Jade Heaven door the room was empty except for a huge, unknown egg. This was too beyond her expectations. Hushi lightly stepped forward, slowly approaching the egg and circling around it, a faint fragrance like warm bread reaching her nose. She was astonished as she felt an intimate feeling that she had never felt before suddenly surge up from the bottom of her heart, as if the creature and her were connected by blood. Her ears could even hear the thud-thud of the young creature's pulse. With a bewildered expression, Hushi slowly extended her hand, gently caressing the smooth surface of the huge egg. Mother, mother, a sharp and clear immature young child's voice suddenly echoed inside her head, causing her to jump in shock. Quickly withdrawing her hand, she looked in bewilderment at the huge egg. The golden light surrounding it had become brighter. Just now, was that her imagination? Why did it seem like she heard a child speaking? But this room is empty. She didn't see even a shadow of anyone else. It couldn't be that this huge egg was talking to her? Hushi's heart was full of disbelief, not daring to believe, as she once again extended her hand, touching the huge egg that was now flickering with golden light, as if in excitement. Mother, you finally came to see me. If you had not come, baby would have been bored to death inside here. Hushi's eyes opened wide. She was quiet for a while before finally asking, "Who are you calling mother?" "Of course it's you, mother." The huge egg's voice was brimming with happiness like a spoiled child. Besides the unequaled great, awesome, and beautiful mother, who else would have the qualifications to become baby's mother? Black lines appeared on Hushi's face. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who's qualified to become your mother? This miss is only 16. Even in my past life I hadn't passed 20, so how can I become a mother? This is wrong. This is an egg and I am a human. For a viviparous mammal, how can I give birth to such a huge egg like this? Hushi felt dizzy because of this egg, and speaking with an unhappy voice, "What are you? Why are you calling me mother?" "Because you are my mother?" The golden light bounced several times, its voice somewhat anxious. "Mother, I can often see you from here. I've been waiting for you to come see me, but you've never come. Baby is very lonely and all alone here." The huge egg's sharp and clear child voice was sad, and sobbing could be heard coming from the egg. It was so sorrowful and full of grievances, it really made an unfeeling person unable to not take pity. Hushi felt a headache start, but unable to help herself, she gently stroked and caressed the huge egg's shell, and spoke with a soft voice, all right, don't cry. Haven't I come to see you now?" "That, you. What type of species are you?" "What is species?" The huge egg seemingly really liked her touch. The originally still crying voice had now become cheerful. "I don't know what I am, but mother is my mother. Baby knew you." "Woo woo woo, mother. You don't need baby?" After speaking, the huge egg seemed to panic and became restless, once again beginning to sob. Hushi held her forehead when she heard the child's grief-filled weeping. She was filled with self-mocking as she didn't know how to describe her feelings of wanting to surge forward and comfort the egg. She is an unmarried girl. She really didn't have any experience on how to coax a child. To stop it from weeping, Hushi had no choice but to caress its eggshell again. "All right, don't cry. I never said I don't want you." "Then, do you know why you're in Shumi Palace?" The huge egg accepted the caresses, and sure enough, once again the overcast rain became clear, its excited golden light bobbing around almost in a circle. It even shouted mother several times, and as if trying to remember something, "Shumi Palace? It seems I remember this name. Shumi Palace. That's right. It's Grandpa Shumi. I remember him. It's him that had saved baby." "Grandpa Shumi? Who is he?" "Grandpa Shumi." Its voice was confused, yet filled with yearning and fondness. Grandpa Shumi was good towards baby. He saved baby from that dark, ice-cold room, also feeding baby rich spiritual energy to drink. After baby drank spiritual energy, I fell asleep. After waking up, I then saw you, mother. Hushi was dumbfounded towards this huge egg. It was crying 1 minute, then laughing the next moment. From the short conversation they had, she could see it had a child's temperament, and she didn't understand most of what it said. So even if she asked again, it might not answer anything. Hushi felt helpless. She intended to release her hand that was still pressed against the eggshell, when suddenly, she heard the child's voice excitedly shout, "That's right. Grandpa Shumi has something that he wanted to hand over to mother. Baby was too happy to see you, almost forgetting about it." Hushi had just finished speaking when the huge egg's golden light suddenly bounced a bit before a silver light separated from it, stopping to sway in front of Hushi. She momentarily stared blankly, but not waiting for her to clearly ask what this light was to the huge egg. The silver-colored light suddenly accelerated its speed, entering her body. Hushi staggered back several steps, her hand releasing the egg as she felt the internal energy in her body running rampant. After several breaths, she realized she wasn't in any pain or discomfort. On the contrary, before her eyes the translucent silhouette of a person slowly condensed. It was a sage-like old man dressed in a white robe, with his silver hair and beard. The corners of his mouth held traces of an amiable and benevolent smile. However, when Hushi saw this man, she felt a burst of uncomfortableness throughout her body. Her invisible needles instinctively appeared between her 5 fingers. Even if this old man had a benevolent and harmless expression, his body emitted such force that it made her feel powerless. His force was so strong that even crawling was difficult. His muddy eyes contained an unlimited serene light. Just like a bottomless abyss, the end couldn't be seen. "Grandpa Shumi." The huge egg uttered a cry of excitement, but this time the young child's voice didn't come from inside the eggshell. Instead, it echoed in her ears, that silvery ball of light being the obvious reason why. "Mother, mother, you quickly see. That is Grandpa Shumi that had saved baby." However, Hushi was not so naive as the huge egg. Rather, she cautiously looked at the old man that was floating in the air, slowly asking, "Are you a person or a ghost? What is this place, Shumi Palace?" Unknowingly, she spoke her fears, because although Shumi's space had accompanied her for 2 lives, if she wasn't clear on what it actually was, she would never feel completely comfortable using it. Old man Shumi didn't answer. Instead, he seemed shocked as his eyes stared at Hushi. Happiness, bewilderment, relief, hope. Expressions lit up his eyes as one by one they flashed past. Hushi couldn't stand this type of silent oppression and chose to throw her invisible needles, prompting old man Shumi to finally speak. "I've been waiting in this Shumi mustard seed space for a long time. I thought that there was no hope anymore. I didn't expect that I was actually waiting." His face was filled with excitement as he looked at Hushi. His gaze stared at Hushi like she was a rare treasure, like his life's saver. That's right. It's soul fusion. I didn't expect that a spirit from a different world would really achieve soul fusion. Ha 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 ha. Our clan has been saved now. When this was said, Hushi was scared witless. With this one sentence about a spirit from a different world, it was very obvious that old man Shumi had seen through to her true identity. Hushi's expression was filled with caution and alertness. It caused old man Shumi to calm his excitement and show a warm, cultured smile. "Good child. You don't need to be afraid. Besides, I will not be able to see through to your true identity. Especially after you've completely broken the seal, this ability will be fused together with your body, without a trace of flaws." Hushi frowned and muttered, "After breaking the seal?" She didn't know why, but the first thing she recalled is that intruder in the middle of the night. That hateful man's words, "If you're trash, then no one in this world is a genius." Could it be that what that man said is true, that there was some ability sealed away within her body? Hushi was deep in thought when she heard old man Shumi's slightly quickened voice, "Good child. Now you listen to me. I don't have much time." Don't have much time? At this moment her thoughts slowed, unconsciously repeating those words. Hushi had just finished speaking when the huge egg's golden light suddenly bounced a bit before a silver light separated from it, stopping to sway in front of Hushi. She momentarily stared blankly, But not waiting for her to clearly ask what this light was to the huge egg, the silver-colored light suddenly accelerated its speed, entering her body. Hushi staggered back several steps, her hand releasing the egg as she felt the internal energy in her body running rampant. After several breaths, she realized she wasn't in any pain or discomfort. On the contrary, before her eyes the translucent silhouette of a person slowly condensed. It was a sage-like old man dressed in a white robe, with his silver hair and beard. The corners of his mouth held traces of an amiable and benevolent smile. However, when Hushi saw this man, she felt a burst of uncomfortableness throughout her body. Her invisible needles instinctively appeared between her 5 fingers. Even if this old man had a benevolent and harmless expression, his body emitted such force that it made her feel powerless. His force was so strong that even crawling was difficult. His muddy eyes contained an unlimited serene light. Just like a bottomless abyss, the end couldn't be seen. "Grandpa Shumi." The huge egg uttered a cry of excitement, but this time the young child's voice didn't come from inside the eggshell. Instead it echoed in her ears, that silvery ball of light being the obvious reason why. Mother, you quickly see. That is Grandpa Shumi that had saved baby." However, Hushi was not so naive as the huge egg. Rather, she cautiously looked at the old man that was floating in the air, slowly asking, "Are you a person or a ghost? What is this place, Shumi Palace?" Unknowingly, she spoke her fears, because although Shumi's space had accompanied her for 2 lives, if she wasn't clear on what it actually was, she would never feel completely comfortable using it. Old man Shumi didn't answer. Instead, he seemed shocked as his eyes stared at Hushi. Happiness, bewilderment, relief, hope. Expressions lit up his eyes as one by one they flashed past. Hushi couldn't stand this type of silent oppression and chose to throw her invisible needles, prompting old man Shumi to finally speak. "I've been waiting in this Shumi mustard seed space for a long time. I thought that there was no hope anymore. I didn't expect that I was actually waiting." His face was filled with excitement as he looked at Hushi. His gaze stared at Hushi like she was a rare treasure, like his life saver. That's right. It's soul fusion. I didn't expect that a spirit from a different world would really achieve soul fusion. Ha 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 ha. Our clan has been saved now. When this was said, Hushi was scared witless. With this one sentence about a spirit from a different world, it was very obvious that old man Shumi had seen through to her true identity. Hushi's expression was filled with caution and alertness. It caused old man Shumi to calm his excitement and show a warm, cultured smile. "Good child. You don't need to be afraid. Besides, I will not be able to see through to your true identity. Especially after you've completely broken the seal, this ability will be fused together with your body, without a trace of flaws." Hushi frowned and muttered. After breaking the seal? She didn't know why, but the first thing she recalled is that intruder in the middle of the night. That hateful man's words, "If you are trash, then no one in this world is a genius." Could it be that what that man said is true, that there was some ability sealed away within her body? Hushi was deep in thought when she heard old man Shumi's slightly quickened voice. "Good child. Now you listen to me. I don't have much time." Don't have much time? At this moment her thoughts slowed, unconsciously repeating those words. Old man Shumi laughed. "My origin remained in this space of divine senses for the sake of the arrival of this space's owner. Reincarnated for thousands of generations, through different times and space. My original spirit has long been slowly exhausted. To be able to remain up until now, for the time you appear, I'm very satisfied." Hushi lifted up her face and gazed into the old man's eyes, her expression still full of cautiousness and disaffection. However, all she could see was a pair of eyes full of benevolent kindness and hope, eyes that held a prayer and blessing, without a trace of scheming, making her cold and hard heart slightly moved. "This space was made from refining my spiritual body. These past millions years, in order to look for the space's owner, I've let many people become its carrier, but you are actually the only person that has been able to make it upgrade. However, what you see now is merely just a small part of this space." Hushi suddenly recalled that when in her past life, this space's assistance had always saved her, So regardless of whether or not its existence was being used to take advantage of her or for scheming, this assistance rendered was nevertheless real. She looked towards Old Man Shumi's eyes and couldn't help but feel somewhat grateful. Old Man Shumi laughed slightly when seeing her eyes become more gentle. Hushi, wait until after your cultivation base has advanced. You will then see this space's true appearance. That is the real paradise. An equipped magic item that could cause all people in the cultivation world to rush like ducks. With her nature, when she heard these words, her mood surged, unconsciously imagining her future circumstances. However, very quickly she awoke from her beautiful dream. After all, she didn't have unconditional strength. Even if she had many magic items, she would be just like an ordinary person that treasured a jade ring till it becomes a crime. She pointed at the huge egg. Then what is that? That is the ancient origin spirit and being sealed now. Old Man Shumi solemnly said, the so-called origin spirit, that is the origin of all the spirit in the world. The divinely created objects that are able to create and destroy. The two of you have already completed a life and death contract. In heart and in spirit, in life and in death. Even with a Tao heart or spell, you can't cut off the connection between you. Wait. Hushi couldn't help but open her eyes wide and exclaim in surprise. What life and death contract? Why, I don't know about it. When did this happen? Besides, this is obviously an egg. You go so far as to make me share life and death with an egg? Are you joking with me? Moreover, what is this ancient origin spirit? What divinely created objects? Sounds very powerful, however. Isn't this completely like having heard but not understanding well? In the end, what kind of ghost is this? Mother, baby is not an egg. Woo woo woo. Baby is mother's obedient baby. Woo woo woo. Hushi suddenly felt a headache start, having no choice but to appease the baby egg again. Old Man Shumi laughed. Not so long ago, the human race, in order to obtain this life and death contract, they overturned heaven's pillars, putting people in a terrible situation, and yet you actually feel unlucky. Hushi, little friend, you can rest assured. This origin spirit contract you have is a benefit and brings no harm to you. By the time you experience a life and death calamity, you will know. Hushi, that was appeasing the egg baby, was relieved after hearing what was said. She was not too surprised, and only faintly laughed. This is not to say Hushi was indifferent to this treasure, but if common people were to look at the huge egg's benefits arranged in front of their eyes, they would flock and fight over it, unaware that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Receiving such a big benefit, she must undertake many responsibilities. How could there be any pure benefits in this world? Old Man Shumi saw her in different eyes after she had heard about the powerful origin spirit. There was no greed in her eyes, rather, it was vigilance and calmness. He couldn't help but be more pleased. I will soon disappear. Hushi, little friend, you must remember, before you possess enough strength, you shouldn't let people know about the existence of the origin spirit. Otherwise, it can become your disaster. It can also become a monstrous catastrophe to the greedy human race. Remember that at all cost. His implication was barely finished when his vaporous figure slowly dissipated, changing into a speck of silvery light before disappearing in the air. Wait a minute. What is the secret that is contained in the origin spirit? Why did he say I shouldn't let people know about the existence of the origin spirit? When Old Man Shumi mentioned about the power of the origin spirit, he said that she must keep it secret, so it was clear that the origin spirit was extraordinarily powerful. In the end, what did you want me to do when you gave me these? However, her only response was her voice echoing in the air, and the huge eggs weeping. Grandpa Shumi disappear. Woo woo. Mother, baby can feel. Grandpa Shumi will not come back anymore. Hushi was just about to ask, when suddenly, she felt a slight tingling pain in her mind. Then she felt her connection with this space suddenly increase, so that even if she was standing in this room, she could clearly feel what was happening in every inch area of the space. Hushi was shocked for a while, and gradually recovering from her shock, she touched the huge egg that was weeping and grieving, sighing, "All right, don't cry. People will always have to be separated in life and death. You are an egg. Why so sentimental?" The huge egg stopped weeping with her caress. However, it protested loudly, "Baby not called huge egg. Huge egg is not pleasant to hear. Black lines appeared on Hushy's face. You are an egg. It doesn't matter if that name is pleasant to hear or not. Then, what do you want to call it? The huge egg's voice was full of confusion and expectancy. That. I don't know what I want to be called. But, shouldn't Mother help find a name for me? Its soft and sticky voice was both lovable and bashful, causing Hushy to feel as if its appearance was like that of a shy, plump child, eagerly looking at her. Hushy laughed at her imagination and couldn't help but tease. Then since you don't like the name of Huge Egg, is it better to call you Dan, Yuan, or Gun? Mother is bad, baby not plump, baby don't want unpleasant to hear or ugly names like those. Woo. The Huge Egg's sad weeping was now even louder, leaving Hushy unable to know whether to laugh or cry, having no other choice but to compromise. All right, then I'll think about it again, but before I find a name for you, I'll call you Dan. This is pretty good, right? Dan, having no other choice, felt aggrieved but agreed with her, in the end still reminding her, Mother must quickly find a name for baby. Hushy supported her forehead. Can you not call me Mother? Heaven knew she was only 16 years old in this life, a beautiful youthful girl. How could she become someone's mother? Moreover, an egg's mother. But you are obviously Mother? Dan's voice was filled with shock and sadness, crying 100 times more bitter than before started. Mother didn't want me again. Woo-woo-woo-did. Where did baby change to become a bad child? Veins popped up on Hushy's forehead. She felt a headache starting because of its crying, and finally had no choice but to smash a pot to pieces just because it was cracked. All right, don't cry. When I said that I don't want you, I didn't mean it. You can call me Mother if you like. Dan broke into laughter, its childish voice brimming with happiness. Mother is really kind. I like Mother the most. Feeling the childlike creature's deep attachment and sincere emotions towards her, Hushy felt touched, feeling closer to this strange creature. She caressed its warm eggshell and asked, Dan, will you always stay in this huge egg form? Can you break the shell and come out? Dan said, Baby Dotto. Dan of course can come out, but to come out it will take a lot of trouble. What sort of trouble? Dan needs spiritual energy, lots and lots of spiritual energy. Hushy's mind stirred, suddenly recalling the plundered loot from Zhu Zhongba's hands. When she had been by the spirit spring, she had examined and found out that she was unable to open the storage ring using internal power. However, when she absorbed the spiritual power in the space, she was actually able to open the storage ring. Although spiritual power was unable to be stored in her dantian, however, only flowing into her meridians for a split second, it was already enough to open the storage ring. Hushy poured more than half of the stuff in the storage ring in front of the huge egg. Dan, is this stuff useful to you? She had barely finished speaking when the huge egg's golden light flickered excitedly, and soon all the things on the ground moved. Hushy was stupefied to the point of being speechless. It appeared that the pile of things had sufficient spiritual energy. The brilliantly shining flying sword and spirit stones, in the blink of an eye, became ash and fluttered down, in a flash turning into dust when her finger touched it. The huge egg hummed, Mother, it's very delicious, but I simply didn't get to eat enough till I'm full. I still want more. Hushy sobered in a flash. Looking at the scattered dust, she felt distressed. However, she was now penniless, and these things she had plundered from the fatty Zhu had now very possibly become her life-saver. Dan had easily consumed more than half the loot. This was simply too painful for her. Seeing that golden light wanting to sweep clean the storage ring on her hand, Hushy quickly put the ring in her sleeve, and with a straight face said, Dan, before you get my permission, you are not allowed to devour any magical spirit treasures. If you aren't obedient, I will not give you anything to eat. Did you hear? The golden light twisted in the air, Dan obviously unwilling, but it was still well-behaved and agreed. Seeing Dan agree, Hushy felt relieved and took out the remained items from the storage ring. There was only the palm-sized hexagonal furnace, several magic pills with a sweet fragrance, piles of crystal stones, and 2 ordinary jade boxes. There was no flying sword or magic tools. There wasn't even a piece of spirit stone, and as Hushy recalled that huge pile of treasures that was swept away by Dan, she felt more distressed. Unfortunately, it's too late to feel heartache now. Hushi sighed while opening one of the jade boxes. Inside, she found a green plant, its dark green leaves somewhat wilted. However, it still emitted a strong spiritual energy. What is this? Seemed like a spiritual plant, but she had never seen it before. Hushi startled, and quickly opening the other jade box, she saw that there was another spiritual plant inside, but this one looking even weirder than the previous plant. This is rainbow skirt herb. There are 13 cylindrical shaped leaves altogether. Every 100 years it will unfold a piece. The newly unfolded leaf emits a strong fragrance. It can attract level 8 and below demonic beasts, helps with breeding demon beasts, and can induce labor. Dan Dan also likes to eat this, but it's still too young now. There's not even a hint of fragrance. This guy really can't help but talking about eating every 3 sentences. Hushi was amused by Dan Dan's gluttonous nature. She couldn't help but poke its eggshell and say with a teasing tone, "Unexpectedly, my Dan Dan has a great skill. You are able to recognize uncommon spiritual plants like this, and you're also able to speak clearly and logically." Of course. Dan Dan's voice was full of pride and intimacy. "Mother, Dan Dan is very useful. Dan Dan can recognize all the spiritual plants in this world. Certainly I can be of help to Mother in the future." Hushi chose not to comment on its words. She didn't believe that an egg that had never come out from this space would be able to recognize every spiritual plant. It was probably because it had stayed with Old Man Shumi for a long time, listening as he mentioned objects of the outside world. Therefore, its knowledge was relatively broad. However, she still continued stroking Dan Dan and praising it. The golden light in the eggshell twisting disorderly, its giggling laughter foolish and silly. "Dan Dan, are you able to see things outside of this space?" "Currently, I still can't," Dan Dan replied disappointedly, "but after I come out, I can. Therefore, Mother, you must bring me out." Dan Dan wants to be together with Mother all the times. Hushi recalled the pile of magical items and yuan that it swallowed before, and remembering how Dan Dan had just said didn't get to eat enough till I'm full, she felt a burst of pain in the back of her head. It takes a lot spiritual energy to make this little fellow come out. However, she is penniless now. Which magical items would be able to make it come out? She still had a long way to go with raising this little fellow. In order for her to be able to adapt to this new body better, Hushi, in another courtyard of her space, cultivated for 2 days. Because of the nourishment from the spring water, the injuries on her body healed very quickly, leaving only the scars that had built up over many years. Those wouldn't be eliminated in such a short time. When she pulled up her sleeves, she could still see the terrifying scars. On the morning of the 3rd day, Wet Nurse Chan brought breakfast with a deeply worried face, and after Hushi had questioned her several times in a row, finally mumbled, "The food stock is very quickly bottoming out. Previously all of our yuan was seized by Butler Lee and the others to fawn on Nayland Manor's butler. Now not even a few pieces of first-rank yuan can be found. If we don't think of something, we, and the people in this house, will starve to death." Several martial artists in this courtyard were killed and controlled by her. But besides these martial artists, in this courtyard there also lived a few part-time workers and maids. Their status was low, not like Butler Lee and the others that could bully Nail and Hushi, but if their food was reduced, inevitably there will be a day they will rebel. Wet Nurse Chan saw Hushi frowning, and quickly rushed to appease her. "Miss, you don't have to worry. Today I will go to Nayland Manor to seek out Master and Madam. No matter what, you are also a daughter of the Nayland family. Master's biological daughter. He will certainly not let you starve to death." "No need." Hushi laughed coldly. If he really looked at Nayland Hushi as a daughter, he wouldn't have thrown me away for many years, and regardless, if he wasn't even aware of his daughter being sold to gluttonous house by his own people, what kind of father is he? Wet Nurse Chen's face was downcast as she looked at Hushi's pale face and petite body, the rims of her eyes slightly reddening. She blamed herself for being useless. Making things so difficult for Mississippi. Wet Nurse doesn't need to worry. I will solve the matter of food and money. You tell him Santa bring Lee Si here. Soon, the withered and thin face of Lee Si was brought in front of Hushi. He trembled all over when he saw Hushi, fear filling his eyes as he kneeled and began to kowtow. "Miss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Uncle about harming you. Please spare me." Lee Si, with his own eyes, had seen the tragic way his uncle had died. In these last few days, he saw the lifeless and empty eyes of Imo-sen obeying her every word. He was now extremely frightened of this girl before him. Hushi got up slowly, walked to stand in front of Li Si, and looked down at him. I can spare your worthless life, but only if you obediently tell me, who is this butler Zhang that sold me to Gluttonous House? It was Zhang Dazhong. Li Si didn't dare cover up the truth, quickly replying with a trembling voice, he is the cousin of Madame's wet nurse. In the manner he received an important position from eldest young master and second miss. This last half a year, he's been in charge of delivering supplies for this courtyard. Uncle and I listened to his bewitching words. Only then did we help him hit miss until you passed out and sent you to the city. But the matter about selling you to Gluttonous House was not related with me. Miss, please spare me. I wouldn't dare to disobey you anymore. Strictness flashed across her appearance, and she asked indifferently, where can I find Zhang Dazhong? Li Si hesitated slightly. He looked down while trembling with fear. I don't know. Butler Zhang's such a big person. How can we, this small servants, know his whereabout? He hadn't finished speaking when Hushi had already kicked him, her left foot firmly stepping on his chest. I forgot to tell you, I have a bad temperament. If you dare lie to me, although I will not kill you, I will make your life worse than if you had died. I'll speak. Miss, please spare me. Li Si's hoarse voice let out a miserable howl to beg for forgiveness. I don't know where Butler Zhang lives, but every day he will go to Zhangla workshop to gamble. Other than that, I really don't know. Miss, please spare me. Zhang Dazhong. Nail and face you. Hushi sneered and suddenly lifted her hand. In a flash, several silver needles entered Li Si's brain. Li Si screamed H as he glared at Hushi, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. You said you would spare me. Without managing to finish his implication, his eyes lost their radiance, becoming a puppet that lacked the ability to resist. Hushi slowly spoke while sneering. I said that I would spare your worthless life, but I didn't say that I would let you live freely. At noon, the most prosperous street of Yanjing City was bustling with activities, the crowd coming and going, with peddlers shouting about their wares on the sides. The most lively place was coming from the gate of Zhangla Workshop. Zhangla Workshop wasn't only one gambling house. It almost occupied half the streets of this district. Besides running a gambling house, there was a restaurant, an entertainment house, numerous treasure pavilions, and the captive marketplace. Therefore, Zhangla Workshop's gate always had all kinds of people coming and going. Among them were elegant men with bright and neat clothing and beautiful, delicate women that could attract people. However, at this moment, there was a person at Zhangla Workshop's gate that attracted everyone's eyes. Even the prostitutes that were originally in the middle of entertaining the handsome youths couldn't help but pause their delicate voices, their eyes staring towards the door. A youth wearing white scholar clothes slowly walked over, his long eyebrows like willows, his cold eyes similar to stars, his skin was like jade, porcelain fair and delicate. As the sunlight fell on his high and straight nose, not even the tiniest flaw could be seen. The youth's stature was not tall. Instead, it was slender and beautiful, his body looking obviously weak. When his cold glance swept over, it gave people an oppressed feeling, like the cold frost from unyielding snow. Seeing this youth, they couldn't help but be stunned. Under the brilliant sunshine, he resembled a spot of pure white snow, a natural and pure beauty, bright and glamorous without boundaries. A man standing not far away from the youth choked on his own saliva, inattentively muttering, "Which family's little young master is this? Why is the feeling he gives off so able to attract a spirit and seize the soul? Obviously he is a man, and it was only a youth that resembled a delicate and soft girl, but it was as if his soul was being stolen. He itched to rush over and get close in broad daylight. However, just as he had taken 2 steps forward, wanting to touch the youth's fair and tender cheek, he felt a burst of pain spread throughout his entire body. His body suddenly flew through the air, landing heavily on the ground. The youth's ice-cold gaze swept over everyone on the scene, as he slowly asked, "This here is Zhangla Workshop Casino?" This youth that made everyone stunned is actually Hushi disguised as a man. Hushi had been afraid that Nalan Hushi's appearance would be recognized by people. She also thought that woman's clothes would be in the way. Therefore, she had used her excellent makeup techniques to change her appearance. In people's eyes, the her of now, besides looking somewhat slim and short on the outside, she also looks like an unassuming 15 to 16-year-old youngster. Even if a doctor were to take her pulse, it would be very difficult for them to see through her disguise. However, what she didn't expect was that even though she obviously looked like a man now, but Nalan Hushi's alluring appearance could unexpectedly still attract so many people. It's just that if they wanted to take any advantages from her, Hushi, they must consider their own abilities first. After getting an answer, Hushi no longer paid any attention to everyone, and with a quick pace, she entered the noisy casino. Sure enough, there was Zhang Dazhong, leaning forward and resting his upper body on the gambling table, his hoarse voice shouting angrily. I don't believe I can't win. He firmly smashed the chips on the gambling table. This is my small bet to open 6 big. I don't believe it won't be big. Quickly open. The appearance of the dealer that was shaking the dice changed, a cunning expression sweeping past his eyes. Hushi had a moment of realization, the corner of her mouth arching into a grim curve. It seemed that this Zhang Dazhong was unaware he was being defrauded by people. Sure enough, once the dice opened, the result was still small. Zhang Dazhong angrily punched the gambling table, shouting loudly, "Why am I so unlucky today? You will also no longer give me 100 chips." However, the dealer's expression showed disgust, sneering, "Butler Zhang, you already owe 1,000 yuan to this gambling house. If you keep adding to the amount you owe, how will you pay it all back?" What did you say? Zhang Dazhong rushed to grab the dealer's clothes, and with a stern voice, "Do you know who I am? I now have plenty of yuan. Don't you look down on me, Ow." He still hadn't finished speaking, yet he was kicked by someone. The one who attacked him was a martial artist, one of Zhangla Workshop's great backers. Even though Zhang Dazhong's cultivation base was of qi refining 3rd rank, he couldn't fight these 7 or 8 people. So momentarily he was wailing and howling due to being beaten and thrown out like a sack. I warned you, it's best for you to quickly pay back the 1,000 yuan that you owe, with interest, otherwise, humphed. Don't think that you can ever stay in Yinjing City again. Zhang Dazhong's entire body had become green and purple because of the beating, even his eyes were swollen, but he had no courage to disobey, only lamely grumbling while leaving. You're all a group of dog-eyed scoundrels that look down on people. Wait until Master looks at the gambling book. He will come back and crush you to death. You actually dared to hit me. Wait until I hire a group of thugs to beat you to death. See if you all still dare to be arrogant then. Thinking of this, Zhang Dazhong couldn't help but laugh with a grimace. Now that he was a wealthy person, it was only a mere 2,000 yuan. How easy was that? Even if he didn't work in Nalan Manor in the future, he would never have to worry about food and clothing. Right. It would be better to take those yuan away, living a day being leisurely and free. As for those scoundrels in the casino, he must give them a lesson before he leaves. Zhang Dazhong was extremely furious one moment, and frantically pleased in another moment. He rushed to a small courtyard that he by secretly, completely unaware that Hushi had followed behind him all the way. Because Zhang Dazhong's strength was low, and he didn't have any storage equipment, Hushi guessed that he must be hiding all his yuan somewhere secret. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Zhang Dazhong carried a big bag over his shoulder as he snuck out from the back door of the small courtyard. The bag looked rough and ordinary, however. It emitted fluctuations of spiritual power. Hushi smiled while raising her eyebrows, and leaping into the air, she landed in front of Zhang Dazhong. Who are you? Zhang Dazhong cautiously questioned when Hushi appeared, almost scaring him, causing the packed bag of yuan to tumble to the ground. Standing firm, he noticed that the one who blocked him was actually a refined and elegant youth. Moreover, from his entire body there were no fluctuations of spiritual power. This is obviously just an ordinary person. Zhang Dazhong's courage immediately grew as he fiercely glared at Hushi. Boy, did you go to the wrong place? What do you think you're doing standing in front of my backyard's gate? The tips of Hushi's eyebrows rose with her smile, the corner of her mouth exposing a faint, smiling expression. Her pearly white teeth within her sakura-like lips were faintly discernible, just like a feather teasing his heartstrings. making his entire body itchy. Zhang Dazhong revealed a perverse expression. Looking her up and down, he mischievously laughed. Looking at your appearance, it's just like a rabbit boy in bud, huh? Don't tell me you took a fancy to me and want to curry favor with me? Unfortunately, although you look fresh and delicate, I'm not a good mouth. You had better go find other sellers. A sharp darkness flashed through Hushi's eyes, slightly raising her head. She cast a glance at the bloody nose and swollen face of the wretched man, slowly asking, Zhang Dazhong, you don't recognize me? Zhang Dazhong released an obscenely filthy laugh. A delicate youth like yourself, if I had ever met you, how could I not recognize you? As he was speaking, he noticed that Hushi's expression held the traces of a sneer as she extended her hand and slowly wiped her face. In the blink of an eye, the appearance that was like a spring flower and elegantly pretty like an autumn moon changed into that of a pale and ordinary gloomy face. Zhang Dazhong's smiling face slowly stiffened, changing into an expression of disbelief and shock. You are third, miss? He staggered, stumbled, and almost fell down because of the bag of yuan. Even more, his voice slightly trembled with bewilderment and a guilty conscience. How can you be here? Weren't you already? Already what? Hushi took a step forward, her face holding a warm and amiable smile, but it gave people a dark kind of feeling. Already sold to Gluttonous House? Or should people have already ravaged me until death? Zhang Dazhong was so scared by that sinister gaze that his legs became soft, so it didn't take long before he fell and collapsed to the ground. The bag filled with hard yuan was squished underneath his ace, causing him to bare his teeth in pain, but slowly, his thoughts became clearer, his terror receding. The person in front of him is Nalan Hushi, the third miss of Nalan Manor. Known as famous trash, she was powerless. Even more, no one cared about her life. Even the lowest servant could bully her. So why did he have to be afraid of her? Thinking about this, Zhang Dazhong suddenly stood up. His eyes ruthlessly glared at Hushi, and feeling resentment and somewhat ashamed. Third miss, I didn't expect you to become a lowly captive that could still run away. It seems that your new master is good towards you. Is it because of your beautiful face? When he thought of that elegant and alluring face, Zhang Dazhong felt a burst of itchiness in his heart. However, third miss is a genuine woman, and since he, Zhang Dazhong, had never seen such a beautiful woman, he didn't know how to deal with this feeling. Moreover, third miss is a cowardly good-for-nothing. She is also the genuine miss of Nalan Manor. It must be good to play with this miss. Zhang Dazhong felt the blood in his body rush to the lower part. Taking a step towards her, he let out a demonic laugh. Come on. If it were not for me bringing you, third miss, to Gluttonous House, you wouldn't have found such a good master, turning you from a saltless woman into a beautiful woman. Looking at third miss's appearance now, it seems like you've lived pretty well. Third miss, how about you express your gratitude towards me? While speaking, his hands went to touch her face. The corner of Hushi's mouth hooked slightly upwards, revealing a remotely cold demonic smile. Then, when Zhang Dazhong's hands were about to touch her, her fingers suddenly moved, causing several invisible needles to shoot into his body as fast as lightning. Zhang Dazhong shouted in shock. Immediately his entire body became painfully limp, and with thump, he fell to the ground. Hushi took a step, slowly stepping on his hand that was recently extended, and leisurely said, You're right. I certainly want to properly express my gratitude to you. Zhang Dazhong's face showed his fear, his voice trembling. What are you going to do to me? Of course it's to give you a gift as thanks. Hushi smiled while quietly speaking, but she exerted all her strength to her foot. A crack was heard, and Zhang Dazhong's right wrist bones had been broken. How is it? Are you satisfied with this gift? Zhang Dazhong let out miserable howl like a dying pig. If it were not for this alley being remote, he would absolutely alarm a large group of people. Seeing that Hushi was about to step on him with her other foot, Zhang Dazhong quickly cried and loudly pleaded, Third miss, I was wrong. Please spare me. It's second miss that incited me to do this. I was merely following orders, nothing more. I beg you to spare me. Hushi sneered. Second miss and I haven't seen each other for many years. She has always walked on her bright path while I walked on my difficult path. We couldn't even hit with 8 poles. Why would she order you to deal with me? You dared lie to me. Is it that my gift is too light? While speaking, Hushi fiddled with an invisible needle between her fingers. It was like her hands were mimicking the action of repeatedly stabbing his eyeballs, harshly damaging his eyesight. It's true. It really was the second miss. I'm absolutely not telling any lies. Zhang Dazhong repeatedly shouted in fear as feces flowed down his pants. Second miss said, You're a fox spirit. You seduced His Highness the Crown Prince, so she ordered me to deal with you. Master had previously passed down an order to not cause the death of third miss. Therefore second miss didn't dare try to kill you, and just ordered me to sell you to a filthy place. I simply couldn't disobey second miss's order, but I sold you to Gluttonous House, which ended up being a good place. It was a blessing in disguise for you. I beg of you to spare me. Please spare me. Hushi's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, faintly saying, His Highness the Crown Prince and I have never even seen each other. She said that I seduced him. Not even an idiot would believe that. Is Nalan Feishua's IQ really so low? In Nalan Hushi's memories, there was never any memory about His Highness the Crown Prince. She would even go so far as to put the accusation of seducing the Crown Prince on her. Really funny. Zhang Dazhong didn't know what the meaning of IQ was, but he could clearly sense the ice-coldness of the invisible needles. How could he dare lie to her? I only knew that second miss received a letter. In the letter it mentioned about how after the Crown Prince returned he would go visit Master to propose marriage, to marry you off as the Crown Prince's concubine. The Crown Prince and I are unrelated in any way. How could he know me? Do you think I will believe you? Hushi sneered, sending the invisible needles flying. Instantly they cut into Zhang Dazhong's forehead, causing his blood to flow. If you dare to misstate a sentence, I will cut open your head and dig out your brain. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Zhang Dazhong shouted in fear. I only know that the letter mentioned third Mrs. Special Constitution, that you use some kind of secret method to get men, and no matter the cultivation base of the martial artist, they'll be able to obtain the greatest promotion. I also, because of this, did not listen to second Miss's order to sell you to the pig market. Rather, I sold you to Gluttonous House, and the owner of Gluttonous House gave me a huge sum of money after assessing you. The rest I really don't know. I don't know anything. Third miss, please spare me. Hushi's eyes flashed. She recalled what the host of Gluttonous House had said about a pure Yin constitution, but it seems that it wasn't so simple. Nalan Feishue and the Crown Prince also aren't fools. Could it be that because they heard people say that Nalan Hushi had a special constitution, they were able to believe it? Who was it that wrote that letter and gave it to Nalan Feishue? That person spared no effort to provoke Nalan Feishue into dealing with Nalan Hushi, but for what purpose? But regardless of who is behind this, since he has offended her, Hushi, then don't have hopes of being able to escape unscathed. Hushi's face showed the traces of a sneer, her gaze landing on the bag of yuan. You said the owner of Gluttonous House gave you a lot money after the assessment? Yes. The shop owner, Wu Yu, only saw you. Third miss, with a glance, then he gave me 6 million yuan. I was ecstatic. In these last few days, I haven't even returned to Nalan Manor to receive the reward that second miss promised me. The other matters really have nothing to do with me, so please spare me. Gluttonous House actually spent 6 million yuan to buy Nalan Hushi. However, when she awoke, why she was being treated as a low-ranked captive and locked in a cage. Isn't it because she was humiliated by a low-level martial artist? So she knocked her head on the cage? However, Hushi was unaware that after Wu Yu had bought Nalan Hushi, he was summoned by his master. He had had no time to tell his subordinate about Nalan Hushi's value, and hurriedly rushed to meet his master. As soon as he came back, he found out that his subordinate had carried Nalan Hushi as a lowly captive to the examination room, and so the low-level martial artist in the examination room also ended up being killed by Hushi. This was really not a beautiful misunderstanding. Third miss, I'm speaking the truth. Can you please spare me? Zhang Dazhong was kowtowing with all his might to beg for forgiveness, while sneaking glances to observe Hushi. It appeared she wasn't concentrating on him, so his mind quickly gave rise to an evil idea. His intact hand secretly reached into the bag. Which, you can just go to Hades. The spiritual power in Zhang Dazhong's body flared. and holding an exploding flame talisman, he rushed towards Hushi and ruthlessly threw it at her. Which, you dared to act against me. You're really asking for death. Even if Hushi is so difficult to deal with, she was still just an ordinary person that lacked a cultivation base. Just recently, because of his inattentiveness, his spiritual power had been temporarily sealed by her evil method. So now that his spiritual power had slowly restored, why would he care about this little girl? Nail and Hushi, at first I just wanted to play with you and injure you a little. But since you're unable to tell good from bad, then don't blame me for making you die without a burial. Zhang Dazhong's face twisted with an insolent smile. However, in the next moment, his expression stiffened, starting with the corner of his mouth. The exploding talisman issued a severe noise, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. But when the smoke and dust had dispersed, there was not a soul in sight. Nail and Hushi's badly mangled and miserable appearance should have been there. Zhang Dazhong's eyes were wide open with fear. He was completely unaware that gravel had entered his gaping mouth. Suddenly his throat was hooked from behind by an ice-cold, silky hand. Then a crisp and pleasant voice, yet like an evil spirit from Hades, sounded in his ears. You see, I was thinking of sparing your dog life, but you're not giving me a choice. Finished speaking, several invisible needles suddenly pierced his brain. Zhang Dazhong felt his entire body become weak. His brain became muddle-headed on top of being frightened. Soon after, he lost consciousness. Hushi saw Zhang Dazhong's lifeless expression as he looked at her. A trace of cold smile flashed in her eyes. She then repeated several of the questions asked just a moment ago. Zhang Dazhong's mind was being so tightly controlled that he couldn't even try to deceive her or conceal the truth. So he thoroughly confessed, leaving nothing out. The fact was that Zhang Dazhong being interrogated by punishment or being controlled, the truth wasn't that much different. But what Hushi didn't expect was that Nalan Feishua's original intention wasn't for Zhang Dazhong to just take Nalan Hushi and sell her to the pig market. Rather, she wanted him to personally watch her in the pig market, and after she was tarnished by the lowest servants, only then could he return to receive the reward. Fortunately, Zhang Dazhong had accidentally overheard Nalan Feishua's personal maid, Si Qin, speak about the contents of the letter. Believing Nalan Hushi could be used for profiteering, he sold Nalan Hushi to Gluttonous House, saving her from suffering a more miserable ending. After Zhang Dazhong had taken the yuan, he didn't go store it straight away. Instead, his gambling addiction took over. Therefore, he hid the yuan in this courtyard. Then he dawdled in Zhangla workshop for 2 days. Hearing Zhang Dazhong's confession, a strong killing intention rose in Hushi's heart towards Nalan Feishua, where before there was only hate. For the purpose of keeping her beloved, she even wanted to sell her half-sister, going so far as to actually come up with such a malicious idea to make an innocent girl beyond redemption. This is simply deranged. Hushi sneered. Taking the remaining yuan, she placed them in her storage ring. Probably less than 3 million yuan remained, as just within these last 2 days, Zhang Dazhong had actually managed to lose about 2 million yuan. Because his mind was hypnotized, Zhang Dazhong was still kneeling expressionlessly on the ground like a foolish person. Even saliva flowed out from his mouth. Due to the extreme fear, the stench of his feces was overwhelming, making him look even more miserable than a beggar. Hushi's eyes that were looking at him didn't show disgust. Rather, it was a coldness. Just like a sharp blade dipped in poison, they flickered with a clouded purple light. She lightly placed her palm on Zhang Dazhong's back, releasing a burst of internal energy. The invisible needles that currently resided in his brain shot out and flew back into her hands. Almost at the same time, her hand that was holding a dagger, with an unparalleled speed, cut across the meridians on Zhang Dazhong's body and throat one by one. In a split second, blood wildly sprayed, his howls as if shaking heaven. That's right, Zhang Dazhong had returned to his senses, his face shocked as he looked at Hushi. There wasn't a trace of resentment in his eyes, only desperate begging. Hushi, still holding the bloody dagger, raised it in front of his eyes and lightly touched the beads of blood on it, then indifferently laughed. Butler Zhang, aren't you interested in selling people as servants? Today, I'll let you personally taste it. Butler Zhang wanted to beg, however, he found that he simply couldn't make any sound. Even more, his muscles and veins had been cut, making him completely unable to move. Hushi's smile became more brilliant, so even though her face was now paled with disguise, it still looked bright and beautiful. Are you afraid, looking at all of this blood? Don't worry, you're a martial artist. Your body can gain nourishment from spiritual power. This small injury is simply not fatal to you. However, I've already cut off all the meridians in your body. In this lifetime, don't ever think you'll be able to move or speak again. Butler Zhang's eyes, that looked like dead fish eyes, bulged out due to fear and desperation. They started twitching, filled with begging as if to say, "Please just kill me. Just kill me." Butler Zhang, don't worry. At that time you didn't kill me, so how could I be willing to kill you? Are you worried that since you've become crippled, you can't be sold to the pig market? Hee hee, how can that be possible? Hushi took 2 steps forward as she laughed, looking down at him. Every word she spit out sending him further into despair. In the pig market, many people want to use a martial artist's body to make all kinds of experiments. There are also people who want to keep pig meat, like yourself, to become a carrier. A body used to remove the impurities and poisons in crystal stones and spiritual plants. Butler Zhang, in the future you'll only need to lie down on the bed and there will be people to serve you. Shouldn't you thank me for finding such a good place for you to return to? Because spiritual energy in the air was thin, martial artists needed to use crystal stones and spiritual plants to promote their cultivation base. However, most crystal stones and spiritual plants contained impurities and poison, so therefore they had limited uses. While they absorbed the spiritual energy, they had to get rid of the impurities, and like this it more or less affected the martial artist's body, slowing down the speed of their cultivation. Therefore, some rich people had come up with the idea of pig meat. Making pig meat absorbed the spiritual energy found in a crystal stone, and taking in the poison from a spiritual plant. Then the owner will absorb the spiritual energy from the body of the pig meat. This way they won't have any trouble with poison and also have an accelerated cultivation speed. As for those pig meat servants that accumulated a large amount of impurities and poison in their bodies, their owners wouldn't care about their misery or suffering. Zhang Dazhong issued ka-ka sound. Only despair remained in his muddy and bloodshot eyes. What he didn't expect was that with only a moment of greed, he would actually fall to such an end. If only he had known earlier. If he had known earlier. Hushi restored her elegant and handsome youth appearance and soon sold Zhang Dazhong in the pig market for a good price. She was wearing white brocade robes, with a face resembling the majesty of a jade crown. She had red lips and white teeth. Her entire body emitted a frosty cold, with an aura like unyielding snow softly falling on clear water, making her appear incompatible with this noisy and filthy pig market. However, how could Hushi care about the strange and greedy gazes of these people? In her past life, she had acted out all kinds of roles for her missions, and many of them had attracted attention too, so she had already turned a blind eye to other people's gazes. Of course, the premise is that these people didn't attempt to provoke her. Hushi observed the entire pig market, finding that compared to the fine and luxurious gluttonous house, here it was like a chaotic vegetable market. Only, the stall holders weren't selling food. Rather, it's selling living people and demonic beasts. All kinds of servants were locked in the rusted cages. There were males and females, ordinary people and martial artists, and even at some of the high-grade stalls there were grotesque human beasts. They curled up in the small cages. Most of their bodies were covered with bruises and scars. Some looked numb, some were filled with despair, and some were weeping in a small voice. There were also those that, because they had shouted and rebelled, got beaten until they were near death. It can be said that here is Yanjing City's most bustling place. It was like human purgatory, the entire country's deepest and darkest secrets condensed into one place. Hushi's gaze swept across those pitiful servants, her heart barely flinching. The weak are prey to the strong. In every society, this is an irrefutable truth. No one is an exception. If she didn't have enough strength to defend herself, her ending would be more miserable than these servants. However, although she is unable to cultivate now, she is able to draw on her external power to protect herself. To raise a group of servants with extraordinary strength, this was a good method. The pig market servants mostly had the ability to draw energy into their bodies. Even martial artists of the chi refining stage can't do that. But this is also a disadvantage. Hushi quickly chose 10 servants with the least amount of injuries and with diverse spiritual roots, spending the money she fairly got from selling off Zhang Dazhong. She didn't let the seller extract the 10 people's soul to place the captive imprint. Rather, using her own method and medicine, carved the spirit restriction into their bodies. Compared with the captive soul seal, this method doesn't restrict the growth of the captive strength. In addition, the servants won't be muddle-headed and have a reduced IQ because of the lack of a soul. Of course, it also has a weak point. Because Hushi's current strength was still weak, this restriction was only effective to servants of the foundation establishment stage and below. Hushi looked at the 10 people kowtowing to her and lightly said, "I will not investigate what you've all previously experienced and what sort of grievances you might carry, but from now on, you must respect me as your master. If you betray me, you will be punished and left to suffer in pain. Do you hear me clearly?" The 10 people nodded quickly in response, their eyes filled with respect and fear as they looked at Hushi. It was simply too big of a surprise that their master, who bought all 10 of them, didn't extract their souls, making them able to live like ordinary people. It made all of them completely unable to even dare show contempt towards this master that looked like an immature youth. Now remember, when outside my surname is Shi, I will be called Shiyu. You're my servants, henceforth you will follow my surname. So according to the names of the 10 heavenly stems, from left to right you are Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung, Xian, Ran, and Gue. Do you all understand clearly? Without objection, the 10 people quickly kowtowed, thanking the master for bestowing us names. Hushi gave them an address to head to, and slowly said, "About my affairs, it's better that less is heard and less is asked. After you go to my courtyard, if Wet Nurse Chun asks you to do something, then just do it. As for the injuries on your bodies, I will try to cure them, and as long as you perform well, I will certainly make sure your strength improves." Dispatching the 10 servants she just bought, and with the storage ring filled with more than 3 million yuan, Hushi arrived in a good mood at the most prosperous place in Yinjing City, East Street. It was currently the busiest time of the day for East Street. The shops on both sides of the street had their doors open wide. Shop owners raised their voices to attract customers, while clamorous, joyous, and noisy sounds intertwined together, creating a thriving scene. Hushi found out that everything and more was available here. Any magical item, magic pill, spiritual food, basic cultivation methods, everything you can imagine can be found here. She looked at everything with interest as she wandered down the street, buying a lot of things on the way. She continued like this until the sun passed Wu. Then she decided to enter the busiest restaurant. With an outstanding reputation in Yinjing City, this restaurant was known as the Intoxicated Immortal. All the dishes available were cooked using ingredients filled with spiritual energy. For an ordinary person, eating here can clear their core and increase their energy, strengthening their body. While a martial artist wouldn't need to worry about the impurities contained in ordinary food building up. Therefore, the price of every dish in Intoxicated Immortal was expensive, so naturally that meant all of the customers were wealthy people. Once Hushi entered Intoxicated Immortal, she received warm hospitality from the waiters. It wasn't only because of her extraordinary appearance, but because she was dressed like a wealthy youngster, wearing a luxurious brocade with a jade belt. Even more, her gestures revealed a graceful and noble aura. With an expression of distinct cold disaffection, it was as if no one was worthy in her eyes. Hushi was also not polite. After sitting down, she let the waiters bring out all of Intoxicated Immortal's signature dishes. The straightforward and happy waiters were all beaming with smiles, itching to provide high service to this wealthy man. While waiting for the spiritual food to be delivered, Hushi was sitting by the window on the side, watching the bustling crowd on the street with interest. At this moment, she heard an excited discussion coming from several women behind her. "Senior Sister Jiang, with difficulty we've finally managed to come down from the mountain, but I wonder if we'll be able to see His Legendary Highness, the King of Hades? Dream on Junior Sister Liu, who doesn't know that the King of Hades lives a secluded life, and with no one knowing his whereabouts, how can nobodies like you and I wish to see him? It is said that His Highness, the king of Hades, is handsome, with an elegant demeanor. He just turned 20 years old this year, and his cultivation base is already unmatchable by the elders in my sect. His ability is absolutely stunning. Moreover, it is said that His Highness, the King of Hades, has always been a bachelor. No one has ever seen a concubine at his side. I really wonder what kind of woman would be able to match such an extraordinary person. The continuous chatter between the missies was full of excitement and yearning, and hearing what was being said only made Hushi want to shake her head. Indeed, in this world, it was unavoidable that there would be idols and fans that pursued such idols. The enthusiastic adoration of the misses was already like a blaze nearing combustion, so that if His Highness, the King of Hades, appeared downstairs now, she would certainly hear all the women screaming and shouting, "Your Highness, the King of Hades, I love you." The misses behind her were in high spirits as they discussed the King of Hades's clothes, appearance, cultivation base, and even his charming manner. They reluctantly changed the topic only when the waiter brought out the first dish. Just as Hushi took a pair of chopsticks to start eating, she heard a voice from the table on the left. "Hey, did you all hear? This morning an event occurred at the genius Dr. Nalen's manor." This person repeatedly asked his seatmate, then laughed. "Do you know the richest family in Yinjing City? The Zhu family that owns a crystal mine?" Early this morning, the master of Zhu Manor, with his son and a large group of men, broke into Nalen Manor. The commotion they caused was so out of the ordinary that it attracted a lot of people's attention. Is that true? Everyone could be heard asking in shock. However, Dr. Nalen is our Jinling country's chief doctor, and Zhu Manor has always minded their own business. Why would Master Zhu go and provoke them? Hee. It is said that in the middle of the night 2 days ago, Zhu Manor's young master was stripped of his clothes by someone, and then tied him to the hall pillar at their other courtyard. Zhu family's face has become tarnished to the greatest extent. The whole room roared with laughter when everyone heard this, as just thinking about that scene, they couldn't help but laugh. However, they were still puzzled, but young Master Zhu is known as his family's shame. What relation could he have with Nalen Manor? The person that previously exposed the story laughed mysteriously, then lowered his voice, that is to say, in the end, who was the person that ruthlessly gave a lesson to young Master Zhu, who has always harshly and unreasonably walked around Yinjing City? I'll tell it to you all, but you must keep it a secret. It is said that that person is Nalen Manor's second miss, Nalen Feishue. No way. One by one, everyone's faces showed an astonished expression. Aren't you mistaken? We heard that the two miss of Nalen Manor is chaste, calm, beautiful, and has an extraordinary innate talent. How could Nalen Manor's second miss do such a shocking thing? Perhaps there's someone else who did it, but put the blame onto her? Everyone doubted the person that was telling the story, so displeasure immediately spread across his face, and with a hump said, "What blame? If it were not for the people of Zhu family finding conclusive proof, why would they go with great fanfare to Nalen Manor's gate?" They were still gossiping spiritedly, however. Hushi had stopped using her internal power to eavesdrop, her mood rising as she began to taste the foods that the waiter overbrought one after another. Before her eyes, the snack's aroma permeated the whole place, its luster tempting, and Hushi suddenly felt her stomach rumble. But just as the food entered her mouth, she couldn't help but crinkle her brows. The smell of the spiritual foods didn't actually mean the food was delicious. It could even be said to be pale and tasteless. Moreover, what made her disappointed the most is that because of the way the food was cooked, 3% of the food's original spiritual energy has been lost. Hushi only ate a few mouthfuls of each dish, then disappointedly put down her bowl and chopsticks. In her previous world, she had a long-term mission, and that mission's goal was her hobby, gourmet food. In order to get close to a top-class chef and learn his secrets from his own hands, Hushi trained hard for several years, and finally, that mission's goal was satisfied. After her mission was finished, Hushi found that the food in ordinary restaurants, to her, was all tasteless. Because her cooking skills had reached the level of divine food, she now found it tricky to find food that appeased her appetite. Yet in this world, following the law of the weak are prey to the strong. Everyone's goal was to cultivate and become strong. They ate spiritual food only to replenish their spiritual power. No one cared about the desire for good food. So to that extent, The food level here was still far from her former world. People here didn't care about the food smelling and tasting great, but not so for Hushi, so she decided to go buy some food ingredients, and later she would be able to help herself to ample food. As for this food, she'll set aside it for spiritual food for Dandan. Hushi sneered slightly, gathering up all the remaining food on table. She got up and left the intoxicated immortal. The sun gradually inclined to the west, however. East Street was still lively. Hushi bought many different types of food and ingredients, and even after squeezing all the stuff into Fatty Zhu's storage ring, it was still only half full. Think of Wet Nurse Chin's old injury. Hushi went to the most famous medicine branch in Yinjing City, Shengda Hall. Wet Nurse Chin's injury had already stagnated for many years, so although she had a medical method to heal her, she still needed supplementary medicine. Just after turning the corner, Hushi could see the towering righteousness of Shengda Hall's board. However now, apparently something had happened as in front of Shengda Hall, there was a crowd of people creating a racket. Just when Hushi had approached a few steps, she heard a little girl's mournful, hoarse weeping, "Doctor, I beg you to do a good deed. Please save my older brother. If you can't save him, my brother will die, woo woo woo." The little girl's crying was too sad and desperate, making Hushi's heart ineffably moved. Her footsteps that originally wanted to turn and enter Shengda Hall suddenly stopped. Dodging slightly, she easily squeezed into the disorderly crowd. She saw a youth lying down on the cold road with bloodstains on his face, his lips a deathly purple. His entire body was covered with bruises, and at this moment his breathing was severely labored. The little girl that was kneeling at the youth's side was shabbily dressed. Her thin body was all skin and bones. Her hands that supported her on the ground showed cracked fingernails filled with blood and pus. Just one look at her gave people a feeling of unbearable pain. However, the little girl seemed unaware of her own pain, only crying while kneeling on the ground, desperately kowtowing to the black-dressed shopkeeper before her eyes. That shopkeeper had a pair of mung-bean eyes, and both his cheeks were hollow with prominent cheekbones, while his stature was that of a thin bamboo pole. At this moment, he looked down at the kowtowing little girl, not a trace of pity visible in his eyes. Instead, they were full of disgust and loathing. Get lost. Far away. How come the poor damnable block here? Just affecting our Ji Sheng Hall's ability to do business. Why do you think it's suitable to do so in front of our place? The little girl threw herself towards the man to grab his leg while crying and begging, "Shopkeeper Chin, a few days ago when my brother came to visit a doctor he could still open his eyes. You all said that as long as he consumed the medicine for several days, that he will get better. I spent all the money we have, but my brother's illness keeps getting worse, and now he won't wake up. I beg you. Please save my brother. If you save my brother, I'm willing to work very hard to repay you." You. Stop speaking lies, slandering our Ji Sheng Hall's reputation. Shopkeeper Chin's face suddenly changed color, and showing his displeasure, he fiercely kicked the little girl, strictly saying, "If you don't get lost, believe me or not, I will have people break your legs." The little girl that was kicked stumbled, falling heavily on the youth's body, the pressure causing the youth's face to turn a deadly shade of purple. Some of the surrounding people couldn't stand watching anymore. Their tongues started wagging, accusing this shopkeeper Chin for being greedy. If I were to say, this Ji Sheng Hall, although it opened in front of Shengda Hall, the doctors and shopkeepers inside simply can't be mentioned on equal terms with Shengda Hall. Little girl, if you have to beg him, it would be better for you go to Shengda Hall and beg shopkeeper Zhou instead. He's a good man. Someone shouted and pointed towards Shengda Hall, getting the approval of the surrounding crowd. There was even a few kind people who ran to Shengda Hall to ask for their help. Shopkeeper Chin of Ji Sheng Hall immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He glared at everyone as he fiercely shouted, "Do you think this medical shop is a charity hall? If everyone that comes here gets free medical treatment and medicine, then when we go to eat, what do we use to pay for the food? Could it be that Shengda Hall never charges a fee? Humph. Our kindness, it's kindness for those who pay for their treatment with gold. For those people our Ji Sheng Hall will naturally help treat. Otherwise, just get lost far away from me. Don't disturb our Ji Sheng Hall's ability to do business. Little girl, if you don't mind, I can diagnose and treat your brother." Shopkeeper Chin had barely finished speaking when from amongst the crowd a man's gentle and low voice was heard. "That is Shangda Hall's shopkeeper Zhou," someone exclaimed as the crowd stepped aside, showing expressions of awe and admiration as they made way for the man that slowly walked over. Once the little girl heard that shopkeeper Zhou would treat her brother, she immediately stopped crying, and ignoring the pain in her body caused by the kick, she quickly kneeled on the ground and kowtowed towards shopkeeper Zhou. But when shopkeeper Zhou used his spiritual power to examine the youth's body, his brows tightened and creased, his expression turning grave. "Little girl, how is your brother injured?" The little girl wiped her tears and replied with a grief-filled voice, "My brother went hunting in the mountains 5 days ago, and when he returned he was seriously injured. He went to lay down on the bed to rest for a while, but then he couldn't get up. I carried my brother to Jisheng Hall for treatment, spending all the money we have, but my brother's injury keeps getting worse. I don't know what I should do. I don't want my brother to die. Woo woo woo." Shopkeeper Zhou's sigh was filled with regret and pity. "I'm so sorry. I can't cure your brother's illness. He has had the muscles and tendons throughout his body cut off from shock. Later, even if he lives, he can only become a crippled person. He won't ever be able to get up from his bed again in this lifetime." How can this be?" The little girl was shocked, her eyes showing incredible grief and despair. "No, my brother can't die. Doctor, I beg you to save my brother. I beg you." On the side, shopkeeper Qin's ugly complexion immediately beamed with joy upon hearing this. His expression was full of happiness at their misfortunes. "Still believe that Shangda Hall's doctors are that great, huh? Acting like such an immortal who's able to save other people. As it turns out, he's only an insignificant secondary doctor. No wonder he ran out to show off his abilities, unable to even save a single person's life. He can only be a disgrace. Ha ha ha. Really overestimating one's capabilities." Shopkeeper Zhou wasn't angry when he heard this. He only lifted his gaze and coldly glanced at shopkeeper Qin, slowly saying, "Since Dr. Qin is so capable, wouldn't it be better if you give it a try?" At this time, the crowd that had heard the youth couldn't be cured came to their senses, immediately agreeing when they heard shopkeeper Zhou's words. "How can shopkeeper Zhou's diagnosis be wrong? Since you refuse to accept his diagnosis, then you should try it. Now this youth's illness is so serious, maybe it was Jisheng Hall's quack that harmed him. You must have no medical skills, or why else would you question shopkeeper Zhou's medical skills?" The crowd's angry accusations made shopkeeper Qin's complexion turn green and white. He suddenly raised his voice, almost screaming, "I'm not capable, but our Jisheng Hall's Dr. Xie is. He's a dignified third-rank doctor. How can Zhou Yinan, an insignificant second-rank doctor, compare to him?" When the title of third-rank doctor was mentioned, it suddenly made everyone's voices quiet down. The reason was because in Jinlin Kingdom, third-rank doctors were extremely precious and uncommon, which was why, in the entire city of Yanjing, there was only one fourth-rank doctor, Nalan Zhangzi. It can clearly be seen that a doctor with a high-ranking position is very important. However, after being startled for a while, everyone's expression started showing doubt. "You said a third-rank doctor. But then where is this third-rank doctor? How do we even know that you, Jisheng Hall, have a third-rank doctor?" "That's right, your mouth speaks without proof. If you have the ability, ask him to come out. If you're not able to, then it's just swelling your face up by slapping it to look imposing." The crowd burst into laughter, causing shopkeeper Qin's face to turn purple, his eyes full of anger. In time he recovered his composure, but he still didn't have the courage to disturb Dr. Xie. After all, Dr. Xie's status had surpassed his master, so now he was only temporarily living in Jisheng Hall. How could an insignificant shopkeeper be able to order him about? At this time, a deep voice echoed from inside Jisheng Hall. "Qin Fu, you're behaving more and more immature as you age. You can't even handle this trivial matter well." Shopkeeper Qin's body jolted, and turning around suddenly, he saw Dr. Xie exiting, his expression immediately transforming into one of pleasant surprise. "Dr. Xie, why did you come out?" Dr. Xie glanced at everyone, then coldly said, "If I didn't come out, you would cause Jisheng Hall's face to be tarnished to the greatest extent. Hurry and step aside, quickly now." Dr. Xie, dressed in a gray robe and wearing a severe expression, walked forward with vigor. His hale and hearty steps made the surrounding crowd involuntary part on either side. A jade pendant, imprinted with a beast design, hung from just below the left side of his waist, identifying him as a third-rank doctor. Dr. Sies stood in front of the dirt-covered youth and the little girl, loathing flashing in his eyes, before he then squatted down and extended his hand, using his spiritual power to examine the youth's body. After passing the time it took for an incense stick to burn, with Dr. Sies' complexion turning uglier the longer he examined the boy, he finally shook his head. This youth's muscles and tendons have been severed. There is already no possibility of being cured. Once these words were out, everyone on the scene was suddenly in an uproar. Heavens! His muscles and tendons really were damaged. Certainly not even an immortal has the cure for that. That's right. You saw that young master from the Ouyang family. They're rich and powerful. They even invited the genius Dr. Nayland to examine him. But it was all for naught, as even now he's paralyzed in bed. Alas, it's really pitiful. Who would be this vicious and use such a heavy hand towards a child? Dr. Sies' diagnosis and everyone's comments shattered the hope that the little girl held. Her body staggered back 2 steps, her knees becoming soft, and with a thump, she dropped to the ground. Looking at the unconscious youth before her eyes, his breathing already faint, she felt the last of her hope turn to dust, pain bubbling up in her heart. The little girl's pus and blood-covered hands unconsciously reached out to grasp something beside her, desperately murmuring, "Who can save my brother? I beg you, save my brother." Suddenly, a clear voice broke through the noisy crowd, penetrating everyone's ears in a flash. If his meridians are broken, is there really no one here who can save him? Dr. Sier raised his head in displeasure and saw an eye-catching youth with an elegant face. He couldn't help but coldly snort. "What? Did you question my medical skills? I can tell you, in this entire Jinling kingdom and even in the entire Miluo continent, no one can heal an illness like a meridian fracture." Dr. Sies' words caused everyone to nod. If meridian fractures could be healed, young Master Ouyang would have long ago been cured, and maybe he wouldn't now be joked about by everyone as a useless person. However, the little girl reacted like she had been thrown a lifesaver as she lifted her head. Unconsciously, she clutched at the lower corner of the youth's clothes, crying and begging, Did you say you can save my brother? I beg you to save my brother." The person who had spoken was actually Hushi, dressed as a man. She originally had no interest in caring about other people's business, but the scene of the little girl dragging her brother to implore for people to help save him touched an old and deep memory of hers. Before, there was also someone who carried her like this, kneeling on the ground while begging people, "Please save my sister." In this entire world, only that person was willing to give up everything for her to continue her life. But after that she lost her only brother forever. Looking at little girl's desperate crying face, Hushi suddenly made up her mind. She really didn't want for her to have an ending like her brother's. Everyone in the surrounding crowd, including shopkeeper Zhou, stared at Hushi with suspicion and doubt. However, how could Hushi care about their stares? She squatted down and grasped the youth's hand while 3 of her fingers pressed down on his wrist, quietly feeling the throb of his pulse. The reddish-gold color of the setting sun graced the youth's slender and fair hand, highlighting his well-proportioned fingers like a piece of well-carved art. But nobody could understand what this youth was doing. Could it be that to diagnose the state of an illness, he didn't have to use spiritual power to explore the person's body to sense the movement of their spiritual energy and circumstances? But there wasn't a trace of spiritual power being emitted from this youth's body. How could he cure people? He must be wanting to show off to please people, right? Everyone's gaze was full of loathing as they looked towards Hushi. Even a trace of cold disdain flashed in Dr. Sies' eyes. This kid hasn't even finished growing his hair. Yet he dared to disregard my words. He was simply asking for death. Hushi continued taking the boy's pulse for as long as it took an incense stick to burn. Everyone was starting to get impatient when she finally released the youth's hand and faintly said to the little girl, "Rest assured, I can treat your brother's illness." The little girl became dumbfounded upon hearing this, her lips trembling. She was speechless for quite a while. But how could everyone believe her words, as one after another they ridiculed her, saying she had no sense of shame, a big talker. Even shopkeeper Chin that was behind Dr. Xie burst into loud laughter, shouting with his sharp voice, "Where did this cocky and arrogant kid come from? His hair hasn't even finished growing, but he already dares to say such lies here. Did you not hear our Dr. Xie say that he was unable to do anything about his illness? What do you regard us as? Is your rank higher than Dr. Xie's?" Hushi completely ignored everyone who was ridiculing and verbally abusing her, indifferently saying, "I don't have a rank." When everyone heard what was said, they roared with laughter, while others reprimanded her for talking about a sick person's life as if it was a joke. Although shopkeeper Zhou's words and attitude was not bad like the others, he couldn't help but try to give advice. "This little young master, a doctor's concern towards human life really isn't simple. They absolutely cannot let emotion affect one's decisions, or they will end up treating a sick person recklessly. Besides, this meridian fracture illness, since ancient times, no one has ever been able to cure it. So you had better quickly go back home." Hushi raised her head to look into his eyes. Her face showed a somewhat respectful expression as she slowly spoke. "I naturally know that a doctor's concern towards human life isn't simple, therefore, I never talk big in this regard." Heard what was said, Dr. Xie coldly sneered, his face full of ridicule. Inevitably, in this world there's always someone who overestimates one's capabilities. They dare to brag about anything in order to seek fame. "Since you said you're able to treat him, then we won't stop you. But if your treatment is no good, if you don't have even the simplest of abilities, then I'll certainly have no choice but to report you to the Doctors Association to judge you guilty as a fake doctor. In this Luo continent, the position and payment of a high-ranked doctor is extremely high. On top of that, even the lowest first-ranked doctor will hardly be seen in many remote places, leading to people pretending to be a doctor to show off and swindle others. Therefore, in order to put an end to this phenomenon, every country made impersonating a doctor a heavy crime. The law punished the most serious criminals by cutting off all their fingers, abolishing their cultivation base, and forcing them to become a laborer in crystal mine for the rest of their lifetime. However, the expression on Hushi's face didn't change a bit, and upon hearing what was said, she coldly gazed at Dr. Xie. "Oh, then if I can cure him?" The youth's eyes resembled the moonlight on a winter's night, like a sharp edge of ice, bringing forth an icy coldness filled with arrogance that caused Dr. Xie's anger to increase. So rushing forth without thinking, he loudly said, "Good. Good. You'll really not shed tears if you can't see a coffin. I'll make a bet with you. If you can cure this youth, I, Xie Chongming, will kowtow to you 3 times in front of everyone, paying respect to you as a master. But if you can't cure him, then you will go with me to the Criminal Punishment Department, obediently accepting the charge of being the worst type of criminal and breaking the law by pretending to be a doctor. Kid, do you dare or not?" Hushi raised her eyebrows, a smile yet not a smile forming on her lips. "Even if you formally become an apprentice and willingly recognize me as your master, I don't want an old and shameful apprentice like you. If you lose, just kowtowing 3 times will do." You. Dr. Xie was extremely angered. He itched to rush forward, immediately twisting and breaking the youth's slender neck. But why would Hushi pay any attention to him? Her serenely cold eyes looked at the little girl. "I promise to do my best to treat your brother. I'm about 80% sure he will recover, but the treatment will be risky. Are you willing to believe me?" The little girl blankly raised her head and gazed into Hushi's clear eyes. She didn't know when, but as she gazed, a glimmer of purple light appeared, as if she was in the depth of a forest seeing the most beautiful aurora. She felt like she had come into contact with magic. Her heart couldn't afford to grow even a trace of doubt, and without resisting, she slowly nodded. The little girl's consent made Hushi relieved, and she asked shopkeeper Zhou to help carry the youth into Shangda Hall's lounge, placing him gently on the table that was long enough for a person to lay down on it. With frosty expressions, Dr. Xie and shopkeeper Chin followed them inside. They must see with their own eyes how this big talking youth will fail, ending up a disgrace. In Shangda Hall's lounge, it was full of curious people all crowding around 3 layers thick. Hushi was standing in the center of the crowd. She calmly took out a pack of silver needles from her space. These silver needles appeared to have different lengths, as there were thick ones and thin ones. Also, from the top of these silver needles, A strange medical smell was emitted, astonishing the surrounding crowd. But excluding those that were astonished, there were even more with expressions of loathing and ridicule. At this moment, no one believed that this youth who appeared to be 16 to 17 years old, with no obvious spiritual power in his body, would be able to cure a sick person with fractured meridians. Hushi's eyes examined certain points of the youth's body, then she checked his pulse once again, before beginning to insert the silver needles in her hand at the fastest possible speed. The candlelight brightly lit the lounge of Shangda Hall, and the sunset outside shone down on the youth's beautiful carved jade hands. Everyone felt like they were seeing a disordered butterfly passing through flowers, its shadow continuously flashing and disappearing in front of their faces. As in the blink of an eye, the youth that was originally dressed in worn-out clothes and lying down on the table was completely stripped. His entire body was covered with silver needles, each one slightly thinner than hair, giving him the appearance of a hedgehog. What treatment method is this? Why have I never seen it before? Don't mention never seeing it before. I've never even heard about it. Why am I not feeling any spiritual power? Could it be that he intends to treat the injury without using any spiritual energy? The noisy discussion continuously repeated. However, Hushi turned a deaf ear, only concentrating on the silver needles in her hands and the youth's body. This treatment of inserting needles and stimulating acupuncture points lasted for half an hour, causing Hushi's forehead to be covered in sparkling and translucent beads of sweat. The beads of sweat slowly slid down and landed on her long eyelashes, as if dewdrops on a lotus leaf wanted to drop but couldn't. Shopkeeper Zhou watched on from the side with a curious and deeply worried expression, and in the glow of the candlelight, he could see the sparkling and translucent beads of sweat on the youth's snow-white skin. His heart couldn't help but jump, so he grabbed a clean piece of cloth and tried to pass it over. Wipe your sweat first, then rest for a while. Who would have thought that Hushi didn't hear his voice, and when she felt the sweat slide down and block her line of sight, she simply lifted her hand and wiped the sweat away, then continued on with her movements. Shopkeeper Zhou hesitated a moment before withdrawing his hand. His gaze focused on the youth's serious face as he carried out the treatment, his attention not diverting for a moment. However, from the crowd that was watching, the absent-minded shopkeeper Zhou and the busy Hushi, not one of them realized that they were being watched. Diagonally across from Shangda Hall's position, out on the street, there was a pair of shining eyes watching Hushi through the half-opened window, eyes full of burning scrutiny. In the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the unconscious youth's entire body had been pricked by hundreds of needles, causing him to look like a translucent hedgehog under the light of the setting sun. At the beginning, the youth was still unconscious, his breath and heartbeat weak. But half an hour later, after many more needles had been inserted into his body, painful groans were heard coming from the youth's mouth. His entire body incessantly emitted sweat. So in the time it took to release a short breath, he had completely soaked the plain white cloth mat under his body. Everyone's faces that had originally showed disdain and ridicule slowly changed into expressions of incredible disbelief. This youth that was originally as silent as a dead person actually began to issue sound. And when those silver needles pricked his blood vessels, his face also showed a pained expression. How could that be? Hadn't his meridians been severed? How can he still feel the stimulus from his network of blood vessels? Could it be that this beautiful youth was not just talking big? He really knew methods to cure sick people? Dr. Xie and shopkeeper Qin's complexions worsened as the youth's groans intensified, bit by bit becoming more ashen. Shopkeeper Qin sensed a cold aura being emitted from Dr. Xie's body, and he tightly clenched his hands as they trembled with dread and anxiousness. What if news about the beautiful youth being able to cure sick people spread out? How can Dr. Xie not end up kneeling and kowtowing in front of everyone? Then afterwards, Dr. Xie's face as the grand third-rank doctor could be placed where? Dr. Xie would fly into a rage out of humiliation. So how could he be let off when it involved himself too? At this time, Hushi had already begun to pull the silver needles from the youth's body, one by one. With the 108 silver needles, the strength in order to remove each needle was different. This long process was as time-consuming as placing the needles to begin with. Everyone watching began to hold their breath, no one even daring to open their mouth to speak. Finally, all the silver needles had been removed. The youth that was lying down on the long table uttered a long groan. Soon after, he slowly opened his eyes. The light stung his eyes, making warm tears flow down his cheeks. With blurred sight, he could only see a handsome face with a pair of cold and deep eyes, like a cold lake. It was like a traveler who had crawled through the desert for 7 days and nights, suddenly finding water. Those drops of sweet spring water became filled with his faith and hope. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak yet feeling powerless to do so. So instead he closed his eyes, Hushi's face and smell firmly engraved in his mind. After Hushi had put away all of her silver needles, she took the youth's pulse to confirm that he was doing okay. Only then, feeling relieved and faintly, said, "He'll be all right now." Everyone's face showed an expression of incredulousness. Without even waiting for people to recover, Dr. Xie immediately stepped forward in large strides, using his spiritual energy to examine the youth's body. Unobstructed, tenacious, and full of vitality, this youth had really survived. Moreover, he was almost completely recovered. How could this be? Dr. Xie's complexion became ashen, his hand that was examining the youth's chest constantly trembling. Shopkeeper Zhou also immediately came forward. Using his spiritual power to examine the youth, he became surprised and exclaimed, "He's alive! He's alive! I didn't expect that a person with broken meridians could actually recover. Young master's medical skill is really amazing." Shopkeeper Zhou cupped his hands as he bowed in admiration towards Hushi. However, Hushi's expression remained cold. The fact is that her heart simply didn't agree. This youth's illness indeed looked very serious, but it was not caused by severed meridians. It was only that someone had used poisonous medicine, causing his spiritual veins to be blocked, to the extent that his spiritual energy was unable to circulate properly. If it was really severed meridians, she might have had to think about how to cure him, but for this minor illness, with her medical skill, this was simply nothing. Hushi ignored everyone gazing at her with adoration. She also didn't care about the little girl crying and kowtowing towards her to express her gratitude. She simply used a cold and ridiculing gaze to look at Dr. Xie and shopkeeper Qin, lightly saying, "I wonder if this third-rank doctor still remembers what he had said before or not. If you can cure this youth, I, Xie Chongming, will kowtow to you 3 times in front of everyone, paying respect to you as a master." Dr. Xie's complexion turned even uglier than the bottom of a pot. His teeth clenched, and the resentment in his eyes could almost be turned into a sword to chop Hushi into 7 or 8 pieces. When he was younger, he was also humiliated and despised. However, after becoming a third-rank doctor, those people who dared to humiliate him were punished and ended up with miserable fates. Since then he, Xie Chongming, sat higher than anyone, and no one dared to look down upon him again. But now, he was being humiliated by this kid in front of everyone. This kid that was asking for death. Just die thousands of times. Everyone in the crowd kept quiet, because although they rejoiced in Dr. Xie's misfortune of being slapped on the face, they dared not take the risk of displaying a ridiculing laugh and offending a third-rank doctor. Just because of some minor accomplishment, you now think you're unmatched in this world under heaven. Dr. Xie took a few deep breaths, continuing with a cold and threatening voice, "Boy, I'll warn you now. It's best for you to not be so arrogant, otherwise." He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly his face changed. He felt his knee go numb. Then with a thump sound, he slammed down into a kneeling position on the ground. Everyone screamed. Nobody had expected that Dr. Xie would really kneel down, and moreover, although his expression was twisted and sinister, he still heavily knocked his head on the ground to kowtow 3 times. The light in Hushi's eyes flickered slightly, though they remained calm and collected as she discreetly glanced in the direction of the half-opened window. Other people might not have realized, but she could clearly sense that Dr. Xie didn't want to kneel. It was that there was an invisible power pushing down on his knee and back, forcing him to have no choice but to kowtow. However, Hushi only sneered, and using a clear and sweet voice to speak, "I said before, just 3 kowtows would be enough. But as for you becoming an apprentice, I don't want an apprentice like you." Finished speaking, without waiting for everyone to react, she had already turned around to leave, disappearing amongst the crowd in only a few breaths. No one noticed that Dr. Xie, who was still kneeling on the ground, was now bleeding from his gums due to how hard he had clenched his teeth. His face that was originally like a sage's was now twisted up like a devil's. His eyes were filled with resentment, and the corner of his mouth had lifted into a sinister smile. Wanfeng Tea House is located diagonally across from Shengda Hall. At this moment in the private room on the second floor, there are two people sitting face to face. The screen on the window was raised, clearly displaying what was happening in Shengda Hall. The moment after they saw that previously near-dead youth cultivate for a while, and the little girl lend an arm to support him, the middle-aged man in the private room suddenly stood up. Tea spilled all over the table, splashing on his clothes, but he was completely unaware. This man is Ouyang Zhixiang. He's an outstanding and mighty general, famous in Jinling Kingdom. He's also the father of Ouyang Haoshuan, who was judged as a crippled person because of his broken meridians. Impossible. Impossible. How could that be? Ouyang Zhixiang muttered. Even Dr. Nalen has never been able to cure such an illness, so how could there be someone able to cure it? The young man that was sitting in front of Ouyang Zhixiang slightly tilted his head, watching as the figure outside the window disappeared, the trace of a demonic smile gracing the corner of his lips. Ouyang Zhixiang was so agitated that he paced back and forth in the room several times, only stopping when his subordinate that was sent out to investigate returned to report. It has been confirmed that the boy who had been diagnosed with his meridians broken had the same illness as young master, but he has now been cured. Although he still can't walk normally, shopkeeper Zhou said that at most he only needed to cultivate for a week, then he would be completely recovered. Master, this subordinate is incompetent. I was unable to invite the genius doctor here. We followed the genius doctor all the way, but just after rounding a corner, we lost all trace of him. Ouyang Zhixiang exploded, unable to calm down because of this bad and good news, his happiness and anxiety difficult to distinguish, like a headless fly constantly swirling around the room. He turned his head to look at the leisurely smiling young man sitting across the table. Suddenly, his memory sparked as he recalled the recent scene. When that genius doctor had been treating the sickly youth, the eyes of the man in front of him had been shining as he watched the scene below. Suddenly, his face had revealed surprise, puzzlement, and an interested expression. Previously, such expressions had never before appeared on this man's face. Maybe, this man that was standing in such a supreme position in Jinling Kingdom had such inclinations towards this genius doctor. Could it be, did he know the youth that was a genius doctor? Thinking this, Ouyang Zhixiang rushed to the front of the table, impatiently saying, "Your Highness, Hades King, do you know that genius doctor?" The man that was addressed as the King of Hades lifted his head, revealing a handsome face that could topple all women under heaven. At this moment, the corner of his mouth was casually hooked into a demonic smile. This king also didn't expect it, but yes, it's turned out to be an acquaintance. Ouyang Zhixiang became excited when he heard that, and quickly said, "Asking your Highness, Hades King, to introduce the genius doctor. As long as the genius doctor can cure Haoshuan's illness, my Ouyang family is willing to pay any price." Hades King raised his eyebrows, slightly nodding. "General Ouyang, please go back first. This king will send people to inform you if there's any news. Perhaps, your Ouyang manor has things that she needs." The man's words were very arrogant and cold, however. Ouyang Zhixiang didn't dare have the slightest dissatisfaction. Without daring to express his anxiousness, he repeatedly nodded, and with stirred-up emotions, he hurriedly left. Hades King stayed in the tea room and let people bring in a new tea set. Looking at the empty doorway, his eyes flashed with a touch of fervent expectation. Just as Hushi left East Street, she suddenly felt a shudder spread down her back, causing a tingling numbness to roam throughout her entire body. Her footsteps suddenly halted, and with an imposing expression, she stared at a point not far ahead of her, coldly shouting, "Who?" Her words were barely spoken when a man dressed all in black slowly appeared in front of her. This man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Silver string was used to tightly bind his hair, and he was wearing simple and plain clothes, yet his entire body was emitting a faintly biting cold and imposing aura. Hushi studied the man's expression, unaware that the man's heart was filled with bewilderment. To think that he is Qing Long, the Hades King's #1 guard. As an expert in hiding, he had never before made a mistake when tracking an expert of the Gold Core stage, so he never would have expected that he could be so quickly found by an ordinary person that lacked spiritual power. "Who are you?" When he heard Hashi cautiously question again, Qinglong immediately diminished the imposing manner from his body, cupped his hands, and said, "Young master, please don't be alarmed. This subordinate has merely come on behalf of my family's prince to invite young master to go to Wanfeng Tea House to chat." Hushi's frowned slightly, her cautiousness not disappearing. Instead, she became colder and strictly asked, "However, I don't know any prince. Isn't you who are mistaken?" Qinglong saw Hushi turning around to leave, and quickly moved to block her. "Young master's medical skill has reached perfection. How can I be mistaken? I humbly request young master to go to Wanfeng Tea House." Hushi's eyes flashed with a touch of suspicion. She recalled that Dr. Xie was hit on 2 of his vital points with energy, so at that time there was obviously someone hiding and watching them. It was likely that person is this mysterious man's master. But, regardless of who, it was of no concern to her. Hushi slightly narrowed her eyes and indifferently said, "Then if I don't go?" Qinglong's bright eyes turned cold with a threatening glare, his body emitting a bleak, killing intention. "People invited by master have never not come." Hushi coldly stared at his face, and although from the bottom of her heart an intense fear that she was unable to resist surged, not the slightest trace of that fear appeared on her face, her invisible needles quietly appearing in her hands instead. She, Hushi, will absolutely not accept coercion from anyone. If your master wants to invite me, then I have to go? What is his status to make me have to obey him? Qinglong, after listening to her, suddenly recalled the task his master had sent him on. Once again, he quickly diminished his killing intent, respectfully saying, "My master's title is known as Hades King. In addition, master told me tell you that he has something that young master wants. If young master goes, you will not be disappointed." Hades King? Hushi was surprised, suddenly recalling the gossip from the group of Missy's mouths in the restaurant about the extremely talented, handsome, unfriendly man. A legendary person at merely 20 years old, his cultivation base can already compare to those large sect masters. Thinking of the assessment that group of women held towards this Hades King, Hushi's eyes revealed a trace of interest. What sort of handsome appearance, demonically charming temperament, cold nature, and domineering behavior would attract countless beautiful women who advanced wave upon wave? All of them are defeated by his looks, while he's never interested enough to even glance at them. Don't say he can't react towards women because he's a gay. Hushi suddenly had a little interest in meeting this legend, His Highness, the Hades King. Of course, the most important thing is that his strength and influence is so powerful. What kind of things could be in the man's hands that would make her interested? Thinking until here, Hushi nodded towards Qinglong, and in an imposing manner coldly said, "Still not leading the way?" Qinglong staggered, almost causing him to fall. He, Qinglong, is Hades King Manor's #1 imperial bodyguard, an expert at Gold Core stage. How can he be reduced into becoming a servant by this youth that lacked spiritual power? He truly wanted to slaughter this arrogant and proud boy. "Master is in the room. Young master, please go in." Qinglong pushed open the door, following Hushi as they walked into Wanfeng Tea House's private room, bamboo ink stick room. Hushi did a simple calculation, at once 100% certain. The mysterious person that made Dr. Xie kneel towards her is exactly Qinglong's so-called master. Her eyes surged with a gloomy light, her expression showing none of the surprise she felt as she followed Qinglong into the room, yet her hands secretly fastened around a few invisible needles in caution. In the room, there was a young man drinking alone as he sat in front of the window, his head slightly inclined to the side, facing the direction Hushi entered from, the corner of his mouth revealing the trace of a mysterious smile. Sunset from outside brightened the room with the reddish-gold light of twilight. The multicolored rays softly landed on the man's long eyelashes, his slender fingers resembling the finest jade. His silver-white clothes were embroidered with a pattern of dark magic clouds, and being lit up by the sunset made him seem like a blood-soaked fairy, beautiful and dazzling, yet giving off a bloodthirsty demonic charm. Hushi suddenly halted, Her surprised expression was like someone had thrown a huge rock into the surface of a tranquil lake, causing waves to surge forth. Hashi felt that she was in a terrible situation. This man is Hades' king? The legendary callous, domineering, and talented Hades' king? Don't joke. This guy is clearly the one who broke into her room a few nights ago. It's the appearance of a favored prodigal son, the shameless and virtueless flower thief who wanted to eat her tofu. The man that was leaning against the window saw her shocked expression, like someone seeing a ghost. A touch of understanding couldn't help but flit across his eyes, his smiling expression evident. He straightened, beckoning towards Hashi. It's been a long time since we've last met. Shi-er's change has certainly made this king really surprised. Shi-er, your sister. You're Shi-er. Your whole family is Shi-er. Hashi's mouth twitched. She endured it for quite a while before gnashing her teeth. This young master. Apparently you and I are unfamiliar. Not to mention, who is Shi-er? Aren't you mistaking people? Her implication barely fell, when Hashi suddenly felt a lofty figure abruptly and firmly envelope her in their shadow before her eyes. The powerful aura the figure gave off was just like Mount Tai, the pressure making her unable to breathe. However, the more oppressive the aura, the more tenacious her temperament became. Neither servile or overbearing, her eyes were flickering with a luminous radiance. A hand suddenly gripped her chin and forced her to lift her head. As her head was raised, she came into contact with a pair of deep and serene eyes, as cold as a deep lake, reflecting her shimmering figure. The man leaned closer to her. His low and gentle voice was slightly husky. See, it was precisely this pair of beautifully unique and unmatched purple eyes that first captivated this king. How can I ever forget them? Your appearance has indeed changed dramatically. Moreover, you've used an unusual method. So even this king was almost deceived by you. But unfortunately, your eyes eventually betrayed you. Hashi's expression suddenly sank, her heart extremely depressed. She didn't carefully observe Nalan Hashi's eye color before, only vaguely remembering they were black, but occasionally, when her mood was stirred up, they will flash with a purple light. However, who would bother to pay attention to the change of a person's eye color? She hadn't expected to go so far, only to unexpectedly to fail through the lack of a final effort, making it so this perverted man could recognize her. Hashi took a deep breath, pushing aside the man's hand that was still clutching her chin, and coldly said, Your Majesty, Hades' king, indeed has plenty of spare time for his interests, not only breaking into someone else's home as a gentleman on the roof beams in the middle of the night, even staring attentively at someone else's eyes to see what color they are. I wonder if those fans of yours will still want to worship you if they were aware that you're an addiction-craving pervert. In a split second, the expression on the man's face showed astonishment. Then, unexpectedly, he raised his head and burst into loud laughter. The laughter was deep and low, like a cello's string gently played, brimming with charm that could stir up public sentiment. Hashi secretly cursed him as he was indeed a pervert, unaware that Qing Long was watching on the side, simply shocked, making his eyeballs almost pop out. He has never seen his master laugh heartily without restraint like this, with a simple, amused smile, instead of the usually casual and indifferent smile or sneer. But unexpectedly, master could be happy because of a beautiful youth. Moreover, this scene is too weird, as with an ambiguous expression, he had recently gripped that youth's chin. From the bottom of his heart, Qing Long was at a loss. Don't tell me that previously master wasn't close to women not because he detested them, but because his sexuality is abnormal? His laughing appearance was radiant, momentarily making people unable to shift their eyes from him. The man lowered his head to see Hashi gazing at him with a somewhat blank and distracted look, her eyes reflecting gleaming waves of emotions. An inexplicable trace of happiness flashed in his heart that he himself did not notice as he slowly said, I am called Nangongyu. Hashi startled, not understanding why his shining eyes and deep husky voice were able to make her heart somewhat agitated. She took a step back and coldly said, Why is what you're called any concern to me? Nangongyu did not answer her, instead returning to sit back at the side of the window, pointing to the position opposite him while he laughed. There is no need for Shi-er to be so cold. Our friendship is so close that we have even talked at night under the candlelight. Curse it all. Who talked with you in candlelight? And until when do you want to keep calling this damnable name of Shier? The corner of Hushi's mouth twitched several times as she grit her teeth. We are not familiar, so please call my current name Shiyu. Thank you. Nangongyu raised his eyebrows, and with a meaningful smile said, as it turns out, it's young Master Shiyu. It's an honor to meet you at last. Hushi could feel the teasing in the man's eyes as he looked at her, her complexion becoming very ugly. But even so, she still walked the few steps to the place opposite Nangongyu, acting righteous as she sat down. Just when she went to speak, Nangongyu suddenly leaned forward. Reaching out his hand, he removed the jade hairpin that bound her hair. What are you doing? Hushi asked as she jumped forward in shock. Fortunately, wet Nurse Jen had combed her hair into a man's hair bun well, so even when the jade hairpin was removed, the brocade that was helping to bind her hair didn't completely loosen. Nangongyu lifted the hairpin in front of his eyes to glance at it, then with a smile that wasn't a smile said, "Really a foolish child, even unaware that you were followed." Hushi's heart momentarily trembled with fear. She didn't even care that he called her a foolish child. You said I was followed? What does that mean? Nangongyu turned his gaze outside the window, landing on an unremarkable, remote corner across the street. His eyes suddenly flared with a stern light. The next moment, from the originally empty corner, where not a person was in sight, there now echoed a depressed groan. Following that, a man wearing unremarkable black clothes staggered out from the corner and with tumph, fell to the ground. Looking down from the second floor, Hushi could clearly see blood flowing from the man's mouth, his gaze full of fright as it turned hazy, and in the blink of an eye, his breathing stopped. Hushi's gaze slowly fell on Nangongyu, her heart overwhelmed with shock. There was a faint smile still hanging on his elegant and outstanding face, making him seem like a harmless person. But who would have thought that this man could actually be able to silently strike people dead from a distance, between speaking and talking? In the end, what kind of terrible strength does this Hades king before her eyes possess? Hushi composed herself until all that was left was a slight lingering fear in her heart. If Nangongyu hadn't helped her, she would have been totally unaware that she was followed all the way here. The top of this hairpin was marked by someone? Although it was a question, her tone was already very sure. Nangongyu used a single hand to wipe down the jade hairpin while answering. This is the tracing imprint. People that use this kind of imprint need to separate a portion of their fundamental essence, the spirit from within their body, to attach it on the person that they want to follow. So as long as your body is still infected by this imprint, even if you're separated by thousands of miles, they can still easily find you. Shiyu, you're too talented to lower your guard. Hushi's countenance became heavy, pursing her lips as she considered his words without speaking. Nangongyu seemed to understand her doubts as he waved his hand for Qinglong to go out first, then said, apparently, "It seems like you still don't understand what it is you've done." What she had done? It was merely saving a person's life in the middle of the street. Is it necessary to make such a fuss, even separating the fundamental essence of a spirit to follow her? Hushi somewhat blankly raised her head to look at him, her expression indescribable, somehow foolish yet still adorable. Nangongyu's eyes exposed a slight smiling expression. Suddenly, he wanted to extend his hand to pinch her cheek. As far as I know, in this entire Mi-Luo continent, only a doctor of 8th rank is able to heal a fracture of the muscle and tendons, and an 8th rank doctor's cultivation base is at the very least nascent soul stage. Even more, many people in Jinling country are simply unaware that it's possible to treat a muscle and tendon fracture. In other words, an ordinary person like yourself who doesn't have any spiritual power, in other people's eyes, has now cured an incurable illness. Do you still think this matter isn't a big deal? After hearing this, Hushi's face revealed a surprised expression. Indeed, she didn't have any idea about how the doctor's rank worked, however. She did know that nascent soul stage is absolutely the top-ranked expert amongst martial artists. But you're smart, not using your true identity in front people. Nangongyu's burning gaze swept over her elegant like snow complexion. Tell me, if the Nalan family knew of your ability, will they still regardlessly abandon you to the other courtyard? Hushi's face turned cold in a flash. Your Highness, Hades King, Likes to joke. I don't have any relationship with Nalan Manor. Not in the past, and I won't in the future. She had barely finished speaking, yet suddenly, a dark figure was before her eyes. Unaware of when it had happened, Nangongyu had unexpectedly leaned his body over, and with a gentle movement, inserted the jade hairpin back into her hair. Hushi felt warm breath on her face, making her heart flustered, and she instinctively wanted to retreat. Yet her slender wrist was tightly detained by a warm and wide palm. Nangongyu gently pulled her towards him, the corner of his mouth holding a demonic smile, while his voice held an oppressive tone, not allowing for disobedience. I said I'm called Nangongyu. You can call me you. Next time if you call me your highness, Hades King, again. Nangongyu hadn't finished speaking when suddenly he saw Hushi slightly frown. Loosening his grip, he raised Hushi's sleeve, revealing purple bruises that covered her entire arm. A portion of the evil tendencies that lived in his heart surged, mixing together with an indescribable vexation and distress. This unfamiliar feeling made Nangongyu frown. Bending his slender fingers, he softly brushed away those bruises while a warm and itchy feeling, just like a feather, gently brushed against his heart. Hushi felt uncomfortable and suddenly pulled back her hand, saying with a cold voice in the end, "Why did you find me?" Nangongyu, who had suddenly lost control under the warm, soft satiny sensation of her skin, slightly narrowed his eyes. "If it's not important, then I can't find you. In this world there are numerous women, and in order to meet him, Nangongyu, they have fought with all their strength. Unexpectedly, this little girl dares to ignore his affection." Hushi stood up, smiling coldly. "Your Highness, Hades King, you must have many important matters to attend to. I, this humble one, doesn't dare to delay your valuable time. Then, since there's nothing to explain, I'll go first." Finished speaking, and without the slightest hesitation, she turned around to leave. Her marching steps didn't have even the tiniest pause. However, just when she neared the door, she suddenly sensed a tremendous pressure on her whole body. When she returned to her senses, she had been suppressed into the corner, the man's tall figure and rich smell enveloping her, making her unable to avoid or retreat. Nangongyu's burning gaze was focused on her, a trace of ice contained in his eyes. "Seems like I recently warned you. You're not allowed to call me your highness, Hades King. Call my name." Angered, Hushi said, "Who are you to me? Based on what should I obey you?" Nangongyu leisurely replied, "Don't you want to know how to remove the seal on your dantian?" Hushi, who was originally aiming an attack at him, suddenly stopped, her face showing her surprise, followed by an intense longing. She had merely been in Miluo continent for several days, and yet day by day, she desired to increase her strength. Otherwise, sooner or later, she would be trampled by those that held more power. This man before her eyes is the first to see that her dantian had a problem. Perhaps he really did have a way to help her? Hushi's mind was full of twists and turns, the anger on her face dissipating, changing into a strong look of expectation. "You know how?" Nangongyu's eyes exposed the trace of a smile. Looking at her expectant expression, he felt his heart start to favor this little girl. This kind of feeling is one that has never occurred before. The feeling wanting to take this girl under his wing to protect her, confine her at his side, and pamper her. The most important thing is that this sort of feeling seems not bad at all. Nangongyu raised the corner of his mouth, bowing his head as he looked at the girl, pretending to be unperturbed, yet still not speaking. Hushi clenched her teeth, feeling like her internal organs hurt, but still opening her mouth. Her voice was like a flying mosquito. "Nangongyu, you said that the seal on my dantian can be removed. What does that mean?" Great man. Sigh. A woman can also bow and submit, and as long as she can become strong, this small concession would be regarded as nothing. This voice softly used his surname to address him, but nevertheless, it made Nangongyu's eyes flash with a strong smile. The corner of his mouth perked up unconsciously, his elegant and outstanding face like a brilliant silver moon, drawing a person's gaze till they couldn't shift it. Hushi was somewhat stunned. Her mind flashed with an indescribable thought. I only called his name. Is it really something that would make him so happy? Quickly, Nangongyu restrained his smile. Have you ever heard about a muddled dantian? Hushi blankly shook her head. For a martial artist with a muddled dantian, their cultivation of spiritual power is not divided into 5 elements, so they can freely change which one they use, and their reserves of spiritual power far surpass a common dantian. Therefore, martial artists that possess a muddled dantian, whether it is cultivation speed or strength, it will be much better than a martial artist of the same rank. Hushi's eyes opened wide. You mean, I have a muddled dantian? Nangongyu smiled as he nodded, his eyes carrying a gentleness that even he himself did not notice. But I remember the spiritual root test I did when I was a child. At the time, that black stone did not react in the least. That was why Nalan Zhengze was able to completely abandon me, exiling me to the other courtyard. If I really do have a muddled dantian, how could a 4th-rank doctor like Nalan Zhengze not have noticed it? The black stone is used to test a person's cultivation, the innate talent and attribute of their spiritual power. So when tested, the black stone will emit different colors, representing different attributes. When the color reaches its clearest, that would mean that was the cultivator's innate talent. If the black stone did not react, then it represented that the cultivator had neither spiritual power or innate talent. And so during that time, Nalan Hushi's test had come out with this result. Nangongyu laughed lightly. If I'm not mistaken, your dantian has been in a sealed state since a long time ago. This seal is extremely mysterious and powerful. Even I'm unable to confirm what kind of ancient method was used, so it's only natural that Nalan Zhengze couldn't notice it. The light in Hushi's eyes became brighter. Her entire body leaned forward, completely forgetting about the disaffection and fear she had towards Nangongyu a moment ago. You said there is a way to remove the seal on my dantian, though? After removing the seal, I'll be able to cultivate like normal? A light fragrance wafted up from the little girl's body, lingering on the tip of Nangongyu's nose, causing the blaze in his eyes to become more magnificent. He recalled that this girl was ruthless in Gluttonous House, her unwavering determination in Zhu Manor, the cunning and charming manner in the candlelight, also her concentrated and passionate gaze when saving a person's life. This girl and him are very similar, but she was more unique. Even her fierce and small-minded thoughts made him feel that she is adorable, making him want to imprison this little girl at his side forever. Nangongyu extended his hand, his slender fingers lightly caressing Hushi's long eyelashes, his voice husky, deep, and low. Tomorrow morning at sea, I'll be waiting for you here. I'll bring you to where the things needed to remove the seal are located. His implication was barely spoken when Hushi suddenly saw a bright light, and before her eyes, the man that had originally been bowing his head and gazing at her had already disappeared without a trace. The rich smell lingering in the room that had belonged to the man also slowly dissipated, leaving behind only the fragrance of the cooling tea. If it wasn't because of the heat still remaining on her eyelashes, Hushi probably would have believed that she was dreaming. Scoundrel, not speaking clearly but already running. So he thinks his cultivation base is extraordinarily high, eh? Hushi stood and, gnashing her teeth for a moment, left in anger. She was completely unaware that behind her, Qing Long, who was watching from a distance, had received an intense shock to his heart. From the jade hairpin on the top of this youth's head, he could faintly sense a spiritual power imprint of pure essence. The aura emitted from the spiritual power clearly belonged to his master, but didn't Master loathe other people contaminating his aura? This youth and his master, what kind of relationship do they actually have? The sun set in the west, a curtain of darkness completely enveloping the earth. At this time, bright lights were visible in a luxurious manner far from the city. Under the lights, a dignified old man was standing in the lobby, bending over every now and then to examine a dead body. At this old man's side there stood a middle-aged man wearing gray robes, his expression respectful yet colorless with slight terror as he watched the old man. If Hushi was here, she would be able to recognize him at first glance, as this gray-robed middle-aged man is Dr. Xie, the same one that had this very afternoon gotten into a conflict with her, while the dead body that was laid on the ground is the person who had been following her. The black-dressed man that was jolted by Nangongyu from a distance, breaking down his core and arteries. The old man continued to examine the body for a while before getting up with a frown. This person's cultivation base is extremely high. It's likely above mine. Is there anyone that clearly saw what happened? Having heard what was said, Dr. Xie quickly shook his head. As soon as our people found him, Wang Fu was already dead. The strangest part is that he died at a place not far from Jisheng Hall without leaving any information. The old man pondered for a moment. Is it possible it was that youth who killed him? Impossible. Dr. Xie howled. His originally respectful face twisted into a sinister grimace due to hatred. I didn't sense any fluctuation of spiritual power from that boy's body, even when he was carrying out the treatment. Elder Jiang, I dare to guarantee that he is just an ordinary person without a cultivation base. The old man that was called Elder Jiang snorted coldly, mockingly looking at Dr. Xie. An ordinary person can make you a third-rank doctor kneel in public? They can heal a sick person, that even I can't? Dr. Xie's face flushed as he lowered his head. His hands hanging at the side of his body tightly clenched his robes, while his eyes staring at the ground were filled with flaming resentment and hatred. Elder Jiang said, Is it true that you diagnosed clearly that sick person had broken meridians and was still cured? Although unwilling from the bottom of his heart, Dr. Xie still nodded. It's absolutely true. That boy must be able to use some sort of secret method. Elder Jiang waved his hand to interrupt him at that time. Besides you and Shengde Hall's Zhou Yinan, were there any other people on the scene? Dr. Xie recalled the strong force that made him kneel and kowtow, his eyes flashing in anger, but eventually shaking his head answered, Would Shengde Hall's people do something so cunning, purposely finding such a boy to provoke us? Elder Jiang shook his head. The important thing now is that you find that youth first. After he's found, immediately send people to inform me. Remember that, otherwise you know what the outcome will be. Elder Jiang's threat and strict tone made Dr. Xie's heart tremble, and he quickly bowed. Yes, Elder Jiang. Dr. Xie withdrew in fear and trepidation as Elder Jiang watched his retreating back, his eyes alight with a greedy and fervent flame. Xie Chouming, that idiot doesn't truly understand, but he himself knows better than anyone. To heal a fracture of the meridians, only an 8th-rank doctor has the ability to accomplish it. If an insignificant ordinary person can achieve it, if his Jiang family were to have this skill, then for him to join the Doctors Association is just around the corner. Their Jiang family has hidden and stayed quiet in Yinjing City for so many years. Without this situation occurring, they would have to stay for hidden longer. His Jiang family was determined to win over that youth and obtain the secret method in his hand. At the same time, Shengde Hall's shopkeeper Zhou Yinan, was with his master to report today's matter. In a spacious office used to discuss official business, there sat a man wearing red brocade robes. A strange white mask was worn on his face, and as the light shone upon it, the designs on the mask resembled a sinister ghost entangled by vines, causing people to feel a unique hair-raising emotion. Zhou Yinan raised his head to glance towards the young master, quickly lowering his head after catching a peek. He didn't dare look at him too much. His heart was already palpitating incessantly. There were only a few of them, trusted confidants that knew that the young master's face under that strange mask is the face of a handsome evildoer. Except that since he was a child, young master has detested his face, to the extent that he rarely revealed his real face to other people. Thinking of young master's real face, Zhou Yinan couldn't help but recall the youth who saved that boy in the afternoon. Handsome and unfriendly, not arguing over victory and defeat, the youth's appearance was just like fine jade, pure and proud like heavenly mountain snow. Compared to young master's alluring evildoer looks, it was completely different. Just thinking about that youth was enthralling him, when suddenly, he heard a man's languid voice. Is that ordinary person really able to heal fractured meridians? Indeed, it's somewhat interesting. If there really is someone with such a miraculous skill, perhaps the entire course of Jean Ling's doctor cultivation world will change. Zhou Yinan quickly made sure to pay attention, bowed, and asked, Young master, about the matter of if we need to dispatch our people to find that youth? It's not that he hadn't sent people to follow that youth, but the strange thing is, after just passing a corner, they had lost sight of the youth's figure. Moreover, as far as he knew, Jisheng Hall's people had the same issue, returning home without any achievement. Sitting at the head position in the room, the man in red robes shook his head and faintly said, No need. He has his methods, as while he doesn't have enough strength, he must have a powerful backer. To us, the more urgent matter is other people. We don't want them to drip mud into water. The man in red robes finished speaking and paused, his androgynous voice carrying a touch of ridicule. After today, this news will widely spread throughout the entire Jinling country. This time, probably even the Doctors Association won't sit still. This show will certainly be interesting. Yinan, you've probably guessed which side will profit in the end? Zhou Yinan didn't dare to answer. However, in his mind's eye, a picture flashed of the youth's face when concentrating on the treatment, his heart surging with a trace of worry. He's just an ordinary person that doesn't have a cultivation base. I hope he will be able to escape unscathed in one piece from this disturbance. The following night, a rumor started that there is a strange, beautiful youth with an ordinary body, and using a new method that has never been seen before, he's able to heal a sick person with fractured meridians. This news quickly spread to every corner of Yinjing City. Many people inquired about the genius youth doctor's whereabouts. Especially eager to know were those from Nalan Manor and other doctor families. Of course, this news was spread about later. At this point in time, Hushi, the person involved, still had no idea about any of this happening. When the color of the sky turned dark, Hushi returned to her courtyard still disguised as Shiyu. Wet Nurse Chun was greatly surprised when she saw her. When Hushi had left before, she had changed into men's clothes and combed her hair into a man's hairstyle, with her appearance still that of Nalan Hushi. But what Wet Nurse Chun didn't expect was that when Hushi returned after being gone for a day, her complexion would be soft and alluring, just like snow. She was still dressed in the clothes of a man, if she changed into the clothes of a woman. Hushi saw Wet Nurse Chin's surprised expression and had no choice but to randomly tell a lie in explanation. When I was outside today, I ran into Shengda Hall's shopkeeper Zhou. He said my complexion looked pale because my body had accumulated too many impurities and poisons. Shopkeeper Zhou was kind. He gave me a pill to cleanse my muscles and tendons. After that, I became like this. Wet Nurse Chun was overjoyed at this good news. She touched Hushi's face and cried, Right? Right. This is certainly the result of cleansing your muscles and tendons, as young Miss appearance is now very similar to Madam's. No. Compared to how you looked before, this is more natural. I'm definitely not wrong. It's because your illness is now cured that your original appearance has been restored. Shengda Hall's shopkeeper Zhou really is a benevolent and righteous person. Young Miss, you must properly express your gratitude towards him in the future. Hushi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she could only agree to appease Wet Nurse Chun, then ask, Wet Nurse, did the 10 servants I bought already arrive? Wet Nurse Chun returned to her senses at once. With anxiousness, she quickly answered, Young Miss, our courtyard doesn't even have enough food for us. Why did you buy more servants? How can we live if Nalan Manor doesn't give us our monthly food allowance? When Wet Nurse Chun had suddenly seen the servants arriving before their door that afternoon, she had thought that it was people coming for revenge, scaring her until she almost passed out. But after hearing they were the servants Hushi bought, that made her so shocked she wasn't able to speak. The corner of Hushi's mouth raised, and from her storage ring she withdrew a portion of food and crystal stones, laughing lightly. Wet Nurse Chan doesn't need to worry about the matter of money. This is the reward I received from buying my servants. In the future, we won't have to see Nalan Manor's face again and wait for them to help us. Wet Nurse, can you go call the 10 servants I bought and bring them here? Wet Nurse Chan harbored doubt in the bottom of her heart, yet still felt both happy and anxious as she retreated. Soon, those 10 servants named Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xian, Ran, and Gue paid their respects to Hushi with reverential faces. You, come over here. With the trembling servants watching, Hushi ordered Shi Jia to walk over, then took his pulse. The price to buy these servants was extremely cheap due to the fact that they were thought to have practically no innate cultivation talent. However, after Hushi took their pulse, she discovered that their physiques were extremely outstanding. If they were a part of the organization in her previous life, they would have become outstanding soldiers trained to sacrifice their lives if the need arose. For them to be able to handle a martial artist of the chi refining stage would be as easy as rubbing their hands together. Hushi's odd movements combined with her cold expression made the servants' hearts become terrified. Finally, Shi Jia was unable to bear it, and with a trembling voice said, Master, We have plenty of strength. We're willing to work hard for you, pledge our life, and vow our loyalty to you. Please, Master, don't make us into medicine bodies." A so-called medicine body and pig meat actually had the same concept, but a medicine body didn't have any cultivation base, so their ending was even more miserable than that of pig meat. Hushi knew their hearts were apprehensive, so without beating around the bush simply said, "I know that all of your innate cultivation talent is no good, but I have a method that will make you all become strong. It's just that the process will be somewhat painful, so if any of you are unwilling, then you'd better mention it now. As for becoming medicine bodies, you can rest assured, I'm completely uninterested in that sort of thing." After hearing this, Shi Jia and the others were shocked yet happy. When they realized that Hushi wouldn't deceive them while being in charge of their lives and deaths, pleasantly surprised tears suddenly started dripping down their cheeks. No one could understand how truly desperate and low they were. They were abandoned by their own families, then abandoned by society, left to wait in a cage for someone to pick them. Unfortunately, they were born into this martial artist world with a lack of innate talent, where the weak were prey to the strong. From the moment they became servants, they never thought that they would have a chance to start a new life. As long as they can become strong, let alone bear a little suffering, they would be more than willing to climb a mountain of knives and cross a sea of flames. Shi Jia kneeled down, kowtowing with tearful eyes, "Master, I'm willing as long as I have the chance to become strong. Even if I die, I'm willing." Soon, the other 9 servants were kneeling and kowtowing too, many of them bursting into tears. Some of them even shouted "Long live" 3 times to Hushi. However, while Hushi's expression didn't change, her voice became colder. "I'll give you all a training plan in several days. The Tsang Mountain behind this courtyard will be your training location. Shi Jia, as the person in charge, every half a month I will come to check your progress. If someone dares to work half-heartedly, none of you will want to know the results. I'll give all of you a choice. If you want to abandon this chance, you can raise your hand now. Once started, I absolutely will not allow anyone to quit halfway. Do you all understand clearly?" "Yes, Master." The servants kowtowed as they answered, their faces firm and resolute, none of them having the slightest intention of withdrawing. After dispatching the servants, Hushi rejected wet nurse Chin's offer to bring her dinner, only saying that she had already eaten when she was out earlier. Then she entered her space. Once she entered her space, Hushi relaxed as she breathed in the strong spiritual energy, making the exhaustion in her entire body disappear without a trace. Mother, you've finally come. Dandan missed you. Did you quickly come to see if Dandan is doing all right?" Dandan's eager and happy shouts reached her ears. Hushi laughed while entering Shumi Palace, gently placing a hand on Dandan. "Is the stuff I gave you this afternoon delicious?" What Hushi was referring to are the leftover dishes for Dandan that she packed when she was at the intoxicated immortal earlier. The golden light on Dandan's body bounced as he cheerfully said, "Tasty, tasty, but I'm not full at all. Mother, Dandan still wants more." Hushi unhappily responded, "You want to eat until you're full? You, this big stomach king. How can I not go bankrupt? Not to mention, what about me? I'm so hungry that my chest is sticking to my back. You go aside to play." Finished speaking, Hushi no longer paid attention to Dandan's protests. In the palace hall, she set up a simple kitchen table, taking out all the food ingredients and medicinal herbs that she bought on the streets from the storage ring. From Dandan's explanation, Hushi knew that Shumi Palace's rooms possessed unlimited storage space and hidden spiritual benefits. As long as the food ingredients are stored in Shumi Palace, they absolutely wouldn't leak any spiritual energy, and the food ingredients would be able to stay fresh forever. Dandan curiously watched the busy Hushi, from time to time asking all sorts of questions. Mother, can Dandan eat these herbs? They are so fragrant. Dandan feels hungry, Mother. What is a kitchen table? Can it be eaten? Mother is very awesome. Why can the spiritual plants turn into strange things in Mother's hands? Hushi felt a headache start because of this little guy's noise, yet she was unable to find a way to stop it. At this time, what she was doing was not mixing medicines. Rather, she was using a mix of this world's spiritual and ordinary plants to make seasonings. In her previous life, Hushi had had a powerful innate talent. As long as she understood the nature of a plant, She could calculate all the best uses for it in her mind, producing all types of medicines with different effects and smells. All the plant's characteristics, phases, and complementary effects were stored in her mind. So if she wanted to use a certain plant, she would easily be able to know all about it. Hushy's speed was very fast. In about the time it took to burn an incense stick, all kinds of bottles and jars were spread out in front of her. These bottles and jars gave off the slight smells of vinegar, sugar, and pepper. So in short, in her hands, spiritual plants were capable of matching real seasonings. A thread of golden spiritual energy drifted onto one of the pepper bottles, secretly stretching to reach inside a little, then stretching again. This time a little more. Achoo! Achoo! Dan continuously sneezed, its voice full of grievance and bewilderment, crying, "Mother, what is this? It's so hard to eat. Dan don't like it." Hushy laughed. "Okay. If you don't like it, then when I'm finished, you're not allowed to eat any." Finished speaking, she grabbed a spiritual wind rabbit that was already dead, and with fast, nimble movements, she peeled the skin and bones, then placed it on a simple grill and began to roast it. Shumi Palace is the best place to cook because, if she didn't want any smoke or garbage, she only has to think about it and it will disappear without a trace, including the bloodstains on her hands that were left after slaughtering the spiritual wind rabbit. Following Hushy's movements, the wind spirit rabbit rotated without stopping, the bloody white meat slowly turning an alluring golden yellow. As the fat from the rabbit dripped down into the fire, a zzz sound could be heard. A variety of seasonings were brushed onto the golden yellow wind spirit rabbit, and when Hushy no longer had to erase the smoke, a delicious fragrance that made a person's finger move permeated the air in the room. "The smell is so good. Mother, what is that? Dan wants to eat that." Hushy laughed. "Didn't you say that you don't like it? Since you don't like it, you don't get to eat it." "Woo, Mother. Dan was wrong. Dan likes it, wants to eat it, wants to eat it." Dan begged and praised her, and with a miserable and eager expression said, "Mother is the most awesome mother in the world. Dan has never smelled such a fragrant smell. Mother, give Dan a little to taste." Hushy was amused at Dan's miserable and cute tone, so tearing off a rabbit leg, she brought it to her lips and ate a mouthful. Sure enough, the fragrance permeated throughout the meat, while it was tasty and tender. This is the taste fine food should really have. Hushy sighed, then said to Dan who was waiting impatiently, "I'll give you the rest, so eat it, little glutton." "Wow, Mother is the best." Dan's golden light bounced incessantly a moment before it pounced towards the already well-roasted wind spirit rabbit. Even the hot flames didn't remain, as all it took was the blink of an eye, and the remaining rabbit was completely swallowed. Dan savored eating the roasted wind spirit rabbit, and having tasted it once, he longed to taste it again, pestering Hushy to make another for it to eat. Hushy tried her best to convince Dan, using all sorts of means to promise that the next time she came, she would make even more delicious foods for Dan. Only then was she able to get away from this little guy and leave her space. Although her space had the ability to cleanse spiritual power, Hushy still felt tired from rushing around all day. She let people prepare hot water for a bath, threw off her clothes, and when she felt the warm, soft and smooth hot water across her skin, she couldn't help but heave a long, relaxed sigh. Suddenly, Hushy's brows wrinkled, her heart faintly flashing a trace of intangible impatience. This feeling is similar to what she experienced when Qinglong was following her, unable to state the feeling clearly, yet making her restless and aware. Someone is secretly approaching this room. Hushy's heart shivered, and knowing that she had no time to put on clothes, nor wrap her chest to cover her body, she promptly made the decision to take out a fake human skin mask, quickly wearing it on her face. Barely finished with her disguise, Hushy sensed the stranger's aura in the room. A pair of eyes secretly stared at her in the dark, that cold gaze filled with a hint of measurement. Which friend would ever visit in the dark of night? Sneaky and hidden in the corner, is it not shameful? Hushy's coldly mocking words were barely finished when a figure suddenly appeared in the shadow of candlelight. It revealed a woman dressed in red, her complexion beautiful and alluring, yet as cold as ice. Her eyes exposed her contempt as they landed on Hushy's body, her face set in an expression of examination. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" The woman's voice was pleasant to hear. However, the words that came out from her mouth were extremely arrogant and filled with loathing. Even more, as she stared at Hushy, it was like she was looking at a pile of powerless trash. Her eyes roamed Hushy's face, then lowered to land on her petite body that was mostly obscured by the water, where bruises and scars were still visible. The ridicule in the woman's eyes became more pronounced. "As it turns out, it's just a shriveled little girl, humph." Hushy sneered. Stretching out her hands, she placed them on the edge of the tub, indifferently saying, "I am a little girl, so of course I can't be compared with you, this beautiful and flirtatious aunt. But what's your business, visiting this late at night?" The expression on the woman's face suddenly turned dark, her eyes emitting flames. She glared at Hushy as if she wanted to dismember her body into 1,000 pieces. She was only 20 years old, but this smelly girl actually dared to call her aunt. She was simply asking for death. "You court death." A sharp blade flashed in the red-dressed woman's eyes, her body issuing an overwhelming power pressure. Hushy felt a huge amount of pressure on her body, like her chest was slowly being covered with the weight of 1,000 gold coins, the blood throughout her body flaring and violently surging up. Her complexion suddenly turned pale, and leaning forward, she vomited a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. When the red-dressed woman saw Hushy's pitiful appearance, her eyes quickly regained their previous coldness and contempt, and she sneeringly said, "Sure enough, you're just trash without a drop of spiritual power. As trash, you should be more self-aware." The woman's words were not yet finished, when suddenly, her expression changed, her eyes revealing her shock. Unaware of when, she had already lost sight of the little girl's figure in the wooden tub before her. Yet, just as she was about to search the spacious room, she sensed a power pressure that made her shudder. However, her shock only lasted a moment, and quickly calming down, a laugh filled with contempt left her mouth. "She's a gold core stage martial artist, a great 5th-rank doctor. For an insignificant ordinary person to try to harm her, they must be dreaming." Then, just as the spiritual power in her body started to circulate, cold to the bone, icy, invisible needles fiercely shot towards her. The woman's face showed the hint of a sneer, and suddenly, her spiritual power burst out. In a flash, those invisible needles melted and disappeared. The next moment, she once again released the pressure of her spiritual power, and following that, a groan was heard from a corner of the room. Hushy's figure was slowly revealed. Wearing a white nightdress with a pale complexion, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. That woman saw Hushy's sorry figure and miserable countenance, and the smile on her face increased. "An insignificant person like you wanted to injure me, you're simply overestimating your capabilities." At this time, Hushy's meridians were extremely painful. Even more, her chest felt like it was burning. However, her eyes exposed a cold smile in their depth instead. "Oh, is that how it is? Just because you say I'm unable to injure you, then I'm unable to injure you?" Hushy had barely finished speaking when the woman's mien suddenly changed. Reaching up, she touched her left cheek, feeling a dampness spread at the touch of her fingertips. She could feel a scorching pain on the skin of her face. "You've dared to injure my face. You're asking for death." The woman's heart was shocked and angry, her face showing a frantic expression. Rapidly gathering the spiritual power in her palm, she ruthlessly aimed a strike towards Hushy. Hushy's internal energy also rapidly gathered, and although the strength of woman before her eyes was much greater than her own, it didn't mean she would be easily captured. Even though she was injured, she must make the other party pay the same price. Then, in a moment just before the woman attacked, her gaze discovered something on Hushy's body. Suddenly, her expression changed. The spiritual power that was already released abruptly returned, but due to the backlash of pressure, the woman staggered back several steps. Leaning against the wall and standing with difficulty, her face was filled with disbelief. Hushy was also somewhat perplexed by this event, confused as to why the woman had suddenly retreated, her manner like one who had seen a ghost. The woman dressed in red shakily stood, blankly taking several deep breaths, before asking in a trembling voice, How can Master leave his imprint on a person like you? Hushi felt the woman's gaze focus on the top of her head, and her heart started pounding. Quickly, she removed the jade hairpin from her hair, her eyes flashing coldly. So, it was Nangongyu that sent you here? The woman's face was filled with bewilderment. Her eyes looked at Hushi with ruthlessness and jealousy. However, she had no choice but to restrain the killing intention within her heart. She was called Zhu Kei, one of Hades King's personal bodyguards. She was responsible for looking after Hades King's health, while refining pills and medicines. Today, her master had gone out and returned home very late. Without even waiting for her to pay her respects to him as her master, Qing Long had said that master ordered for her to come to this desolate countryside by herself to treat this girl's scars, even ordering her to take along the precious jade muscle pill. With a sullen and resentful heart, Zhu Kei had arrived at this remote courtyard. However, who would have thought that what she saw was this little girl with a common appearance and trash without the slightest trace of spiritual power? No matter what she thought, she, Zhu Kei, just couldn't understand. Master had never placed any woman in his sights before, so how come he had ordered her to travel from a distant place, to rush over to this remote area, only to treat this little girl's scars? She had originally wanted to teach this little girl a lesson, make her suffer a bit, and then warn her to stay away from Master. However, the Master's imprint can be said to be his warning and protection, so if, just a moment ago, her palms really had struck that girl, Master would have certainly known. And no one wanted to know what kind of terrible punishment Master would give. Zhu Kei took a deep breath, slowly restoring her tranquil appearance, and unhurriedly said, Zhu Kei came to offer a gift on behalf of Master to heal young Miss. Zhu Kei, Qing Long. As expected of Nangongyu's people, the coldness in Hushi's heart intensified, but even so, her face remained indifferent. Oh, then your healing skill must be really extraordinary. Just a moment ago, didn't that palm of yours want to kill me? Could it be that Dr. Zhu Kei has the ability to revive the dead, helping you find a way out of an impasse? Otherwise, what explanation would you give to your master if you killed me? Hushi's eyes narrowed slightly in silence when Zhu Kei coldly replied, I'll warn you now, don't even think about telling Master about today's matter. I've been accompanying Master since I was a child. You're just a stranger close to Master by chance. He at most only sees you as a pet he can tease. You tell me, if you tell him, will he believe you or me? Even if I had lost control and accidentally killed you before, do you really think Master would punish me for an insignificant person like you? Finished speaking, she took out a porcelain bottle and threw it to Hushi, warning in a cold voice, Remember, stay away from my master. Master is not someone an ant like you can covet. Hushi's cold eyes looked at her contemptuously, and with a disgusted expression, the tip of her brows suddenly raised. With a slight smirk she said, You like Nangongyu, right? Zhu Kei's face turned white, her voice suddenly shrill. You talk nonsense. Oh, I hit the mark. Hushi leisurely said, I wonder though, does your master know the thoughts you have towards him? You shut up. If you dare babble nonsense again, whether you believe me or not. You'll what? You'll kill me to silence me? That depends on whether you have that ability. Hushi sneered, and with a cold tone, sharply said, I'll also warn you, don't come and provoke me again. I have nothing to do with Nangongyu. I'm too lazy to care what thoughts you have towards Nangongyu. But if you threaten me again, then don't blame me if I find your master to tell him about your secret. Now, you can get lost. At the moment Hushi said get lost, her body released a sudden power pressure that could make people tremble. This wasn't a top-rank suppression technique. It was like the automatic imposing manner a person in a high position of power developed with experience. Zhu Kei was so intimidated her complexion whitened, her feet subconsciously retreating a step. Once she realized what she was doing, her body immediately started to shake in anger. She was scared of this ordinary person. This woman should simply die a million times. Zhu Kei's name means vermilion bird. In previous chapters, Qing Long was introduced. His name means azure dragon. In Chinese culture, the azure dragon and the vermilion bird are part of the four mythological creatures, with each beast representing a cardinal direction, a season, and an element. The other two mythological creatures are white tiger and black tortoise. Zhu Kei's heart was filled with hate, but remembering her master's imprint, she only glanced at Hushi with gloomy and cold eyes before flinging her sleeves and leaving. It wasn't until Zhu Kei's figure and scent had completely disappeared from the room that Hushi finally couldn't bear it any longer, vomiting out a mouthful of blood. Her already pale face lost even more color, becoming paler. She hadn't expected that a martial artist of Gold Core's stage only needed to casually move their hands, and they would be able to injure her to such a degree. She really was too weak. Hushi endured the pain all over her body and entered her space. The existence of her space in the real world was like a mirror. It's the reason why when she eats in her space, she wouldn't be hungry in reality. Therefore, when her consciousness entered her space, she was still wearing a thin, blood-stained nightdress, her complexion unsightly due to the heavy injury. The rich spiritual energy in her space fused into her body, soothing the pain Hushi felt, helping her to relax a lot. Although Dandan was in the Shumi Palace, it was still able to know all that happened in the space. So when Hushi returned injured, it suddenly started crying loudly, "Mother, are you in pain? Does it hurt? Dandan is useless. I can't do anything to help Mother." Hushi's face held a helpless expression, yet her heart was somewhat touched. "Good Dandan. Wait until you can come out, then you can help Mother." When Dandan comes out, I will help Mother beat that bad person. Whoever dares to bully Mother, Dandan will make him humiliated." Its soft and immature child voice was full of anger and hatred, so much so that Hushi was able to imagine a child with its small fists tightly clenched and pouting cheeks, swearing an oath with an adorably angry appearance. The depressed feeling in her heart suddenly lessened. She arrived at the edge of the ninth secluded spirit spring, drinking some of the spring water. The burning pain in her meridians disappeared in a flash, like cooling water across a burn, making her sigh in comfort. When she recalled that Zhu Kei had looked at her with disgust, as if she had been watching an ant, on top of her insulting words and actions, it made Hushi's eyes glint with a sharp trace of killing intent. Zhu Kei, was it? Very good. This debt, I will remember this. Inevitably, there will be a day where I will pay it back. As for that small wound on Zhu Kei's face, Hushi sneered while touching her own cheek. That can remain as her having received an advanced payment. In Zhu Kei's eyes, she was nothing but an ordinary person. Her face having received such a small wound was already enough to insult her, so she simply didn't care about it. However, what Zhu Kei didn't know was that Hushi was known as by Wu Chang, the double poisonous doctor. In her previous life, her opponents had been afraid to come within 10 meters of her, and that is because anytime, anywhere, there would always be extremely poisonous and incurable poisons in her hands. And Zhu Kei, if she discovered that the scars were unusual earlier, perhaps there would still be time to use spiritual power to tend to the poison. But if it's too late, she should be prepared to live with the scars for a lifetime. Although she was already very tired, Hushi still took out the spiritual plants she had bought today, proceeding to concoct all kinds of poisons. There was anesthesia, blood-sealing throat poison, and a large assortment of poisons that could either injure or kill a person. There were also poisons that could cause a person to be in so much pain, they would want to die. The confrontation with Zhu Kei had made Hushi profoundly understand that in this world, it was those with power that had the upper hand. Before she was able to remove the seal on her dantian, she must have strategies in place to defend herself. Suddenly, in her mind, there flashed an image of Nangong Yu's handsome and outstanding appearance, his eyes luminous as they gazed towards her. Hushi narrowed her eyes, quickly dispersing this visual from her mind. Once all the poisons were concocted properly, Hushi released a relieved breath. Just as she was about to exit her space, she suddenly touched the bottle of medicine in the pocket of her nightdress. Opening the bottle's lid, a strong and pure medicinal fragrance permeated the air. What Zhu Kei had said was right. This is indeed a good medicine. Hei Wuchang always bring disaster, while Bai Wuchang, although also scary and feared, is believed to sometimes bring wealth too. Wuchang means changeable and unpredictable. Understandably, It would be terrible to have to deal with someone or something that's devoid of constancy and reliability. The Heibai Wuchang, literally black and white impermanence, are two deities in Chinese folk religion in charge of escorting the spirits of the dead to the underworld. As their names suggest, they are dressed in black and white respectively. They are the subordinates of Yama, the ruler of the underworld in Chinese mythology, alongside the ox-headed and horse-faced Hades guards. They are worshipped as fortune deities in Chinese temples in some countries. In some instances, the Heibai Wuchang are represented as a single being, instead of two separate beings, known as the Wuchang Gui, literally ghost of impermanence. Depending on the person it encounters, the Wuchang Gui can appear as either a fortune deity who rewards the person for doing good deeds, or a malevolent deity who punishes the person for committing evil. Hushi smelled it and disdainfully curled her lips, throwing the bottle toward Shumi Palace. So arrogant, and yet it's only a second-rate medicine. The quality not even achieving complete fusion. Dan Dan, I'll give this to you to eat. Dan Dan happily swallowed the medicine, shouting frankly that it still wanted more. This little guy, from head to tail and from top to bottom, really is an eater. Wanting to eat the sword and spirit tools, spiritual plants and magic pills, it also wants to eat properly cooked food. It eats so much, yet why doesn't it show even the tiniest sign that its shell will crack? Does it want to make her bankrupt? Hushi helplessly came out from her space, secretly praying in her heart. She only wished that when Dan Dan hatched in the future, it wouldn't be so spoiled, otherwise, she would become penniless. Waking up the next day, Hushi happily discovered that the pain in her meridians and dantian had almost disappeared. After hesitating for a while, she finally decided to go on time to meet Nan Gongyu at Wanfeng Tea House. Although Zhu Kei's warning and attack yesterday had made her very unhappy, being able to advance her strength is more important. However, just before she left, Hushi called Imo-san to ask him about Hades King's background. Imo-san's face now looked lively. It was no longer in a state of panic like when he was controlled. His attitude towards Hushi more respectful, answering Master, His Highness, Hades King, can be said to be our Jinling country's #1 man. Regardless of whether it's his strength or control, the power in his hand makes even Jinling's royal family, and every influential family, not dare to rashly provoke him. This subordinate once heard that he possessed amazing innate talent, becoming a gold core martial artist at the age of 15. At the time his core was formed, the ninth heaven's black thunder appeared in the sky, shocking the entire Mi-Luo continent. Afterwards, because all the influential parties were afraid of his powerful innate talent, they at once sent the highest-level martial artists to secretly kill him. But no one was able to injure the Hades King in the slightest. Instead, they all died in his hands. Hushi frowned, her heart shocked by Nan Gongyu's powerful strength. He was just 15 years old when he had reached Gold Core stage. Imo-san continued, "It is said that the Hades King's outward appearance is handsome, just like a demon, surpassing the beauty of a woman. Yet his temperament is extremely cold and mercilessly cruel when killing. 2 years ago, the troops from magical beasts in the west of Guijin mountain range suddenly assembled, invading Jinling's border in a large-scale attack. The king of Jinling dispatched several tens of thousand elite troops to face the enemy, but their general was killed by magical beasts. Then the whole army was destroyed. At that time, people in Jinling were panicking, thinking that the day people would starve and their country would fall to ruin had come. Though unexpectedly, the mere 18-year-old Hades King had suddenly led thousands of Metal Chilan troops to the Guijin mountain range, and with his strength, he killed the leader of magical beasts, then annihilated the troops from magical beasts. If ordinary people near the battlefield, their 7 apertures will shed blood because of the impact of the land. The title of His Highness, the King of Hades, was bestowed from the war. It means King of the Underworld, ruling over the life and death of the human world, controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation. Hushi momentarily couldn't calm down after hearing Imo-san's recounting. Extremely cold temperament, mercilessly cruel when killing. Ruling over the life and death of the human world, controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation. But what appeared before her eyes was only a man with demonic charm and an annoying smiling expression. Were these two very different people really the same person? Hushi ate breakfast, Then seeing the time had reached Chun, she prepared to leave. After just leaving the courtyard's small path, under the mount cliff not far away, she could see two children squatting. The boy looked to be around 15 to 16 years old, while the girl looked to be around 7 to 8 years old, both of them wearing shabby clothes. With a glance, Hushi was able to recognize the two people as being the brother and sister pair that she had saved in front of Ji Sheng Hall yesterday. But compared to their miserable appearances of yesterday, with their hair neatly combed, revealing two washed clean faces, they now looked more neat and tidy. Although the youth's stature was thin, his eyebrows were like swords over starry eyes, while the little girl's face was carved with powder, and combined with the jade-colored outfit she was wearing, it looked absolutely adorable. Together, they stood up when they saw Hushi approaching, two pairs of bright eyes looking at her earnestly. The youth stepped forward, bowing gratefully. "Many thanks to young master's kindness for saving me yesterday. My name is Wu Qi. This is my sister, Shaoli." Today, the little girl's face looked innocently refreshed, not a trace of yesterday's sadness left. She bashfully hid behind the youth and timidly said, "Thank you for saving my brother yesterday." However, Hushi immediately frowned while cautiously eyeing them. "How did you find me here?" She was able to cast off those people from Jisheng Hall and Shengda Hall when they were following her, even discovering Qinglong's tracking of her. So how could she be found in front of her door by these two children? The youth, Wu Qi, sensed her cautiousness, quickly pulling the little girl out from hiding behind his back, explaining, "Young master, please don't be suspicious. We don't have any evil intentions and we didn't really follow you. Due to my sister Shaoli's innate gift, she's able to communicate with animals and she asked the insects and birds that were hiding in every corner of the city. With that, we were able to find you here." Hushi was shocked. She hadn't expected that there was a person who was able to communicate with animals in this world. Her gaze fell on the brother and sister, seeing the little girl named Shaoli's blushing face. With her somewhat afraid look, it couldn't conceal the gratefulness and fondness in her eyes as she stared at Hushi. Hushi understood the thoughts of an innocent person more than anyone, that treasuring a jade ring would become a crime, getting a person into trouble on account of a cherished item. A person's talent will arouse the envy of others. This youth, without even the slightest hesitation, had just revealed their secret. Was it just to eliminate her suspicions towards them? As if understanding the direction of Hushi's thoughts, Wu Qi quickly said, "I hope young master can take Shaoli under your care, to ensure that her life is safe and sound." Shaoli's ability was certainly very powerful. She was able to communicate with fish, birds, beasts, and all animals in the ground. For assassins, using the information to spy and investigate, it was simply a perfect weapon. However, a pie doesn't just fall from the sky. Hushi didn't believe that she would gain a huge benefit just like that, without the need to take responsibility. Remaining calm and collected, she asked, "You can see that I'm merely an insignificant ordinary person without a cultivation base. Considering that my martial power isn't equal to yours, how can you think that I would be able to protect your sister? Besides, why should I help you too?" She'd saved this youth just because she had recalled the suffering in her past, while the most important reason was that she had wanted to understand medical treatments and the level of medical skills in this world, not out of any sort of compassion. Hushi didn't need other people's gratitude. Wu Qi startled, staring blankly when he heard what was said. However, not the slightest trace of disappointment or anger appeared on his face. Instead, he suddenly knelt on the ground. "Young master, I, Wu Qi, is willing to vow with my own blood. I will settle all accounts with my family's enemy. Then, when I come back, I will recognize you as my master and serve you. From now on, Shaoli and I will only obey young master's orders." Hushi raised her eyebrows. "You want to become my servants?" "No." Wu Qi quickly shook his head. "We want to be young master's servants, not servants. In Mi Luo continent, a captive can't have independent thoughts. They're also unable to cultivate to advance their levels. It can be said that their existence is the lowest of the low. As for a servant, although nearly the same, they have a master and servant relationship. They are perfectly happy and most willing to serve their master, just like Qinglong and Nangongyu." Saying that, Wu Qi took out two dark green transparent tablets with faint streaks of dark red jade. handing them over to Hushi. These are my and Xiao Li's life jade tablets. They're refined from our blood. If the jade tablets are broken, we will be overcome with great sorrow, then finally die. Hushi took the jade tablets, her fingers lightly touching the warm surface. After her divine senses had slightly examined them, she believed the youth's words. These jade tablets stored extraordinary spiritual power inside, and she could faintly sense auras similar to the two children. However, Hushi's heart still had doubts. Why did you find me? With Xiao Li's extraordinary ability, this world would have plenty of people willing to offer shelter to you. I don't have any defensive abilities, so why should you find me? In this world, many greedy people want to take advantage of us, even stripping us to the bone to obtain our benefits. Wu Qi revealed a ridiculing bitter smile on his face, immediately after he raised his head and looked towards Hushi, his gaze shining. Xiao Li said, "Young master is a good person. I would like to believe in Xiao Li's judgment." Hushi fiddled with the jade tablets in her hand while sneering. "Oh, a good person? This is the first time I've heard someone evaluate me that way. Is it because I saved you?" Xiao Li, who had still been hiding behind Wu Qi, timidly peeked her head out, her voice like a mosquito's. "You are a good person. The animals in the ground and little birds have told Xiao Li. Moreover, brother has said, for the kindness of saving a life, one must devote one's life. Therefore, Xiao Li and brother want to follow you." When Wu Qi heard that, his face turned red, embarrassedly saying, "Xiao Li, don't speak randomly. To devote one's life isn't used like that." Xiao Li blinked in confusion, her glass-like colored eyes fixedly staring at her brother, before switching to look at Hushi. Hushi put the jade tablets away, lightly laughing. "Since it's like this, then you too can stay. However, I'll tell you now, if you follow at my side, you need to be completely loyal and keep anything you hear to yourselves. For every day that I'm alive, I'll certainly protect you. But if you dare to betray and scheme against me, Humph, I dare to guarantee that you would suffer to where it would feel like having your heart pierced by thousands of arrows." Hushi's words made Xiao Li jump with shock, so she hid behind Wu Qi's back again in fear. However, Wu Qi sighed in relief. This kind of fondness and hate was clearly a promise and a warning that made him feel relieved. Relief at handing over the life jade tablets, relief at vowing their loyalty and devotion, and relief at entrusting his sister. Wu Qi dragged Xiao Li to Hushi's side, gently stroking her head. His eyes exposed his sadness and a strong reluctance to part. His voice heavy, "Good Xiao Li, you must listen to young master's words, do you know that? Brother will soon come back to find you." "Brother?" Xiao Li pulled at Wu Qi's sleeve, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She knew her brother had to leave her to do something dangerous, but she didn't know if her brother would be able to return safely, so she was extremely reluctant and sad. However, she knew that the thing her brother wanted to do, he would certainly accomplish it. She shouldn't be crying, otherwise it would make her brother sad too. Xiao Li tightly clutched Wu Qi's sleeve while crying, "Brother." Xiao Li will be obedient. "I'll wait for brother to return. So brother, you must come back soon." When Wu Qi finally walked away, Xiao Li wiped her tears, but new tears fell straight away. Hushi, who was standing on the side, looked at the sky. The agreed time for meeting with Nan Gongyu was approaching, so she finally sighed and walked forward to place a hand on Xiao Li's small head. "Why do you have to cry? It's not like you two will be separated forever. Your brother is very powerful. He will certainly come back." After this youth called Wu Qi had recovered from his injury, Hushi had examined him but was completely unable to detect his cultivation base. She could only say that his strength was definitely stronger than her own. Moreover, it wasn't just stronger by a little. Xiao Li felt Hushi's gentle caress and a surge of emotion rose within her heart, so she turned around to hug Hushi, crying, "Xiao Li doesn't want brother to die, wur." Hushi helplessly said, all right, I'll promise you. As long as your brother returns, if he's sustained any heavy injuries, I will cure him. If it's like this you feel more assured, right?" Xiao Li cried again, wiped her nose and tears on Hushi, then under Hushi's comfort, ceased her crying. Hushi told her to go to the courtyard to find wet nurse Chun, then hurriedly headed towards Wan Feng tea house. She was just about to use her Qing Gong to quickly depart, when suddenly, from behind Hushi, She heard Xiao Li's childish voice, hoarse from crying too long. I knew Big Sister was a good person. Xiao Li likes Big Sister the most. Hushi's foot stumbled, causing her to nearly fall to the ground. To be able to communicate with animals and so on, it's good to use it against an enemy, but to use it on her, that's too troublesome. She wouldn't have any privacy. Hushi arrived at Wanfeng Tea House in a hurry, where Nangongyu was already waiting. Seeing the picturesque appearance of a youth dressed in white clothes and a fur coat slowly walk over, Nangongyu's originally indifferent eyes suddenly shone bright. Even the corner of his mouth lifted into a slight smile. Qing Long, who stood on the side, had followed Nangongyu for many years. He could clearly sense that his master's mood was very good today. As he snuck a peek at the jade crest that bound the youth's hair, Qing Long felt his mouth twitch, breaking his cold and indifferent expression. Master's attitude towards this boy was very good. He had been waiting impatiently in the tea house since early in the morning, and before going out, he had even changed his clothes several times. This in no way resembled the behavior of one going out to meet an ordinary youth lacking cultivation. This was just like he was going out to meet his beloved person. When Hushi saw Nangongyu, she felt herself become absent-minded in an instant. That man, amongst the youths, possessed a handsome face that could turn all people upside down. At this moment, he was dressed in a dark purple brocade robe embroidered with a line of silver. The faint morning light shone down on him, and the man's eyes looked straight at her. The light in his eyes was luminous, as if they reflected the world and all living things. However, as it happened, it was only to her that he showed this expression. Hushi's heart slammed against her chest, almost completely absorbed in that focused gaze. But the next moment, she recalled Zhu Kei's warning. Remembering that she felt that it was beneath her dignity last night, she felt a slight throb in her heart, very quickly replacing her expression with a cold stare. A trusted servant's attitude was sometimes a reflection of their master's mind. This man before her eyes was the outstanding and famous king of Hades, the talented genius who formed a gold core at just 15 years old. How could he care about her? The kind of trash that didn't know whether she would be able to cultivate or not. Hushi retained the expression on her face, and taking several steps forward said, "Your Highness, Hades King, I've arrived. May I ask now how I can remove the seal on my dantian?" Nangongyu's face suddenly sank, the smiling expression in his eyes disappearing as his body released a sharp burst of power pressure. "I've already said that you're not allowed to call me Your Highness, Hades King, again." Hushi jolted from the invisible power pressure, her face paling. No matter how hard she thought about it, she still couldn't figure it out. How could he become so displeased just because of an address? However, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, so she immediately corrected herself. "Nangongyu. A moment ago, I was wrong." Once the words had left her mouth, she despised herself for acting so servile to curry favor. She didn't do anything wrong. Why should she have to lower herself to acknowledge her supposed mistake? Nangongyu's expression lightened slightly as he released a faint laugh. "In the future, if you repeat your mistake, this king will certainly not forgive you easily." Hushi was scared by those luminous eyes. They seemed to have yet another deep meaning in their gaze as they watched her. Without waiting for her to retort, she heard Nangongyu continue speaking. "Let's go. There's some distance from here to our destination. We're talking while walking." Nangongyu's cultivation base had already reached the stage where he was able to fly. However, Hushi was just an ordinary person. Furthermore, there's a rule in Yinjing City that forbids martial artists from large-scale fights, as well as an order banning them from disturbing people by flying in the air. Therefore, the two of them walked side by side as they leisurely exited the tea house into the street. Nangongyu looked tall and handsome, graceful and outstanding, while Hushi looked elegant and refined, a pure and bright youth. The two of them walking together naturally became a grand view, able to attract the attention of all living things. Passers-by who were coming and going occasionally turned their heads as they walked by them, their stunned gazes firmly attached to the pair. It even was to the point where they would walk right into a wall, completely unaware of their surroundings. If you want to remove the seal on your muddled dantian, you need a young object. In this world, a young object is very difficult to find, but fortunately, The power of your seal has gradually weakened. Now you only need to find a fiery young object at its peak. That will do. The effect of a 5th rank Yuan Yang fruit is more than enough. Yuan Yang fruit? Even though Hushi knew almost nothing about this world, she didn't know about 5th rank spiritual plants. Their value was so high that no matter how much yuan she has, she would still be unable to obtain one. Nangong Yu saw her anxious face and looked left and right before he continued speaking to her. Do you know the Ouyang family? Hushi's expression stiffened, and shaking her head, she whispered, I didn't even know you were the famous Hades king. How can I know who the Ouyang family is? Nangong Yu leaned his head closer as he looked at her, saying meaningfully, in the country of Jinling, the Ouyang family, Nalan family, and Murong family are the 3 great influential families. The master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Zhixiang, controls hundreds of thousands of troops and horses and was bestowed the title of the mighty general. It could be said that no one in Yinjing City doesn't know who he is. Hushi grew flustered under his gaze and quickly said, What does all this have to do with me? Nangong Yu slightly laughed. Although 5th rank spiritual plants aren't regarded as high level, but because of the Yuan Yang fruit's particular attribute, they are very rare. It just so happens that Ouyang Zhixiang has 2 Yuan Yang fruit in his hands. Hushi's eyes suddenly brightened, then immediately after, she frowned. Since Yuan Yang fruit is so precious, and Ouyang Zhixiang a famous general, how could it be possible for him to easily sell Yuan Yang fruit to me? Not to mention, she couldn't afford to buy such a precious thing. Of course he won't sell it. Nangong Yu shook his head, however. Ouyang Zhixiang only has one son, Ouyang Haoshuan. He was considered a genius amongst his peers, as at only 26 years old, his cultivation base had already reached gold core stage. Unfortunately, a year ago, when he was cultivating in Magical Beast Forest, he was attacked, and not only was his cultivation base completely crippled, even the muscles and tendons throughout his body were severed. Ouyang Zhixiang had invited doctors from throughout Jinling, even seeking help from the Doctors Association, but he still couldn't find anyone capable of treating Ouyang Haoshuan's illness. Ouyang Haoshuan is the only direct bloodline descendant of the Ouyang family, so if he dies, Ouyang Zhixiang's position as the family's master will likely fall to a distant relative. Therefore, Ouyang Haoshuan's illness isn't limited to his own life and death, it also affects the fate of the whole Ouyang family. You tell me, which would be more important, 2 insignificant Yuan Yang fruit, or the fate of the Ouyang family? Yuan Yang, Yuan can mean first, origin, while Yang can mean son, male. Hushi was stunned after hearing that, and after quite a while, she finally murmured, You taking me to Ouyang Manor? Is it because you want me to cure Ouyang Haoshuan's illness? What? You don't have any confidence you'll be able to do it? Nangong Yu smiled sarcastically. If you don't have the ability to cure Ouyang Haoshuan's illness, we better return home now, before it's too late. Afterwards I'll just find another Yuan Yang fruit for you. Nangong Yu's implications were barely spoken, yet Hushi had already raised her eyebrows, her elegant face filled with confidence as she proudly asked, Who said I didn't have any confidence? I can't cure a mere meridian fracture? As the girl disguised as a youth said these haughty words, her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, bursting with a silvery purple light. Those dazzling eyes were like a whirlpool, firmly attracting Nangong Yu's attention. Curiously extending his hand, he gently held Hushi's wrist as he softly asked, Yesterday, I sent my people to give you medicine. Have you used it? Finished asking, he lifted Hushi's sleeve to see her arm. Who knew that he had asked the wrong question, as once he asked it, Hushi recalled the unpleasant experience from last night. Her expression cold, she quickly withdrew her hand. Don't trouble yourself. Just a small insignificant injury means nothing to me. That's right, whether it's the Hushi of her previous life, or the Nalan Hushi from this present life, she has long since become accustomed to these types of physical injuries, so they meant nothing. She has always managed everything on her own, so she doesn't need concern from other people now. Nangong Yu's eyes darkened, wanting to argue with her, but seeing her stubborn face he sighed, secretly transmitting his voice into her mind instead. Remember, don't reveal your identity as Nalan Hushi. Nowadays, Ouyang family and Nalan family hate each other to the bone. If they knew of your identity, it's unknown whether we would be able to get the Yuan Yang fruit or not. Hushi frowned, and just when she was about to ask what grudges the two families held, Nangong Yu softly interrupted, "We've arrived." Ouyang Manor. At this moment, in Ouyang Haoshuan's room, the door and windows were tightly closed, the entire room circulating a strong medicinal smell. The air was stale, making people feel nauseous. The inside of the room was filled with specks of candlelight, also several priceless night pearls. But due to the lack of sunshine, the room was still pitch black, carrying an oppressive feeling that made a person feel suffocated. Currently, Madame Ouyang sat on the short couch beside the bed, her hair messy, eyes red and swollen, with medicine stains not yet wiped up on her clothes. She watched her son on the bed who had been tortured like a puppet, begging while crying grievously, "Haoshuan, mother begs you to obediently take your medicine. All right?" On the bed, Ouyang Haoshuan's face was dejected. His beard had grown long and unkempt, making him look ragged, while his eyes were sunken in. His entire person was brimming with a depressed aura of one nearing death. He laughed loudly when he heard what was said, his hoarse voice carrying despair. "Mother, I also beg you, just let me die." Living without dignity like this, without the strength to even commit suicide, then what's the point of being alive? It's better to kill me. Let me die a clean death. Heard that, Madame Ouyang's crying became even more grievous, and throwing herself on the edge of the bed, she grabbed her son's hand, murmuring, "Xian heir, your father has already gone to seek help from the Doctors' Association, searching all lands under the heavens for good medicine. In this world, there will inevitably be a person who will be able to cure you. You can't give up now. Mother, you mustn't deceive me and yourself again." Ouyang Haoshuan's throat issued a gurgling noise, like a dying old woman's low cough. "Even Nailan Zhengza has come and seen me but couldn't cure me. I absolutely can't be cured. In this lifetime, I've been destined to an early end. Mother, just let me die. Okay? Mother only has you. This one child." Madame Ouyang wailed, grabbing Ouyang Haoshuan's hands. She didn't want to let go. "If you die, what about mother? What about your father? Xian heir, those people who harmed you still haven't received retribution. And now that Ouyang family's relatives are eager for you to die, are you truly willing to die cowardly like this? Are you in such a rush for your parents to be so full of sorrow and hatred?" Ouyang Haoshuan stayed expressionless, his blank eyes projecting his despair while unwilling tears gathered. Previously, he was Ouyang family's most dazzling genius. Other people looked up to him, envied him, admired him. He was the pride of his parents. He was also Ouyang family's future hope. However, in the blink of an eye, that genius had crumbled into dust. The fine jade was covered in dust and shattered into hundreds of pieces, his cultivation base and body becoming crippled, turning him into a person who couldn't even take care of himself. Every day, besides lying down on the bed, he couldn't do anything. He even needed other people's hands to help him eat, to avoid the food spilling. He has been restricted to laying down in this dark and stale-smelling room for more than a year already. In this 1 year, he has lost all his pride, lost his dignity, and lost his will to live. Every day, he only longed to die quickly, rather than live life like a dead person. However, his mother's words ignited the hatred and wrath lurking deep down in his heart. Those black-dressed people that schemed against him in the magical beast forest, those scums that dragged him into a trap, he still hasn't personally taken revenge, personally making them pay a debt of blood with blood. How can he be willing to die? How can he be willing to give up like this? Inside the room, brimming with Madame Ouyang's weeping sounds, occasionally mixed with Ouyang Haoshuan's destitute beast-like yells, the atmosphere was permeated with despair, enough that it could make a person's heart grieve. Just at this moment, the room's door was suddenly pushed open, and Ouyang Zhixiong entered with large steps. His face was devoid of the usual anxiousness. Instead, his eyes shined with astonishment. "Madam, quickly help Haoshuan to tidy up. The genius doctor has arrived. He will immediately come to give medical treatment to Haoshuan." Madame Ouyang startled, wiping the tears from her eyes as she asked, "Genius doctor? Could it be an elder you've invited from the Doctors' Association?" Ouyang Zhixiong shook his head. All the elders from the Doctors' Association are mysterious, their whereabouts uncertain. How could I find them in such a short time? However, this time the one I've found, even though he's not an 8th-rank doctor, his medical skill has reached perfection. Believe me, he will certainly be able to save Hao Xuan. Madame Ouyang's eyes shined, and with a trembling voice she asked, Really? My lord, you've truly found a person who is able to save Hao Xuan? Father, you don't have to waste your energy. Lying on the bed, Ouyang Hao Xuan remained unmoved in the slightest. Instead, the expression on his face became more mournful. Didn't all the doctors that previously come to Ouyang Manor say that I would live, but that my muscles and bones were dead, resulting in how I am now? His mouth opened a crack, and chuckling, a sinister expression spread across his face. Every one of them fled after taking my pulse, especially Jinling Country's #1 majestic, highly skilled doctor, Nalan Zhengze. After he diagnosed me as incurable, he unexpectedly withdrew my engagement between our Ouyang family and his Nalan family. Even more, the news that I had become a crippled person spread everywhere, making me a laughingstock throughout Jinling. Indeed, he's the country's highly skilled doctor, a very good doctor. When he mentioned the Nalan family, Ouyang Zhixiong and Madame Ouyang right away started gnashing their teeth with loathing. Because of their political connections, and because of Madame Ouyang and Madame Nalan's handkerchief friendship, the two families had made an agreement for Ouyang Hao Xuan and the second miss, Nalan Feishue, to marry when he was of marriageable age. Previously, the graceful Ouyang Hao Xuan, who was handsome, talented, and outstanding, was a match to Nalan Feishue, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, the Ouyang family had still acknowledged this marriage, including the Nalan family, who had regarded it as a decent marriage. But who would have thought that once Ouyang Hao Xuan faced difficulties, the Nalan family would turn out to be such hostile people, refusing to acknowledge the marriage, and then spreading Ouyang Hao Xuan's miserable condition to the public. Ouyang Hao Xuan was once a dazzling star, and now that he had fallen into the mud, naturally, the people who had originally envied him now threw stones at him, rejoicing in his misfortune. Now branch relatives from the Ouyang family were covetously eyeing the position of the family's master. Even Nalan Feishue's people that had once admired him came to their door just to sneer at Ouyang Hao Xuan. Now that he has become a toad that can't climb up from a mud pit, they go so far as to dare clamor around Nalan Feishue, thinking of her as a swan. Afterwards, the Ouyang family had found out that it was Nalan Feishue and Madame Nalan who had spread those rumors on purpose. This left the Ouyang family no choice but to break the engagement, making everyone focus on Ouyang Hao Xuan's decline. No one paid any attention to the Nalan family's ungratefulness over renouncing the alliance contract. Due to these events, the Ouyang family hated the Nalan family to the bone, especially the vicious and shameless Nalan Feishue. They were itching to tear her apart. Ouyang Zhixiong started becoming angry, but seeing his son's grief-filled appearance, he couldn't help but feel sad. His voice soft as he said, Hao Xuan, you are our Ouyang family's hope. How can you say you want to give up? Father guarantees that this time's genius doctor and the previous ones are different. Father personally saw him cure a person with broken meridians. That person is now healthy and able to walk. Believe me, he will certainly be able to cure you. Madame Ouyang was surprised and happy after hearing this. Her voice raised in excitement. My lord, was what you just said true? Of course it's true. Ouyang Zhixiong said, yesterday, when I was with His Highness, Hades King, together we saw that genius doctor save a person. His Highness, Hades King, and him are acquaintances. It's absolutely not false. Madame Ouyang suddenly started crying with joy, wiping her tears as she said, Hao Xuan, did you hear that? You can be saved. You can be saved. Quickly call someone to come help young master tidy up. Invite the genius doctor to come in. Ouyang Hao Xuan's eyes brightened, but immediately after, they once again became gloomy. It's not that he didn't want to be cured. It's just that he had experienced happiness turn to disappointment for more than a year already. It caused the little hope he had carried to long be extinguished, changing it into a deep despair. The moment Hashi walked into Ouyang Hao Xuan's room, she sensed depression, deathly silence, darkness, and the intense smell of medicine. Madame Ouyang stared blankly when she saw Hushi, the light of hope in her eyes suddenly extinguishing, transforming into confusion and deep disappointment. She didn't think that this so-called genius doctor would actually be a youth with red lips and white teeth, who looked weak and without any strength. He didn't have the slightest resemblance to a high-level doctor. They normally have the appearance of a sage. However, Madame Ouyang was unwilling to give up and couldn't help but ask, "This young master, may I ask, is the genius doctor your master? Is it possible to invite him to come save my family's Haoshuan?" Ouyang Zhixiong's complexion changed. He glanced at the smile that wasn't a smile on the face of His Highness, Hades' king, and quickly took a step forward to stop Madame Ouyang. "Madam, don't talk recklessly. This is the exceptionally talented young genius doctor." Madame Ouyang jumped in shock, and as her heart brimmed with despair and disappointment, tears gathered in the corners of her eyes. Hushi had long become accustomed to this kind of situation, where she was judged by her appearance. Previously, although her medical skills were high, they were often used to kill people, not save people. But even then, there is no doctor who wouldn't get angry from not being trusted. So as a result, instead of becoming unwilling, her gaze coldly swept past the Ouyang couple before she then walked to the front of the bed. The ambience in the room was already heavy and gloomy, yet on the bed, it seemed to gather 100-fold. The strong smell of medicine mixed together with a sour, moldy smell, as if it was trying to create the world's gloomiest atmosphere. Ouyang Haoshuan had been lying down in this kind of dark room, his features cold, his skin appearing a pale ashen color, while his eyes were bloodshot in deep-set sockets. At this time, these eyes were fixedly staring at her, not a trace of hope visible, only endless darkness filled with coldness and despair. Obviously, compared to Wu Qi, this person's condition was more severe, regardless of whether it was his body or his spirit. Hushi focused, grabbing his wrist to take his pulse. Once she took his pulse, her eyebrows furrowed. Just like she thought, Ouyang Haoshuan's illness, compared to Wu Qi's, was several times more severe. The meridians throughout his body appeared to be fractured, while several fractures were in extremely crucial places. Once they were severed, forget about only losing spiritual power, just normally sitting or standing up to walk would be unachievable. And most importantly, there was the trace of a highly toxic poison within Ouyang Haoshuan's body, causing his meridians to wither day by day. The poison that resided in his body was the kind that if he attempted to use his internal energy, the poison would feed off it, gradually increasing and spreading. So although fractured meridians would cause the body to be unable to operate and cultivate, a martial artist used their internal energy to live. How could they stop using that? Thus, this poison would keep accumulating until it spread throughout the body, eventually entering the dantian. Hushi didn't know what kind of poison it was, but she thought that the person who used this poison to sever his meridians was extremely sinister. That person not only wanted to make Ouyang Haoshuan fall, but wanted to make him suffer endlessly painful torture before he died. Now, Ouyang Haoshuan's meridians were already withered, close to the extent of being completely blocked. If it was just a few days later, perhaps even she would have been unable to do anything about it. As he laid on the bed, Ouyang Haoshuan saw the youth's grave face, causing him to clench his hands for a moment without loosening them. He couldn't help but sneer, and with a hiss in his voice said, "Don't waste your energy. Since you're unable to treat me, then you should quickly get lost. Don't come again to Ouyang Manor to swindle us." At this moment, Hushi had already finished taking his pulse. Withdrawing her hands while looking at the man's face filled with anger, she laughed coldly. "Oh, then if I can treat you?" Ouyang Haoshuan was speechless, his expression sluggish as he felt himself being looked at by those cold eyes, his entire body freezing. Ouyang Zhixiong quickly said, "Genius Dr. Shi, as long as you're able to cure my son, my Ouyang family is willing to agree to any of your conditions." Hushi tapped her fingers on the table, then turned her head to look around and suddenly, in a heavy voice said, "Open all the windows, remove this thick bed sheet, and extinguish all the candles. I need this room to be bright with daylight." Madame Ouyang and Ouyang Zhixiong jumped in shock. Madame Ouyang immediately crying out in fear, "Absolutely not. Ever since Haoshuan fell ill, with only a slight breeze and sunshine, His whole body will ache incessantly and spasm as dark spots appear on his skin. Are you really a genius, doctor? Could it be that you want to kill my Shin heir? Saying that, she then headed to the door to leave without hesitation. Nangong Yu saw her eyes shine with a self-confident light, while his eyes reflected an expression of happiness. His woman should have this kind of spirit and imposing attitude. When asking for a favor, it wouldn't make her look humble. Rather, it would make people obediently deliver things into her hands. Seeing Hushi about to leave, Ouyang Zhixiong became anxious and glanced at the motionless Hades king. His heart immediately throbbed harshly, and clenching his teeth said, "You've heard Genius Dr. Shi's command. Quickly open the windows." "My lord," Madame Ouyang shouted. Ouyang Haoshuan closed his eyes as he lay on the bed. Tightly clenching his teeth with a grim face, he braced himself for the pain to come. Slowly, a gentle breeze blew into the room accompanied by the warm sunshine, both filled with rich spiritual energy. For a moment, the intense smell of medicine and mold in the room were dispersed by the wind, and with the brightness replacing the darkness, it caused the entire room to no longer be covered in a deep haze, one resembling the underworld. Ouyang Haoshuan hesitated before he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing to enter his sight was the glaringly bright yet warm sunshine. In addition, under the glow of the sun, the youth's exquisite and matchless appearance was visible. Hushi's face was without a smile, without a trace of gentleness or softness. There was only icy arrogance and self-confidence. However, Ouyang Haoshuan's heart that was originally desperate and still, now, for no reason, surged with excitement. "Shin heir, how are you feeling? Do you feel pain anywhere?" Madame Ouyang nervously asked as she rushed to the front of the bed. Ouyang Haoshuan finally reacted. It didn't hurt. He didn't feel any pain. His body was neither spasming or breaking out in dark spots. Furthermore, his internal organs weren't shifting and breaking down from the pain. His astonished gaze fell on Hushi, his mouth opening and closing several times before finally, in a hoarse voice, he said, You're really able to cure me?" Hushi crossed her arms in front of her chest and faintly said, "Cure what? Cure your fractured meridians?" Wasn't General Ouyang already convinced that I have such an ability, only then inviting me to come? Yes. Ouyang Zhixiong finally responded. His son being able to stand the wind and sun without reacting in pain had caused him to feel like crying tears of joy, his eyes collecting glistening teardrops in their corners. "Genius Dr. Shi, please use your miraculous hands of a healer. Please save my son." Madame Ouyang also finally managed to react. She no longer doubted Hushi's medical skills. Immediately kneeling on the ground, she cried while beseeching Hushi to save her son. Hushi's expression was without doubt or fear as she signaled for Madame Ouyang to rise. I'll certainly be able to help treat his fractured meridians. However, young Master Ouyang's illness is so severe not because of the muscle and tendon fracture. Rather, he was poisoned. Poisoned? Ouyang Zhixiong exclaimed, then asked in disbelief. This is impossible. Previously, we had invited countless doctors to diagnose and treat Haoshuan, but not one of them gave even the slightest indication from their examination of Haoshuan that he was poisoned. Is it that in these past few days, someone broke into my Ouyang manor and gave poison to my son? In this world, poisons able to cause harm to martial artists were rare, not just because of the expensive price, but because they were really hard to find. In the end, who was it that was so sinister? Being able to see Haoshuan already fallen to such a degree, yet unexpectedly unwilling to let him off. Thinking until here, Ouyang Zhixiong glared in anger, his body emitting a strong power pressure. But Hushi was only an ordinary person, and Ouyang Zhixiong's cultivation base far exceeded her own. Now that this power pressure was completely utilized, although not aimed at her, it was still enough to make her face pale. Just at this time, Nangong Yu walked to her side, his tall figure enveloping her, like he could protect her against his chest. In the blink of an eye, Hushi felt the power pressure on her body disappear, her pale complexion returning to normal. She raised her head, and as her eyes came into contact with his, she suddenly thought that his eyes were beautiful. Her reflection visible in his star-filled eyes, his burning gaze nearly melting her. Hushi suddenly lowered her head, took a deep breath, then looked towards Ouyang Zhixiang. No, young Master Ouyang has been poisoned for a very time. It has been at least a year and a half. If my guess isn't wrong, this kind of poison has a 90% possibility of being what caused young Master Ouyang's meridians to be severed in a flash when it was administered into his body. Ouyang Zhixiang stared blankly, immediately asking, "What kind of poison is that?" Even a fourth-rank doctor couldn't detect it. In this Miluo continent, when a low-rank doctor examines a sick person's body, they rely on their spiritual power to do the examining. This poison attaches itself to the human body's meridians and becomes extremely concealed. It also moves around the body, so based on an ordinary doctor's examination method, how could they find it? However, Hushi wasn't interested in wasting time to explain, only saying, "Have any of you seen a person with broken meridians unable to stand a gentle breeze or exposure to the sun? That is a symptom of being poisoned. But this poison is extremely sinister and strange. I'm also still unclear about what type of poison this is in the end. In fact, the things Ouyang Haoshuan couldn't tolerate wasn't the wind and sunshine. Rather, it was the spiritual energy that was carried in by the wind and sunshine. The spiritual energy makes the poison within his body spread rapidly and expand, causing Ouyang Haoshuan to experience a pain similar to that of being bitten and devoured. For her medical treatment this time, she needs a great amount of spiritual energy to enter Ouyang Haoshuan's body. So naturally, she will make the spiritual energy outside the room come in. But Madame Ouyang didn't care about the cause and effects, only asking with an anxious face, "May I ask if genius doctor she has a method to treat this illness?" Hushi pursed her lips. "I was just about to try." Following that, her gaze landed on the lifeless expression of Ouyang Haoshuan on the bed, and slowly said, "My medical treatment requires your cooperation. Now you tell me, do you believe that I'm able to cure you? That is to say, are you willing to accept my medical treatment?" Ouyang Haoshuan's eyes blankly fell on her face, and unaware of when, tears were already rolling down his cheeks. He suddenly tightly clenched his teeth until blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Then, in a hoarse voice said, "Please, genius doctor, save me. As long as I'm able to recover, I will certainly face any peril, with no thought to my personal safety, to repay your kindness in the future." Hushi revealed a smile, but the smile didn't express joy. Instead, it was endlessly cold. "Very good. I like an obedient sick person." Finished speaking, she once again brought out several hundred different lengths of silver needles from her space. These acupuncture needles were made from black ice. To make them, you needed to use 10,000-year-old black ice from the most central position, where the cold air has gathered inside, and after making the silver needles, they needed to be placed in spring water at all times to soak. Now, it has become her necessary tool to treat and distinguish poisons. Under Madame Ouyang and Ouyang Haoshuan's astonished gaze, Hushi's skills were as quick as lightning, inserting 100 or more silver needles, one by one, into Ouyang Haoshuan's body. As the number of needles inserted into his body grew, Ouyang Haoshuan's face began to show a pained expression. With his jaw tightly clenched, blood steadily dripped from the corner of his mouth, while bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from the spot between his tightly wrinkled eyebrows. "Haoshuan, Haoshuan, how is it?" Madame Ouyang stared at his painful appearance, her worried tears streaming down. "Genius Dr. Shi, why is Haoshuan in so much pain?" "Mother, I'm all right." Ouyang Haoshuan chuckled, his voice hoarse. This was the first time he had really laughed. He was brimming with incredible surprise and hope. "Mother, my hands, my feet. I feel them. So painful. Ha ha ha, did I feel them?" He laughed and laughed, his tears falling down to mix with the blood on the corners of his mouth and the sweat collecting on his face, giving him a miserable yet sinister appearance. Who can understand the grief and despair of one who originally had boundless prospects as a star, yet could now only wait every day to die as he laid on a bed? His hands and feet didn't feel like his own. He couldn't clench his hands. He couldn't stand on his feet. To live like this, wouldn't it be better to die? But now, he could finally feel his hands and feet. After a lapse of a year and a half, he finally could feel the existence of his four limbs again. Ouyang Haoshuan cried tears of joy. So what if the cost was great pain? Compared to the despair and humiliation of before, the pain was insignificant. Madame Ouyang and Ouyang Zhixiong's expressions suddenly changed, and they wanted to rush over to the bed. Unfortunately, they could only tearfully endure it as they were afraid they would disturb Hushi's movements. Hushi finally finished inserting all of the silver needles, feeling exhaustion throughout her body. However, the treatment had just begun. The next part was the crucial point. She discovered that perhaps because the people in this world were all martial cultivators, their bodies could endure more. Resembling tempered and refined magical items, the internal energy running in their meridians was much stronger, so compared to her previous life, it was 100 times more difficult, causing her internal energy to be greatly consumed. Ouyang Haoshuan's body had been slowly consumed by poison for more than a year, causing him to become weak. Otherwise, even for her, being able to finish inserting the whole set of 108 silver needles would be a problem. Next, she had to force the poison out through the silver needles, but this was a very difficult process. Shiyu, you can try to use spiritual power. A gentle and low voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Hushi startled, and turning her head, she saw Nangong Yu's dazzlingly bright, handsome face, making her heart unconsciously palpitate. It's impossible. With difficulty, Hushi made up her mind, shaking her head. I'm unable to transfer enough spiritual power. It's not that she hadn't thought of using this method. Anyone would think of testing it out first. But if she wanted to hasten the expulsion of the poison, she needed to pour internal energy into the countless meridian branches. During this process, if she missed even one spot, the poison would instantly gather, causing Ouyang Haoshuan's body to explode. Using spiritual power would of course be much simpler and more effective than using internal energy, but she simply couldn't store spiritual power. Still, Nangong Yu only raised a corner of his mouth, laughing slightly. If I tell you try, I'll naturally ensure a way for your spiritual power to be sufficient. Finished speaking, Hushi felt a wide palm press on her sleeve, and from the palm, a warmth was transmitted through her thin clothing to her skin, making her body quiver and stretch closer. Nangong Yu's low laughter, deep and full of magnetism, reached her ears carrying clear delight. Hushi's face darkened, and just when she was about to step away from him, she suddenly sensed refreshing spiritual power slowly infuse her body. The exhaustion in her body instantly disappeared without a trace, and even her originally dried-up dantian began to stir. In a flash, Hushi realized Nangong Yu's intentions. She only needed to continue the treatment, and if she didn't have enough spiritual power, he would replenish it. That sort of lofty and domineering attitude. Hushi's face reddened, however. She no longer refused. Instead, she concentrated, removing a silver needle that was longer than a foot and slightly thicker than hair from her space. Under Madame Ouyang's alarmed gaze, she slowly inserted the silver needle into the acupuncture point at Ouyang Haoshuan's spine, continuing to push it in until only a finger length remained visible. The slightest thread of spiritual power gathered at Hushi's back, traveling along her meridians to her fingertips. It then flowed down her fingertips to the silver needles, penetrating into Ouyang Haoshuan's body. Suddenly, an image like an X-ray appeared in Hushi's mind, clearly showing an internal view of the meridian tracks within Ouyang Haoshuan. She could completely see his spiritual power points, the filth that blocked them, and the tiny scars they had left. Under the pressure from the spiritual power, the silver needles inserted into Ouyang Haoshuan's body trembled, and slowly, like rising water, the spiritual power spread and began to repair Ouyang Haoshuan's fractured meridians. Unable to bear it, Ouyang Haoshuan issued a shrill scream. Madame Ouyang's complexion went deathly pale, and she moved to rush forward and check on him, but Ouyang Zhixiong, with a similar complexion, pulled her to a stop. He knew clearly that disturbing a doctor during treatment could affect the outcome, wasting all previous efforts. If that were to happen, then curing Haoshuan really would be hopeless. Hushi's ears were in pain due to Ouyang Haoshuan's screams, so without any hesitation, she seized a rag laying on the side and stuffed it into Ouyang Haoshuan's mouth. Immediately, the only sounds remaining in the room were Ouyang Haoshuan's muffled screams, and Madame Ouyang's stifled sobs. Behind Hushi, the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth raised, revealing a slight smile as he pressed against her back. But Hushi didn't care about their reactions, beginning to seriously examine Ouyang Haoshuan's meridians instead. Along with the fractured meridians being repaired, the spiritual power began to move normally again, causing the poison in the meridians to flow quicker. The poison certainly wanted to spread and grow. However, the medicine that Hushi had recently fed to Haoshuan restrained the tiny organisms from reproducing. That was to say, this poison was able to keep increasing due to the fact that it wasn't a simple drug. Rather, it carried a highly poisonous single-celled organism. Hushi's spiritual power very quickly flowed along Ouyang Haoshuan's meridians, invading his dantian. When it penetrated his dantian, it made her scalp feel numb, causing the hand that gripped the large silver needle to almost loosen. Under the influence of inner inspect caused by the spiritual power, Hushi saw that Ouyang Haoshuan's dantian appeared to be the source of the poison. The outward appearance was ordinary, yet inside, it had long been turned pitch black by the poison. The poison kept moving, and as it advanced towards and traveled along the complicated crisscrossing meridians, it looked like countless small worms crawling about the interior of Ouyang Haoshuan's body. This scene was too strange and horrible. Hushi no longer hesitated, and quickly picking up several additional silver needles, she inserted them around his dantian, frantically gathering the spiritual power from Nangongyu and sending it into the silver needles. Soon, the poison stopped spreading, starting to be forced to approach the silver needles. Then, it squirmed along the silver needles until it seeped out to the surface of the body. All it took was several breaths' time from the silver needles being inserted into Ouyang Haoshuan's body for them to begin to be covered with thick black droplets. The unknown composition of black droplets carried a strong rotten stench, and while it should obviously be an ordinary liquid, it seemed to have life as it incessantly wiggled. This scene was too strange, causing the complexions of the watching Ouyang Zhixiong and Madame Ouyang to turn purple, their bodies trembling. Quickly grab them. Hushi's words were unfinished when Nangongyu had already taken out a porcelain bottle, and with the spiritual energy still entering the room, the black liquid was caught without any resistance. It took more than an hour for those silver needles to no longer exude black liquid, but by the end, Ouyang Haoshuan's face that had originally been in pain had gradually relaxed into a tranquil expression. Hushi heaved a long sigh of relief and began to pull the silver needles out of Ouyang Haoshuan's body one by one. Only after the last silver needle was replaced into her space did she then remove the rag in his mouth. "How are you feeling now?" Ouyang Haoshuan gasped heavily, lingering traces of fear remaining on his face from the severe pain. But even so, his eyes were shining brilliantly. No longer were filled with the despair and lifelessness from a few hours ago. Pain. I can feel pain all over my body, my hands and feet, meridians, even dantian. All feel a sharp biting pain. But I can sense spiritual power. The spiritual power is surging into my dantian. Ha ha ha. I can sense my spiritual power moving again. Madame Ouyang exclaimed in surprise and rushed to Ouyang Haoshuan's side, crying, "Xin Er, is what you say true? Genius Dr. Shi, Xin Er has been cured?" Hushi replied indifferently, "How could it be so easy? The accumulation of poison in his body is very large. It can't be entirely removed in an hour or two. The meridians in his body are also only tentatively repaired. At most, he can only sit. He will also still be unable to walk, and even more, he will still be unable to cultivate." Pausing here, under the husband and wife's hopeful gaze, she continued, "In the future, I will need to come here every 3 days to administer acupuncture on young Master Ouyang to continue removing the poison and repairing his meridians. The most dangerous treatment time has passed. There will be no more difficulties when removing the remaining poison. Only that, during treatment, General Ouyang may need to transfuse spiritual power to young Master Ouyang's body to ensure that after the poison is expelled, his dantian won't be exhausted." "No problem. No problem," Ouyang Zhixiong repeatedly said. "As long as you can cure my son, I'm even willing to deplete my cultivation base." Laying on the bed, Ouyang Haoshuan's eyes reddened. His hand that was being held by Madame Ouyang turned over to hold her hand back. For more than a year he had lived life like a dead person, but it had been even more painful for his parents who loved him and were concerned for him. He decided that in the future he must not become dispirited again. It would only make his parents sorrowful while pleasing his enemies. Hushi took out several medicine pills to help purge the poison and restore energy, giving them to Madame Ouyang. Have him take one every day before he sleeps. It can suppress the poison in his body while helping to nourish his withered meridians. With difficulty, Ouyang Haoshuan stretched out his hands, his eyes filled with glistening teardrops. Supporting himself by holding on to Madame Ouyang, he sat up and looked gratefully at Hushi. Young Master Shi's kindness has given me a new lease on life. I, Ouyang Haoshuan, will remember this as long as I live. In the future, if young master has any request, I, Ouyang Haoshuan, will tread water and walk through fire, unafraid of any difficulty, as long as I can accomplish it. At this time, Ouyang Haoshuan's cheekbones were deep-set and covered by a long beard, and with his face so haggard, his appearance was anything but handsome. However, those eyes he used to gaze at Hushi with were shining, causing Nan Gongyu to narrow his own in displeasure. Yet Hushi didn't care in the slightest, only coldly saying, "You all don't need to thank me, because for me to expend a great deal of effort to save people is only natural if I have a request. I heard your Ouyang family have yuanyang fruit?" All of a sudden, Ouyang Zhixiong came to a realization as he recalled what Hades' king had said before, about him having something the genius doctor was seeking. Quickly, he ordered people to take out his collection of yuanyang fruit. Yuanyang fruit was precious and rare. It possessed a powerful effect of assisting people in advancing a rank. But when it was compared to the safety and life of his son, he regarded it as nothing. Without hesitation, Ouyang Zhixiong handed an exquisitely carved jade box over to Hushi. Hushi opened the jade box and suddenly felt a blazing flame directly hit her face, causing her complexion to instantly change. But the next moment, an invisible barrier was set in front of her, and a slender hand reached out to gently close the jade box. Then, a gloomy voice sounded in her ears, "Shiyu, be careful. When using yuanyang fruit, you must first be wrapped with spiritual power, otherwise, you will easily burn yourself." Hushi's face reddened, and she quickly threw the jade box containing the yuanyang fruit into her space. When she raised her head, she was stunned to notice Nan Gongyu's somewhat pale complexion, a thin layer of sweat dotting his forehead. She suddenly realized that after the treatment she didn't feel weak and tired like normal. Instead, she felt refreshed. Nan Gongyu had incessantly transferred his spiritual power to her for the needed treatment, and during this time, he had also continuously used his spiritual power to support her body. This in turn stopped her body from becoming weak and prevented her meridians from feeling pain due to excessive use of spiritual power. Nan Gongyu. Why did he do this? These were obviously her own matters, saving Ouyang Haoshuan in exchange for the yuanyang fruit, then after obtaining the yuanyang fruit, using it to remove the seal on her dantian. None of these things had anything to do with Nan Gongyu. So why would he try so hard to help her? The expression in Hushi's eyes appeared somewhat complicated, and her red lips lightly moved as a near whisper spit out two words, "Thank you." But Nan Gongyu's next words quickly scattered the slightly touched feeling from the bottom of Hushi's heart. "This king has been working hard. Did you think only saying a sentence of thank you was enough?" Hushi pursed her lips. "Then what do you want?" Nan Gongyu bent his body, moving closer to her ear as he slowly said, "How about you give your heart to me?" The corner of Hushi's mouth thinned, and before she was able to speak, Ouyang Zhixiong had already ordered people to bring in a large chest of yuan. "This is the medical fee my Ouyang family presents to genius Dr. Shi. You must accept this." After saying that, he picked up a jade tablet and handed it to Hushi, then patted his chest as he said, "In the future, if there is anyone in this Jinling country who is disrespectful towards genius Dr. Shi, don't hesitate to take out this jade tablet. I'd like to see who would dare to touch people that I, Ouyang Zhixiong, protect." Hushi hadn't yet taken the jade tablet when she heard Nan Gongyu's cold laugh. "My, Nan Gongyu's people need General Ouyang's protection?" Nan Gongyu's icily low, arrogant voice was filled with a stern power pressure, making Ouyang Zhixiong's body shake, and as his gaze swept over Hushi and Nan Gongyu, His heart became bewildered. These two people, one is great and elegant, and one is as clear and bright as the moon. When they stand together, even the sun and the moon will lose their radiance. But these two people are both men, right? What was the meaning behind Hades King's words? Ouyang Zhixiong's expression kept changing, until finally, under Hades King's fixed gaze, he forced out a smile and said, Hades King, don't get angry. In this Jinling country, who would dare to provoke your people? It was me who was rude. This jade tablet is just a meeting gift between genius Dr. Shi and I. Please don't be offended. Hushi cast a glance at Nangongyu, and taking the jade tablet, sneeringly said, I accept the jade tablet, but as for the yuan, that's not necessary. I've said that the yuan young fruit is what I want. Just make it the medical fee. The transaction is now complete. We're even. Finished speaking, and without hesitation, she turned around to leave Ouyang Manor. Nangongyu looked at her confident back with his eyes shining brilliantly, then quickly moved his feet to follow her out. Left behind, Ouyang Zhixiong stood alone as he stared at the empty gate, his emotions fluctuating for quite a while before he then turned around, heading back towards his son's room. Hushi had arrived at the Ouyang Manor early in the morning, and now that the treatment was finished, going by the color of the sky, it was already late evening. She was worried about wet Nurse Chen waiting for her with the evening meal, her heart also somewhat anxious. The internal energy within her body fluctuated, stretching like a shadow as she prepared to use Qing Gong to quickly return home. Her figure had barely moved several steps when suddenly, before her eyes, she ran into a wall of flesh. Hushi moaned softly, feeling the tip of her nose ache, while a familiar scent that was clear and cold lingered. The man's deep voice sounded in her ear, Little thing, am I a bother to you? For you to go so far as to leave without even informing me? How can you destroy the bridge after crossing the river? Hushi clutched her aching nose, her watery eyes looking towards the man blocking her path. Then if I inform you now, will that do? Finished speaking, she waved her hand and without expression said, Nangongyu, goodbye. Nangongyu, due to this heartless little guy, gave a mixed angry and happy laugh. Then, grabbing her white wrist that had just waved at him, he pulled her to his chest, and with a faint laugh in his voice said, If you say goodbye just like that, then how can this king have any face? At this time, the two of them were standing very close together. Hushi nearly pressed up against Nangongyu's chest. They were also still in front of the Ouyang family's gate, so the people passing by in West Street were all suddenly watching them as they walked past. Those gazes contained astonishment, curiousness, puzzlement, but even more, contempt. Two men unexpectedly embracing in the middle of the street. This was simply an injury to public morals. They have no sense of shame. Hushi's cheeks blushed, and despite not caring about other people's gazes, she was now somewhat ashamed, desperately struggling to break free from his arm. The more she struggled, the tighter Nangongyu embraced her, ultimately ending with one of his arms around her slender waist, firmly locking her to his chest. You don't let go, Hushi said in a fluster. What do you want? Nangongyu wasn't the slightest bit concerned about passing people's gazes. Whilst their gazes became more vague, his actions became more intimate, just like she was swearing sovereignty to him. Tell me, why was your attitude so cold towards me all of a sudden this morning? Nangongyu lowered his head, gently whispering in her ear, If you tell me the truth, I'll let you go. Hushi clenched her teeth tightly as she recalled Zhu Kei's arrogant words towards her yesterday, and thinking of the sharp warning, she couldn't help but sneer. You're the high and mighty, your highness, Hades King, and I'm merely a concubine-born daughter abandoned by the Nailin family. How could I be cold towards you? However, I do not dare to seek a friendship with somebody of a higher social standing. I'm just being respectful and polite, that's all. Nangongyu's hands that were around her waist suddenly tightened, his cold eyes falling on her opening and closing red lips. He really wanted to seal closed this small mouth that spat out words that could make people angered to death. He is the dignified Hades King. For the purpose of winning her over, he had accompanied her to Ouyang Manor, not even hesitating to use his own spiritual power to help her with the treatment. But unexpectedly, what she gave him in exchange was a sentence of I do not dare to seek a friendship with somebody of a higher social standing. As Nangong-yu's eyes became colder, Hushi couldn't help but tremble. She remembered that this man had helped her when she was pale and weak, and couldn't help but feel somewhat guilty. But just when she went to say something to make up with him, the sudden sound of crisp bells was heard by her ears. As she turned her head, she saw a luxurious carriage stop in front of them. Pulling the carriage was a fine snow-white horse, its white hair shiny and smooth without a trace of impurities, its eyes clear and bright. Sitting on the carriage was Nangong-yu's trusted subordinate, Qing Long. At this moment he was slightly panting, his face looking eager. "Master, young Master Shi, please get on the carriage to continue chatting." His gaze nervously swept all around, his heart extremely glad that his master usually kept a low profile. So although he was famous and outstanding to the general public, only a few people were able to recognize his appearance. Otherwise, the rumor of Hades' king is a homosexual. Hades' king and a man were intimately embracing each other will spread, causing an uproar. At that time, not just Master's reputation would suffer damage. All the young ladies throughout Jinling infatuated with Master would be driven mad. When Qing Long thought of that horror scene, his whole body felt unwell, so he drove the carriage with the fastest possible speed from Hades' king's other courtyard nearby to here. "Only, unruly Master, if you don't want to shock the world, please, by all means, don't cause an uproar known to everyone." Nangong-yu showed a sarcastic smile as he glanced at the nervous Qing Long, releasing a chilling aura. Hushi, however, coldly said, "No need. I can go back by myself. Then, we'll separate here." Finished speaking, she turned around to leave, not even managing 2 steps before she unexpectedly felt a strong force on her waist pull her body straight up into the air. Hushi had no time to cry out in surprise before she was stuffed into the carriage, the door blocked by Nangong-yu. The carriage swayed as it moved forward, and after traveling several paces, it suddenly sped up, the speed almost reaching that of a car from her previous life. Hushi's expression was ugly as she glared at Nangong-yu, the mighty Hades king. "How can you force a little girl?" Nangong-yu leisurely smiled. "Which rules say this king can't force a little girl?" After saying that, he leaned forward slightly and slowly said, "Moreover, I only forced you." Hushi's heart jumped, and she turned her head to avoid his gaze. However, unaware of why, she was filled with an unidentifiable happiness. The corner of Nangong-yu's mouth raised, and taking out several refreshments, he arranged them on a small table, then softly said, "You were busy all of today and haven't eaten yet, right?" Hushi stared blankly, the sweetly rich fragrance of spiritual energy assaulting her nose. Turning her head to look around, she discovered that the outward appearance of this carriage was nothing out of the ordinary, but that the interior decorations were extremely luxurious. The furnishings inside the carriage were all refined using spirit tools, so they carried faint spiritual power fluctuations. The brocade fluttering on the floor was made using 10,000-year-old ice silk, and the small, unremarkable-looking table was made using rare and very old dark sandalwood. The white tea set that Nangong-yu had just arranged, although she was unable to properly tell the quality and materials used, it gave off a refreshing feeling as it hovered over the table. With one look, she was able to tell that it wasn't just an ordinary product. Hushi clicked her tongue whilst examining everything and shook her head. "Indeed, this is like that poem. Rotten food at a wealthy door, frozen bodies on the floor." Just looking at the items here could make a person jealous, as any item in here was the same, its value far surpassing that of her small courtyard. Nangong-yu had never heard this poem before, but right away, he understood the meaning of the poem, leisurely laughing. "What, you dislike this king now?" "No, I just hate the rich." Hushi smiled, before grabbing a pastry and shoving it into her mouth. The sweet fragrance spread between her lips and tongue, and although it couldn't compare with her own cooking, 90% of the pastry's spiritual energy remained. This can be considered as her having eaten this world's best food. Hushi's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "The taste is really good." Nangong-yu's luminous eyes were glued to her mouth, her pearly white teeth hidden behind soft red lips, just like snow on a red plum flower. His heart that had been silent for many years suddenly began to throb, a burning desire within his body beginning to stir. Suddenly extending his arm, he gently captured Hushi's hand that was still holding half of the pastry, and pulling her towards him, he slightly lowered his head. The pastry that was still held in Hushi's hand entered his mouth, along with one of her fingers which he gently nibbled. Hushi's whole body stiffened, as if it was struck by lightning. Nangongyu swallowed the pastry, not completely understanding about what tasted good. However, he laughed devilishly. Indeed, the taste is really good. Hushi felt uncomfortable all over. Her lips parted halfway as they slightly trembled. Yet, she was unable to say a word for a long time. The fire in Nangongyu's eyes became more passionate, causing his body to move forward, and grabbing her wrist, he pulled her even closer. As he leant his body over hers, he kissed those slightly parted red lips. What is this man doing? Hushi suddenly came to her senses and struggled to break free with all her might. However, Nangongyu effortlessly pressed down on her nape, rendering her unable to escape. A burst of strong wind erupted from Nangongyu's palm, causing the small table that was originally standing between them to now be pushed away. There was now no longer any barrier between the two of them. Invisible needles appeared in Hushi's palm, and just when she was about to launch them, her hands were suddenly restrained behind her back, the invisible needles quietly falling to the floor. Nangongyu picked her up and placed her on his lap, then lowered his head and started kissing her again. This time it wasn't a light kiss, like a dragonfly gently skimming the water. Instead, it was like a stormy sea, the heat and aggression slowly trying to engulf her. Hushi felt as if she was melting, every cell in her body burning. Her mind was so muddled that she couldn't think clearly, and she didn't have the slightest ounce of power to strike back. Then, after a good while, when Hushi was close to suffocating, only then did Nangongyu release her. His usually clear and melodious voice now hoarse and low, full of passion. It tastes really good and very sweet. Hushi was so angry her whole body was trembling. Never before had a man been so daring towards her like this. This man had unexpectedly dared to disrespect her, snatching away her first kiss. He could just be to die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. However, Hushi was unaware that her voice wasn't cold and stern, like it usually was when she was disguised as a man. Instead, it was delicate and soft. If people heard it, it would sound like a spoiled child acting coquettishly. Nangongyu held back her hand that wanted to slap him, and confined her in his arms while laughing lightly. I am a pervert. Although he had never heard the word pervert before, it was very easy to understand its meaning, wasn't it? Finished speaking, the smiling expression in his eyes intensified, and bowing his head, he lightly pecked the side of the girl's red and somewhat swollen lips. However, I'm only doing this with you. For a moment, Hushi felt bewildered. She was extremely angry, itching to slaughter this man. Yet, besides the anger consuming her, she could feel a warmth spreading from the bottom of her heart that she herself failed to understand. Hushi had never experienced such feelings before in the 19 years that she had lived. Furthermore, she had never been so flustered or weak. You shameless rascal. Let me go. Hushi struggled firmly, wanting to push Nangongyu away. But in regards to her resistance, how could Nangongyu care about it? Effortlessly confining her in his arms, he lowered his head. Then leaning close to her flushed earlobe, he whispered, I am shameless. But recently you obviously like that. Isn't that right? At first, he had only wanted to scare this emotionless little girl without a conscience. Yet when her soft lips had touched his, he suddenly felt heat rise within his body like a wave, causing him to lose all reason and become unable to suppress his desires. He couldn't help but want to devour this girl, to mark her with his scent, making her completely his. Nangongyu had lived for 20 years and never experienced this kind of feeling before. Furthermore, he had never felt such an intense desire towards any girl in the past. From this moment on, he completely regarded Hushi as belonging to him. He would never allow others to covet her, nor would he allow her to escape. Hushi felt agitated, causing her heart to pound, her face unyielding. Who likes it? Disgusting. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and wiped her kiss-swollen red lips. The next moment, She felt the air around her suddenly become dark and violent, as if a whirlpool was forming, preparing to swallow her. Nangong Yu's face was overcast yet calm and collected as one hand hooked her nape, his frosty eyes staring at her. "You said, disgusting?" When Hushi looked at the expression on Nangong Yu's face, she instantly wanted to retreat, her face turning pale. Of course she felt guilty. It was like she wasn't clear and had made him misunderstand. But he was the one who did the wrong thing first, breaching her heart so her attitude wouldn't be so cold towards him. However, just as Hushi moved to retreat, Nangongyu reacted first. He abruptly pressed her body closer to his, one hand holding her nape as the other hand tightly wrapped around her slender waist. Once she was firmly confined in his arms, he lowered his head, seizing her small mouth and kissing her once again. The kiss this time was more frantic than the first, as aggressive as if he was trying to devour her soul. Hushi was firmly captured in Nangong-yu's arms. Her body felt like it had become liquid, so she had no other choice but be forced to accept his passionate kiss. When the kiss ended, she only had enough strength left to gasp for breath, her pink and tender cheeks turning red like a ripe apple. Nangong-yu gently stroked her cheeks, feeling their satiny warmth, and with a husky voice lightly laughed, "Little thing. Your mouth says no, yet your heart says yes, but even then, you still dare to say you don't like it." Hushi gnashed her teeth as she raised her head to glare at him. "You." Without waiting for her to rage and curse, Nangong-yu laughingly said, "If you still dare to say it's disgusting, I wouldn't mind kissing you until you like it." "Shier, you want to try it?" Hushi, who had been on the verge of rage, held it back, her anger creasing her long and shapely eyebrows, making her beautiful small face turn grim. Nangong-yu couldn't help but laugh when he saw her angry kitten-like appearance, his expression full of affection and happiness as he looked at her. "Shier, how can you look so adorable? You're adorable. Your whole family is adorable." Hushi gnashed her teeth once again, and quickly retreating, she escaped from Nangong-yu's arms, her left hand secretly raising the curtain as she considered jumping from the window. But as a result, Nangong-yu's next words made her obediently sit back down. "You don't want to know how to use the yuan-yang fruit?" Nangong-yu spoke casually, but the listening Hushi was seething with anger, itching to beat his annoying laughing face into a pig head. "Good. Very good. You hold the information that I need, and a hero doesn't suffer from one loss, so I admit defeat this time." Life had its ups and downs. She didn't believe that after she was able to cultivate, that Nangong-yu would still have ways to threaten her. At that time, she would let him know why the flowers were so red. Hushi took a deep breath, then another. It was only after taking that second deep breath was she able to push down the resentment in her heart, placing a fake smile upon her face. "In that case, may I ask Hades' king, Nangong-yu, to tell me how to use the yuan-yang fruit?" The tips of Nangong-yu's eyebrows and the corners of his eyes rose as he smiled. He thought that the girl before him was cunning yet adorable, especially due to the pain her wrist must in from when he had grabbed her before. Her appearance was of one wanting to resist rubbing it but being unable to, and that made him itch to take her into his arms again, firmly rubbing and pinching her. Nangong-yu laughed, and only when he saw that Hushi was getting angry again did he stop, saying in a serious voice, "Yuan-yang fruit will work more effectively if you use it directly, rather than refining it into a medicinal pill. The only condition is that your body needs to resist the yang attribute of the yuan-yang fruit. Otherwise, your body will explode. But, unfortunately, it's the only way." The corners of Hushi's mouth puckered as she fiercely said, "So, what should I do to be able to resist the yuan-yang fruit's yang nature?" Nangong-yu coughed before slightly smiling. "In order to neutralize the yang in the yuan-yang fruit, you must use the coldest-ing object, the yuan-yang fruit's counterpart. This way, it will help guide the yuan-yang fruit's heat straight to your dantian, but cooling it enough so that it won't be more than your body could bear." Hushi frowned. "Then what's the coldest-ing object?" Nangong-yu again smiled slightly. "Take out the yuan-yang fruit first." Hushi glanced at him suspiciously, but without pause, she still withdrew the jade box containing the two yuan-yang fruit from her space. The one sitting in front of her was the great Hades king. An insignificant fifth-rank yuan-yang fruit was nothing in his eyes. Nangongyu saw that she had no hesitation when she brought out the yuanyang fruit, and the dazzling radiance in his eyes shone brightly. Taking the jade box, he gently opened the cover, and a blazing heat burst forth. But as if it was nothing, his slender fingers gently stretched, grabbing one of the yuanyang fruit. The next moment, the yuanyang fruit in his hand disappeared before Hushi's eyes. Nangongyu had just clearly deposited it into his storage space. Hushi blinked, momentarily not understanding what it was that Nangongyu was doing. Nangongyu's eyes deeply looked at Hushi, but instead of explaining to her, he gently reached out his hand to tuck her disordered hair behind ear, then slowly said, "I'll take this yuanyang fruit as a reward. In a month, I will bring you the coldestine object. After that, you will be able to remove the seal on your dantian and become a cultivator." Hushi stared blankly, almost blurting out the question of why he was helping her to this extent. In regards to him taking a yuanyang fruit as a reward, she didn't mind, as it should be his. However, Nangongyu's burning gaze made her voice sluggish, so no matter how hard she tried, her voice wouldn't come out. At this moment, he lowered his head, his warm breathing fanning her slightly open red lips, his voice intimate. "Shi-er, do you believe me?" Hushi's body froze, as if by a spell, her mind like paste. Though even when she couldn't react, she still subconsciously nodded. That's right, she believed Nangongyu. She believed this stranger, this mysterious man, who has given her a lot of help. Despite there being no reason, she was convinced that whatever Nangongyu promised, he will certainly accomplish. The carriage soon arrived at a desolate area and stopped, not far away from her courtyard. Hushi gracefully jumped off the carriage, waved her hand towards Nangongyu, then turned around and hurriedly left. Although the night air was cold, it was unable to disperse the warmth on her face, her heart still pounding incessantly. Nangongyu lifted the curtain and watched as Hushi's back traveled further away, a complicated light flashing in his eyes. Outside the carriage, Qing Long's brows wrinkled. As he stared in the direction Hushi left, a touch of anxiousness swept past his eyes. In 1 month's time, wasn't that Master's once-a-year seclusion period? Master, what does he think he's doing? As a thought came to his mind, Qing Long's complexion became extremely unsightly, his eyes revealing a slight killing intent. He would not let anybody off who endangered the safety of his master. After returning, in the meeting hall of the Hades King's brightly lit manor, several subordinates were reporting a lack of progress to their master. Those are the current circumstances regarding Metal Qilin, by who has been reporting for half a day already, yet once he raised his head, he saw his normally cold-hearted master looking somewhat absent-minded. Although the expression on his face was still indifferent, those beautiful star-like eyes were gleaming brightly, as if he was thinking of something interesting, by whose chin almost hit the floor. They all knew that although their master was only 20 years old, his face was usually set in a demonic sneer, his deep eyes similar to a calm ancient well, as if in this world, simply no one or anything was able to arouse his interest. Usually during the daily report, Master would only need to listen to the beginning, straight away knowing the rest without have to hear it. So without having to wait for them to finish their report, he's able to give them accurate instructions on what to do. But today, Master was actually absent-minded. By who had finished his report and Master's orders still couldn't be heard. This was simply too unimaginable. What was Master thinking of? By who was uncertain, and he couldn't help but secretly cast a glance towards Master's slightly pursed lips. That spot of light peach color on his lower lip, it seemed to look like bite marks. By whose heart palpitated. Master is on the nascent soul stage. With his spiritual power, he would be able to heal this minor cut. But now Master had kept the wound, in the end. Who caused it? He vaguely cast a glance towards Qing Long, who was standing behind Master like an invisible person, asking with his eyes, what happened with Master today? Qing Long's expression was cold, a trace of confusion and anger visible in his eyes. Just when Bai Hu was becoming extremely confused, Nangongyu finally came back from his thoughts to see Bai Hu's confused expression and darting gaze, so he couldn't help but faintly say, I already understand the circumstances regarding Metal Qilin. Since the situation is now unusual, you can command them to train for the time being. If something happens, then let Wu Xian handle it. Yes, master. Baihu quickly focused his thoughts and respectfully said, this subordinate will notify Wu Xian. If there is nothing else, you can all withdraw. Nangongyu said with a wave of his hand. They quickly answered, and under Baihu's lead, they quietly withdrew from the hall, Qing Long following as he was also ordered to leave. Nangongyu sat alone in the large hall, and as his hand reached out to lightly touch the small cut on his lower lip, the corner of his mouth lifted into a light smile. What is that little thing doing now? Were there any thoughts of him? Before Nangongyu's eyes, an elegant and beautiful image slowly appeared. Obviously, it's a teenage girl, yet even though she was disguised as a man, there wasn't the slightest flaw in her disguise. Even Ouyang Zhixiang, one of the top experts in the country, was unable to see through her disguise. If he hadn't recognized that pair of purple eyes earlier, perhaps even he would be unable to imagine that the elegant as a pearl Shiyu, the genius Dr. Shi, and Nalan family's abandoned and ugly concubine-born daughter, Nalan Hushi, were unexpectedly the same person. In his mind, the actions of the two people in the carriage flashed past. The little girl's dainty body was soft and emitted a nice fragrance, her lips more delicate than a flower petal. These scenes replayed over and over in his mind, causing him to feel agitated and his body to feel burning hot. Never before had a person so affected his emotions like this little girl did, making him long to possess her, eager to be able to see her every frown and smile. It was fate. From the first moment he saw the radiance in her eyes when she opened them in Gluttonous House, his heart was drawn, unable to break free. But so what if he couldn't break free? If he, Nangongyu, wanted something, there wasn't anything he couldn't obtain. Just at this moment, the guard's voice from outside the door lightly reported, Master, Zhu Ke requests to see you. Soon after, a beautiful woman dressed in red walked into the hall, then kneeled towards Nangongyu in greeting. Her movements were as elegant as moving clouds. Without losing any of her outstanding beauty, when she kneeled, her chest and abdomen were still slightly upright, completely exposing the pretty curves of her body. Nangongyu said, Rise. The girl that I ordered you to examine, how is the condition of her injury? Zhu Ke slowly stood up, her face frosty and eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Contempt flashed in her eyes but quickly vanished without a trace. While on the surface she was still respectful as she replied, answering Master, Miss Nalan was only superficially wounded. It's not serious. After Zhu Ke had returned, she discovered that the person who lived in that remote courtyard, where no spiritual energy existed, was unexpectedly Nalan Manor's concubine-born third Mississippi. Moreover, she was the trash who had long been abandoned by Nalan Manor. Not mentioning an insignificant place like Nalan Manor, but just basing it off her physical condition as trash and her low-born birth, the people in Hades King's Manor simply wouldn't even bother to pay attention to her. Nangongyu nodded. He had used his spiritual power to examine her, so of course he knew her body didn't have any problems. Only, thinking of those criss-crossing scars, a trace of chilliness swept across his heart. The scars on her body will be able to heal? Zhu Ke dropped her gaze to hide her mood, while her hands hanging at her side were tightly clenched. Using a mocking tone to refer to herself, she said, Master, this subordinate is a fifth-rank doctor, yet it's still impossible for me to treat insignificant scars. How can I even have the qualifications to serve Master? After hearing no response, she secretly lifted her eyes to see a smile that wasn't a smile on Nangongyu's face. She couldn't help but bite her lip, then, appearing like it was accidental, said, because Miss Nalan's injury was only caused by an ordinary object, it didn't injure the texture of her skin. So, this subordinate originally planned to give her a bottle of second-rank pure jade dew pills as it would be enough. Although this medicine's effect is ordinary, so the time to completely recover would be longer, it would benefit an ordinary person like Miss Nalan due to the nature of the medicine, which is that of alleviating pain. But, who knows? Who knows? Zhu Ke once again glanced at Nangongyu, and seeing him restrain his smile, with his brows slightly wrinkled, she happily continued, Miss Nalan probably knew that this subordinate is a fifth-rank doctor, so she wanted a portion of every type of medicinal pill. But those medicinal pills are all for third rank and higher, For an ordinary person to take those medicines will cause their body to explode. This subordinate painstakingly tried to persuade her for a long time. Yet Miss Nayland not only didn't listen, she said, she is a person whom Master regards as important, while this subordinate was only a captive. What could this subordinate do, other than do what she was told? This subordinate is really incapable. I could only give her a portion of every type of medicinal pill. Nangongyu slightly smirked, neither reprimanding or appeasing her, only asking one thing. Oh, is that so? Zhu Kei was frightened by her master's meaningful gaze, as if he could see into her heart. Having no other choice but to restrain her guilt and fear, she nodded. Nangongyu suddenly spoke with a deep voice, but I remember ordering you to bring the 4th-rank jade muscle pill. Zhu Kei, are you outwardly agreeing to what I say, yet secretly opposing my orders? This subordinate doesn't dare. Zhu Kei was so frightened. Her whole body was trembling as she fell to her knees. Zhu Kei was so frightened that her whole body trembled, her knees thumping to the floor as she fell to kneel. This subordinate examined Miss Nayland's body and found that she is just an ordinary person without a cultivation base. The jade muscle pill is a 4th-rank medicinal pill. It's really harmful to Miss Nayland. So, without permission, I decided to exchange it with pure jade dew pills which only have a mild effect. Yet afterwards, Miss Nayland demanded that this subordinate also give her the jade muscle pill, begging Master to clearly distinguish this. Nangongyu lightly said, I just casually asked, you don't have to be so nervous. Suddenly, he pointed to her face and asked, what happened to your face? Zhu Kei touched her left cheek, ashamed, resentment flashing in her eyes. She, Zhu Kei, posed as a beauty. No one in Hades King's manor could be compared to her. Added with her excellent medical skills and decent cultivation base, Master has always thought highly of her. Apart from herself, there has been no other woman who could get close to Master. But now, that immature, ugly girl had dared to injure her cherished face, causing the hatred in her heart to rise in turbulent waves. At this time, sloping scratches extended from her temple to her cheek on the left half of her face, and although the scar wasn't long, it was a faint grayish color. As long as a person with discerning eyes looked at her face, they could easily spot it. The appearance Zhu Kei had cherished the most was now like heart-piercing torment to her. Yesterday, she didn't immediately treat the wound, so now it's become like this. Zhu Kei lowered her eyes, her face showing a humiliated and flustered expression, and with a low voice said, Miss Nayland, when she demanded more than 10 types of precious medicinal pills from this subordinate originally refused. But who knew that she would suddenly throw a strange silver needle? At the time, this subordinate was not aware that, however, Master, please don't blame Miss Nayland. She is also worried the scars on her body will remain. So momentarily anxious, this subordinate was too careless. This subordinate is obviously a cultivator of gold core stage, yet still managed to be injured by an ordinary person's hands. Zhu Kei lifted her head, concealed the radiance in her eyes, and with an enduring and humiliated expression, she looked at Nangongyu. She just couldn't believe that Master would be seduced by such a greedy and vain woman. But who knew what Nangongyu was thinking as he just casually smiled, his pitch-black eyes like calm ancient wells, not revealing a trace of his emotions. An incensed stick of time later, Zhu Kei left the hall, her face livid. She touched the wound that was still faintly painful and itchy, her heart full of hatred. She had exposed all of Nayland Hushi's wicked conduct to Master. Yet, unexpectedly, Master didn't say anything, only waving his hand for her to withdraw. Could it be that Master truly liked that smelly girl? Zhu Kei gnashed her teeth while thinking, and Bai Hu, coming from the opposite direction, saw her ashen complexion and the scar on her face. He couldn't help but be surprised as he asked, what happened to you? How come your complexion is so unsightly? Did Master reprimand you? Furthermore, why does a scar still remain on your face? Aren't you a grand 5th-rank doctor? Such a little wound, yet you still can't treat it? Zhu Kei's complexion immediately became gloomier, coldly saying, you don't need to be so meddlesome, manage yourself instead. Bai Hu shrugged, it isn't good to provoke a woman over her appearance. Rather, recalling what he had just seen in the hall, he couldn't help but gossip with Zhu Kei. Hey, Zhuke, you haven't found Master abnormal today, have you? He went out early this morning, bringing Qing Long with him, and not returning until the sun set in the west. The expression on his face when he returned was as fresh as a spring breeze. When I reported to Master, it was the first time I'd ever seen him absent-minded. Zhuke's heart grew cold. She couldn't help but hesitate as she asked, "Do you know who Master met today?" By whose mouth twitched. The whereabouts of Master isn't something we subordinates can guess about as we wish. However, to gossip once in a while is still possible. His eyes brightened and he couldn't help but say, "Although, did you see that on Master's mouth there was a small cut?" After Zhuke heard this, an image suddenly appeared before her eyes showing that obvious cut on Master's lower lip. Tightly clenching her hands, her fingernails almost embedded themselves in her palms. Bai Hu was full of interest as he lowered his voice, excitedly continuing to gossip. "In my opinion, that cut is absolutely caused by being bitten. Master certainly didn't bite himself, and with Master's strength now, if it's not that he voluntarily let them, then no one would be able to do. You understand what I mean, right? I feel that the Master of these days is so unusual. This must be the sprouting of a spring heart. In other words, Master has reached that age after all." "Shut up. Master's affairs aren't for a captive like you to recklessly start a rumor about," Zhuke suddenly shouted, shocking Bai Hu so much he jumped. Bai Hu noticed that her beautiful and cold appearance had completely become distorted, her body trembling, her eyes reflecting her rage. "Master has such a heavenly appearance. How can common folk match up to him? If you dare babble nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite to you." Finished speaking, she furiously turned away, leaving Bai Hu standing alone with a face full of bewilderment. He blankly stared after her for half a day before saying in confusion, "What happened? Wasn't this only a joke? Even Master doesn't mind. But why was Zhuke so unreasonable, like her tail was being stepped on?" Zhuke angrily returned to her room, shutting the door with a bang. The rage in her heart couldn't be calmed, so she grabbed a porcelain bottle beside the door and fiercely threw it. In this world, no one is worthy enough for such a stunning master, especially that trash Nailin Hushi. One by one, the sounds of shattering porcelain echoed in the room, before finally, it helped calm Zhuke down. Sitting down in front of her dressing table, she withdrew 2 jade muscle pills that she had refined herself. However, a quarter of an hour passed, half an hour passed, an hour passed, yet the scar on her face didn't have the slightest sign of recovery. Moreover, it was originally just a faint grayish color, but now it had turned a thick gray-black color. And the most frightening part is that before it was only slightly itchy, now it had become painful and severely itchy. In the mirror, that thin scar had spread in the blink of an eye. Although there was no decay, it was as if it had been rubbed, the skin around the scar appearing bumpy and uneven with deep wrinkles. In such a short time, that originally thin and small scar had suddenly become extremely obvious, as if a small centipede had run across Zhuke's soft and white face, leaving a very horrible and disgusting mark. "Ah, my face, my face." Zhuke's eyes widened as she stared at the gray-black scar on her reflection in the mirror. Her face twisted and frightening. She issued a miserable scream. At this time, the Hushi that was being hated and cursed by Zhuke had long forgot about this woman. Although she was unable to remove the seal, she was still busy rushing back and forth every day. First off, it was to experiment by planting spiritual herbs in her space. In order to become familiar with the spiritual herbs' medicinal properties and growth characteristics, Hushi had ordered Mo-san and the others to collect all kinds of basic lists on spiritual herbs from outside. These lists were mainly composed of commonly seen spiritual herbs, spiritual insects, spiritual beasts, and medicinal pills found in the Mi-Luo continent. They didn't have detailed prescriptions and attributes, only rough explanations. Some even had physical descriptions. For a common doctor in this world, they were just like entry-level encyclopedias, without any real use. But for Hushi, they were a big help. Relying on her own large sum of money to last, Hushi brought the spiritual medicine lists, some spiritual herb seeds to be planted in her space, and didn't return. The ancient rhyme spiritual field in her space is able to shorten a plant's growth period 100 times. Just seeing the planted seeds begin to sprout a glossy green color and emit fresh spiritual energy made Dan so happy. Mother, mother, there's so many types of herbs that the air in Shumi Palace has become good enough to eat. Dan wants more herbs, mother. Plan a little extra, okay? Hushi lazily stretched her body, and after drinking a mouthful of spring water from the spiritual spring, sighed and unhappily said, I've been so busy these past several days and with difficulty have finally managed to plant so many hectares. You must really think of me as an old farming ox. What up, but Dan needs a lot of spiritual energy to be able to come out and meet Mother. Dan really wants to see Mother and help Mother beat bad people. Hushi was most afraid of Dan when it began to act cute, like a spoiled child. So heaving a sigh, she said, Okay, but these spiritual herbs have just started to sprout. Wait until they mature. Then they'll release a richer spiritual energy. At that time, apart from what I need for my medicine, the remaining spiritual herbs will all be given to you to eat. That's pretty good, right? Once Hushi had managed to console Dan, he finally stopped disturbing her. So after resting for a while, she continued to plant in a few areas. Looking at the field in her space, that was at this moment verdant and lush, Hushi's face showed a smile. Apart from those areas of spiritual herbs, Hushi had also planted a range of edible spiritual fruits and spiritual vegetables. These spiritual fruits and vegetables didn't have any special attributes, and they also didn't contain much spiritual energy, but as for taste, they were easily the most delicious. Because the time in her space didn't follow reason, the crops she had planted were already nearing maturity, and she would be able to harvest them that night. But when her eyes fell on the vast expanse of empty black soil, Hushi felt frustrated. The amount of spiritual herbs she had managed to plant today just weren't enough. The fact is that after she feeds them to Dan, there wouldn't be a single remaining spiritual plant left in the ancient rhyme's spiritual field. But how could the blame be all hers? Doesn't farming require proper time and effort? How could she manage to finish sowing such a large area by herself? Not to mention, later she would have to harvest everything that had reached maturity and then prepare the soil so that she could plant more crops. Just thinking about all that work made her head feel like it could explode. In the future, if she could find a hard-working, loyal, and capable person able to help with the farming, that would be nice. Hushi had barely withdrawn from her space and opened her eyes when she saw Xiaoli enter the room, staggering as she carried a large basin filled with hot water. This little girl was still young, only 10 years old, but coupled with possible long-term malnutrition, it had left her looking thin and small, giving her the appearance of a 7- or 8-year-old child. At this time, Xiaoli walked in while carrying a wash basin that appeared like it was more than half her size. Hushi quickly grabbed the basin, and removing a package of pastries from her space, she passed it to Xiaoli, only saying, Eat it. These days, Hushi had often been making food in her space. With the large supply of food ingredients and seasonings available to her, she was able to make many different kinds of foods. Unfortunately, due to the existence of Dan, that big stomach, no matter how much food she made, it was all devoured. Being able to bring food out from her space was very rare, and she had only managed it this time as she had done it secretly, withdrawing this package of pastries while Dan was distracted. Xiaoli was flattered as she looked at Hushi, yet she was unsure of what to do with the pastries she held in her hands. Miss, such a good dessert must be expensive, right? You really want to give these to me to eat? Even though the package containing the pastries was unopened, Xiaoli could smell their rich fragrance and sense a refreshing spiritual energy inside. Such a high-quality dessert like this would be sold in the intoxicated immortal restaurant. Even if Xiaoli worked for a lifetime, she still wouldn't be able to afford it, right? Hushi frowned. If I let you eat it, then just eat it. Why so much nonsense? Seeing that Xiaoli still looked fearful, her small face full of longing as she strongly endured her hunger, Hushi couldn't help but shake her head. I made these myself. In the future, no matter how many you want to eat, I'll be able to give them to you, since you follow me. As long as you're well-behaved and obedient, I naturally guarantee that you won't have to worry about your clothes and food. Xiaoli's mouth opened in surprise as she stared at Hushi with eyes full of reverence. Miss, you're a doctor with brilliant medical skills. Yet you're actually able to cook spiritual food too. You're simply too awesome. That Shaoli and brother are able to follow you. We're really blessed." After saying this, Shaoli carefully opened the wrapping and reverently picked up a delicately shaped peach blossom cake, slowly placing it in her mouth. The peach blossom's fragrance mixed with the sweetness of the pastry as it melted in her mouth, while the rich spiritual energy that touched her tongue was absorbed into her body, leaving her with a feeling of relaxation. Shaoli's eyes opened wide as she stared blankly with shock. As she chewed the pastry in her mouth with all her might, it was almost like she was itching to swallow her own tongue to savor every crumb. So delicious, it was really delicious. In this lifetime, she had never eaten such delicious food before. Even when her brother had once secretly brought her to their employer's house to eat expensive spiritual fruit, that fruit hadn't had 1/10 of the deliciousness contained in this cake. As soon as she returned to her senses, she realized that only 2 red bean cakes remained in the bag that she held in her hands, yet she still wanted to continue eating. Shaoli's face flushed with shame, her voice filled with panic and anxiousness as she spoke. "Miss, I didn't mean to eat so many, but they were really delicious. You should punish me." "Calm down. It's only a few pieces of pastry." When Hushi saw the little girl's regretful crying expression, it touched her heart, causing the corner of her mouth to subconsciously rise. "You stuffed your stomach with all those cakes, but there'll be more delicious foods later, and it'll be your loss as you'll be too full to eat more." At this time, Hushi remembered that she couldn't always spend all her time cooking in her space. It wasn't just Dandan, the big stomach king who devoured everything she made to look after. There was also Wet Nurse Chun. Her body was so weak, and having been nursed back to health after not being able to treat the illness for so long, it now appeared that rather than medicine to help her recuperate, it would be better to use healthy food. Of course, if Hushi could take advantage of this situation to teach Wet Nurse Chun how to cook, in the future everyone's meals would improve, while allowing for her to be lazy and cook less. In regards to Wet Nurse Chun's recovery, just as Hushi expected, the healthy food was very beneficial. After eating it for more than a week, Wet Nurse Chun's originally weak and unsightly complexion became rosy, while the impurities in her meridians also started to clear up. In addition to Wet Nurse Chun, Hushi also gave Shijia and the others a perfect supplement soup to use in conjunction with a detailed training program to build up their strength. The basic training that Shijia and the others were now following was very intense. Every day they got up at Mao Shur and weren't able to rest until Yushur in the evening. Hushi was teaching them the Special Forces basic training methods from her previous life. These training methods seemed simple at first glance, but in fact, they would cause the body to reach its limits time and time again, so that on a battlefield of death they would fight to live. In this way, step by step, their physical strength slowly became stronger. So every night, after they finished training, they were each served a bowl of the perfect supplement soup. It was the final step to help refine their bodies, a support to strengthen and stabilize the training. It is reasonable to say that Shijia and the others' training was very bitter, but they not only hadn't complained, instead they were full of anticipation every day. Every evening after training, their eyes as they looked at Hushi were shining, brimming with reverence and gratitude. In the spacious dining room, Shijia gulped down the last of the huge amount of prepared supplement soup. Still not completely full, he licked the bowl clean of soup, then reluctantly put down the big bowl. Beside him, Shi's actions were almost the same, and in the end he couldn't help but sigh. Young master's cooking skills are really amazing. Such a delicious soup. Even if he were to make me drink it for a lifetime, I would still be willing. She just sneered at him. "Do you think this soup is just delicious? If it was only delicious, it wouldn't be young master personally cooking it. Don't tell me that all of you haven't discovered it yet, that since we've been drinking this soup our body's conditions have improved. Every day they become better, with our strength also advancing and experiencing changes. I dare say that after half a month, I wouldn't have any fear even if I fought with a 9th-rank martial artist of the Qi refining stage." "That's right," Shi Bing, sitting across the table excitedly exclaimed. "Young master is really too amazing. How can the spiritual energy in the food be so rich, the effect so miraculous, and even the taste be so good?" "True, Although young master has instructed wet nurse Chen and Miss Xiaoli on how to prepare the food, the taste of their food can't be compared with young master's. Moreover, have you all heard young master's words? Now that our training is underway, and only the most basic training at that, as long as we can pass this stage, he will teach us far more powerful skills in the future. Once we've learnt these special skills, even if we were to meet with a foundation establishment stage martial artist, we wouldn't need to have the slightest amount of fear. Shi's hands tightly clenched into fists, his eyes slightly red. Previously, we were kept in cages to be sold and were ignored by people. Who would have ever thought that there will be such a day like this? Yes, which young master resembles ours, buying servants not to flog, beat, or curse at them, and instead raising them with delicious food. The 10 people were talking spiritedly and thinking of their master now. Their eyes were full of sincere admiration usually seen when worshipping an idol. Shi Jia looked at the 9 brothers who had trained together these past few days, his smile suddenly vanishing, his face solemn as he said, "Young master has given us a new lease on life. If it hadn't for him, we would have always been the servants that were looked down upon by people. Brothers, we must pass this training so that in the future we can repay young master." In the dining room, a combined shout of "all right" echoed as it sounded. Xiaoli, carrying a small plate of fruits, smiled as she looked at this scene. However, she couldn't help but remember the youth on a long journey. "Brother, when will you be able to finish avenging our hatred and return? If you don't return soon, Miss Most Trusted Servant position will be taken away." While Xiaoli, Shijia, and the others were thinking about Hushi, she had at this time left the remote suburbs to come to the bustling Yanjing city, arriving at General Ouyang's manor. This time Ouyang Haoshuan wasn't lying in the bed, but instead sitting in a rattan chair in the courtyard. It was now already the 3rd time that Hushi had come to treat Ouyang Haoshuan, the thin silver needles penetrating into several of his acupuncture points. As Ouyang Zhixiong quickly stepped forward, he started transferring some of his spiritual power to his son's body. The silver needles inserted into Ouyang Haoshuan's body shook slightly, as if there was an invisible hand shaking them. Yet unlike with the previous times, this time was different as there was now no longer any thick black liquid seeping out. "Done," Hushi lightly uttered, her face showing a satisfactory smile. The youth's skin was as fine as white porcelain, almost transparent under the sunshine. When a shallow laugh sounded, the youth's whole person was surrounded by a faint golden light, the beauty stunning and dazzling people. As Ouyang Haoshuan reclined on the rattan chair, he momentarily felt stunned, his heart feeling as if it was grabbed by something. With a ticklish, heavy pressure in his chest, his breathing started to unconsciously speed up. Ouyang Zhixiong was pleasantly surprised as he looked at Hushi. "Genius, Dr. Shi. Today we didn't see any poison seep out. Does that mean that Haoshuan is already completely recovered?" Hushi nodded her head, and after returning the silver needles to her space, she then sat down beside Ouyang Haoshuan. Her voice was as ice-cold as her jade-like slender fingers as they grabbed Ouyang Haoshuan's wrist, gently pressing down on his veins. His wrist sensed the cool touch of those soft and slender fingers, more exquisite than mutton-fat white jade. Ouyang Haoshuan suddenly felt his whole body tense, and feeling like the hand on his wrist was actually pressed against his heart caused him to be unable to suppress the shudder that shook his body. Hushi glanced at him strangely before she then withdrew her hand, saying, "The poison in young Master Ouyang's body has been completely removed, his broken tendons repaired, and his dantian is now able to once again accumulate spiritual power. Unfortunately, due to the fact that young Master's body has been declining for more than a year, his body is now extremely weak. Not just his body, though, his meridians are also very fragile. So young Master Ouyang's body needs some time to exercise and recover completely." Ouyang Zhixiong nodded repeatedly, and looking at Ouyang Haoshuan reclining on the rattan chair, he could feel his eyes start to redden. His son had been lying on the bed for over a year, and with a pale complexion and an unshaven beard, the whole image he had portrayed was one of an abandoned beggar, completely dejected. Yet now, although Ouyang Haoshuan's body was still weak, he had regained his refined and proud demeanor, and with his eyes clear, his whole person now resembled a brilliant pearl. It seemed that compared to his previous disposition, the him of today was far more imposing. This is all thanks to Shiyu, the genius Dr. Shi with the magical hands capable of reviving a dying person with a miraculous method. Ouyang Zhixiong repeatedly thanked her, and ordering his people to carry out a large chest of crystal stones, he insisted that Hashi accept it. Hashi was raising a small pet that loved to eat crystal stones, so of course she was extremely short on funds. Since General Ouyang was so enthusiastic to give them, she certainly wouldn't argue with him and refuse. Yet it was now only proper to return politeness for politeness, so Hashi treated Ouyang Haoshuan's body extra carefully. Not only did she leave a lot medical pills for Ouyang Haoshuan to take to restore his meridians, she also wrote out a detailed recuperation program to help return him to peak physical condition. Of course, those medical pills were something she had learnt to make in her previous life using a refining method unknown in Miluo continent. After all, she couldn't use spiritual power, so of course she wouldn't be able to refine pills by controlling fire. Ouyang Zhixiong's mind was finally at peace after Hashi had accepted the remuneration, but he couldn't help but think that the black poison had almost completely eroded his son's body, making it near impossible for him to ever fully recover. Genius Dr. Shi, do you know what kind of poison was in Haoshuan's body? Hashi's movements slightly paused, and she was silent momentarily before finally saying, the poison found in young Master Ouyang's body was devouring spirit. This poison is extremely rare in Jinling country. It's colorless and tasteless, so it's very difficult to detect this poison in an ordinary martial artist. Once this poison is administered, it nourishes itself on the body's spiritual power, rapidly spreading throughout the entire body. For people infected with this poison, the meridians will rot inch by inch, while the dantian will gradually wither until all that remains of the person is a layer of skin. Only then will they stop breathing. During this process, the person will feel like they're slowly being devoured by 1,000 ants, in such unbearable agony that they would wish for death. An ordinary person would absolutely be unable to endure it. When saying these words, Hashi's face had slightly blushed. This was because she wasn't able to find out any information about the devouring spirit poison. Rather, the information had come from Nangongyu, who had taken the bottle of poison with him, and several days later had ordered people to deliver a jade slip detailing the poison to her. Recorded on the jade slip was information regarding the devouring spirit's prescription and toxicity, with even a few detailed cases attached. With such a rare poison, she knew that within such a short period of time that she wouldn't have been able to find out such knowledge. Yet just recalling the shameless words that person had attached at the end of the jade slip caused Hashi's heart turn from gratefulness to resentment. That shameless rascal, who would like to think of him while lying awake restless and worried at night. Just dream on. Ouyang Zhixiong's and Ouyang Haoshuan's faces changed after hearing Hashi's explanation. Ouyang Zhixiong fiercely attacked a rock nearby, and after just hearing a bang, that rock that was as tall in height as half a person instantly collapsed into dust. Who would be this vicious as to actually use devouring spirit to deal with my Ouyang family? He not only wanted to destroy Haoshuan, but also wanted to make our Ouyang family sink into a situation devoid of hope. Ouyang Haoshuan slightly moved his mouth as he sneeringly said, no matter who is it, since they dared to plot against Ouyang Haoshuan, then there will be a day where I must make them repay what they owe 1,000 times. Hashi wasn't interested in participating in the Ouyang family's revenge, and since the illness was already cured, she was naturally ready to leave. However, just when she was about to go, she heard Ouyang Haoshuan gently call out to her, "Genius Dr. Shi, please stay a moment." Hashi turned around and saw the man who had been reclining on the rattan chair slowly stand up, his slender body appearing thin and weak under the sunshine, yet his back was quite straight. "Genius Dr. Shi, can I call you Shiyu?" The man's low and quiet voice was slightly hoarse, causing Hashi to raise her eyebrows yet not answer. Ouyang Haoshuan also didn't intend for her to respond, his mouth lifting into a shallow smile as he said, "Maybe Shiyu didn't take me seriously, but I still want to say it to you again. Young master, you have graced me with a new lease on life. So I, Ouyang Haoshuan, hereby vow that in the future if Shiyu has any requests of me, as long as it doesn't bring disaster to my Ouyang family, I will certainly to go through any difficulty to accomplish it for you. If I violate this oath, let me be struck with divine punishment." Hashi stared blankly, while Ouyang Zhixiong was shocked. but immediately thinking of his son, who just half a month ago was dispirited and desperate, he felt relief. It wasn't an exaggeration to repay this life-saving kindness by willing to risk life and limb. Hushi was surprised by Ouyang Haoshuan's eyes. They were too bright, too cold. They somewhat resembled an aurora blooming between glaciers, obviously dazzling to look at, yet without a trace of emotion. Subsequently, Hushi felt a smile burst across her face, and without hesitation, she turned around and left Ouyang Manor. No matter what promises or oaths she heard, for her, it was all meaningless. After all, the partner who had previously accompanied her for 10 years had easily betrayed her. Isn't that so? Hushi hadn't left Ouyang Manor for long when a carriage suddenly came from behind, rushing to catch up before finally stopping in her path. A familiar snow-white horse stood in front of her, kicking its front hoof as it snorted arrogantly with its nose. The corner of Hushi's mouth flattened, and sure enough, soon the carriage's curtain lifted, revealing Nangong Yu's face, which could turn all living things upside down. The distance from Yinjing City to the remote suburbs is quite far. It would be better to let me send you Xier. Hushi didn't hesitate in refusing. We're not going in the same direction. It's too troublesome. Nangong Yu slightly smiled as he leisurely spoke. Who's not going in the same direction? This king just happens to be going to Tsang Mountain to attend to some business. Xier, if you're not going to get in, then this king will just have to force you like last time. Hushi felt the veins in her forehead pop, and eventually unable to resist a certain shameless man, she jumped onto the carriage with a cold face. Before getting on, though, she couldn't help but glance towards the man driving the carriage. Rather than seeing Qing Long, a refined-looking gentleman wearing moon-white brocade robes was sitting in the driver's seat. He and Qing Long were like polar opposites. Noticing Hushi studying him, the man quickly hid his shock and displayed a carefree smile, saying, "Hello. I'm one of Master's personal servants, Bai Hu." Hushi nodded to him without speaking, instead hopping straight into the carriage. Bai Hu's smile vanished as he murmured with astonishment, "My God, Master's sweetheart is actually a man. A delicate youth on top of that. This news is really too much." Bai Hu's heart longed to gossip about this news while he quickly drove the carriage forward, soon leaving behind Yinjing City and arriving outside Hushi's shabby courtyard. After entering the carriage, Hushi had decided not to provoke Nangong Yu, but unexpectedly, throughout the entire journey, Nangong Yu hadn't spoken to her once. It was as if she didn't exist to him as he leaned on the soft cushions, leisurely flipping through a dilapidated ancient book. While on the contrary, Hushi's heart was puzzled as she secretly glanced at him several times on the journey. Yet the entire time, up until the carriage stopped in front of her courtyard, Nangong Yu had completely ignored her, making her feel in a somewhat bad mood. Lightly jumping off the carriage, Hushi was just about to walk into the courtyard when she turned her head and saw Nangong Yu, wearing a light reddish-purple robe, exiting the carriage too. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked over to her, his solemn attitude clearly indicating that he wanted to follow her in entering the house. Hushi's eyebrows raised. "We've arrived at my courtyard and you've sent me home, so why are you following me?" Nangong Yu laughed, his voice clear and pleasant to listen to. "Xier, with our relationship, how can this king pass your house without entering?" Hushi gnashed her teeth, fiercely saying, "What relationship do I have with you?" Nangong Yu's figure suddenly flashed as he leaned closer to her, murmuring in her ear, "Don't you know? The kind with skin touching skin. A close physical relationship where partners are deeply attached to each other. That kind of relationship." "Xier, are you still unable to remember?" Seeing Hushi starting to get angry, he slowly made something up on the spot. "Not to mention, I've been working hard in order to lift the seal on Xier's dantian. Don't tell me I can't get compensation in advance." Heard the words about unsealing her dantian, Hushi's expression suddenly froze as she no longer had the confidence to retort. Unsealing her dantian to enhance her strength was her top priority at the moment. Unfortunately, it just so happens that besides Nangong Yu, there was no other person she could think of to help her. Heard the commotion outside. Wet Nurse Chen rushed to greet her young miss, yet was shocked upon seeing Nangong Yu sticking very closely to Hushi. A strong and noble aura could be felt from Nangong Yu's body, while his face was so handsome that it could stun and dazzle a woman. It was simply too oppressive. "Me young master, you've returned?" Wet Nurse Chin cautiously watched Nangongyu, still struggling to catch her breath as she asked, "And this person is?" Hushi glanced at Nangongyu and saw his indifferent expression. With his ice-cold eyes, it was like he was an immortal, looking at ordinary people as if they were ants. His aura was one that was so imposing that it deterred people from coming close, and compared to his appearance when he was in front of her, it was like there was two different people. When Nangongyu was like this, it more resembled the legendary king of Hades who was known to be cold-hearted, cruel, and capable of killing without remorse, right? This is young Master Yu and his subordinate, by who? Hushi's face was taut as she introduced them, reluctantly adding, "My circumstances nowadays is thanks to their help." Wet Nurse Chin uttered a shocked exclamation, and suddenly her expression as she looked at Nangongyu and Bai who was full of gratefulness and admiration. Hushi had purposely spoken vaguely, letting Wet Nurse Chan mistakenly believe that Hushi was able to escape from Gluttonous House, and to now also be able to have such strong skills due to Nangongyu. This was her Mrs. Savior. Suddenly, her instinctual fear of Nangongyu was forgotten as she politely invited the two guests to enter the house. Even Hushi was thrown to the back of her mind. "Young Master Yu, since you've come all this way to this small and remote courtyard, then it would be better if you could stay and have a meal. We don't have much, but I can assure you that we have the most delicious spiritual foods in the entire Jinling city here. Young Master Yu, you must taste it." Following behind Nangongyu, Bai who finally couldn't help but laugh. "The most delicious spiritual food, hee. Which type of most delicious food in this Jinling city hasn't my master yet tasted? Wet Nurse, isn't your boast a little too big? Especially looking around at this small shabby courtyard where there is no spiritual power fluctuations. This courtyard also didn't have a protection spell. How could they have enough crystal stones to build an expensive spiritual kitchen?" When Wet Nurse Chan heard this, she didn't feel the slightest bit humiliated or angry. Instead, she proudly turned her head to look at Hushi's cold face, then mysteriously said, "Young Master Yu and Young Master Bai who wouldn't know, but our family's young master is a spiritual kitchen expert. I even dare to say that the delicious food she can make can't be matched by the top chef from the intoxicated immortal restaurant." Bai whose face still showed ridicule as he didn't believe her in the slightest. However, Nangongyu raised his brows in interest, and with a smirk, he looked over at Hushi. Why didn't this king know that Shi'er also had this kind of skill? Hushi's expression didn't change as she lightly said, "Wet Nurse Chin only selfishly said nonsense, don't believe it." "How can it be nonsense?" Wet Nurse Chin said anxiously, "Me young master. Anyone in this courtyard who's eaten your cooking has highly praised it. If this old captive has lied, then let heaven's thunder strike me. If you say it like that, then I must definitely taste it," said Nangongyu as he lightly smiled. In Hushi's heart, she really wanted to be able to seal Wet Nurse Chin's mouth, but without the chance she could only gnash her teeth and say, "We don't have enough fresh ingredients in this courtyard. Let's try it another day." This wasn't a lie, because although the courtyard stored many foods, most of it was low-rank spiritual beast meat used to prepare food for Shijia and the others. Shijia and the others' bodies were way down on the cultivation line, so their food didn't require much spiritual energy at all. But if Nangongyu were to consume this low-rank spiritual beast's meat, the effect would be the opposite of the desired result. Bai who immediately revealed a pained face. He absolutely didn't believe that this cute little boy could cook delicious food, but since Master had given him an order, he had no other choice but to carry it out. Half an hour later, Hushi looked at the kitchen piled full of a large quantity of high-quality foods, including fresh and rich spiritual beast meat filled with spiritual energy. She simply didn't know what to say. But when she saw Bai whose doubtful eyes and Nangongyu's meaningful sneer, her heart suddenly surged with haughtiness. Humph! This group of stupid people, daring to doubt her top-level cooking, just wait until later when you'll want to swallow your tongues to savor every bite. Hushi quickly collected the spiritual beast meat into her space, leaving only a fragrant mountain pig and some condiment ingredients on the bench. Next, she removed a simple barbecue grill and seasoning from her space, placing it all in the center of the yard. What is this strange thing? Baihu muttered. Isn't cooking supposed to be done in the kitchen with a condensed spiritual power flame? In the end, are you able or cook or not? Hushi ignored him. Her hand that held a handle starting to move, slowing spinning the fragrant mountain pig until the motion was extremely fast. The fragrant mountain pig's body size was small and easy to capture. Its meat was tender and delicious, so coupled with its rich spiritual energy, a martial artist would naturally prefer this as a food ingredient. The only disadvantage was that fragrant mountain pigs had a strong fishy smell that was extremely difficult to remove. Of course, a high-level chef would be able to get rid of the smell, but using that kind of method would make the spiritual energy in the food almost entirely disappear. That Baihu choose this kind of ingredient was to obviously make it difficult for Hushi, so that he could see her humiliated. At this moment, they could only see her using water to rinse the pig meat without adding any special herb ingredients to get rid of the smell, causing a sneering expression to subconsciously appear on their faces. However, in the next moment, the contempt in Baihu's eyes changed into astonishment. He didn't know when, but more than a dozen silver needles had appeared in Hushi's hand. Her actions were extremely quick as she inserted the needles into the pig meat. The meat that was originally still overflowing with spiritual energy was now covered by something similar to an invisible barrier, firmly locking all the spiritual energy inside of it. Heavens, this is possible? Hushi didn't pay any attention to Baihu's exclamation. Instead, her hands started moving faster, and after ensuring that the spiritual energy in the spiritual beast meat wouldn't be lost, she began to empty the fragrant mountain pig's abdominal cavity. Next, she quickly filled the inside with all kinds of herbs and fruits, using snow ginseng to get rid of the smell and increase the flavor. Following that, she then got Shaoli to come help her, smearing it layer by layer with all kinds of seasonings that were just mixed a few days ago. Baihu watched on with a stunned expression. He had never seen someone cooking fragrant mountain pig with such a method before. As Hushi's slender and elegant fingers moved, it was very natural. Comparable to moving clouds and flowing water, it was extremely pleasing to the eyes to watch and helping to greatly increase a person's appetite. It was enthralling. Yet Hushi suddenly lifted her head and beckoned towards him. Burn the charcoal in the grill. You're ordering me to burn the charcoal? Baihu exclaimed, but I'm Master's personal bodyguard, the majestic Hades King manners. You can't even light the charcoal? Hushi looked at him with contempt, then looked at Nangongyu. All your people in Hades King's manor are freeloaders? Baihu suddenly burst into tears. In his heart he shouted, How can I be a freeloader? I'm the one who bought this fragrant mountain pig. I bought it. I bought it. But when he made contact with his master's deep eyes, Baihu became terrified and obediently threw a fireball into the grill to light the charcoal. It just so happened that he was a martial artist with a double attribute that included golden fire. Soon, the charcoal started heating up, and once it had reached a sufficient temperature, Hushi placed the pig meat on the grill and began to slowly turn it. With the charcoal being heated by the fire, the fragrant mountain pig began to roast and be coated with a layer of crisp golden skin, with the smell beginning to permeate throughout the yard. Baihu, in accordance with Hushi's requirement, was standing on the side to moderate the temperature of the charcoal, swallowing from time to time as he stared without blinking. Suddenly, his stomach issued a loud gurgling sound, making Shaoli, who was standing nearby, chuckle when she heard it. This in turn made Baihu's face instantly redden. This is too shameful. Yet, what smell is this? How can it be so fragrant, causing a person to be so tempted to taste it? Baihu couldn't help but secretly glance at his master. His master was completely focused on the busy youth tending the grill, his eyes shining brilliantly, as if he was looking at a potential treasure. Taking advantage of the time it took to roast the fragrant mountain pig, Hushi quickly made a salad and some soup. The ingredients and methods used for making both were simple. The ingredients were grown in the ancient rhyme spiritual field, helped to grow with water from the ninth secluded spiritual spring, and after adding seasoning, the food would be delicious and rich with spiritual energy. It completely couldn't be compared with ordinary spiritual food. When Shaoli passed Baihu as she walked over carrying 2 bowls of the prepared dishes, a tantalizing fragrance assaulted his nostrils, the roast meat so fragrant it caused Baihu to gulp and feel agitated. Hey, you can eat now. Nangongyu returned to his senses when he heard Hushi call out, and looking up, he caught sight of a white robe and an elegant girl's face filled with a light smile. With picturesque features, her eyes shined like stars. On the table, tendrils of fragrance curled around the simple food, while the girl's originally somewhat glacial features had now become soft and warm. This was just like a warm family. Nangongyu stepped forward, and sitting down at the table, he picked up the chopsticks in front of him to taste the food. The taste of the fragrant and tender pig meat lightly spread across his tongue, and with the fresh and rich spiritual energy accompanied by a slightly spicy flavor, it instantly stimulated the sensitivity of his taste buds. It was as if there was a gentle trickle of energy slowly being absorbed into his body, causing the fatigue in his body and spirit to gradually be swept away. Hushi sat on the other side of the table with a hand under her chin. She was beaming as she looked at him. "How's the taste?" Nangongyu lightly replied, "Not bad." "Humph. Not bad? You say that, but your hand is moving so fast to eat. Isn't this like you're ravenously devouring the food? Wait a minute, you're actually going to directly use your hands to grab the roast meat? Aren't you His Highness Hades' king, the idol of every girl throughout all of Jinling, and yet you're eating so vigorously like this? What about your image?" In the time it takes to burn a short stick of incense, the 3 dishes and serving of soup on the table were all eaten clean by Nangongyu. Baihu sullenly scowled, "Master, I helped to roast the food for so long, and yet you couldn't even leave a little bit for me?" Even such a person like Master had kept eating, forgetting about everyone else. In the end, how delicious had those dishes been. He also would have liked to try tasting it. Wu. Shaoli saw him looking so pitiful, and only then did she carry out prepared food for Shijia and the others from the kitchen to give to him instead. Of course, this food couldn't be compared in terms of taste and spiritual energy to the food that Nangongyu had eaten. It wasn't until the sun had started setting in the west that Nangongyu decided to take his leave. Hushi sent them to the door and was about to return when Nangongyu suddenly tugged on her wrist, causing her petite body to be tightly enveloped in his embrace. "Rascal, you let go." Wet Nurse Chun and Shaoli were still watching them from behind. Nangongyu leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Tomorrow I want to eat bergamot gold rolls you were mentioned earlier, so remember to prepare it." Hushi glared at him. "What reason would I have to do that? This guy is insatiable." Nangongyu looked down at her with a gentle and warm smile. "Also, the snacks that your little servant had spoken, I want to try every type of them. That's all for now." Finished speaking, and without waiting for Hushi to answer him, he turned around and entered the carriage. Hushi was alone as she stood by the courtyard gate, angrily gritting her teeth. "That's all for now. Who does this rascal think he is?" What made Hushi depressed was that one word from the Hades king really carried an enormous weight, completely preventing people from going against it. From that day forward, every few days, Nangongyu would come to her small courtyard to be a freeloader. He claimed it was an advanced reward for his services. Even if he himself didn't have the free time to come, he would order Baihu to come collect the packed food. This caused Baihu, the gossiper with a big, lively stomach, to become familiar with the people in this courtyard. Since eating Hushi's finely made dishes, Baihu had admired Hushi. Previously, he had despised her, but now he flattered her to curry favor with her. Things continued like this for more than half a month, until one day, news from Nangongyu stopped arriving. Even Baihu's visits started decreasing. When she asked Baihu about Nangongyu's whereabouts, all she got in return were vague responses. His eyes showed his alertness and suspicion that he was excluding her, making Hushi feel bad. Today, when Baihu came to collect the food, he noticed that both Hushi and Shaoli refused to acknowledge him, so he moved closer to them in embarrassment. "Young Master Shi, these days Master is really busy, so he's unable to come over." In the midst of his busy schedule, though, he still found time to order me to look after you, young Master Shi. Hushi uttered an indifferent, "Oh." It was neither angry or happy. In fact, it was as if they were only talking about an insignificant person. When Baihu remembered that his master really valued this youngster, his heart couldn't help but tighten, while cold sweat dripped down his back. This is all Qinglong and Zhu Kei's fault. Those two guys would repeatedly caution Baihu to be wary of unknown people scheming against master. coupled with the fact that Master was now in his most critical time. It had made Baihu's attitude towards this young Master, Shiyu, somewhat cold. The result was that when he went to deliver the food to Master that day, Master's expression had unexpectedly sunk. Obviously, when he looked at the spiritual food, it was exactly the same. Smell, look, and taste were all great, while the spiritual energy was also rich, yet in the end, just how could Master tell that the taste was different? He was even able to feel that young Master Shiyu was unhappy just by the taste of the food. Since then, despite how much slandering Qinglong and Zhu Ke would do, Baihu no longer dared to ignore this young Master Shiyu even a little bit. He has never seen Master so attached to a person before, regardless of whether that person was a man or a woman. So, as long as he is Master's sweetheart, he, Baihu, swore to protect him. Not to mention, young Master Shiyu's foods were so delicious that if he offended him, wouldn't that mean no more food for him in the future? Baihu was lost in his thoughts when suddenly, he noticed wet nurse Chen hurriedly running over. Instead of her usual kind expression, her face showed panic as she called out, Miss, people from Nalan Manor have come." Wet nurse Chen's heart was very panicked, as the terror caused by Nalan Manor had left a deep-rooted scar. Even now, though her miss has become stronger, she was still unable to control her fear of Nalan Manor. So being that she was in such a hurry, she didn't pay attention to Baihu and shouted out Hushi's usual address. Baihu opened his eyes wide in surprise as he looked at Hushi. Although he had long suspected, especially after Zhu Ke's implied words, that young Master Shiyu is a girl, but how could there be such a magical technique to change one's appearance in this world? His cultivation base is so high, yet he unexpectedly couldn't tell at all that this person is a woman disguised as a man. Hushi didn't panic, because for her, Baihu knowing her true gender was simply an insignificant matter. However, just thinking about Nalan Manor, and also Nalan Feishua, who caused the death of Nalan Hushi, the corner of her mouth raised slightly, revealing a cold expression. Her hand gently moved, like the flutter of a thin cicada wing, and suddenly a human skin mask appeared in her hand. After lightly wiping her face, she then applied the mask. In the next moment, her youthful, delicate skin, with an elegant and beautiful appearance, had now transformed into that of an ugly girl. Her complexion was now malnourished and sickly, with her skin dried up and swollen around her eyes. Baihu looked stunned as he pointed at Hushi's face, speechless for half a day. At this moment, a rough and fierce roar burst forth from the door. "Get off! Don't you know who I am? How dare you block me? You all must be really impatient to die." The backyard's gate was savagely pushed open, and an unusually tall and sturdy man dressed in blue walked in with large strides. From his appearance, he looked to be around 40 years old. With a fierce-looking face and the tip of his eyes slightly squinting, he emitted a ruthless aura. This man's name is Qin Lu. He's a captive from Nalan Manor and was one of Zhang Dazhong's men. Due to the disappearance of Zhang Dazhong some time ago, Qin Lu had filled the gap of his absence and was promoted to head butler. He was currently very proud of his success. However, once Baihu saw him, his face revealed nothing but disdain. This man was merely trash on the third rank of the Qi refining stage. If he were to be assigned a place in Hades King Manor, he wouldn't even be able to find work sweeping the floor at the most remote courtyard. Wet Nurse Chan was terrified, yet still quickly walked forwards and blocked him, saying, "Butler Qin, we are honored by your presence, but whatever is the matter? It's better to tell this old captive. This old captive will then pass it on to Mississippi. Get out of the way, old woman." Qin Lu raised his foot and kicked Wet Nurse Chen, then said with disdain, "Who do you think you are? What sort of qualifications do you have to speak to me? Quickly call Nalan Hushi out here. I came here with orders from Madam." Finished speaking, he no longer looked at Wet Nurse Chen and taking big strides, he walked into the backyard. Yet, just as he entered the backyard, Qin Lu's footsteps halted, his face showing a surprised expression. Not only was Hushi sitting in the yard, casually drinking tea from a cup she held, but standing beside her there was a little girl who was arranging refreshments for her, while several tall and strong men were guarding her. Close by her side, there stood a graceful and outstanding man who was unfamiliar to Qin Lu. Yet he had a sinister-looking smile upon his face as he looked at him. Qin Lu couldn't believe his eyes. Is she really that third Miss, Nalan Hushi, who would only keep her head down while shrinking her shoulders and crying? He looked carefully at her again. If it's not third Miss, then who else could it be? Who else had that same pale complexion, with the same ordinary physical body without spiritual power? Humph, she's only trash. Did she think she could threaten me just by gathering some ordinary people to fill this yard? She's dreaming. Thinking till here, Qin Lu's anger increased. So walking forwards in large strides, he arrogantly faced Nalan Hushi and sneered, "Third Miss really has great style. I haven't seen you in a few months. Yet from where did Third Miss manage to hook these wild men? Clearly you aren't afraid that your reputation as a fickle woman would spread to the public, damaging Nalan Manor's good reputation." Hushi hadn't yet responded when Baihu suddenly burst into laughter. "Nalan Manor's good reputation? I'm really sorry, but how come I didn't know about Nalan Manor's good reputation? The news that she stripped him using violent means has already spread everywhere. Still using her strength against him, even though you can tell with one look that Zhu Zhongba is trashed. SK. The people from Nalan Manor are really well educated." Once Qin Lu heard Baihu's words, his face turned red. With his eyes expressing how humiliated and angry he was, his body slightly trembled with his rage. Even Hushi wore a surprised expression on her face. Oh, it was unexpected that the rumor had spread to such a wild degree that it has already reached Yanjing City. This news really pleased her because if it wasn't thanks to Baihu, she never would have heard such amusing news as she had been busy lately with sorting out her space and helping Shi Jia and the others with their training. Thinking of this, she raised her head and glanced at Baihu with appreciation. Baihu straightened his posture, immediately beaming with joy. "Aya, young Master Shiyu. Wrong. It should be Miss Nalan. She's finally not angry anymore. There'll be no problem with the food in the future now." Qin Lu finally recovered his wits and wanted to rush over to give Baihu a lesson right away. However, the atmosphere focused around Baihu couldn't help but cause him to shudder. Although Baihu had restrained the power in his cultivation base due to his rank, it was impossible for it not to make an impact, resulting in Qin Lu instinctively feeling fear. He was used to being the one who took unfair advantage of a situation to bully others, so in the face of Baihu's aura, he had no courage, immediately choosing to rush towards Hushi instead. "Little witch, isn't it you who incited your pretty boy to slander our second miss in Nalan Manor? Nalan Manor raised you for so many years, yet you're a witch who kicks their benefactor. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, you even let your lover slander Nalan Manor. On behalf of Madam and Second Miss, I will now give you a proper lesson." Previously, when Qin Lu had followed Zhang Dazhong to this courtyard to deliver food, he had also used the opportunity to torture this third Mississippi. Because although Nalan Hushi had the noble title as the third Miss of the Nalan family, her nature was one of an incompetent coward, and when facing a beating and getting scolded, she could only weep. Whenever he thought of himself beating the third Miss, seeing her shivering, pitiful body, his tyrannical heart would become excited. Therefore, when he thought he would get to beat her again, with this third Miss curled at his feet and begging for mercy, his face flushed while his body trembled due to excitement. Baihu noticed the evil glint in Qin Lu's eyes, which made his own eyes turn cold. She is the person Master cares about and cherishes, yet unexpectedly this guy dares to be so arrogant and humiliate her. He should just die 1,000 times. However, before Baihu could make a move, Zhang San, who had been standing on the side, suddenly rushed forward. With his hands as fast as lightning, he pressed down on Qin Lu's shoulder, buckling it as he forcefully poured in his spiritual power. Qin Lu felt a sharp pain in his meridians, making him unable to move even a single step. Then, Zhang San lifted his foot, ruthlessly kicking Qin Lu's knee. With a heavy-sounding thump, Qin Lu was forced to kneel on the ground, while his head was also pushed down, resulting in him kowtowing to Hushi. A piercing pain came from his knee, and following that pain, his meridians being invaded by spiritual power caused him to release a pained howl. Hushi, who was still sitting beside a stone table, was acting like she didn't hear or see any of it. Leisurely, she reached across, and grabbing a piece of sugar-steamed cheese that Shaoli had prepared, she gracefully placed it into her mouth. This sugar-steamed cheese made use of the spiritual fruit and spiritual flowers from her space, specially mixed with water from the ninth secluded spirit spring. Its flavor was fresher and more delicate compared to the famous desserts from her previous world. Most important of all was that it also helped in nursing the spiritual energy to circulate in the body and stabilizing the endurance of the meridians. Recently, this has become the favorite dessert of Xiaoli and Hashi, by who watched helplessly on the side as Hashi and Xiaoli were eating. As the fragrance of the food reached his nose and distracted him, his stomach began to rumble. Finally, Xiaoli couldn't stand his pitiful expression any longer, and after obtaining permission from Hashi, she then carried a few desserts over to him while beaming. At this time, Qin Lu, who had been howling due to the sharp pain he felt, slowly came to his senses. Struggling with all his might, he twisted around to see who the person was that had pressed him into the ground. His face was distorted from his anger, but suddenly, shock was visible in every feature instead. Zhang San, unexpectedly, it was Zhang San. However, his cultivation base was only at rank 2 of the Qi refining stage. How could he beat him? With a sneak attack, right? This must be because he was momentarily unguarded. So Zhang San used that opportunity to smoothly attack him, that's all. Thinking till here, Qin Lu shouted loudly in anger. Zhang San, you dog, don't you know who I am? I'm currently the external manager for Nalan Manor. Did you dare touch me because you've eaten leopard guts? Release me immediately. Did you hear me? Otherwise, I will make it so that you die in an extremely ugly way. Qin Lu's duty as an external manager is to manage this outside courtyard. So it can be said that every captive belonging to Nalan Manor staying in this courtyard, including Zhang San and the others, were all his subordinates. It was up to him how he wished to handle them, therefore he was furious. Zhang San's eyes showed a carefree smile, and with a deep voice he said, Qin Lu, who do you think you are? I now only recognize young miss as my master. The moment that Zhang San became controlled by Hashi, his state of mind was completely lost. At first, he had been filled with despair at the thought of spending his lifetime as an ignorant and unfeeling puppet. However, with the passage of time, his consciousness had become clearer, and apart from not being able to go against Hashi's commands or hurting her, himself and the others were gradually no different from ordinary people. Furthermore, once they drank Mrs. Special herbal drink, Zhang San and the others were pleasantly surprised as their cultivation bases started to rise after being stagnant for a long time. Zhang San, who had had the highest cultivation base amongst them, finally managed to break through to rank 3 of the Qi refining stage. Afterwards, Zhang San and the others were fiercely dedicated to serving Hashi as their master. Not just an insignificant manager from Nalan Manor, but even if the madam from Nalan Manor personally came, they were only willing to obey Mrs. commands. After hearing Zhang San speak, Qin Lu just stared blankly. Then, due to his anger, he started trembling all over. His spiritual power even began to sharply increase. No matter how much he thought about it, he just couldn't understand. Zhang San is a captive from Nalan Manor, and previously he was respectful towards him. How can he now be such a traitor? Acting like a dog that kneeled and licked that useless third miss. So the next moment, the spiritual power in Qin Lu's body suddenly burst forth, and fiercely shaking off Zhang San's suppression, he sent him flying with a kick. Although Zhang San had broken through to rank 3 of the Qi refining stage, he still couldn't compare with Qin Lu, who had already been on rank 3 of the Qi refining stage for many years, resulting in his strength only being able to last for a short length of time. After kicking Zhang San away, without the slightest hesitation, Qin Lu rushed towards Hashi. He wanted to tear her to pieces, his eyes red with rage. Hashi stopped by Hu and Shi Jia, as well as the others, as they all moved to take action. Withdrawing the bone whip from the storage ring on her finger, she lightly waved her wrist, casually sending the whip in the direction of Qin Lu as he rushed closer towards her. It was like the white whip had eyes as it flew like a spirit snake straight towards Qin Lu's body. Obviously, it looked like not much strength had been used and would be weak. Yet when the whip thrashed Qin Lu's body, its strength abruptly increased. Acha! Qin Lu issued continuous shrill screams as once again he fell into a kneeling position on the ground with a thump. The whip landed accurately on Qin Lu's body like rain, and no matter how much he used his spiritual power to dodge, he was unable to avoid the whip that made him feel like his flesh was being torn. This kind of torture continued for half an incense stick length of time before it ended, and by now, Qin Lu was lying in severe pain on the ground, tears and mucus running down his face. Bai Hu looked at Hushi playing with the whip as it flashed through the air like a dance, and his admiration towards her increased. Obviously, she is an ordinary person who lacked a cultivation base, yet by just relying on a bone whip, she was able to beat up a martial artist on the chi refining stage until he was scared witless. Young Miss Naylan, your method of disciplining servants is extremely brilliant. Hushi raised her head and noticed Bai Hu's fawning smile, so she faintly said, then how about I teach this method to your master too? Bai Hu's expression abruptly froze, and quickly lowering his head, he no longer dared to speak. If this method was taught to master, then who would be the people he would discipline? Wouldn't it be them, his subordinates? Miss Naylan was really too sinister. At this moment, Qin Lu gradually returned to his senses, and stubbornly supporting his sore body, he slowly got up from the ground, fiercely saying, "Third Miss, for what reason do you beat me? I was personally appointed by Madam to manage the external manners affairs, and Madam ordered me to come here to find you. You've so arrogantly humiliated me. Do you want to disgrace Madam's face by stepping on her with your foot?" Hushi sneered, her face not showing the least bit of fear like Qin Lu had anticipated. Instead, there was only coldness and contempt. Who do you think you are to be able to stand on behalf of Madam's face? Seeing the displeasure revealed in Qin Lu's expression, the contempt in Hushi's eyes increased. I'll tell you now, you're merely just a dog from Nayland Manor, and I, even if not favored, is still Nayland Manor's third Mississippi. You, as a dog, has dared to run in front of your owner to bark. I'm simply teaching you what is right and proper, so even if you were to complain in front of Madam, what do you think what she can do for you? Hee. Wouldn't it be better if I ordered people to make this matter public? I can tell them that the Madam of Nayland Manor incited butler Qin Lu to come to my courtyard to behave atrociously, even threatening to beat me up. We'll see at that time if the people of Yinjing City feel that I am arrogant, or comment that the kind and virtuous Madame Nayland is in fact actually a black-hearted and vicious wife who treats the concubine's daughter severely. Bai Hu, standing on the side, excitedly volunteered himself. I'm an expert in spreading gossip for this kind of matter. Miss Nayland, you just give this matter to me to handle. I promise that in less than half a day, Madame Nayland's new reputation will be known by everyone. Even the people in Imperial City won't be left out. Hushi almost choked on the tea she was drinking when she heard what was said. She really hadn't expected that the Hades King's personal bodyguard would have a hobby of gossiping like a meddling old woman. Whereas for Qin Lu, once he heard these words, his complexion became extremely ugly, his heart filling with panic. Madame Nayland maintained a noble and benevolent appearance in Yinjing City. If her reputation was ruined because of him, he didn't dare imagine the consequences. Moreover, this time the Madam had purposely ordered him to ask Third Miss to return. This Third Miss currently still had value as a commodity, so Madam would absolutely not dispose of her yet. Ultimately, the only one with bad luck is him. Thinking of this, Qin Lu felt cold sweat drip down his forehead. His eyes flashed, and finally he lowered his head, unwillingly saying, "Third Miss, please don't talk nonsense. Madam is most fair and benevolent when handling affairs. She absolutely wouldn't treat a concubine's daughter severely. Just a moment ago, I was the one who was too rude and impetuous, offending Third Mississippi. I ask Third Miss to please forgive me." After saying all this, he straightened back up again, and with an aloof manner said, "I came today to present to you Madam's order. Madam said that during childhood Third Miss made a mistake, so she assigned you to live in this remote courtyard as a punishment. Now that you've lived in this courtyard for many years already, it can be considered that you've learned your lesson. Therefore, Madam and Master have kindly sent me to come take Third Miss back to Nayland Manor." Qin Lu finished speaking, his face proud as he waited for Hushi to shed tears of gratitude and kneel as she thanked him. One must know that returning to Nayland Manor, or remaining in this courtyard, the treatment she would receive is like heaven and earth. Nayland Hushi was abandoned from an early age and lived a life worse than the servants. Now that she was finally able to return, she would definitely be insane if she wasn't happy. Wet Nurse Chun, who was standing nearby, gently exclaimed in joy, her eyes tearful as she murmured, Miss, did you hear that? Master is finally taking you back. Master is finally acknowledging you. The expression in Qin Lu's eyes became more arrogant. It faintly carried contempt over her misfortune. Nalan Hushi and this old woman didn't know, but how could she live comfortably after returning to Nalan Manor? It would be like dying without a burial place instead. At that time, his suffering and humiliation from today could be repaid. Qin Lu grew excited as he thought of this, but after waiting for a long time, the anticipated gratitude didn't come. As he raised his lowered head, he came into contact with the sarcastic expression in Hushi's eyes. Obviously, that was the same thin and shallow face as a moment ago, yet unknown when those eyes had become as sharp as a cold blade, radiating a chill capable of absorbing a person's soul. Qin Lu's whole body felt like ice as he shuddered, and before he had a chance to speak, Hushi had already started to unhurriedly talk. Oh, receive me back at Nalan Manor? This is Madame Nalan's order, right? Yes, that's how it is, so? Qin Lu's heart felt frozen as he was watched by those sharp eyes, causing him to stutter. Madame has kindly graced you a favor. You should just obediently accept it. Not too early, not too late. Yet it's only now that she shows her kindness. Does she regard Hushi, as a 3-year-old child? Hushi laughed coldly. I'm unsure, though. Is this act done out of kindness or maliciousness? The next moment her voice was filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, it's merely an insignificant Nalan Manor. Yet now they want me to return. That all depends on whether I'm willing to return or not. Qin Lu's complexion changed as he bellowed. Third miss, you've been given face by Madame allowing you to return, but you have no shame. You're just an illegitimate child from a lowly and shameless woman. You're one who still kneels at our feet asking for food. Or have you forgotten that? You still think of yourself as a miss from Nalan Manor? Pooh. Wait for a bit and Nalan Manor will remove you from the family registry. We'll see how long it will take for you to die then. Qin Lu's voice was cut off with a grunt. His body forcefully lifted off the ground by a single hand at his throat. He opened his mouth wide and issued a caw-caw sound, his whole face turning a mottled purple and red. Staring at the thin and weak little girl's hand which held him suspended, his eyes showed his shock and fear. Hushi smiled slightly at Qin Lu and asked with a gentle voice, By who? Your master. How does he deal with insubordinate servants who bully their master? By who gazed coldly at Qin Lu, whose throat was still gripped by Hushi, and sinisterly said, It's execution by 1,000 cuts, of course, then crushing the bones and scattering the ashes. This kind of filthy guy. Don't tell me he will have to remain and keep dirtying my eyes? Qin Lu suddenly opened his eyes wide. They were filled with fear as he struggled with all his might and shouted with a hoarse voice, You wouldn't dare. Madam will not let you off. We still don't know who's willing to let who off. Invisible needles appeared like magic in Hushi's hand. Then suddenly, she jabbed them directly into his brain. Qin Lu desperately struggled. However, his eyes soon became expressionless, his consciousness disappearing. Hushi coldly asked, Tell me, why did Madame Nalan order me to return? Qin Lu opened his expressionless eyes wide while answering, Madame didn't want to let the second miss marry the young master of the Zhu family, but second miss's reputation has already been ruined, and the Zhu family is refusing to let the matter go. So Madame thought of letting the plum tree wither in place of the peach tree, by getting the third miss to replace the second miss in marrying the young master of the Zhu family. They would then tell everyone that the young master of the Zhu family had made a mistake, that the person who admired young Master Zhu and stripped him was actually the third miss from Nalan Manor. If this were to happen, then the Nalan family and the Zhu family would still be related by marriage, and the second miss's reputation also wouldn't be damaged. So it's like this. The corner of Hushi's mouth raised into a sneer. Zhu Zhongba is a cruel yet stupid fatty. Moreover, he's also a womanizer. How is Madame Nalan going to ensure that I agreed to be married off as Nalan Feishua's replacement? Qin Lu responded, I don't know. All Si Lu said was that Madame already had an absolutely sure method so that the third miss would get married, even if she wasn't willing. After Hushi heard all the information Qin Lu had to give, she withdrew her invisible needles, then threw him off to the side. Shi Jia bowed before Hushi. "Young master, do you need me to clean this up?" Hushi nodded, and watching Shi Jia drag the disabled Qin Lu away like a dead dog, her eyes didn't show the slightest trace of emotion. Once she turned her head, she came into contact with Bai Hu's shocked gaze. "Miss Naylan, you aren't you without a cultivation base? How are you able to control a person's consciousness?" Hushi returned to her seat, and picking up the tea once more, she drank a mouthful before faintly saying, "Have you forgotten what my job is? As long as you're familiar with the human body structure, you'll naturally be able to control other people as you wish." Bai Hu's heart trembled with fear. His whole body was taut, and the admiration and fear in his eyes became more pronounced. "Right. Miss Naylan is the genius doctor that cured the meridian fractures of the Ouyang family's young master. Of course, an insignificant person like Qin Lu wouldn't enter her eyes. But as an ordinary person who lacked a cultivation base, just relying on knowledge of the human body to control a martial artist's mind. Miss Naylan is really too shocking. Mustn't say it out loud, though. It would shock everyone under heaven. Ah, really a person worthy of master taking a fancy to them." Thinking of this, Bai Hu stared at Hushi with a gaze brimming with passion, and eagerly said, "Naylan Manor's people actually dared to bully Miss, and now they even want to deceive Miss into marrying that nuisance, that young master from the Zhu family. For that crime they ought to die 10,000 times. It would be better to let me go to properly give them a lesson, letting them know that they shouldn't overestimate their capabilities again." Hushi smiled a chilling smile as she glanced at him, causing the watching Bai Hu to become scared. Shaking her head, she said, "It's not necessary. I've already decided to go back to Naylan Manor. Doesn't Madame Naylan want me married to Zhu Zhongba? I can do as she wishes, moreover. I'll properly repay her kindness." "How can that be possible?" Bai Hu roared, his face anxious as he said, "Master definitely won't allow you to marry another person. You are masters." Under Hushi's cold gaze, he automatically fell silent, even retreating back 2 steps due to fear. Bai Hu's heart was full of grief. Obviously, he is an expert on Gold Course stage. Yet why, when he confronts Miss Naylan, who lacks a cultivation base, does he always feel that his imposing manner means nothing to her? Instead, he would even be filled with a slight trace of fear. Hushi ordered Shaoli to pack the food for Bai Hu, then coldly snorted as she said, "Whoever I marry, it's up to me to choose. People who disappear without a trace, neglecting to inform me beforehand, what qualifications do they have to control my decisions?" As soon as she finished speaking, instead of letting Bai Hu continue stammering as he thought of what he could say, he was ruthlessly driven out of the courtyard. After dealing with Qin Lu and sending Bai Hu away, Hushi didn't immediately return to her room. Rather, she chose to continue sitting in the yard, calmly waiting. An hour later, as expected, someone came to visit this remote courtyard. It was Naylan Manor's butler, Wang Zhong. From his appearance, it seemed that Wang Zhong was no more than a simple and honest middle-aged man, possibly somewhere between 30 to 40 years old. With thick eyebrows framing big eyes, it would be easy to think that he was unsophisticated judging by what he was wearing. In reality, though, his cultivation base is the highest amongst the servants in Naylan Manor. He had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and soon, he would be able to break through to the meridian stage. As he walked over, his gaze swept over the pool of blood on the ground, his eyebrows wrinkling slightly. In the courtyard, there still remained the aura of an expert far higher than himself, causing fear to rise within Wang Zhong. While he was looking around, his gaze finally landed on Hushi, who was still leisurely drinking tea, and the suspicion in his eyes became more pronounced. This is that legendary incompetent and cowardly third miss of Naylan Manor who was judged as trash and driven away? Yet seeing her appearance now, although she was malnourished and sickly, without a trace of spiritual power, the expression in her eyes was radiant. Where does she resemble a weak and cowardly person? Could it be said that because there's an expert who's supporting this third miss from behind the scenes, that she was able to be so arrogant? Even Qin Lu had suffered under her evil scheme. Humph, she really has an exaggerated opinion of her abilities for a young girl. Did she think that just because she had managed to find a patron that she would be able to confront Nalan Manor? This being said, it's only an ordinary person who would be taken advantage of. Wang Zhong's heart was full of disdain, but on the surface he acted respectful. This old captive has come carrying Madam's order. Third miss, please return back to the manor. Hushi placed the cup of tea down, lightly laughing. If I don't return? Wang Zhong's eyes narrowed, and without any warning, severe power was suddenly flowing from his body. The power pressure belonged to a high-level martial artist, causing the complexions of Zhang San, Shi Jia, and the others who were originally guarding Hushi to change. Some of them with a relatively weak cultivation base even felt their knees turn soft as they fell to the ground with a thump. Even Hushi's complexion somewhat paled, her body sitting beside the table stone slightly trembling. Wang Zhong became pleased as he looked at these weak people. They were like ants as they trembled in front of him. Slowly, he withdrew his spiritual power. A respectful smile was still plastered across his face, but his eyes showed his contempt and a promise for violence. This old captive came with Madam's order. I must bring Third Miss back. If Third Miss insists on being disagreeable, then this old captive will have no choice but to tie Third Miss up and return with you bound like that. Hushi slightly lowered her eyes, the expression on her small, shallow face unreadable. Yet, as if she was intimidated and fearful, you could see her hair slightly trembling. After a long while, Wang Zhong finally heard her quiet voice. Okay, I'll go back with you. Wang Zhong nodded his head in satisfaction. His opinion of Hushi had lowered even more, and he now firmly believed that she was still just a coward and incompetent trash. At most, she only hugged a thigh that wasn't thick enough. It was simply too weak to be feared. As for Qin Lu, who knew whether he was killed or injured, he was trash with no strength that only knew how to flatter people. No one in the manor was worried about his life or death. Hushi was just about to jump into the carriage that Wang Zhong had arranged, when from behind, wet nurse Qin anxiously called out to her, Miss, let this old captive and Shaoli accompany you back. In the future, you shall stand in Nalan Manor, becoming a genuine young Mississippi. What will you do if you don't have a wet nurse and servant girl beside you? Wet nurse Qin's eyes were full of hope, as if longing for Hushi to become a miss of Nalan Manor so that she could have a promising future. The corner of Hushi's mouth revealed the trace of a cold smile as she slowly said, Since wet nurse wants to go with me, then I'll bring you. Shaoli, you stay here to continue monitoring the training of Shi Jia and the others. Wait here until I come back. Shaoli promptly answered yes, not doubting Hushi's orders at all. Without waiting for wet nurse Qin to respond, Hushi quickly pulled her into the carriage. Since wet nurse still had delusions about Nalan Manor and her cheap father, then this time she'll give wet nurse's naive hopes the opportunity to vanish. In Yinjing City, as one of the four great families, Nalan Manor's reputation could be described as outstanding. When you add to this that Nalan Zhengze is the highest-ranking doctor in all of Jinling Kingdom, and that he's a junior member of the Doctors Association, many people would beseech Nalan Zhengze for treatment. Therefore, since Murong Yaru, now Madame Nalan, had married into the Nalan family, she had been enjoying the admiration and envy of others as part of a noble family. Wherever she went, people would fawn upon her, giving her respect. However, Madame Nalan had recently been worried about the rumors surrounding Nalan Feishue, giving her white hair. Spending all day inside Nalan Manor, she didn't dare go out to attend any parties. This is because the rumors about Nalan Feishue had now spread throughout all of Yinjing City, causing the Nalan family to look like a joke. The rumors continued like this, and they were now known by everyone. Madame Nalan had educated Nalan Feishue herself as she grew up. So if Nalan Feishue's reputation was ruined, wouldn't it be said that she, Murong Yaru, had failed to teach her daughter well? Wouldn't this affect the future of her son and older daughter later on? This is what Madame Nalan couldn't bear about the whole situation. However, the Zhu family insisted that the one who stripped Zhu Zhongba was Nalan Feishue. They even produced Nalan Feishue's personal token, and that personal token's design had made an uproar in Yinjing City, so Nalan Manor was unable to deny it. Unfortunately, as it happened, her daughter, Nalan Feishue, was currently on a journey to train and wasn't at home. So even if she wanted her daughter to personally explain what had happened, there was no way it was achievable. Not to mention, with Madame Nalen's understanding of her daughter, it's possible that she really might have done such a thing. Finally, after being reminded by Wet Nurse who was always beside her, Madame Nalen thought of using the concubine's daughter, Nalen Hushi, that girl who had been abandoned at the outside courtyard for over 10 years. Thinking of Nalen Hushi, Madame Nalen also unavoidably recalled that woman. With a stunning appearance that could overturn the world, a noble and cold temperament, and arrogant eyes that overlooked anyone who came near. She was obviously only a concubine, yet her manner was like that of a flower growing on a high mountain. Even her own husband wasn't in her sight. Until today, every time Madame Nalen thought of that woman's indifferent expression when looking at her, she would become so angry that she trembled all over. Yet Madame Nalen's husband had loved that woman so much and was extremely respectful towards her. Even more, he hadn't allowed anyone to get close to her or harm her. She was a shameless witch who seduced men. Why? Why should she have had to treat her well? Keep dreaming. Fortunately, after that woman had given birth to a daughter, she had died. Moreover, that daughter is an ugly person that is unable to cultivate, completely not inheriting even a little bit of her character and beauty. This lowly kind of daughter, before she could hinder her path, it's better to get rid of her now. Thinking of this pleased her, causing a carefree and vicious smile to appear on Madame Nalen's face. It was just at this moment, though, that a servant came in to report, "Madam, third miss has arrived." Soon after, wearing a rough coat made for a man and without any sort of hairpin in her hair, a little girl accompanied by an old wet nurse unhurriedly entered the room. The girl looked to be about 16 to 17 years old, yet unlike the soft and fresh visage of a girl of that age, her skin was dry and sallow. Her gaze was turned down, clearly displaying her swollen eyelids and the obvious bags under her eyes. With these kinds of looks, even the servants in the manor were looked after better than her. If anyone were to say that she was the third miss from Nalen Manor, who would believe them? Just thinking about how much pain that woman in the underworld would feel if she knew this, if she could see her own daughter's miserable and petty appearance now, caused Madame Nalen's heart to surge with intense joy. But contrary to these emotions, the expression on Madame Nalen's face was one of distress, and in a noble manner she beckoned the girl closer. After examining Hushi up and down for a long while, she finally sighed. "You are Hushi? Poor child, how can you be so thin?" Saying so, her sharp eyes swept over the people present and landed on Wang Zhong. "Butler Wang, how have I instructed you all?" Although third miss was sent to the other courtyard by old master, she's still a young miss of the Nalen family. All food and clothing expenses must be according to young Miss's specifications. Yet look at her now. Why has Hushi become so thin? In the end, did you send people who would serve third miss properly? Wang Zhong, who was somewhat terrified as he was being scolded, lowered his head and said, "Madam, your words really wrong this old captive. We have always picked the best foods and materials to send to the other courtyard. There's never been a shortage of crystal stones or silver tail, but..." Madame Nalen's long shapely eyebrows raised. "But? You're not going to quickly say it?" Wang Zhong answered while glancing slyly at wet nurse Chun. "But this is the first time this old captive personally went to visit the other courtyard. So it is only now that I've learnt that the servants in that courtyard are all outrageous. They're not only not looking after third miss properly, they're also taking advantage of her and secretly deducting a lot of the food and clothing expenses. This is the reason why third miss has fallen to such a degree." Madame Nalen's eyes flashed, her gaze falling on wet nurse Chun as she stood behind Hushi. Suddenly, she shouted loudly, "Such a daring old captive, still not kneeling down quickly." Wet nurse Chun was so scared by the shout that she was trembling, her face completely terrified. Two servants quickly approached, and standing on her left and right, they forced her to kneel. The corner of Madame Nalen's mouth raised slightly before quickly vanishing into a grief-filled expression, and she said in a disgusted tone, "Wet nurse Chun, in the past when you harmed my Shin heir, I only punished you by letting people disable your cultivation base. You were sent to the other courtyard to atone for your crimes by properly serving third Mississippi. Yet, you actually haven't changed and neglected your care of third Mississippi. At that time I tolerated you, but this time, for my pitiful Hushi, I definitely won't spare you. Servants, drag this wicked captive away and flog her 100 times, regardless of whether she lives or dies. Wet Nurse Chun was currently an ordinary person without spiritual power. If she were to be flogged 100 times, she wouldn't be able to protect herself. Yes. The two servants that were holding Wet Nurse Chin down replied loudly and started to drag her out of the room. Wet Nurse Chin suddenly returned to her senses and fiercely struggled. Madam, I didn't do it. I didn't harm young Master Shin. I didn't betray young Miss. Don't believe these vicious lies attacking me. Wang Zhong coldly snorted from the side. When I went to the courtyard, I personally saw you ordering people about while acting all arrogant and bossy towards 3rd Mississippi. You simply have no respect for 3rd Miss, and now you still dare to lie in front of Madam. Quickly drag her away. Wet Nurse Chin struggled with all her might while shouting, but she was no match compared to the strength of the two servants. Her eyes slowly showed despair. Wait. A clear and beautiful woman's voice suddenly sounded. That voice wasn't heavy and the tone was calm, but it echoed in everyone's ears, causing the two servants' movements to halt. Hushi lifted her head. Her tranquil and deep eyes looked at Madame Nalin's surprised expression, and the corner of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. It said that Madame Nalin is benevolent and noble. So why must Hushi see a bloody scene on arrival? Hushi's courage is small. If Nalin Manor is so terrible, I think I'll go back to my small courtyard and stay there. Madame Nalin's eyes opened wide. She couldn't believe that Nalin Hushi actually had the guts to speak to her like this. This really Nalin Hushi? Hushi wasn't concerned with what Madame Nalin thought, and directly walking forward, she grabbed Wet Nurse Chin from the two servants and helped her to stand. The two servants felt their hands that were gripping Wet Nurse Chin tightly loosen. They didn't know how, but they suddenly felt pain in their elbows, and following that, their whole bodies became numb. Finding themselves unable to move even a single step, Wet Nurse Chin was easily taken from their hands. Wet Nurse Chin's face was covered in tears, her expression full of remorse and guilt as she looked at Hushi. It was at this moment that she finally realized. These people didn't receive her miss back to let her live comfortably. Rather, it was because they wanted to push her into a pit of fire. She was so stupid, always pressuring Miss to return to Nalin Manor, and now she had actually put her Miss in danger. Miss, Hushi patted her arm, and using her internal energy, her voice entered Wet Nurse Chin's ears. These demons, I simply don't care about them. I only needed Wet Nurse to understand this. Now, listen to my instructions. Don't believe any of the people in this manor. This includes Nalin Zhengzi. You must not believe him. Wet Nurse, can you do that? Wet Nurse Chan nodded repeatedly. How could she still believe the people in this manor after all of this? Hushi nodded her head in satisfaction. She didn't blame Wet Nurse Chun for wanting her to return to Nalin Manor, because on the surface, it indeed seemed that Nalin Manor always gave material assistance these past years to Nalin Hushi. As for being sent to the other courtyard where there was a lack of spiritual energy, since her meridians were broken, it would have no effect on her. In addition, Nalin Zhengzi had passed down an order that no one was allowed to harm Nalin Hushi's life. This had led to Wet Nurse Chin and the original Nalin Hushi to have delusions about this father, believing that his decision was because he cared about their father-daughter bond. However, Hushi snorted at this way of thinking. If he really cared about their father-daughter bond, would he have thrown away his own daughter to a remote area, never meeting her for many years, unconcerned about her welfare? Then the feelings of this father for his daughter were too cheap. As for not allowing anyone to harm Nalin Hushi's life, that was most likely because she still had some value. Nalin Zhengzi, this doctor. It seemed that he was very different from the kind and upright doctor that he portrayed. Hushi turned around, and coming into contact with Madame Nalin's shocked expression, she couldn't help but lightly lift the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. Madame Nalin's face twisted, yet in the next moment and with great difficulty, she managed to plaster a concerned and blame-filled expression back onto her face. Hushi, you're still young. You don't understand how hateful that group of wicked servants are. You were deceived by them. This Wet Nurse Chin is really too hateful. I can't feel assured if I were to let her stay beside you. If you want servants, this manor has many. I can even give you the servant I'm proudest of, Silu. Hushi slightly raised her eyebrows and meaningfully said, "What Madam said is correct. Previously in the other courtyard, Butler Lee and that group of servants humiliated me every day. They would bully me for their amusement and said it was all Madam's order, but Wet Nurse Chun, as a captive from Nalan Manor, opposed Butler Lee. Going against Madam's order, she put her own life at risk to protect me. This kind of dedicated captive, Nalan Manor still won't spare her." Hearing what was said, Madame Nalan's complexion changed and she sharply shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can I order people to bully you? Hushi, who taught you to be so ignorant of the relationships between people that you would slander an elder?" Hushi lightly laughed. "This isn't talking nonsense, but let's call over my current servants in the other courtyard to confront them and see. Oh, and in order for it to be fair, I suggest we have a public trial outside Nalan Manor's gate. If I really have slandered my elders, then it'll be good to let everyone criticize me together. Isn't that so?" The muscles on Madame Nalan's face twitched strangely, while her hands made cracking sounds as they clenched at her sides. Yet in the end she endured it, and with difficulty, she plastered a smile on her face. "A public trial, you say? I love you dearly and regard you as my own daughter. How can I not believe that what you have said is true? Those servants used my name to deliberately make things difficult for you. That group of servants." "Indeed, a group of servants," Hushi continued, saying, "Therefore, I've already punished them, yet it was without authority. Madam won't blame me, right?" Madame Nalan's face showed a shocked expression, and when her eyes made contact with Wang Zhong's own, she saw him nod, then shake his head. Her gaze was somewhat filled with contempt as she looked at Hushi, and she couldn't help but coldly snort, calming down her heart. With an amiable smile once again hanging on her face, her was voiced gentle as she said, "For just several insignificant servants, how could I blame you? Hushi, you've suffered hardships. In the future when you return to the Nalan family, I'll give you a tonic to nurse your body back to health. I've already ordered people to pack up your courtyard, and you can rest assured, since Wet Curse Chin loyally protected you, I will let her continue to serve you. What do you think?" Hushi nodded her head, slightly lowering her eyes as she replied, "Then I'll trouble Madam." Madame Nalan's eyes revealed a smile, and suddenly she waved her hand while raising her voice. "Did all of you already bring the things I ordered you to prepare for third miss?" Her voice barely fell when several maids and servants entered the room walking in a row. Some carried chests, some carried teacups, while others still were holding trays, yet all of them were smiling as they walked in. Madame Nalan pointed at the chests and trays, saying, "These are clothes and jewelry I specially ordered people to prepare for you. In the future you will be a proper third miss of Nalan Manor, and as such, you will be representing Nalan Manor's face, so you can't be dressed so plainly again." The chests were opened and inside were luxurious dresses, while placed on the trays were fine pieces of jewelry. For a martial artist, these items wouldn't have any usefulness, so they weren't worth more than a few crystal stones. But for the original Nalan Hushi, these ordinary clothes and pieces of jewelry were things she had never seen before. Madame Nalan noticed Hushi staring fixedly at the clothes and jewelry, and a satisfied expression showed on her face while a coldness flashed in her eyes. Reaching out, she picked up the teacup that was carried to her side, then handed over it to Hushi. "This tonic is something I ordered people to begin stewing since early this morning. It contains high-quality ginseng and snow lotus herb. It's useful for improving one's appearance and nourishing one's skin. Hushi, quickly drink it while it's still warm." Hushi took the tonic, and opening the lid, a strong fragrance immediately assaulted her nostrils. Once open, Hushi knew right away that a lot of high-quality ingredients were added. Yet that definitely wasn't all. For example, the slightly sweet fragrance from red brocade mugwort, some sour myriad arrowgrass, as well as pure sweetness from a cage core fruit. TSK. This may be more expensive compared to ordinary ginseng and snow lotus herb. Can Madame Nalan really be so eager to part with her hard-earned savings? However, with this tonic that she was given, it would result in Hushi losing her mind, gradually turning her into an idiot. Hushi smiled, and under Madame Nalan's burning gaze, she drained the tonic in the teacup in one gulp. "Good." Madame Nalan's face showed a satisfied smile, yet her eyes filled with scheming. Later on, every day around this time, I will order the servants to deliver the tonic to you. Hushi, you must obediently drink it. Wait until after you've drunk it for 7 days. You will then become my puppet. At that time, I will let you experience living but not life, and dying yet not death. Living in Nalan Manor was naturally much more extravagant and relaxing compared to the other courtyard. Every day there were delicacies of all kinds to taste, satin and silk dresses, and beautiful servant girls catering to every whim. But Wet Nurse Chin's face was full of anxiety. After noticing Madam's personal servant, Si Lu, fixedly watch Hushi drink the tonic before leaving, she then lowered her voice and said, "Miss, why has Madam ordered a servant to deliver tonic to you every day? They also insist that you have to drink it all." A moment after leaving, Si Lu was no longer able to suppress the expression on her face, revealing a pleased smile. Hushi slightly sneered. "Wet Nurse, rest assured, after today no one will deliver tonic again. Moreover, a good play will soon begin." Yet Wet Nurse Chan was not feeling reassured, her entire face instead creasing, and suddenly, she swung her hand, firmly slapping her own palm. "This is all the blame of this old fool for not being cautious and always telling Miss to return. Who would have imagined that the reason they let you come back is to force you to become the second Mrs. Scapegoat? Miss, I'm really sorry, even more, I've let Madam down." Hushi had no idea how to comfort her, and showing a disdainful smile said, with this small scheme, she wants to push me into a pit of fire. Madam Nalan really underestimates me too much. Wet Nurse, don't forget, I'm a person who has crawled back from the gates of Hades. Hushi's words were not at all gentle and soft, but miraculously, they caused Wet Nurse Chan to settle down. Looking at the young Miss's indifferent expression, she felt that in just over a month young Miss had matured and grown stronger, becoming a master that everyone in the other courtyard relied on. If Madam's soul in heaven could see Miss like this, she would probably feel very happy. Just as Hushi expected, after she drank the 7th cup of tonic, Madame Nalan thought she now had a foolproof plan and began to arrange for the Zhu family's father and son to visit once again. The Zhu family can be considered as a well-known and wealthy family in Jinling Kingdom. Zhu family's master, Zhu Yichun's madam, came from an outstanding and famous sect, while his younger sister, Zhu Raorao, married into the royal family and became an imperial concubine. Zhu Raorao gave birth to the 6th prince, and that prince is doted upon most by the emperor. Just going off family backgrounds, the Zhu family and the 4 great families can stand side by side. Unfortunately, the shrewd and powerful Master Zhu happens to have a stupid pig for a son. Not only was he weak, he was also ugly. Every day he would frequent brothels and kidnap women from lower-class families. He didn't yet have a main wife, but he already had 7 to 8 rooms full of concubines. With him resembling an ignorant and incompetent pig like this, which decent families young Miss would be willing to marry him? As it happened, only young women from small families would be interested, which Master Zhu despised. This had resulted in Zhu Zhongba's marriage being delayed. When Master Zhu learnt that Zhu Zhongba was beaten, he had become extremely furious. Yet when he knew it was Nalan Manor's second miss, Nalan Feishue, that had whipped and stripped his son's clothes, his anger immediately turned into happiness. Just the thought of it made him very happy. It didn't need to be said that the Nalan family's background is above that of the Zhu family, and that moreover, Nalan Feishue is famous in Jinling Kingdom as a genius martial artist. At such a young age, she had already reached the early ranks of the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, the Ouyang family wouldn't have even considered marrying her to Ouyang Haoshuan. Master Zhu had already given up hope regarding the ability of Zhu Zhongba's cultivation base and his knowledge. But if he were to marry a talented wife from a family with a successful background, when a grandson is born, wouldn't he be the best choice as the Zhu family's heir? With this idea, the Zhu family wouldn't let go of this golden opportunity. They would take Nalan Feishue as a wife, even if it meant ruining her reputation. Originally, the Nalan family had refused to yield. Yet 2 days ago, the Zhu family suddenly heard the news that they were welcome to visit and propose marriage. Master Zhu beamed with joy on the spot, and for the sake of insurance, they even invited the 6th prince as a witness, then grandly headed towards Nalan Manor. Early in the morning, Madame Nayland ordered servants to clean up the main hall and directed for people to invite Hushi over. At this moment, Hushi's complexion was still as shallow as before, but her tranquil and deep eyes from several days ago had now become dull and expressionless, while an occasional timid and fearful expression would flash across her face. A trace of happiness passed through Madame Nayland's heart. She had planned well, and everything was all prepared. Today, she'll definitely be able to settle the problem that's been pressuring her these last several days. However, when she saw the procession of people following Master Zhu, Madame Nayland's complexion suddenly became green and white. Among the group of people that came, apart from Master Zhu, Zhu Zhongba, and the sixth prince, unexpectedly, there was a handsome young man standing straight and tall. That young man's face was extremely familiar, so familiar to Madame Nayland that once she saw him her eyes opened wide and she uncontrollably exclaimed, "Ouyang Haoshuan, how can you be here?" That's right, the person who came is Ouyang Haoshuan, the same person who half a year ago was still reclining on a bed only half alive, the one whose marriage was withdrawn by the Nayland family, that Ouyang Haoshuan. Ouyang Haoshuan hadn't yet spoken, so the sixth prince stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. "Haoshuan is my friend. He fell ill and was confined to a bed. Now that he's finally completely recovered, I brought him with us to relieve his boredom." Madame Nayland will not take offense, right? How could this be? Madame Nayland's face was white as she yelled. Old Master said that no one was able to cure his illness, that he would be a useless person for a lifetime. The words Madame Nayland spoke didn't bother Ouyang Haoshuan, but the expression of the sixth prince sank. He is currently fighting over the position of emperor, and the assistance he receives from the Ouyang family is extremely important. Originally due to Ouyang Haoshuan's illness, the Ouyang family had no time to bother about who to back as emperor, while he is also not very good at gaining support. Now that Ouyang Haoshuan had finally recovered, coupled with the fact that their previous relationship was pretty good, he naturally grasped this opportunity. How can he tolerate other people slandering Ouyang Haoshuan? The sixth prince's gaze burned as he coldly stared at Madame Nayland. "Does Madame Nayland realize what you've said? Haoshuan is this prince's friend. If you slander my friend again, this prince is obliged to have no other choice than to return and report this to royal father." At this moment, Ouyang Haoshuan finally stepped forward, and stopping the sixth prince, he slightly smiled. "Sixth prince, don't get angry. Through the seriousness of my illness, I was able to clearly see people's true faces. Due to misfortune, my Ouyang family and myself are actually very lucky as I don't have to marry a snake-hearted wife. I ought to thank the Nayland family as I feel very grateful." Zhu Yichun, standing on the side, immediately laughed out loud while stroking his beard. "My Zhu family aren't the tiniest bit afraid of taking a snake-hearted woman as a wife. The woman will become one of our Zhu family's people, and for a pungent and vicious daughter-in-law, our Zhu family has plenty of methods to teach her. It won't even take us a year to make her obedient, turning her into my son's good wife. In this regard, Madame Nayland doesn't need to be worried. Our Zhu family will definitely not ignore the second miss." The muscles on Madame Nayland's face continuously twitched while it flushed due to shame. Seeing Ouyang Haoshuan's handsome face, with his body naturally emitting an elegant, imposing manner, it was a very sharp contrast compared to Zhu Zhongba, who resembled a pig. Madame Nayland regretted until her intestines were green. She didn't think that Ouyang Haoshuan would ever be able to recover. Old Master had diagnosed that he would be permanently crippled. So in the end, who was it that cured him? If she had known earlier that it was going to be like this, marrying Fei Xuan to the Ouyang family is absolutely the better choice. But now, everything is ruined. Madame Nayland grit her teeth in regret until a cracking noise could be heard. But Zhu Yichun didn't care about her expression as his small, bright and shiny eyes stared fixedly at Madame Nayland. "Madame Nayland, today we have come to propose marriage. After all, the second miss and my son already have an intimate physical relationship, so if my son doesn't marry her, then isn't the reputation of the second miss forever ruined? I say it's better for Madame to call the second miss out. Letting the two young people meet each other will be good, and it'll be best if we set the marriage date today." Madame Nayland heard the three words intimate physical relationship, and the veins on her forehead bulged. Her gaze swept over Ouyang Haoshuan's almost mocking smile, and her heart felt anxious, yet she still ordered a servant to bring Hushi out. After a moment, a girl wearing a pink gauze skirt covered with a transparent light muslin, with her hair rolled into two buns on the top of head, walked out supported by a servant on either arm. Once Xu Zhongba saw that girl, bewilderment flashed in his eyes as they opened widely in shock. Xu Zhongba suddenly rushed forth in anger, while opening his big mouth to curse. The girl slightly lifted her head from its previously lowered position and revealed a sinister smile towards him. Xu Zhongba, having learnt his lesson once, immediately halted and felt a burst of pain all over. His voice stuck in his throat. The next second, he saw the girl flip her palm over, flashing the captive card in her hand towards him. He then felt a stabbing pain in his brain, and following that, his consciousness began to fade with only a command echoing in his mind, leaving him no other choice but to comply. Out of the people present, none of them noticed Hushi's small action except Ouyang Haoshuan. Standing to the side, he glanced at her and Xu Zhongba, yet didn't say anything, a smile visible in the depth of his eyes. Madame Nailan grabbed Hushi's hand and pulled her towards the Zhu father and son. On that day, the one that had a physical relationship and conflict with young Master Xu Zhongba was this child. She's also a young miss of our Nailan manor. In regards to a connection by marriage between your Zhu family and my Nailan family, our families are well matched in terms of social status, so this can be considered an appropriate match. Madame Nailan's words hadn't yet finished when Xu Zhongba, under the control of Hushi, started jumping and shouting, "It's not her. Dad, it's not this ugly person. Does Nailan Manor take me as a fool to play with? An ugly, useless, and saltless woman like this. How could this young master even look at her?" Zhu Yichun's complexion sank in a split second, and coldly directed at Madame Nailan, "Madame Nailan, what is the meaning of this? Taking an unknown female servant and getting her to act as a substitute. Do you think my Zhu family is fun to mess with? With that being the case, don't blame me for becoming hostile. Your Highness Sixth Prince, when we return I must meet with Gue Fei to inform her about Nailan Manor taking advantage of their position to bully my Zhu family. We'll see if your Nailan family's daughter will still be able to be married off in the future or not." Sixth Prince smiled and nodded. His expression was of one watching a good play. Madame Nailan became anxious, quickly saying, "This is Hushi, our Nailan Manor's third miss, definitely not an unknown female servant. If Master Zhu does not believe me, you can go to the city to check the household register. You'll then be able to see whether or not Nailan Manor has a third miss called Nailan Hushi." Pausing, Madame Nailan slowly released a sigh, her face showing remorse and grief. "This is also my fault for not strictly teaching my daughter. A few days ago we learnt that because Fei Xue was absent from Nailan Manor, with a heart full of grievance, she unexpectedly pretended to be Fei Xue and prostituted herself in Gluttonous House, hoping to find her ideal husband. We and Fei Xue were unaware of this matter until a few days ago when Hushi's personal servant revealed everything. Only then did we know that she and young Master Zhu already had a close physical relationship. Although this is unreasonable, it can be considered that the Zhu family and our Nailan family were predestined to have a relationship. To be able to achieve a good marriage by fate would be beneficial for both of our families, right?" Hushi felt like applauding when she heard Madame Nailan's words, because as to the truth of this matter, she had guessed about a lot of it. Moreover, these words also hinted to Zhu Yichun that if the Zhu family wanted to form a connection by marriage with the Nailan family, they would have to accept Hushi. In the first place, with the Nailan family's background and Nailan Zheng's medical expertise, the benefit of a marriage between the two families would be great, while neither parties would suffer a loss. So why would he be confused about which young miss of the Nailan family his son should marry? Zhu Yichun showed a contemplative expression on his face. Was he beginning to consider this proposal? However, will Hushi let Madame Nailan succeed? Of course not. Suddenly, they heard Xu Zhongba once again shout, "Nailan Hushi? Isn't that the famous trash of the Nailan family, without a cultivation base and an ugly appearance? If I married her, who knows what sort of son would be born? Wouldn't he be useless trash? Dad, I don't want to marry her. You see her cowardly and useless appearance. How could she have managed to beat me up into a pig? No matter what, my cultivation base is still rank 9 of the chi refining stage. So how could I be beaten all over by this woman who doesn't have even the littlest bit of spiritual power? If this were to be spread in the future, how would I conduct myself? Dad, Nail and Manor simply want a substitute in shoddy goods, making fun of us, so Dad, you absolutely cannot agree to them. Zhu Yichun's expression sunk in a flash. Although his son's words were unpleasant to hear, they are still true. Noticing the young girl's lowered head and her dim-witted appearance, one look was all it took for him to know that she wasn't favored in the Nailin family. Even if his son were to marry her, how much assistance would the Zhu family actually be able to obtain? It's simply a child thrown out by the Nailin family. Thinking of this, the expression in Zhu Yichun's eyes became gloomy and cold, and with a stern voice he said, "Where's Nailin Zhengze? I want to ask him if he still wants his reputation as the #1 doctor of Jinling Kingdom." Unexpectedly, he condones his wife and child's behavior of fooling and deceiving my Zhu family. I came today to propose marriage and give your Nailin Manor face and accepting Nailin Feishue as a member of my Zhu family. Yet if we were following tradition and only bringing a small sedan to receive her as a concubine, no one would dare say anything. You dare. Madame Nailin screamed, no longer able to tolerable his words. You should take a look at what kind of a person your Zhu family's son is. He's now almost 30 years old and hasn't even reached the foundation establishment stage, whereas my daughter is a peerless talented who is only 18 years old and has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Your son wishing to marry my Feishue is like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Don't even think about it. I'll warn you now. Either you set the marriage between your Zhu family and Nailin Hushi today, or you can get lost. Do you think that Nailin Manor is afraid of your Zhu family? She will absolutely not allow her baby daughter to marry this kind of idiot, especially in front of Ouyang Haoshuan. Madame Nailin's threat made the complexion of the Zhu family father and son, as well as that of the sixth prince, become extremely ugly. Madame Nailin even resorted to shoving Hushi herself, roaring, "Quickly speak. Say that you admire young Master Zhu and want to marry him as a main wife. A few days ago, wasn't it you who told me that you fell in love at first sight with young Master Zhu at Gluttonous House, so therefore you followed him to Zhu Manor?" After Hushi was pushed, she staggered a bit, and with her legs soft, she simply sat down on the chair beside her. Since the beginning her head had been hanging low, her body shivering, while a timid and pitiful expression was frozen on her face. With the look of one being bullied, her mouth kept saying, "I," as if she was unable to say a complete sentence, making Zhu Yichun believe more than ever that she was being forced. Only Ouyang Haoshuan had slowly seen the clues of what was happening, but for him to be able to see the Nailin family and Nailin Feishue have bad luck, of course he wouldn't expose it. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. He laughed lightly, and as if he was gossiping to the sixth prince said, "I'm still unsure of when Madame Nailin become Nailin Manor's master. At the time they withdrew marriage it was like this, and now with the Zhu family, it's exactly the same situation. Dr. Nailin never actually shows his face by being present, so people who know him will say that Dr. Nailin is busy, but people who don't know him will think that Dr. Nailin is a weak and incompetent man, relying on his wife and child to act as the bad people." The sixth prince laughed when he heard this and was about to reply when a servant suddenly started calling in a panic from outside the door, Master, you've come?" Madame Nailin's complexion changed while panic and fright swirled in her eyes one after another, and suddenly grabbing Hushi's clothes, she abruptly started twisting the fabric. All this time Nailin Zhengze had actually been in the manor, but he was in his basement researching medicine. Regarding the matter of Nailin Feishue, Madame Nailin had mentioned it to him, yet he had been unwilling to respond. So Madame Nailin had no choice but to think of a way to restore her daughter's and Nailin Manor's reputation by herself. In fact, there is no way that it was possible for Hushi to be a substitute, as Nailin Zhengze had already ordered earlier, that without his permission, no one was allowed to use Hushi. If he knew of what she was doing now, thinking of her cold and fickle husband, Madame Nailin's body couldn't help but tremble. From his outward appearance, Nailin Zhengze is a tall and handsome man, with a short mustache above his upper lip, a long fluttering beard and fair skin. His countenance was that of a refined sage. Yet the first time Hushi saw this person, she felt a chill spread throughout her heart, especially when those fathomless eyes swept over her. It was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. The muscles in her body couldn't help but become taut. This cheap father, really wasn't a simple guy. Looking at Hushi, he noticed her head hanging low with a shivering and timid appearance, her face shallow and pale, and that she was still without spiritual power. Nothing was different from the last time he saw her. So Nailan Zhengzi quickly shifted his line of sight. Yet when his gaze fell on Ouyang Haoshuan, his eyes suddenly narrowed. His body stiffened for a long time before he then stepped forward, slightly nodding his head. Young Master Ouyang, previously this old man learnt that his skills weren't good enough as I was unable to find a method to heal you. I don't know which genius doctor with magical hands and a miracle cure was able to fix your fractured meridians. When speaking, Nailan Zhengzi's expression was completely tranquil, while on the contrary, his eyes burned hate, unwillingness to accept his failure blazing fiercely. Ever since a rumor had spread in the streets about a young genius doctor being able to heal fractured meridians, he had continuously dispatched his people to secretly find him. As long as he managed to find that person and dig out his secrets, then he, Nailan Zhengzi, would be able to become a genuine genius doctor. He would even be able to join the upper ranks of the Doctors' Association. However, all of his people had been searching for more than half a month with no results. Yet the Ouyang family had managed to find him. For this genius doctor to cure Ouyang Haoshuan that he, Nailan Zhengzi, had diagnosed as certainly going to die, it is simply slapping his face. Ouyang Haoshuan calmly looked at Nailan Zhengzi, laughing lightly as he said, "There's no need for Dr. Nailan to be modest. Your medical expertise is excellent. Compared to the other doctors, you concluded the earliest that I couldn't be cured, even neatly withdrawing the marriage agreement between your Nailan family and my Ouyang family. This judgment and decision-making ability, how can it at all compare to an insignificant genius doctor?" His words were full of mockery and ridicule, causing the Nailan family's complexion to turn green and white. The sixth prince even laughed out loud, from time to time even offering his own words of praise. But those words of praise were more like sarcasm. Rage flashed across Nailan Zhengzi's face before he quickly recovered, and turning his head, he faced Zhu Yichun. "I was unaware that Master Zhu had paid a visit and was unable to welcome you. I'm very sorry." Zhu Yichun was roared at by Madame Nailan just a moment ago. So with his displeasure still written across his face, he coldly said, "Dr. Nailan doesn't have to speak so politely. Today, I'm only here for an answer. Your daughter Nailan Feishue and my son Zhu Zhongba have an intimate physical relationship. My son was even whipped by her. Nailan Feishue belongs to us of the Zhu family. Today I ask the sixth prince to be a witness as we propose marriage and to give your Nailan family face. Yet who would have thought that your good wife would unexpectedly bring out a useless concubine's daughter instead? Using this third miss to fool us and wanting to make her act as a substitute. Is this you wanting to step on my Zhu family's face?" The more Nailan Zhengzi heard, the uglier his face became. After hearing everything, he suddenly turned around, and swinging his hand, he ruthlessly slapped his palm on Madame Nailan's face. Madame Nailan was completely caught off guard, her body falling to the ground with a thump, clutching her red and swollen cheek with one hand. Her eyes showed her shock and fear, her voice shaking. "My lord, how can you hit me?" Nailan Zhengzi's eyes were ruthless as they swept over her, and he spoke only one sentence, "I'll settle this with you later." Then looking at Zhu Yichun again, with his face set in one of apology, he said, "My wife has behaved outrageously, acting like Master Zhu and the sixth prince are a joke. Regarding Feishue's matter, I've already investigated it, and since the Zhu family has Feishue's personal token, then it can be seen that the Nailan family and the Zhu family have a relationship. Since that's the case, for the two people involved to be able to form a connection, Feishue is honored. We hope that in the future after Feishue is married, that the Zhu family will be able to treat her well." Of course. Zhu Yichun, seeing that he had achieved his purpose, immediately beamed with joy. "Once second miss is married, she'll be one of my Zhu family's people. So as long as she abides by how a woman is supposed to act, we of the Zhu family will naturally treat her well. Then since the marriage of our two families is decided, I also brought an invitation card for Zhongba's birthday celebration. I thought that it would be better to set the marriage for the same time, my lord." "You're crazy. How can Feishue marry this?" Madame Nailan's scream was immediately silenced under Nailan Zhengzi's cold and sharp glare. As she clutched her cheek due to the numbing pain spreading throughout her face, thinking of her daughter's ruined future. Her grief rose from within and caused her to quietly weep. Hushi squatted next to Madame Nayland and looked as if she wanted to help support her up, yet instead, she lightly wiped a colorless and odorless medicinal powder on Madame Nayland's wound. Madame Nayland fiercely shoved her away and cursed in a sharp voice, "Witch, it's you. It's you who caused trouble for my Feishue. Get lost. Just get lost." Hushi took advantage of the shove to tumble on the ground, and curling her body up, she started shivering. Nayland Zhengze glanced at her, still despising that cowardly and incompetent appearance. Yet in the bottom of his heart he felt that something was fishy. But Nayland Zhengze had no time to think more about it as Zhu Chun was urging him to hurry up. So he quickly led the few men in the room to his study to exchange invitation cards, and also set a date for Zhu Zhongba and Nayland Feishue's marriage. Although he was somewhat reluctant to part with Nayland Feishue, as she is after all a daughter he had raised at his knee, compared to the welfare of Nayland Manor, there is nothing that couldn't be sacrificed. Madame Nayland saw them leave to settle matters, and all she could do was weep endlessly. Before leaving to follow them, she instructed for Wang Zhong to send Hushi back to the other courtyard, and with a strict look, she declared that Hushi was never allowed to return to Nayland Manor again. As she watched the backs of the people leaving, Hushi finally raised her head with a smirk upon her face. "Madame Nayland, didn't you give me medicine for 7 days hoping that I would become an idiot? In that case, not reciprocating would be rude. I'll respond in kind by letting you suffer from advanced symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. You better hope that my cheap father is truly a genius doctor, otherwise, you'll be a deranged, senile woman for the rest of your life." Late at night in the courtyard by Tsang Mountain, stars are twinkling and the moonlight is perfect. Hushi was sitting alone on the roof of the highest building in the courtyard, lightly frowning as she gazed towards the vast sky full of stars. Tomorrow is the agreed-upon day that Nangongyu promised to lift the seal on her dantian, but that guy had disappeared for several days already, while these last 2 days, by who had also not come. Before her eyes a man's handsome face slowly emerged, with a demonic and pampering smile, and at that hot breath and a hug she couldn't oppose. Hushi's face reddened, and she secretly scolded rascal, but her originally jittery heart had gradually settled down. Nangongyu was mostly overbearing, leaving her little room to resist, but this man was serious when he made that promise, making her unconsciously want to believe him. Without any reason at all, she just believed that he wouldn't deceive her. Hushi was lost in thought when suddenly, she shivered from a coldness that froze her body, causing her to become alert and abruptly sit up. Within her range of spiritual perception, she could clearly sense several strong auras rapidly approaching her direction. The auras surrounding these people were unfamiliar and hidden, indicating that whatever they wanted, it obviously wasn't anything good. Hushi's brows slightly wrinkled, and quickly concealing her aura, she leapt onto the roof of her own room to hide, yet still be able to monitor everything that occurred in her courtyard. Almost at the same time, for tall men with their bodies wrapped in black clothes quietly broke into the small courtyard. With Hushi currently lacking the slightest amount of spiritual power, she of course had no way to know what rank their cultivation bases were. But judging from the strong power pressure being emitted from their bodies, they weren't low-level martial artists. Amongst these 4 people, the man with the tallest stature waved his hand, sending the 3 other figures to quietly leap to every corner of the small courtyard, while the tallest masked man moved directly towards her bedroom. Hushi's heart shivered, and moving from her position, she rapidly entered the room from the rear window. It seemed that this group of people were rushing here for her because looking at their actions and attitude, they were making an utmost effort to not alarm the people in this courtyard. Since they were sneaking around, their purpose wouldn't be to kill anyone, but some other hidden motive. Since they only dared to secretly nose around, then she better beat them at their own game and see what they wanted. Moreover, this group of people's manner is suspicious. Their cultivation bases are much higher than hers, so if she was to collide with them, Hushi wasn't afraid for herself, but the people in this courtyard would most likely suffer. Once deciding on a plan, Hushi quickly lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to pretend to sleep. In order to not reveal any flaws, her consciousness entered her space, and from her space she observed the situation outside. After a moment, her bedroom door that was locked quietly opened, and a tall shadow quietly entered. The light from the moon and stars lit up the doorway, illuminating the black-clothed man's body. Hushi was holding her breath in anticipation, yet once she saw this, she frowned. Why did she feel that the black-clothed man's figure was somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before? The man dressed in black walked to the front of bed, and seeing Hushi deeply sleep, a touch of suspicion flashed in his eyes as he examined her. He looked at the small, shallow face for a long time. Then suddenly he lifted his hand and placed it on Hushi's chest. Hushi startled in fright, thinking that he was going to kill her. Yet within the next moment, she felt a trace of icy cold spiritual power enter her body through the palm on her chest. It searched along her 4 limbs and hundreds of bones towards her dantian, finally gathering in her brain. Hushi suddenly opened her eyes wide in her space soul-searching technique. This black-clothed man is actually using the soul-searching technique on her. This is a technique that only a high-level cultivator was able to use against a low-level cultivator. Not only would they be able to dig out a person's memory, but if the person this technique was used against struggled and resisted, it would ultimately result in them becoming an idiot. In the end, who is this person that was so ruthless they used the soul-searching technique on Nalan Hushi? What is his purpose? Hushi rejoiced that fortunately her mind is hiding in her space, so even if this black-clothed man searched through every memory in her brain, he would only be able to sense her sleeping and nothing else. Sure enough, after the time it would take to burn half an incense stick, the black-clothed man began to exude a ruthless and irritated aura. There's nothing. Unexpectedly, there wasn't any useful information, as well as being unable to cultivate spiritual power in her dantian. This girl sleeping on the bed was clearly still useless trash. Just then, the other black-clothed men that had been searching the small courtyard rushed in, conveying their results to the man standing over Hushi. This place is a spiritual energy wasteland, so even though they searched such a big courtyard, they couldn't find even one spiritual plant or a piece of crystal stone, let alone something like a jade slip. The black-clothed man glared fiercely at the sleeping soundly Hushi, and suddenly raising his hand, he reached down to strangle her. Hushi was scared as she watched from her space. At this moment, she clearly sensed the man's killing intent. He exuded loathing and detest, as if he was itching to dismember her body into pieces. All of Hushi's soft hair was standing on end as she resisted the almost unbearable urge to exit her space. Yet just as she was about to move, she heard the man suddenly start to talk with a low, hoarse voice. "I didn't expect that from the stunning you. All that would remain of your bloodline is actually trash destined to be bullied like this. If at that time you had obeyed me, hee. As things have reached this stage, I wonder if you regret your decision." Finished speaking, he withdrew his hand, and shouting a low withdraw, he then left the room. Once Hushi was certain that all the intruders had left, her consciousness exited her space and returned to her body. Touching her neck that still felt chilled, a trace of doubt emerged in her heart. What was the meaning of the last sentence that man had spoken? This stunning person, is that the mother of Nalan Hushi? However, Nalan Hushi's mother was obviously Nalan Zhangza's concubine. If she had really been peerless, how could she have been willing to be someone's concubine? Previously, she had thought that Nalan Hushi is a daughter of an unfavored concubine from Nalan Manor. Petty and low, cowardly, and without the slightest innate talent for cultivating, even the most lowly servant hadn't paid attention to her. Yet now it seems that Nalan Hushi's identity is apparently not so simple. Hushi was puzzled as she got up to examine every corner of her small courtyard. The actions of these men were very careful. Although they had randomly dug 3 feet holes around the yard, the items arranged in the house hadn't been disturbed much, and everyone was still sleeping soundly. In the end, what was that group of black-clothed people looking for? At this moment, that group of black-clothed people that Hushi was wondering about were rapidly sneaking into Yanjing City, jumping between the high building walls. Several breaths later, they arrived in front of a huge residence of a high-ranking official. The leader of the black-clothed men took off his mask, and ripping off the black clothes, he strutted through the half-open side door. The remaining 3 men quietly hid, not entering the courtyard. Above this residence's gate hung an impressive and imposing plaque with 2 words, Nalan Manor. The leader of the black-clothed men is Yinjing City's most outstanding, famous, and #1 doctor, Nalan Zhengze. Nalan Zhengze's face was overcast as he walked into his study, and after confirming that no one was nearby, he quickly stepped in front of a redwood shelf, using one hand to rotate an ordinary-looking vase left and right a few times. The next moment the redwood shelf issued caw-caw sounds, and shifting to the left and the right, it revealed an empty room. A simple pill furnace and some refining tools were set up, while on the left there was a spiral staircase leading down. In front of the pill furnace, there hung a picture of a beautiful woman. Nalan Zhengze slowly stepped forward, staring at the picture without blinking as he walked. On the slightly yellowed paper, a beautiful woman that could make a person have to pause and catch their breath vividly appeared. With long, shapely eyebrows and phoenix eyes, a beautiful nose and snow-white skin, her cold and indifferent expression made her look like a goddess from the 9th heaven. Such a lofty woman would of course not bother with ordinary people. If Hushi were here now, she would have been shocked to find that the woman in this picture is a 7 out of 10 in similarity with her transformed appearance. Lingyue, Lingyue. Nalan Zhengze repeated the woman's name over and over again. With an intoxicated expression on his face, he kissed the lips of the woman in the picture and murmured, Lingyue, do you know how much I miss you? He had barely spoken when suddenly, an hysterical-like light shone in his eyes born from insanity and hate. Retreating back a step, he roared, you're just my concubine. But why do you look down on me? Why don't you obey me? At this moment, a crackling sound could be heard coming from below the spiral staircase. Following that, a beast-like roar with banging and scratching sounds echoed. Nalan Zhengze's lips raised in a smirk, and laughing twice, he looked at the stunning woman in the picture, his face twisted with an evil smile. And Lingyue, aren't you so proud and strong? But did you ever think that the child you would give birth to would fall into my hands for me to take advantage of? Ha ha ha. Because of the intrusion of the black-clothed men, Hushi didn't go to sleep. Rather, she meditated in her space. She discovered that although she is unable to store spiritual power and advance cultivation bases, with the spiritual energy entering her body repeatedly, it cleansed her meridians. So whether it is in strength or speed, she has the qualifications to advance. Regarding internal power and martial arts, she is now 1 rank higher than she was in her previous life. As for the skill to conceal herself, she's already at a much higher rank than the low-level martial artists in this world. While cultivating, time passed slowly, and soon, the pitch-black night sky outside her space slowly lightened, and streaks of golden light colored the eastern sky. Hushi lazily stretched her body, and just as she was about to exit her space, a sudden chill flashed through her body, leaving her slightly numb. It was like there were countless insects crawling along her spine, causing every nerve in her body to become taut. The black-clothed men. It's those black-clothed men again. Moreover, there's still 4 of them. However, the difference between the group from last night and the group now is that this group of black-clothed men have a frightening manner about them. They weren't concealing the sharp killing intentions they exuded. Even if these people were still far away, Hushi was able to smell the strong reek of blood their bodies carried. No one was more familiar than Hushi about what those kind of people were like. Those kind of people were without the slightest scruple, becoming joyful at the thought of slaughter. Her complexion changed, and quickly getting up, she ordered Shijia and the others to flee with Wet Nurse Chen and Shaoli into Tsang Mountain. Wet Nurse Chen was reluctant to escape and leave Hushi alone, but she was efficiently knocked out by Hushi, who then threw her to Shijia, properly protect Wet Nurse Chen and Shaoli. Without my order, no one is allowed to return. Shijia and the others hesitated as they worriedly looked at Hushi, but their instinct to obey made them grit their teeth and nod. Tears clung to Shaoli's face, and choking back sobs she said, Miss, have I brought trouble to you? I'm not leaving, I want to stay with you. Hushi sneered, do you want me to knock you out too? No matter who the people are that come, I have a way to deal with them. I don't need you all to worry about it. Pausing, she then continued and said, keep watch over our home for me. Right, our home. Although it has only been a short time period of little more than a month, she has regarded this courtyard as home. the people in this courtyard as her family. She will not allow her family to meet with mishap. For any person who dares to touch those she cares about, she will definitely let them pay a painful price. Xiao Li's face gradually showed a firm look of dedication, and wiping her tears, she repeatedly nodded her head. Her expression of one making a promise. Shijia, Xiao Li, and the others had just left, when several black-clothed men using flying swords rapidly descended on the empty ground of the small courtyard. They of course saw that weak old woman and child running to hide in Song Mountain. So one person amongst them who was fiddling with a dagger in his hand sneeringly asked, "Do I need to rush over and get rid of those useless people?" Another person replied with, "Our boss's order was that the patron only wanted Nail and Hushy's life. We don't have any business with the rest." Did he think our drought demon organization, full of gold medal assassins, was a vegetable market? That when we receive a mission, we also include a service of giving a gift? The two other people burst into loud laughter, their gazes landing on one of the small houses in the courtyard. The person who was previously talking slightly raised an eyebrow as he said, "I really didn't expect that the third miss, the legendary trash of Nail and Manor, would have such courage. Letting her servants leave first and staying behind to throw her life away. TSK. So interesting." Another young voice couldn't help but grumble, "I don't know what our boss was thinking. She's only trash without a cultivation base, that's all. She hasn't even reached the chi refining stage. Is it necessary to use all four of us together to dispose of her? Alright, our boss decided it like this, so naturally he has reason. As long as we obediently obey his orders, then that will be enough. Xiaoba, you go, efficiently bring the young Mrs. Severed Head out here. We'll wait for you." If people knew that we, four Grand Meridian stage martial artists, killed an ordinary person together, wouldn't we be a laughing stock? Xiaoba, the youngest martial artist, muttered as he obediently pushed the door open and walked to where Hushy's room was located. The three other assassins remained in the small courtyard, leisurely chatting. They were completely unworried about whether Xiaoba would be able to kill that girl or not. After all, one is a Meridian stage martial artist, while the other one is an ordinary person without a cultivation base. It was like a human and an ant. If stepped on, the ant would die. So how could be afraid of a powerless ant? Xiaoba flipped the dagger in his hand, and without even bothering to conceal his figure, he entered the plainly decorated woman's bedroom with loud footsteps. Yet the next moment, Xiaoba suddenly sensed the coldness of a hidden weapon directly shoot towards him. Not good. Xiaoba thought gloomily, and moving sideways, he dodged countless hidden weapons that swept over his cheek, but some still directly pierced his body. As the hidden weapons reached his body, Xiaoba discovered that they were silver needles, as thin as a strand of hair. When these needles touched his body, he found that they contained an icy spiritual power that made him, this Meridian stage martial artist's entire body, grow cold. However, Xiaoba simply didn't care about these small, lousy needles with weak, icy spiritual power. With this attack, though, it did arouse the bloodlust within his body. "Little girl, if you had just obediently died, I could have made it fast and painless." Saying so, he gathered all his spiritual power, then rushed towards the girl hidden in the shadows. But soon, Xiaoba's expression changed to one of alarm. He was shocked to find that his dantian was being sealed by something, so he was unable to move the spiritual power in his body. "You!" Xiaoba opened his mouth to shout, but the little girl that had been hiding in the shadows suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Xiaoba felt a burst of sharp pain in his throat, and suddenly, blood was spewing from his neck. Opening his eyes wide in disbelief, he stared at the girl almost within reach before he quickly retreated. His eyes were filled with fright, unwillingness, and despair. Soon after, he slowly closed his eyes, his breathing ceasing. Beheaded in one strike. Hushy didn't pause, and quickly transferring all the internal power within her body to conceal her figure, she turned around and jumped out the window, escaping towards the depths of Song Mountain. In fact, Hushy's current strength could in no way compare to a group of assassins, let alone 3. She hadn't even had the confidence that she would win a one-on-one fight. Just a moment ago, if that assassin hadn't been so careless, or if he hadn't tried to use so much spiritual power after being hit by the invisible needles, he would have discovered that it was just a thin layer of internal power sealing his dantian. Unfortunately, his first mistake was to seriously underestimate Hashi, and then, his second mistake was to lose his composure and become frightened by the invisible needles, becoming so terrified he had lost his ability to think. It was only then that Hashi had found the opportunity to kill him in one hit. In the yard, the remaining 3 assassins were still leisurely chatting, and even though they smelled the strong reek of blood, they didn't have the slightest worry. But as time went by, they started to realize that Xiaoba was taking a little too long to complete his task, and that there weren't any sounds of movement coming from the room. Puzzled, they walked to the room, and after barely opening the door, all 3 of the assassins' faces changed. They saw that the small room was covered in blood. It even flowed to the door while the stench of it permeated the room. Lying in the middle of a pool of blood was their younger brother, Xiaoba. His eyes were wide open, his face frightened, and his breathing had long since ceased. The leader looked at his younger brother's corpse, and his eyes bulged in anger. Grinding his teeth, he ruthlessly said, "Chase her. We must tear that smelly girl's body to shreds." The 3 assassins were extremely fast, so although Hashi had a head start and was using her qinggong, when facing martial artists using flying swords, she was still caught in the blink of an eye. The leader of the assassins halted in mid-air, and looking below at the lightning speed of Hashi, the corner of his mouth raised to reveal the trace of a cruel smile. To an ordinary person's eyes, Hashi's speed is extremely fast, nearly turning her into a shadow, but for 3 Meridian stage experts, this kind of speed is simply not worth mentioning. The leader raised his arm, and condensing his spiritual power into a dark red fireball on his hand, he wrapped it around the flying sword. Then, with one hand holding the sword hilt, he suddenly threw the sword. The fireball engulfed the flying sword in a flash, following it as it hurtled at lightning speed towards the fleeing Hashi. The assassins heard a loud bang, and the fireball scattered, turning the flying sword into fine powder. Yet the expected outcome of Hashi being torn apart into hundreds of pieces didn't occur. She instead stumbled 2 steps due to the heat of the explosion, yet without pausing she continued to dash forward, as if she wasn't affected by that attack in the slightest. In midair, the 3 assassins' faces showed their shock. One must know that the strike from the lead assassin a moment ago was equal to the strength of 10 people. His cultivation base is currently at the peak of Meridian stage, so even an expert on Gold Core stage would at least suffer a little damage from that strike. Yet how is that an ordinary person was able to walk away, seemingly unharmed? So thinking about it, there is only one explanation. This girl's body possessed a treasure. Moreover, it must be a rank 5 or higher magical tool. The assassins looked at each other in dismay, greed evident in their expressions as they suddenly accelerated the speed of their flying swords to catch up to Hashi. While Hashi was fleeing, she touched her hair, and when she felt the remnants of a fine powder in her hand, her heart soared. Just a moment ago, it wasn't any sort of treasure that had blocked the assassin's attack. Rather, it was the imprint that Nangongyu left on her body. It was only at a time when her life was at risk that the imprint would transform into a protective barrier, keeping her safe from harm. Nangongyu. Seems like I already owe him too much. Unfortunately, though, it seems that today might be her funeral. She was afraid that perhaps she wouldn't have the opportunity to repay him in the future. This thought had just flashed through Hashi's mind, when before her eyes those assassins suddenly surrounded her. The leader's gaze was filled with fake kindness as he looked at her, yet he coldly said, "Nailin Hashi, if you hand over the treasure hidden on your body, I'll make your death less painful. Otherwise, based on the hatred we have for you after you killed Xiaoba, we will certainly have you begging for death before we're through." Hashi slightly panted, her gaze cold as she studied the 3 people before her without the slightest trace of panic or fear. "Who ordered you to kill me?" Standing on the left side of the leader, one of the assassins' expressions abruptly twisted, and pulling out his long sword he shouted, "Smelly girl, still unwilling to shed tears without seeing a coffin. You even dare to adopt a high attitude with us when it's just you alone. Do you think you're a match for us?" Hashi's figure suddenly flashed as she disappeared from where she was originally standing, and with lightning speed due to her internal power, she rushed towards the assassin on the left. The assassin's face slightly changed, and condensing a thunderbolt on his palm, he fiercely threw it towards Hushi's chest. A crack could be heard, and Hushi felt a sharp, scorching pain, causing all 4 of her limbs to spasm. But she didn't retreat. Instead, she continued forward. After being struck by the thunderbolt, her face showed a strange smile as she rushed towards him. The assassin on the left suddenly uttered an exclamation and slowly bowed his head. Looking down, he saw a slender dagger accurately stabbed into his abdomen, blood steadily seeping from the wound. Yet the frightening part is that when the blood made contact with the air, it suddenly turned a dark green color that could cause a person's hair to stand on end. Ah, Painichi! The assassin dropped his long sword and frantically scratched his body as he rolled around on the ground wailing. In the blink of an eye, his face was now badly mangled and dripping blood. Xiaowu, Xiaowu, what happening to you? The assassin on the right wanted to rush over and help him, but was stopped by the leader, Lao San. Look clearly. Xiaowu is highly poisonous right now. You will only suffer too if you go over to him. Saying so, his ruthless gaze fiercely stabbed towards Hushi like a sharp sword. What have you done to Xiaowu? The side of Hushi's body was badly mangled and bleeding from being struck by the thunderbolt, and due to the pain, her complexion was deathly pale. Yet upon her mouth was an unscrupulous smile as she said, I placed a poison named Tearing Heart, Splitting Lung on the dagger I used. As soon as the poison enters the heart and arteries, the whole body will become unbearably painful and itchy. He only needs to shred his heart to stop the pain. As if confirming Hushi's words, that assassin called Xiaowu all of a sudden released a long mournful hiss, hysterically howling, I can't stand it anymore. Following that, his body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The leader's forehead twitched as he looked at the flesh and blood that landed on his foot, thinking that there were a few pieces of shredded heart mixed in the gore. The other remaining assassin's eyes were full of alarm and resentment as he looked at Hushi. They didn't expect that although throughout the year they would be the ones attacking, suddenly, they were the ones being attacked. An insignificant ordinary person without a cultivation base had actually dared to mess with them, forcing the 4 expert Meridian stage martial artists into a tight corner. Not just Xiao Ba had lost his life. Now Xiaowu had died miserably too. From this moment on, these 2 drought demon assassins' expressions were grave. They no longer dared to regard Hushi as an ordinary and weak woman. But from the bottom of Hushi's heart, a powerless and bitter laugh rose. In fact, her poisons were very difficult to deal with, but a martial artist's defense power is more difficult to deal with. Just recently with Xiaowu, if she hadn't done the unexpected and risked her life by not avoiding the thunderbolt, then there would have been no way she could have caught him off guard and managed to insert the poisonous dagger into his dantian. Therefore, that was her last chance to fight back. There wouldn't be a second chance. Hushi felt a burning pain from her chest and abdomen as the long sword pierced her body, causing scarlet blood to pour to the ground. Her body slowly became limp, and she started to collapse, her eyes blurry. She could almost sense the vitality draining from her body bit by bit, while the Grim Reaper's sickle edged closer. Was she going to die? Just when she has started her new life, she is destined to quietly die in this wilderness. Unwilling. Really unwilling. She still hasn't become stronger. Her dantian still hasn't awakened. Still haven't repaid Nangongyu for helping her. How can she die like this? The lead assassin had a thought. Then the long sword that was stabbed into Hushi's body suddenly flew out, returning to his hand. The bloodstains on the long sword had evaporated due to the fire. However, Hushi's body was now completely limp, and she toppled to her knees onto the pool of blood at her feet. Until this moment, the 2 assassins hadn't been able to relax, and the assassin on the left released a sigh. She was really just an ordinary person, so she didn't have any ability to resist Big Brother's sword. Unfortunately, Xiaowu and Xiaoba fell to her tricks. The lead assassin that was called Big Brother walked forward, and towering above the dying Hushi, he looked at her with an arrogant expression, his eyes full of hatred. Then, with a stern voice he said, I said before, that since you dared to kill my younger brother, that I would certainly tear your body to shreds, leaving you to die without a burial place. So witch, go die. Holding the long sword covered in flames up high, he suddenly brought it down, aiming towards Hushi. The assassin on the left excitedly retreated 2 steps, shouting loudly, "Chop off her 4 limbs first. Cut this swine apart. I would like to see what tricks she can play then." Seeing the long sword heading towards her, and knowing that she had no hope of survival this time, Hushi desperately closed her eyes and gently pinched the throat, sealing blood poison in her hand. Rather than meeting her demise by assassins, she would rather end her own life. However, just when Hushi was about to swallow the poison, an overwhelming amount of spiritual pressure abruptly fell from the sky. Hushi's body that was almost touched by the long sword was now like a kite with its strings snapped. After swaying side to side, she then fell to the ground with a crash. The assassins who just a moment ago were shouting in excitement now felt the blood in their veins freeze. Due to the extreme fear of a strong martial artist, their whole bodies shivered, and with a pop, they landed on the ground in kneeling positions. Hushi! A frightened and angry roar sounded at her ears, the voice so familiar yet so distant. Hushi was only half conscious, and as her body grew colder, she could feel that someone was holding her in their arms, gently removing the skin mask on her face. This person was slightly trembling as they embraced her in what felt like fear and regret, but so warm, so comforting. The corner of Hushi's mouth raised into a faint, gentle smile before she then lost consciousness. Nangongyu hugged Hushi tightly. Examining her heavily injured body, he didn't dare believe his own eyes. The girl's features under the mask were still delicate and beautiful, but her complexion was deathly pale, nearly transparent. Her phoenix eyes that always captivated him were now dull, devoid of light, as if at any time she would disappear from this world. A few days ago he was listening to Baihu's report, eating her specially prepared foods, and imagining her proud and playful appearance. He has always been looking forward to the day he would be able to meet with her. The day he would be able to lift the seal on her dantian, letting her depend on him more so that they would be inseparable. However, when he awoke this morning, what was waiting for him? It was to an alert from the imprint he left on Hushi's body, letting him know that she was being attacked. After he hurriedly rushed over, what he found is her dying. Nangongyu's hands clenched tightly into fists, the light in his eyes scarlet flames that burned fiercely. At this moment, he was strongly trying to suppress a heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing fury. He wanted to dismember the people who injured Hushi, crushing their bones to dust. "Shier, you'll be fine." Nangongyu gripped Hushi's hand, quickly transferring the pure essence of his spiritual power to her. "You have me here. I definitely won't let something happen to you." The transferring of spiritual power to Hushi helped her weak breathing slowly become stable, while the fatal wound in her chest and abdomen indicated some signs of healing. Once he was sure that Hushi's life wasn't in immediate danger, it was only then that Nangongyu raised his head, his scarlet eyes burning as he glared at the 2 assassins not far away. His icy voice contained a promise of deadly violence as he spoke. "Drought Demon Organization, very good. In this world, there have been very few people who have been able to provoke me to anger, and yet you've managed it. Hades King, you are. Your Highness Hades King." The leader saw the Hades King's evil demon-like smile, and suddenly his eyes opened wide as he released a horrified shout. "Isn't this the one who was called the #1 genius in Jinling Kingdom countless times the past few years?" And when he reached Gold Core stage, the 9th heaven's black thunder fell. "That is Highness Hades King. The one who even the royal family of Jinling Kingdom are afraid of, with his strength massacring countless troops from magical beasts, dyeing the Guejin mountain range red. That is Highness Hades King. That one who was bestowed the name King of the Underworld, ruling over the life and death of the human world, controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation, completely ruthless when killing his enemies. That is Highness Hades King." The assassins sat blankly on the ground. Under Nangongyu's fierce gaze, their bodies began to tremble all over. Heavens! In the end, what sort of mission had the Drought Demon Organization received? This clearly unremarkable girl, without any good looks, how could the Hades King have taken a fancy to her? No one who provoked the Hades King had been able to survive intact. This is the day the assassins from Drought Demon Organization would be annihilated. Mercy, Hades King, please spare us. The cultivation base of the leader was too low, so he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and crawling to Nangong Yu's feet, he said in a trembling voice, "We only received a mission, and we accepted money from that person. So on behalf of that person, we were to kill her. We didn't really want to intentionally dispose of Miss Nayland. Please, Hades King, spare us assassins from Drought Demon Organization." Nangong Yu looked down at them with an indifferent expression, his bloodshot eyes covered with a layer of frost. "Speak. If you tell me who the mastermind is, I'll let the assassins from Drought Demon Organization off." That means that he really intends to destroy all of the assassins from Drought Demon Organization if they don't reveal anything. The hopeful expression on the leader's face crumpled, changing into one of utter despair. But when facing this excessively strong young man, he didn't have any courage to resist answering, We don't know who requested the mission. All the Drought Demon Organization deals with is receiving the mission from the black market. We just take the money without asking questions." Since this is the case, the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth raised into a cruel smile, "Then your existence is unnecessary." He had barely spoken when a bright ball of spiritual power suddenly formed on his slightly raised left hand. The assassin kneeling at Nangong Yu's feet screamed with fear, and he wanted to flee, but without being able to take even a single step, the ball of spiritual power ball wrapped itself around his body and that of the other assassin. Soon after, their bodies felt like there was something drilling into them, and the surface of their skin began to swell with uneven bumps. "Ah!" The assassins screamed in pain, and following that their bodies ripped apart, leaving only blood and bones splattered around. However, the ball of spiritual power hadn't finished its destruction yet, continuing to burn the blood and bones with a faint blue flame until it completely eroded everything, leaving nothing but ash. Only then did the spiritual fire slowly disappear without a trace. Nangong Yu glanced at the wind, spreading the ash of the two assassins into the air. Then, sneering, he held Hushi and rapidly flew back to Hades King Manor. Hades King Manor. Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhu Ke were standing at the gate. From time to time, they would look at the sky with worried expression. Then, sneering, he held Hushi and rapidly flew back to Hades King Manor. Hades King Manor. Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhu Ke were standing at the gate. From time to time, they would look at the sky with worried expressions. Baihu incessantly muttered out of nervousness, "It's already reached this point, the time when Master's illness is about to flare. So why would he suddenly go out? Why has he still not returned?" At this moment, Zhu Ke, who was standing next, it was to lift the seal on Shiyu, the genius Dr. Shi's Dantian. Of course, Qinglong knew what his master went out to do, and he extremely disagreed with it. But master is the master, and as long as he is commanded not to say anything, even if Qinglong was anxious, he would never speak without permission. He has always been quiet from the beginning, refusing to answer any questions, so Baihu and Zhu Ke weren't surprised. However, as Qinglong looked at the sky for a long while, a gloomy expression covered his face and he opened his mouth to say, "Baihu, Zhu Ke, if someone's existence will harm Master, but Master wouldn't hesitate to protect him, what would you do?" Baihu answered, "Of course Master's will is the priority." While Zhu Ke answered, "Of course the cheap person who will threaten Master must be killed." The two people almost responded in unison, and after they finished speaking they looked at each other in dismay, each with a complicated expression on their face. Even Qinglong's eyebrows were creased, his face twisted. Just then, Qinglong's expression lit up, and he shouted with a low voice, "Master's returned." The next moment, Nangong Yu descended from the sky with his robes floating around him, landing by Hades King Manor's big gate. Qinglong was just about to come forward, wanting to follow, when suddenly he looked at the bloody figure in Master's arms, his eyes opening wide. "Master? This genius Dr. Shi? Moreover, her appearance is so devastatingly beautiful that it is capable of causing the downfall of a city. It was even more impressive when you factored in that she is only a young girl, yet has peerless medical expertise. It's no wonder then No wonder that master cared about and cherished her so much. No wonder that on the carriage master was like that with her. Standing on the side, Zhu Kei was also able to recognize Hushi's identity with just a glance. Yet when she noticed that Hushi's sallow and ugly face has now become so beautiful, both her hands clenched tightly, while her heart raged the words impossible, impossible, repeatedly. Zhu Kei's eyes reddened, and firmly glaring at the unconscious Hushi, she was unaware that the veil on her face had slipped off. She wanted to rush over and tear that face apart, pull her out from Nangong Yu's arms and ruthlessly throw her to the ground. The hate born out of jealousy in her heart was like a burning flame, causing the scar on her face to constantly twist. Resembling a centipede crawling on her beautiful face, it made her features look distorted and hideous. Yet why would Nangong Yu care about the reactions of his subordinates at this time? Glancing at the girl in his arms whose breathing was gradually growing weaker, his eyes darkened as he coldly said, "I will heal she air behind closed doors, prepare the best medicinal pills and send them in. Qing Long, you guard the door. Without my order no one is allowed to enter." Qing Long always obeyed Nangong Yu's orders. Yet when he heard what was he said, his heart thumped loudly, and looking at Hushi he murmured, "Master, it's time for you to." Nangong Yu's icy gaze sharply swept over Qing Long, instantly silencing him. His eyebrows creased as he followed behind Nangong Yu. Yet Zhu Kei was finally unable to bear it any longer and rushed over, landed to her knees with plop in front of Nangong Yu, and cried as she said, "Master, you are now at the moment between life and death. You absolutely cannot harm your body for an insignificant person. If Master wants to save Miss Naylan, you may hand her over to this subordinate. This subordinate is a 5th-ranked doctor. I'll certainly be able to heal Miss Naylan's injury." "That's right, Master." Even Bai Hu could no longer endure it and said, "Genius. Miss Naylan seems to have only suffered superficial wounds, and Zhu Kei's medical expertise is excellent, so there'll definitely be no problem for her to treat her injury. Master, you should quickly return to closed-door cultivation, otherwise. Other people may not have realized, but they were trusted subordinates. They were able to clearly detect that Nangong Yu's originally fair skin had now become more transparent, and that the blood flow in his body had also begun to slow, causing his hands and feet to gradually turn cold. While it looked like nothing judging by the master's appearance, in truth, his body is suffering from great pain. Nangong Yu didn't even look at Zhu Kei as he sneeringly said, "My matters are not for all of you to decide. Qing Long, don't make me order you a second time." "Master!" Zhu Kei exclaimed, but when she raised her head again, she didn't see Master's figure anymore. Nangong Yu's bedroom was restricted in Hades King manner, so as the bedroom door firmly closed, Qing Long took up a position outside the door to guard it, his face cold and calm. Zhu Kei bitterly glared at him, her voice piercing to their ears. "Qing Long, what are you doing? Do you want to let that witch kill Master? Quickly get out of the way. Let me go in to save Master." Qing Long's face was expressionless as he faintly said, "Master's orders. Regardless of whether it's wrong or not, I refuse to disobey." No matter how much Zhu Kei insulted or screamed, Qing Long remained completely unmoved. His cultivation base is the highest amongst them, so although they're all gold core stage martial artists, even if Zhu Kei and Bai Hu joined together to fight him, they wouldn't necessarily win. Thus, the people outside the bedroom door were deadlocked. Inside the bedroom, Nangong Yu carefully placed Hushi on his bed. He is a person with mysophobia, so apart from a servant boy being allowed to come and sweep this bedroom, no one else is allowed to enter. For him, his bed is his to personally use. Nobody has permission to touch it. But now, seeing Hushi's blood dye his bed red, he didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust. All he felt was panic and distress. His she-heir should be willful, arrogant, and cold. She shouldn't be like she is now, dying and looking like she will disappear at any time. Nangong Yu very carefully untied Hushi's outer clothes, and grabbing the medicine that Qing Long brought in a moment ago, he sprinkled it over her horrific wound. The medicine in Hades King manner is naturally all high grade, so as soon as the following medicine made contact with her flesh, whether it is an injury caused by a sword or a wound from being struck by thunder, the speed of healing could clearly be seen by the naked eye. However, when all the wounds were healed, Hushi's breathing was still growing weaker, her pale face expressionless. Nan Gongyu held her icy body in his embrace, fear bubbling up in his heart. This is the first time since birth that he has experienced such feelings. Fear, panic, terrified that the girl in his arms will leave him, and from then on he will no longer be able to see or touch her. He pondered for a moment, and finally made a firm resolution. From the storage ring on his finger, he withdrew a simple and unadorned jade box. Opening the jade box, a scorching heat wave assaulted his senses. It was the yuan-yang fruit that Hushi gave to Nan Gongyu. Compared to 1 month ago, the yuan-yang fruit is still hot. Yet the fierce heat from the yang has become milder, purer. Furthermore, any impurities harmful to the human body have vanished. This is the result of Nan Gongyu using his own body temperature and continuously cooling it down for a month. Unfortunately, that is not enough. Even if the yang of the yuan-yang fruit has been refined, Hushi's weak and ordinary body will still be burned by the heat once she consumes the yuan-yang fruit. Therefore, she would need an object to act as a guide and neutralize the heat before she could use the yuan-yang fruit. Nan Gongyu wrapped the yuan-yang fruit in his spiritual power, and pinching Hushi's chin, he slowly placed the yuan-yang fruit into her mouth. Once the yuan-yang fruit entered her body, Hushi suddenly groaned, her pale complexion abruptly changing into a scorching red color. Soon, that fiery blaze spread from her dantian, burning through her meridians and skin, burning her to what felt like ashes. Nan Gongyu suddenly bowed his head, deeply kissing those bright red lips. Lips and teeth intertwined, body fluids mixed, and gradually the trace of blood flowed between the mouths of the two people touching, slowly running down Hushi's fair and translucent collarbone. Lost in unconsciousness, Hushi could only feel her whole body burning. Every vein in her body, every meridian, it all felt like it was being burnt by hot oil. Next, this kind of heat slowly permeated to her bones, roasting her, burning her, as if at any time she would be burnt to ashes. A painful groan was released from Hushi's mouth, her eyebrows frowning tightly as the intense pain made her whole body begin to spasm and struggle, her throat almost unable to hold back a shrill scream. Just when it became unbearable, there was a sudden flow of icy liquid. It passed through her lips, glided down her throat, and entered her internal organs. In a flash, spreading throughout her entire body. So comfortable, so refreshing that I want more. Hushi couldn't help but let out a pleased sigh, her hands instinctively extending to hold on to something. The next moment, Hushi felt whatever was embracing her suddenly tighten, as if it wanted to merge with her body. The soft lips pressing against hers abruptly hardened, speeding up with passion, as if they were trying to conquer her mouth. The icy liquid slowly infiltrated her body, making the blood in her veins heat up. But this kind of heat didn't cause her pain. Instead, it made her cling harder as she lost herself to the comfort she was feeling. Indulging in their fiery passion, Hushi and Nan Gongyu hadn't yet realized that along with the Yang's spiritual power being neutralized by the Yin blood, the essence of the yuan-yang fruit began to slowly be absorbed by Hushi's dantian. Hushi's dried-up dantian that had been oddly sealed firmly had now become a huge spiritual power vortex. The whirlpool steadily grew larger, picking up speed. Suddenly, a glaring white light burst from Hushi's body, soon after spreading throughout the vast world. As Qing Long stood guard outside the iron gate, with Zhu Ke and Bai Hu standing opposite him, the faint smell of blood leaked out from the crack under the gate. Abruptly, their expressions changed. The spiritual power within the three people's bodies burst forth, while the blood essence in their chests surged forward, as if it wanted to fly into the room. Zhu Ke's face distorted once again, and hissing she said, "It's Master. Master's using his blood essence to treat that witch. They all have a permanent master-servant contract with the Hades King. It wouldn't matter whether their master's chi energy was weak or strong, or if they were thousands of miles apart, they would still be able to sense him." A martial artist's blood essence, also known as heart blood, represented their life. If Master gave his blood essence to Hushi, he would be dividing his own life and chi energy, giving half to her. The three people's expressions become extremely unsightly, and when they looked towards the tightly closed gate, their eyes filled with anxiousness and anger. Zhu Ke rushed to Qinglong, screaming, "Qinglong, do you know what it means for Master to lose some of his blood essence now? It's almost time for his illness to show up. If Master does this again, he'll be unable to survive. Do you still want to block us? Are you still not letting me go in to kill that witch?" Qinglong's face showed his internal struggle. His expression was of one experiencing pain. While the veins on his hand that was holding a sword bulged, his joints cracking. Zhu Ke still wanted to say more, when suddenly, several figures quickly descended from the sky. Without waiting to properly land and gain their balance, the people immediately rushed over to the three people standing by the gate and shouted, "We sensed Master's chi dwindling and our blood contracts flared. What has happened to Master?" The people that had arrived were several other contract servants under Nangongyu that had been away from Yinjing City recently: Xian Wu, Wu Xian, and Wu Yu. Once Zhu Ke saw Wu Xian and Wu Yu, she immediately couldn't help but start crying, "Big brother Wu Xian, big brother Wu Yu. Master is inside currently using his own blood essence to save an ordinary woman. But it's soon time for Master's illness to show up, if he's not stopped and treated. I'm really afraid Master Wa." Wu Xian's cold eyes flashed with a deep killing intent, and stepping forward in large strides, he wanted to rush into Nangongyu's bedroom. However, Qinglong stepped forward to block him. "Master has commanded that without his order, no one is allowed to enter." Wu Xian's sharp gaze landed on Qinglong as he coldly said, "Qinglong, do you think you can stop me? Moreover, don't forget that our first priority is to ensure Master's safety." He had barely finished speaking when his eyes flashed with a cold light, while a fierce amount of spiritual pressure was released from his body. Qinglong dodged too late, the jolt from the spiritual pressure pushing him back several steps. His complexion became somewhat pale and unsightly. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xian Wu were each given a codename after one of the four divine beasts. To the public, they are known as Nangongyu's personal bodyguards. Unknown to most, though, is that Nangongyu had four other guards that he had secretly trained. They were given codenames after the four ferocious beasts: Wu Xian, Wu Yu, Wu Nian, and Wu Go. They were guards trained to offer their life for their master, no matter the danger to themselves. All 8 people were experts in their respective fields, each a leader in charge of their own force. However, as teams, Qinglong is the leader of the 4 great divine beasts, with Wu Xian the leader of the 4 great ferocious beasts. Wu Xian's team was slightly stronger than Qinglong's team. After Wu Xian pushed Qinglong aside, he focused his spiritual power in his palm, using it to open the iron gate leading into Nangongyu's courtyard. The iron gate had just opened, when before anyone could enter the courtyard, they were abruptly blinded by a bright flash of white light. Next, it was like a sudden gale started in the courtyard, causing the leaves on the ground to scatter in the air. These sudden storm clouds seemed like a foreshadowing of trouble ahead. Wu Xian's complexion changed, and rushing to stand in front of Nangongyu's bedroom door, he roughly pushed it open. However, as soon as Wu Xian and the others entered the room, their expressions stiffened as they blankly stared at the curtain in front of them. The curtain hung from the bed and fluttered in the cool breeze, along with the tassels and clothes surrounding it. Behind the lightly fluttering curtain, alternately hidden from view and then visible, Nangongyu and Hushi were tightly embracing each other. With their lips plastered together, it was difficult to distinguish their expressions. The corner Wu Xian's mouth twitched, along with everyone else's. Awkwardly shuffling their feet, they didn't know what to do with their hands or where to look. This is the first time that they had ever seen their cold-hearted master display such unbridled passion. He was always emotionless, yet now he is behaving like he is intoxicated. However, before Wu Xian and the others could return to their senses, a vortex could suddenly be seen by the naked eye, slowly forming between the two people. The vortex spun, first absorbing the spiritual power in the room, and gradually accelerating its speed as it slowly expanded. Once it shrouded Wu Xian and the others, it then spread outside the room. As Wu Xian stood absent-minded, he unexpectedly felt a great invisible force start to suction out the spiritual power from within his body. What's going on here? How could this be? With shock written across everyone's faces, they hurriedly set up protective barriers around their bodies, capable of resisting that suction. Fortunately, after they set up the protective barriers around their bodies, the suction disappeared without a trace. No more precisely, the suction bypassed them, following the vortex to spread out to surrounding areas. Was this why Master insisted on risking his life to save her? In the end, just who is she? Why with Master? Get off him. Go die. A shrill scream suddenly reached their ears. Wu Xian and the others turned their heads, only to find Zhu Ke looking insane as she rushed towards the two intimate people on the bed. As Zhu Ke stood there, the huge vortex hovered over her, and little by little, it suctioned out many years' worth of her accumulated spiritual power that she had cultivated. Zhu Ke's entire body trembled as she became devoid of rationality, and she rushed towards Hushi in the center of the vortex. It is unknown when, but she was now holding a dagger, the tip shining a strange blue-green. Obviously, it is smeared with something highly poisonous. A crazy smile was plastered across Zhu Ke's lips. Even if she had to risk her cultivation base, she must kill this woman. She must get revenge of the hatred due to her disfigurement. Zhu Ke, you can't. Qing Long and the others exclaimed, their complexions suddenly changing. However, it was too late, the sharp dagger blurring as it was fiercely stabbed towards Hushi. But the expected eruption of blood didn't happen. On the contrary, Zhu Ke, who had rushed over, screamed, and with her body resembling a kite flying off after its string is broken, she flew around the room, finally crashing into a wall. She spit out a mouthful of blood, denial and hatred in her eyes as she glanced at Hushi, then fainted with disappointment written across her features. Bai Hu looked at her worriedly, whispering. Zhu Ke didn't form a protective barrier over herself before she fainted, her cultivation base. Humph, she valued her jealousy more than Master's safety. She reaps what she sowed. Wu Xian's cold and pitiless words instantly dispelled Bai Hu's intention of helping Zhu Quebec. Just at this moment, Nangong Yu suddenly opened his eyes in the center of the vortex. He first thoroughly examined Hushi's body using his spiritual power to make sure she wasn't in any danger. Then, his cold dark eyes swept around the room, finally landing on several of his subordinates outside the door. Wu Xian and the others felt their bodies quiver all over under the gaze of those cruel, icy red eyes, to the point that they were almost unable to maintain their protective barriers. Nangong Yu coldly snorted, then said in a low voice, "No, next time. Whoever dares to violate my orders in the future, don't even bother to appear in front of me again." As he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the door that was knocked open by Wu Xian closed in a flash, firmly sealed with a spiritual power enchantment. Wu Xian gasped for breath, his face sagging into an expression of relief after the terror he had felt. Just a moment ago, Master's expression when he had looked at him was really too frightening. Wu Yu frowned while muttering next to him. It's close to the time for Master's illness to show up. If Master is like this now, what will happen to him later? Will he be okay? They all looked at each other in dismay, sinking into a depressed silence. At this time, everyone worrying in the courtyard of Hades' King Manor wouldn't know, but that vortex which had first only affected the 6 of them had now swept throughout Yanjing City. Apart from Nangong Yu, no one knew that in the center of this vortex, the seal on Hushi's dantian is gradually lifting. At this moment, Hushi's dantian resembled a dissatisfied and greedy black hole. The vortex continued to expand, and the fierce wind began to strengthen abruptly, causing dust and sand to fly everywhere. While the spiritual energy that was drawn into the vortex, regardless of whether it was from the air or the vegetation, was completely absorbed. Demonic beasts in the forest rampaged, their bodies all emitting a harsh light as they resisted their spiritual energy being absorbed with all their strength. In the sky of Yanjing City, martial artists riding on flying swords suddenly felt the swords under their feet start buzzing, and no longer able to transfer their spiritual power, they fell down from the sky one by one. Fortunately, every martial artist that is able to fly possessed a magical tool that would protect their body and save their life. So they were luckily able to escape from an ending of becoming a meat patty. In Yanjing City, for anyone that is a cultivator, when they tried to absorb spiritual power, they discovered that not only were they unable to absorb any, but instead, an invisible force was extracting the spiritual power within their bodies. All the martial artists turned pale with fright, and immediately, they took out all kinds of spiritual talismans and magical tools to resist this powerful suction. However, this force was much larger than they expected. So other than martial artists at gold core stage or higher who were able to form protective barriers, the rest of the martial artists, no matter how powerful a magical item they used, they couldn't stop the spiritual power dissipating within their bodies. At this time in Yinjing City, alleyways that are normally silent as soon as the sun set were instead in chaos. Even the older generations from large influential families that were in closed-door cultivation were alarmed, having come out earlier. Every major family, including Jin Ling's royal family, all sent out troops to inquire and investigate the source of why they were unable to use their spiritual power. Unfortunately, since all the martial artists were unable to use their full strength, they naturally couldn't find the source of this weird phenomenon. Suddenly, the absorption of spiritual power sped up, and in the sky above Yinjing City, there appeared a huge white vortex, visible to the naked eye. The vortex rotated faster and faster, while its size grew larger and larger. Hovering above Yinjing City, it resembled a white sun, lighting up the entire city. Heavens, what's that? Is this vortex absorbing our spiritual power? In the end, what is this? All the martial artists in Yinjing City rushed outside to look at the glaring white vortex. Suddenly, someone shouted out, "Demon Day and Night has arrived. This is the beginning of the Demon Day and Night." Once these words were said, all the martial artists burst out in a huge uproar, horror expressed on everyone's faces. Demon Day and Night. Could this really be the world's biggest calamity, Demon Day and Night? Doesn't that mean the big calamity will soon descend upon me, Luo continent? In the distance, a man with the appearance of an evildoer, with long and narrow phoenix eyes, was at this moment standing on the summit of a mountain, looking at the white light in the distant east that was just like a scorching sun. The corner of his mouth raised into a brilliant smile. After waiting for so long, finally. Has it finally appeared? At this point, in the center of the vortex, Hushi wasn't the slightest bit aware that she had caused something strange. Currently unconscious, her originally dried up and empty dantian was little by little being filled. The meridians throughout her body were being nourished by the pure essence of spiritual power, and after circulating around her body 12 times, it then returned to her dantian. The last seal that remained on her dantian had now been destroyed, eroding away with the pure spiritual power, causing Hushi's cultivation base to rapidly increase in stages. Early stage of Qi refining, middle stage of Qi refining, peak of Qi refining. Nangong Yu slightly raised an eyebrow as he watched the cultivation base of the girl in his arms rising. Slowly it broke through to the Qi refining stage, and from the Qi refining stage, in a flash it rose to the advanced rank of the foundation establishment stage. Yet despite this, the growth of her cultivation base still didn't stop. Such a frightening advancing speed. If other martial artists were to see it, they would certainly be scared to the point that their eyes would fall from their sockets. Nangong Yu bowed his head, kissing the girl's warm and soft, rose-petal lips. So although the blood within his body had begun to freeze, causing his body to tremble in pain, while his skin is pale and transparent, seeming as if it will crack at any time, his lips still formed a gentle and soft smile. The bottom of the 9th secluded spirit spring boiled. A vortex hovered above ancient rhyme spiritual field, and a click could be heard from every door in Shumi Palace. And inside Shumi Palace, inside one of the empty rooms, the constantly leaping light within the huge egg suddenly froze. Cracks now started to appear across its formerly smooth surface, as if something was about to break out of it. Warm sunshine shone in from outside, illuminating Hushi's body. The speck of golden light flickered across her beautiful and delicate face, resembling a naughty spirit, causing her to wake. With her long eyelashes slightly trembling, Hushi frowned as she slowly opened her eyes. Just as she was about to move her body, she suddenly released a pained groan. Her whole body felt like it had been crushed by elephants running over it. The ache was unbearable, especially the meridians within her body they felt like they had been pulled by something. Even moving one finger was painful. Hashi took a deep breath, wanting to soothe her body by running her internal energy through it. Yet, unexpectedly, her dantian slightly responded as well. There was the pure essence of spiritual power overflowing from her dantian, and in a flash, it spread to the meridians throughout her body. Under the nourishment from the spiritual power circulating, the pain in her meridians slowly soothed, gradually helping her limbs to become more flexible. The feeling resembled a whole body massage, and Hashi couldn't help but sigh due to the comfortableness of it. Suddenly, her expression changed and she abruptly sat up. With the spiritual power in her dantian working, and using the awareness of divine sense to be able to see clearly, she could watch the spiritual power slowly wandering about in her meridians. When the spiritual power reached the meridian running to her hand, Hashi's mind focused, and in the next moment, a multicolored ball of light formed on her palm. Shocked, she lost her focus, and the multicolored ball of light instantly disappeared. How could this be? Her dantian is unsealed? Moreover, the spiritual power within her dantian had raised her cultivation base to at least 9th rank of the foundation establishment stage. Her memories from before she lost consciousness slowly overflowed, and she remembered that she was being chased by several Meridian stage assassins who wanted to kill her, so she had fled into Tsang Mountain. Although she had tried every method to deal with them, even managing to kill 2 of them, in the end, there was still a gap in their strength and hers, and the enemy had stabbed her through the chest and abdomen with a sword. Yet now her body wasn't injured, while her skin was even more exquisite and translucent than before. Even the white whip scars marring her skin had completely disappeared. So is she really completely awake? Furthermore, in such a short while she had managed to jump over the chi refining stage, landing on a high rank of the foundation establishment stage. Hashi's heart filled with joy. After transmigrating, her strength had been too weak, and she had had no way to advance as her dantian was sealed, so all along she was anxious. The Majestic by Wu Chang, the organization's youngest gold medal killer since the beginning of history, had unexpectedly fallen to the point of being called trash in a different world. Now that she had finally broken her shackles and advanced to the foundation establishment stage in such a short while, how could she not be happy? One must know that apart from here, the prodigy-filled Hades King Manor, that throughout all of Yanjing City there is only a few Meridian stage martial artists. While it was possible to count the amount of gold core stage martial artists with only 10 fingers, in her memories, Nailan Feishue was called a talented martial artist because it had only taken her 2 years to reach the early stages of the foundation establishment stage. Hashi laughed lightly. She couldn't help but spread her palm out once again, and very soon, another multicolored ball of light filled with spiritual power appeared on her palm. Focusing her mind, she subtly controlled the spiritual power, and without much effort that multicolored ball of light turned red, representing the fire element. Hashi's eyes shone, and the red-colored ball of spiritual power soon became blue, representing the water element. According to her thoughts, she was unexpectedly able to change the ball of spiritual power into 5 different colors, as well as combine them. However, don't common martial artists only have a single white color to represent their spiritual power? Even double attribute spiritual roots display a milky white color. Furthermore, the more spiritual roots a person has, and the more spiritual power they use, the white ball of light would appear dusky, like a muddy moon. Suddenly, a young and tender child's voice sounded in Hashi's mind. Silly mother. This is because mother's cultivation is the 5 elements of spiritual power. So of course there are 5 different colors. Hashi was surprised at first. Then she realized that this familiar child's voice belonged to Dandan. But didn't Dandan say that when she was outside her space, they would be unable to communicate? Yet now she could clearly hear Dandan's voice from inside her space. So didn't that mean that Dandan had also risen in rank? Hashi's heart pounded, and in a flash her consciousness entered her space. Once she entered her space, Hashi felt that the spiritual energy was now more than 10 times richer than it previously was as it assaulted her senses. Before she had a chance to look around at the changes in her space, though, she suddenly felt something round run into her arms with a thump. Hashi staggered back several steps, before she then steadied herself with difficulty, raising the small thing in her arms in front of her eyes. This is a smooth, soft, and white meatball, a dot, or jelly to be more precise. Touching it feels really good. It was cool, soft, and its color resembled silky milk. Anyone who looked at it will crave to swallow it. On top of the meatball is a small round head, and on its small head it didn't have hair, but two slender antennae. At this moment that small head was slightly tilted, its antennae gently swaying, while a pair of big, watery, jet-black eyes occupied half of its face, staring with a fixed gaze at Hushi. For short, small, and fat lotus root-like limbs incessantly moved, and a pitiful protest came out from its mouth. Mother, mother, Dandan feels uncomfortable when you carry me like this. Mother, Dandan wants to be hugged. She blinked and asked, You're Dandan? Dandan nodded. Suddenly it struggled to free itself from Hushi's raised hands, and with one jump, it hung itself around Hushi's neck. Mother, I'm Dandan. Dandan missed you so much. Feeling its soft and jelly-like texture touch her face and rub lightly. Acting like a spoiled child who would throw a tantrum, Hushi simply didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She grabbed it from her neck, but this time adjusted the way she held it so it could be comfortable. Looking at its plump body, she frowned. How come you're so fat? Letting you eat, and eat every day. Now look. Now you've turned into a rolling ball. Dandan heard this and immediately started crying. Dandan not fat. Dandan's originally like this. Mother dislikes me. Wah? All right. Dandan's the cutest. Dandan's the slimmest. Mother doesn't dislike you. Will this do? Hushi appeased it for half a day, and only then did the overly sensitive, spoilt, spiritual pet feel good. She recalled its words from just a moment ago and asked, What did you mean when you said the 5 elements of spiritual power? 5 elements of spiritual power. Wasn't it 5 spiritual roots? The 5 spiritual roots in a cultivation world were known as useless spiritual roots, and that was practically what her previously crippled Dantian was. But it seemed that when referring to her spiritual power, it wasn't the same. Dandan bit a finger, blinking its big eyes as it looked at Hushi. The 5 elements of spiritual power are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 types of spiritual power. Mother, you don't even know about this? Hushi held her forehead. She shouldn't have had hope for Dandan's IQ. Moreover, this guy obviously didn't know anything. Yet it had an expression on its face that showed it thought she was stupid. Fine. I'll just ignore you. We'll see whether you'll be able to be good or not. Hushi no longer paid any attention to this little imp, and turning her head, she began to examine the changes in her space. That's right, after only one night, Hushi had not only lifted the seal on her Dantian, promoting to foundation establishment stage, but Dandan had hatched from its egg, while her space had also experienced a big change. Originally vast, the ancient rhyme's spiritual field now expanded further away than the naked eye could see, and the spiritual herbs that grew in her space had all matured in one night. One must know that in Luo continent, spiritual herbs are graded by years. For example, the growth period for a first-grade spiritual herb is 10 years. For a second-grade spiritual herb, it's 100 years. For a third-grade spiritual herb, it's 1,000 years. For a fourth-grade spiritual herb, it's 5,000 years. And for a fifth-grade spiritual herb, it's 10,000 years. It's very difficult to find spiritual herbs that are 5th grade and higher, and it's not so easy to distinguish how old they are. Originally, the ancient rhyme's spiritual field could accelerate a plant's growth period 100-fold, but for first or second-grade spiritual herbs to grow into third-grade spiritual herbs, it still requires a long process. Yet now, in only one night, several stalks of third-grade spiritual herbs had matured. What made Hushi even more amazed is that a portion of first-grade spiritual plants in her space had unexpectedly advanced to second-grade spiritual plants. In Luo continent, this kind of situation was unheard of. Hushi quickly walked to the 9th secluded spirit spring, noticing that from its outward appearance, nothing had changed in the spirit spring. With such potent spiritual power infusing her meridians, not only did she not feel pain, instead, she was so comfortable she released a sigh. It seems that even the 9th secluded spirit spring has promoted. Hushi was pleased and noticed Dandan imitating her by leaning on the side of Spirit Spring, its small head stretching over to drink a mouthful of spring water. Yet after drinking just 2 mouthfuls, it suddenly raised its body, flinging the water off its head, and said with a deflated expression, "No taste? It's not tasty at all." Hushi was amused by Dandan's small appearance, despising the water. She then discovered that since the spiritual plants in her space had matured, and that the spiritual energy is so rich, Dandan is no longer interested. Even the 9th secluded Spirit Spring is actually being despised by him. "You're a little guy that doesn't know what's good." Before, as long as it contained spiritual energy, wouldn't you happily eat it all? Now that you've grown up, you've actually learned to be picky about food. Dandan hugged Hushi's arm, its body hanging off her as it acted like a spoiled child, and said, "Mother makes the best foods to eat. Dandan could eat it for a lifetime and will never dislike it." "Mother, Dandan hungry, so hungry. I want to eat Mother's tasty roast chicken, cake," and rabbit meat. Black lines appeared on Hushi's forehead. She felt that this little guy did nothing but eat when it was in the egg, and now that it's hatched, it's become a picky eater. In the future, will it keep eating till she becomes a pauper? Hushi didn't know, but ever since Dandan had been eating the spiritual foods that she made, its appetite had begun to be wicked, as previously Dandan had no way to refuse it if it wanted to break out of its shell. But after hatching, it has a human sense of taste and aesthetics, leading it to begin avoiding things with spiritual energy but no taste. Of course, if the spiritual energy is rich to a certain extent, Dandan will still ignore the taste and drool. However, thinking about it now, Hushi herself is also hungry. Just before she was chased by the assassins, she had made a lot of food and placed it safely in a room in Shumi Palace, specifically finding a cabinet to organize and store different foods. Remembering it now made her salivate. One must know that the time in Shumi Palace has practically stopped, so the food stored inside, no matter how long it is left there, is still exactly the same as when it was stored. So when it's removed, even the steam wouldn't have dissipated. Arriving at the front of Shumi Palace, Hushi was surprised to discover that even Shumi Palace has gone through some strange changes. Shumi Palace has 81 doors, and in total there are 9 palaces all grouped together, 9 doors to every palace. Yet because most of the doors were closed, Hushi was unable to see what was inside them. Therefore, up until now Hushi had only known what the first palace is called, the Spirit Firmament Palace. The only door open there was the first room where Dandan was placed. But now, after her space had promoted, the originally locked 8 doors had unexpectedly disappeared. There was now only one door remaining with the words Spirit Firmament Door on top of it, and at this moment it was closed. Hushi slowly pushed the door open, and in a flash, her mind was suddenly filled with vague information. 9th Palace in Heaven. This is Spirit Firmament. All living things are for thou to use. The door completely opened, and the first thing Hushi saw is 8 jade boxes floating in the air, surrounded by flickering white light. The shape of these jade boxes is quite ordinary, and on the jade boxes a simple totem is carved. Hushi felt that she had seen this totem somewhere before. Each jade box is surrounded by a milky white, close to transparent light, and the jade boxes floated around the room on this light, like mischievous imps. Hushi reached out her hand to catch them, yet they darted away before she could even grab one. Her eyes were following one of the jade boxes when her gaze fell to the left corner of the room, and suddenly she was so shocked she nearly jumped. She saw an extremely familiar storage rack, and arranged on it had been her cooking tools, etc. Clearly the Spirit Firmament Door was Dandan's former location. But now, that corner is in a mess. The small doors on the storage rack were open, empty bowls and plates were piled in a heap, while there were several chewed bones thrown to the ground. Veins appeared on Hushi's forehead, and turning around, she saw Dandan duck its small head. With the appearance of a guilty conscience, it secretly tried to slip away, immediately letting Hushi know who the culprit is. She extended out her hand, grabbed its neck, and lifted it before her eyes, darkly asking, "Dandan, did you eat these things?" Dandan ducked its small head again, pitifully replying, "Mother, I was hungry when I climbed out of the EGG at hungry. So I eat." The corner of Hushi's mouth twitched. This cabinet was full of food. "You've eaten so much, yet you still dare to shout at me that you're hungry?" Her braised moon chicken, roasted cloud rabbit, preserved porcupine leg. 2 Full storage racks of food. She spent a lot of crystal stones to buy the ingredients, and little by little built up a stockpile, yet unexpectedly, it was all finished overnight. Moreover, when she looked Dandan up and down, it looked so small. How could it eat so much food? The amount of food was 10 times the size of it. Dandan's mouth flattened and weeping. It said in a sorrowful child's voice, Dandan's body is growing. Of course I will be hungry. Mother, don't get angry. Okay, Hushi felt helpless. She was unable to find a way to deal with this terrible eater of food. Hushi put Dandan back on the ground, but it immediately tried to take advantage of her and clung to the bottom of her clothes, shouting about being hungry. This time Hushi completely ignored its spoiled child act, spreading out her hands. Everything was eaten by you. Where would I get the ingredients from in such a short time? I have no energy either, so there's nothing I can do. You'll just have to starve. Furthermore, I want you to clean up this mess you made. Otherwise, you'll never eat the food that I make again. Finished speaking, she no longer cared about Dandan's tantrum and instead started to examine the jade boxes. Dandan yelled for half a day, but after realizing that Hushi was really angry and was refusing to acknowledge him, he couldn't but help drop its small head, its antennae softly drooping. All of a sudden, the antennae on its head moved, and looking around at the mess in the room, it lifted its arms in the air, waving its small hands. Soon, everything was once again categorized, all neatly placed back on the shelves. Dandan looked at the shelves for a long while, letting out a giggle, and just when it was about show Hushi so she could praise it, it noticed her staring at the 8 jade boxes flying around the room with anxiousness. The antennae on its small head swayed, and suddenly understanding, it waved a claw in the air. Soon after, the light surrounding the 8 jade boxes flickered, and with a whoosh, they flew towards Hushi, abruptly stopping in front of her. Hushi stared blankly, confused about what had just happened, when Dandan used its small and short legs to run to her, pulled a corner of her clothes, and boasted, Mother, you see, I've tidied it all up. I also helped Mother catch these disobedient boxes. Mother, aren't I awesome? Don't get angry again. Okay? Hushi touched its small head, praising it. Seeing it roll about in happiness, she couldn't help but laugh. Whether it's in an egg or this unknown shape, this little guy behaves like a 5-year-old child. Hushi picked up one of the jade boxes, first trying to open it using spiritual power, and when that failed, she used her divine sense to probe it. Unexpectedly, as soon as her divine sense touched the jade box surrounded by light, it was as if she had used a key to open a lock. The light around the jade box disappeared, and it then heavily landed on Hushi's hands. Seeing Hushi's puzzled expression, Dandan's antennae perched upright on its small head, and with a crisp and clear, childlike voice, it said, Because Mother is the owner of Shumi Palace, these jade boxes recognize Mother's divine sense imprint. Other people have no way to open these jade boxes. Hushi suddenly understood, and collecting the remaining 7 jade boxes, she hurriedly opened them. Soon, the boxes were emptied, and everything inside was arranged neatly in front of Hushi. A hard-shelled egg the size of a chicken egg, 2 black-colored pills with unknown properties, and 5 jade slips. Hushi sat cross-legged on the ground, examining the things in front of her, unsure of what to start with. She beckoned Dandan over. Dandan, do you know what these things are? Dandan scratched its antennae with a small, stubby hand, confusion across its face. However, when it noticed the jade slips, its eyes lit up like it suddenly recalled something. Running over, it pulled one of the jade slips from the pile, handing it to Hushi. Mother, I remembered. Grandpa Shumi said that he left Mother some guides. He told me to tell Mother that after the Spirit Firmament Palace door opened, to first look at this. Yes, it's this jade slip. Hushi's eyes shone, and taking the jade slip, her mind quickly sank into it. Shumi Palace, also known as Mantua Shan Mansion, was created by a Shumi Taoist using a myriad of the world's spiritual objects. Refined over many years, it has now become a divine artifact. Since the beginning, when the Mi Luo and Xian Luo continents were formed, there were rumors. These rumors said that whoever possessed Shumi Palace obtained heavenly law, and that whoever obtained heavenly law would rule all lands under heaven. Therefore, the person who inherits this divine artifact must be descended from a divine bloodline. They must harbor virtuous thoughts and beneficence towards common people, otherwise, they will be devoured whole by heavenly law itself. Shumi Palace is divided into 9 palaces and 81 doors. The 9 palaces are Spirit Firmament, Black Firmament, Green Firmament, Blue Firmament, Scarlet Firmament, Jade Firmament, Amethyst Firmament, Highest Firmament, and Divine Firmament. Each palace has 9 doors, and each of the 9 doors have a set location. But if the 9 doors open all together, a formation will be activated and the 9 doors will disappear, changing into a palace instead. Hushi continued to read, discovering that in addition to storing treasures in Spirit Firmament Palace, the biggest feature here is the time stagnation. Of course, this kind of time stagnation could only be useful for storing foods as it was unable to be used for cultivation, so its only function is keeping food fresh. When Hushi went to look at the information detailing the other palaces, she found that the text was covered by a layer of white mist, causing it to be unreadable. It seems that the information will only be readable once the palaces are unlocked. Moreover, looking at the meaning of this guide, it appeared that each palace served a different purpose. Inside each palace there are probably more treasures concealed. So once all of the palaces are open, there would be a large sum of money, enough that it could make one very wealthy. Unsatisfied by the lack of information, Hushi put the guide down and picked up the remaining jade slips. In these 4 jade slips, 3 contained the same type of content. They were ancient records from the Shumi Taoist called the All Living Things Record. The All Living Things Record was divided into sections documenting spiritual plants, spiritual beasts, and spiritual tools. Everything that the Shumi Taoist had seen throughout their life was described inside, and instead of vague details, each characteristic, as well as the locations of where they could be found, was documented with great care. It included information about all kinds of rare treasures, rare birds, and unusual beasts. There was even a clear image of each thing accompanying the jade slip. Wasn't the All Living Things record like a version of the Compendium of Materia Medica? Hushi had been afraid that because she herself is a newbie in this different world, that she wouldn't be able to recognize or understand anything and be considered a country bumpkin. Now she doesn't need to be worried. By the time Hushi had reached the last jade slip, she was positively overjoyed, her previously neutral expression transforming into a brilliant smile. Recorded in the last jade slip is the knowledge on how to refine pills, written by Old Man Shumi himself. Called the Overflowing Cauldron Pill Scripture, it lists the prescription for every kind of precious pill. In her previous life, Hushi was known as an accomplished doctor with excellent medical expertise, so when she arrived in this strange cultivation world, of course she wanted to learn how to refine pills. But unfortunately in Miluo continent, becoming a doctor is a scarce profession. The art of pill refining is secretly passed down between family members, or between master and disciple. If you were able to find a book regarding pill refining at the market, describing its basic foundation, it would be priceless. And yet here this jade slip regarding pill refining was found, listing in detail all kinds of medicine ingredients and prescription combinations. Combinations detailing the choosing and usage, how to pair them, contradictory medicines, and even how to refine fire attribute and temperature control. So once Hushi saw this, she exclaimed in joy, "Mother, I'm hungry. How about you roast this egg for me to eat?" Hushi, immersed in the overflowing cauldron pill scripture, extricated herself with reluctance as Dandan's eager voice reached her ears. Hushi turned her head in surprise, and seeing Dandan holding something round, she couldn't stop black lines from forming on her forehead. "Isn't that the nameless egg from one of the jade boxes? You're not allowed to eat that. I'll go out now to find food for you. So behave and take good care of the egg for me. If you dare eat the egg, don't ever think about eating anything in the future." What a joke. This is a treasure Old Man Shumi left. Maybe one day it would hatch into a divine beast. So if she let Dandan eat it, wouldn't she cry to death with regret? Dandan blinked its big eyes towards Hushi. "I won't eat the egg. Mother, how about you take me out so we can eat together? I'll be obedient." Hushi's brows raised. Staring at its eye-catching appearance, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise, and shaking her head she said, "For the time being, no." There are a lot of bad people outside. If they catch and cook you, what would you do? You better stay in the space for now. I will bring you delicious food. Old man Shumi had said that Dandan's identity will trigger greed and desire in humans. Her current strength is too weak. How could she dare to casually bring this little guy out? Once it heard that bad people would want to catch him, Dandan's small antennae trembled with fear, leaving it no choice but to quit asking about going out. Feeling aggrieved, it held the egg as it pitifully said, "Then mother, you should quickly bring in food for me to eat." Dandan, hungry after saying that, its small face rubbed against the eggshell. Hushi has good vision and noticed that when Dandan rubbed against the egg, a faint light seemed to be emitted from within. Putting aside thoughts of the egg, she picked up the two strange pills and sniffed them. Yet without being able to figure out what they were for, and not wanting to randomly eat them, she tossed them back into a jade box, deciding to temporarily leave them for now. Withdrawing from her space, Hushi let out a long sigh of relief, her mood brighter than it had been since she had awoken. As expected, now that her strength is increasing and she finally has the ability to defend herself, she is at last able to feel a sense of security. Touching her grumbling stomach, Hushi got up and walked out of the room. Yet as she reached the inner courtyard, she stared blankly as before her eyes is a gorgeous palace with an exquisite garden on display. Just a moment ago when she was inside the room, she had noted the unfamiliar decorations and furnishings, but it wasn't until this moment, seeing this luxurious and noble residence, that she felt that her intuition was right. When she was losing consciousness after being attacked by the assassins from Drought Demon Organization, she vaguely remembered seeing a familiar face and hearing a grave voice in her ears that caused her to feel relieved. Nangongyu, that must have been Nangongyu. Hushi covered her chest with a hand and felt her heart palpitating incessantly, a grateful expression slowly emerging in her eyes. If she's not mistaken, only Nangongyu has the Yuan Yang fruit, and only Nangongyu knew how to unseal her muddled dantian. Moreover, when she was being chased, the imprint on her hairpin protected her from a fatal strike. So Nangongyu certainly would have known of her situation. So, he saved her life in the nick of time, as well as helping her unseal her dantian. Thinking of this, Hushi's footsteps accelerated. At this very moment she was eagerly wanting to see Nangongyu. She didn't want to delay meeting him for another second. Looking for someone to ask for directions, Hushi had barely made it to the courtyard's gate when she heard noises from outside. The voice of the man was very familiar to Hushi as it belonged to Bai Hu, that freeloader who would come to her courtyard every day for food and drink. But that woman's voice. At first Hushi thought it was unfamiliar, yet as she continued listening, she felt it was somewhat familiar. Listening to them, she heard Bai Hu's voice cold with disapproval. "Zhuke, don't cause trouble again. This is Master's order. Don't tell me you won't even obey Master's orders." "Zhuke, Zhuke." Hushi suddenly realized that no wonder she felt this woman's voice was unfamiliar yet familiar, and that she thought it was faintly annoying. So as it turns out, it was that arrogant woman who claimed she came to present pills to Hushi by her master's order, yet who tried to kill her instead. Saying all this, the person who saved her must really be Nangongyu. Hushi was just about to push the door open, when Zhuke's sharp voice came through the thick iron gate. "Bai Hu, if you still regard me as a partner considering we grew up together, then step aside. Otherwise, I will be forced to be impolite to you. Today I must slaughter that witch." Bai Hu immediately retorted, "You heard Master's words before he lost consciousness. She is Master's personally chosen princess. From now on, she is also our master. Even if I blamed her for causing harm to Master, Master's orders are not something we can ignore." "Princess? Harm Master?" Hushi, whose hands were about to slightly press on the door, froze, bewilderment appearing in her eyes. Zhuke was silent for a minute. Then when she next spoke, it was in a voice sharp with anger. "Bai Hu, don't forget, Master's current condition is due to that which harming him. If it wasn't for him saving her, how could Master still remain unconscious? I'm not able to move out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me if I use poison against you. Zhuke, don't cause trouble without a reason. Even if you used poison, just based on your current cultivation base, how could that injure me?" Bai Hu's voice was filled with exhaustion and annoyance. What's more, Qinglong has suggested that perhaps she'll be able to cure Master. After all, Qinglong personally witnessed her curing Ouyang Haoshuan's illness. He definitely wouldn't lie about something like this and jeopardize Master's safety. Moreover, have you forgotten what's behind this door? Baihu's voice became cold, sharp like the edge of a sword. No one is allowed to enter Master's bedroom, including us 8 trusted subordinates. Whoever enters without permission will be killed. No excuse. The only one who is allowed to enter is Miss Nalan. Don't tell me that you still don't understand what this means? Zhu Kei's expression blanked for a moment. Then she suddenly laughed loudly, her voice full of resentment and loathing. You believe that trash that's unable to use spiritual power will be able to cure Master? You don't want to listen to me even though I'm a 5th-ranked doctor and an official member of the Doctors Association? Then could you give me your word that you can definitely cure Master? Baihu calmly asked. Zhu Kei hesitated before she responded. Then she abruptly raised her voice. If I'm unable to cure Master, don't tell me that that immature and inexperienced girl is able to do it. Aren't you and Qinglong being muddle-headed? The two of you believing that do you really want to kill Master? Hushi's complexion had become extremely unsightly listening till here, and not wanting to hear anymore, she pushed the door open, her sharp eyes focusing on Baihu. What happened to Nangongyu? They said she harmed Nangongyu. In the end, what did they mean? Baihu and Zhu Kei were shocked. Baihu blurting out, Miss Nalan. Since when have you been standing behind the door? He is an expert on Gold Core stage. Yet he was unaware that there had been an ordinary person listening from behind the door. Hushi didn't care about answering his question, and instead, with a calm expression on her face asked, What happened to Nangongyu? Injured too heavily? Bring me to see him immediately. Hushi couldn't describe her mood at this moment. It's like there was a claw incessantly scratching at her heart, painful and irritating. Obviously, he is only a stranger she met by chance. But once she heard that he was seriously injured, her good mood disappeared without a trace, leaving only worry and a trace of unfamiliar fear remaining. Fear that something will happen to him. Baihu had no time to answer before Zhu Kei screamed. It was you that harmed Master. If you hadn't seduced Master, his condition wouldn't be so life-threatening. You should just go die, you witch. Barely finished speaking, a blade made of wind condensed on her palm, resolutely shooting towards Hushi. This time, her attack used all of her strength as she was no longer holding back, swearing an oath to herself that she would willingly risk her life and be blamed by Master. She wanted to behead this witch on the spot. Zhu Kei don't. Baihu exclaimed in alarm, a protective barrier immediately condensing on his palm to protect Hushi. However, Zhu Kei was closer to her. Without checking, he knew that it was too late to save her. His complexion couldn't help but changing. The wind blade whistled as it shot towards Hushi with deadly killing intent, sweeping up pebbles and dirt in its wake. Hushi calmly watched the wind blade approach her, neither retreating or avoiding it. Instead, a corner of her mouth slowly lifted into a ridiculing smile. Just when the wind blade was about to reach her, Hushi suddenly raised her hand. The white bone whip clutched in her fist since who knows when. The bone whip lifted slightly, and in a split second a faint golden blue light flickered, striking the wind blade and splitting it in two in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Baihu had never seen this type of spiritual power before. It wasn't one of the single spiritual root powers of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Yet neither was it one of the common variations of spiritual roots. How could this be? Did Nalan Hushi have a cultivation base or not? Compared to Baihu's astonished expression, Zhu Kei had quickly shaken off her shock, and with her face abruptly distorting, her eyes bloodshot red, she fiercely glared at Hushi as if she wanted to tear her apart. It's you? It's you who stole my cultivation base. It's you who stole my cultivation base, right? Return my cultivation base. Hushi looked at Zhu Kei with her expression as cold as ice, her eyes mocking. Oh, I see. So your cultivation base has dropped from early Gold Core stage to mid-meridian stage. No wonder that wind blade strike was like a gentle breeze, completely lacking in power. Hearing that caused Zhu Kei to immediately become crazy and hysterically rush towards Hushi. Nalan Hushi, you stole my cultivation base. You must die. Even if I'm only mid-meridian stage, I'll still be able to kill you. I will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces." As Zhu Kei shouted, she withdrew one of her handmade poison powders, fiercely tossing it at Hushi. One must know that this poison powder was made when she was still a gold core stage martial artist, so even a martial artist of the same rank would be somewhat fearful to come into contact with it. While Nailin Hushi was someone who had only recently advanced from the chi refining stage, so how would she be able to withstand it? Once this poison powder touched a person's body, their skin will itch as it rots, inch by inch, not stopping until they finally turn into a stinking corpse, their bones dried up and their flesh like liquid. Nailin Hushi, you harmed me, so if I can't dismember your body, I will instead break your bones and scatter the ashes of your corpse. Until then, I cannot avenge the hatred in my heart. As the powder spread, Hushi sniffed the air and could smell a particular stench. A corner of her mouth lifted into a cold smile, and sneering, she said, unexpectedly, "You dare use poison in front of your ancestor. You're practically playing with an axe at the doorway of Liu Ban's house, overestimating your capabilities like this." It is said that Liu Ban, influenced by the fact that the leaves of Kogon grass are shaped like the teeth of a saw, invented the saw, and that he constructed a bird out of bamboo strips that could fly in the air for 3 days and 3 nights without falling. Liu Ban had a number of inventions, which is the reason why he is worshipped by Chinese people as the founder of carpentry as a trade. To play with an axe at the doorway to Liu Ban's house is, of course, indicative of not knowing one's own limitation. Barely pausing after speaking, Hushi's hand was already in motion as she tossed out a handful of silver poison at Zhu Kei's approaching poison powder. What happened next caused the people present to become stunned. The blackish-gray poison powder and the silver powder were like nemesis meeting midair. When they collided, it was like time stopped as they both hovered in the sky, forming an ash-gray barrier that caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Subsequently, Hushi lightly brandished the bone whip in her hand and strong spiritual power erupted, knocking aside the poison barrier. The mixed poisons then, without pause, flew straight towards Zhu Quebec. Zhu Kei's eyes opened wide with fright, horror expressed on her face. When she threw the poison powder, she had been utterly confident that Hushi would die, so unfortunately, she hadn't made any defense preparations. So when the poisons headed towards her, she was completely caught off guard. The tip of her nose smelled a familiar stench, causing Zhu Kei's body to shake all over and despair to surge within her heart. The next moment, a protective barrier appeared in front of Zhu Kei, in a flash obstructing the poisons from reaching her. The poison powder and the silver powder then gently fluttered to the ground. After barely touching the ground, the silver powder began to evaporate, the poison powder soon following and also disappearing without a trace. However, what is most horrifying of all is that the ground where the silver powder landed, there were burnt holes remaining. These is a so-called divine medical poison. After committing a crime, it will naturally evaporate and disappear without a trace. Not even a hair will remain. Compared to Zhu Kei's handmade poison, this melting bone silver powder was 1,000 times more formidable. Previously, Hushi didn't have any spiritual power, so she had no way to infuse the melted bone poison into a martial artist's body, but it will be different from now on. She still has many hideous poisons in her hands waiting to be improved, so if any people dared to provoke her, she absolutely wouldn't show mercy. Bai Hu saw the complete evaporation, the corroded ground due to the silver powder, and horror bubbled forth in his heart. Although these poisons didn't injure him, if they were used against an ordinary low-level martial artist, it would be absolutely fatal. In just a few days, Miss Naylin's strength has increased to such a degree. No wonder to her, master is so. As he raised his head, his eyes that looked towards Hushi were filled with fear and respect. Yet in the end, Zhu Kei is their comrade, someone they grew up with. Princess, Zhu Kei is presumptuous and intended to attack Princess. She ought to be punished. But even if she's guilty, she shouldn't die. Please, Princess, spare her life. Princess? Hushi's brows wrinkled. What sort of name is this? Just as she was about to open her mouth and ask, Zhu Kei, who was standing behind Bai Hu, once again went mad. Wanting to rush towards Hushi, you think with just your little cultivation base that you can really compete with me? Before I was only momentarily tricked by you. This time I must kill. Zhu Kei had barely finished her threat when Baihu lifted his hand and released a powerful burst of spiritual pressure towards her. Zhu Kei's complexion changed, and quivering all over, she spat out a mouthful of blood with a pft. In disbelief, she raised her head and stared at Baihu. You go so far as to injure me for an unknown which, good. Baihu, you saw that I was harmed by this woman and lost my cultivation base. So now you want to push me further into a pit of despair too? At this moment, the annoyance is clear on Baihu's face as he looked at Zhu Kei. The light in his eyes as cold as ice. Zhu Kei, you've crossed the line. I will report your conduct and deeds of today to Master. Wait until Master wakes up. You should think about how you'll explain this. Finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Zhu Kei. Instead, looking towards Hashi, Princess, Qinglong requested that I immediately bring you to see Master once you were awake. If you would follow me? Hashi frowned. Her worry for Nangongyu her main focus. How's Nangongyu now? Master fell into a coma late last night, and up until now there has been no signs he would awaken. Every doctor in the manor, including Zhu Kei, has examined him. But as of yet we've been completely unable to do anything for him. We're currently helpless. Hashi promptly said, bring me to him. Compared to Nangongyu's safety, settling accounts with Zhu Kei and caring about being called princess were insignificant worries. Moreover, when she thought of using melting bone poison to kill Zhu Kei, she now realized it would be too cheap a death for her. If Zhu Kei tried to provoke her again, she has many amusing games prepared, all waiting to play with her till the end. Baihu quickly walked ahead, leading the way. When he passed by Zhu Kei, his cold gaze noticed the resentment on her face, so he just helplessly shook his head. All of Nangongyu's subordinates were aware of Zhu Kei's feelings towards Master. They had even openly or secretly advised her. However, for her own selfish desires, she had disregarded Master's orders. This Zhu Qui seems like she wouldn't be staying long in Hades' King Manor. There was quite a distance to the place where Nangongyu cultivates, and the whole way there, Hashi kept trying to remember what happened last night. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she has no impressions of what had occurred. Sneaking a glance at Baihu from the side, she saw that his face was taut due to his displeasure. With his icy expression, he no longer resembled the enthusiastic gossiper she had come to know at her courtyard. Hashi could clearly sense that his discontent and resentment was aimed at her, because it was because of her that Nangongyu was unconscious. Was it Nangongyu who saved me yesterday? Baihu's footsteps slightly paused, a corner of his mouth rising in a faint curve. Yes, princess. All of them had personally seen Hashi's dying appearance yesterday. If Master hadn't done everything he could to save her, it's likely that Hashi wouldn't have been able to survive, let alone have her strength rise to such a degree. However, because of her, Master is now in a coma, his life close to death. This resulted in Baihu unable to do anything but hate Hashi. If she didn't exist, Master surely would have been able to withstand his illness like previously, without it being so life-threatening this time. Princess again? Hashi frowned. I'm not your princess. Baihu snorted, his tone formal and distant. I apologize, but this is Master's command. Even if we're unwilling, we can only obey. Since Master said that you are to be called princess, then you are to be called princess. To Hades with it. Nangongyu said that I'm to be called princess, so I'm called princess? Does no one ask her opinion? Furthermore, why on earth has Nangongyu commanded his subordinates to call her princess? Has his brain short-circuited? But before Hashi could refute Baihu, they had already arrived at Nangongyu's recuperation room, so she could only quickly focus on the task at hand. Standing in front of Nangongyu's room, there was a crowd of people that included Qinglong, as well as 3 noticeable men. Next to Qinglong, there is a tall and thin man dressed in black, his eyes bright and sharp. With a temperament somewhat similar to Qinglong, Hashi had already met 3 of Nangongyu's personal bodyguards and knew they were named after the 4 divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhu Kei. So then this is probably Xianwu. Standing beside Xianwu is a young man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, his features bright and handsome, while his expression resembled an ice sculpture. His imposing manner gave off a warning, keeping strangers from coming close. Hushi's intuition faintly told her that this person is more powerful than Qinglong. His temper seemed to be very cold and indifferent, yet she had no idea who he is. When her gaze fell on the third person, she startled slightly. She has actually met this person before, yet he didn't leave a deep impression. He was the auctioneer at Gluttonous House, Wu Yu. Wu Yu noticed Hushi's surprise as she looked at him, a corner of his mouth raising into a smile. Serene eyes with hidden depths made it impossible for people to guess what he is thinking. Qinglong watched Hushi arrive, and without greeting her, he immediately said, "You, come with me." In a flash, the door to the room was pushed open and Hushi followed him in. After barely entering the room, her senses were assaulted by a blast of heat. Fine beads of sweat started to form on her forehead and furrowing her eyebrows. She quickly used a small amount of water spiritual power to resist the heat. Only then was she able to feel comfortable. Qinglong saw Hushi's body produce pure spiritual power, and his eyes slightly revealed his astonishment as he explained, "The cold poison in Master's body has begun to enter his heart. We have tried everything we could think of to suppress it, but so far it's only helped a little." Walking around a corner, they came upon a large bed. Smoke filled the room, raising the temperature, and lying on the bed with the smoke wafting around him is Nangongyu. At her first glance of Nangongyu, Hushi's eyes suddenly narrowed. The man on the bed is only wearing a white silk robe, and with his hair undone, eyes tightly closed, his handsome appearance resembled a jade sculpture from afar. The inside of the room is clearly burning hot, yet his face didn't have the slightest trace of color. Instead, his white complexion seemed to be frozen and transparent. Hushi had never seen Nangongyu like this before. In her impressions of him, Nangongyu is always elegant, filled with demonic charm, a pervert, and completely ostentatious. But the Nangongyu of this moment looks so fragile, as if he could break with just one touch. Without waiting for Qinglong to present her, Hushi quickly stepped forward and grabbed Nangongyu's wrist. So cold, Hushi's hand shivered slightly. She is obviously holding a person's wrist, but it felt like she was holding a piece of jade just removed from the freezer. And this kind of cold, as she is touching it, she had the illusion it was permeating into her bones. After maintaining this position for longer than it took to burn a stick of incense, her eyebrows started wrinkling tighter and tighter. Qinglong's expression as he watched her was anxious, like he was slowly being burnt. Several times he wanted to interrupt Hushi and inquire about his master's condition, but he was afraid that disturbing her treatment would be harmful to his master. Just when his patience had almost reached his limit, Hushi finally released her hand. Yet the wrinkle between her eyebrows still didn't loosen. Qinglong quickly asked, "How's master? Can he be cured?" If even this genius Dr. Shiyu that cured Ouyang Haoshuan is helpless, then they would have no other choice but to request help from an elder from the Doctors' Association, and that would be Zhu Kei's master. But if this were to happen, then master's situation would be known by other people, and at that time, Hades' King Manor would no longer be able to maintain its transcendent position. This might also lead to master attracting a fatal disaster. Thinking about this, Qinglong's hand that was gripping his sword firmly tightened. His eyes gazing at Hushi unconsciously filling with a trace of hope. Hushi pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Nangongyu's illness. How old was he when this began to attack?" Qinglong promptly replied, "This illness has accompanied master since he began to successfully cultivate spiritual power, and he became able to draw vital energy into his body. Every 7th day of the 7th month, it will flare up, attacking the blood throughout his body and causing it to freeze, while his meridians become stiff and frail. This situation lasts for 3 days, and only then does it slowly improve, so that by the 5th day, master will be completely restored like usual." Hearing what Qinglong said, Hushi's face slightly revealed her surprise. Turning her head, she looked all around the room, then said, "Every year when Nangongyu's illness flares, does he use a strong young object to suppress the cold poison in his body?" She pointed at the steam rising and curling out from a high-quality fire crystal stone. "Not this thing or yuanyang fruit. These aren't enough by far to suppress the cold poison in his body." "How did you know?" Qinglong blurted out, his face full of surprise as an enthusiastic light burst in his eyes. "Yes, Every year when it nears the 7th month, Master will enter the flame cave for seclusion. Only the yang from the flame cave is able to suppress the cold energy in Master's body. Qinglong was just about to explain why Nangongyu hadn't yet entered the flame cave, but noticed Hushi nodding, the realization on her face as she said, "I've heard about the flame cave. Located in the center of the cave, there is heavenly yang fire. It is said that it's able to entirely burn all living things on the world. If it's the flame cave, then it would indeed be possible to suppress Nangongyu's cold poison." Of course, this wasn't what she had heard. Rather, she knew all this from before, when she had read the All Living Things record. But Hushi frowned, her expression slowly becoming complex as she looked at Nangongyu on the bed. The fire element in the flame cave is violent and extreme, even to Nangongyu's body. After entering for so long, the body will start to suffer from irreversible damage. Therefore, for him to enter the flame cave, it is necessary his body is in peak condition, or else he would be unable to bear the intense yang fire. But in order to save me, this guy, in order to save her, did he go so far because he didn't treasure his life? However, they're both just strangers coming together by chance, so why? What did he really want? The expressions on her face continuously changed between guilt and gratefulness, while there was even one of heartache. When she started feeling doubt, for a moment she even forgot to maintain the water's spiritual power, causing her to nearly be unable to stand the impact from the heat wave. Qinglong's face revealed his rapture. His eyes no longer glared at Hushi with condemnation and doubt. Rather, they were full of hope. He repeatedly nodded as he said, "What Princess said is true. Every year near the 7th month, Master will enter seclusion, adjusting his cultivation base and strength to be the best they can be. Once the 7th day arrives, he withdraws to the flame cave. Outsiders think it's for seclusion, but just as Princess said, every time Master leaves the flame cave, the injuries to his meridians and dantian increase. Each year we all worry for Master, wondering if he'll be able to hold on or not." Pausing for a while, he then slowed his voice and asked in a whisper, "Princess, do you have a treatment method?" Hushi didn't answer. Instead, she lightly tapped the bed with her finger as she pondered. After a long while, she frowned and said, "For now, I'm unable to think of a method to solve the root of the problem, but I have a plan to temporarily alleviate his illness. We just need to make it like he's cultivating in the flame cave to get him through this difficult time. But this plan is only an idea. I've never implemented it on other patients, and my treatment plan is completely different of that from your doctor. So I'll leave it up to you all to decide if you're willing to follow it or not." Qinglong promptly asked, "May I ask Princess to describe the details of the treatment plan?" Hushi nodded, then listed out a series of herb names: jade marrow mushroom, 7 red cloud lotus, heavenly spirit fruit, and congeal grass. "You only need to find these herbs, that would do." Qinglong's face immediately showed doubt when he heard what was said. Congeal grass has an extremely strong cold attribute. If it's taken alone, taking too much can cause the cold poison to flare in an ordinary martial artist, and they would lose their life. Currently, Master's cold poison has flared up. How can you? Hushi lifted her eyes, her gaze indifferent as she looked at him and lightly laughed. "I that said my treatment plan is different compared to other doctors, so the medicinal ingredients I use will also be different. If you don't have any confidence in it, you may refuse to employ it." Qinglong startled, momentarily hesitant as he requested, "Please allow this subordinate to discuss this with the others." Hushi nodded. "You had best decide as soon as possible, though. With Nangongyu's condition, it cannot be delayed. In another 6 hours, I can't be certain that I'll be able to save his life." With anxiousness on his face, Qinglong's figure flashed as he instantly disappeared from the room. Now, only Nangongyu and Hushi remained in the room, resembling a sauna. Hushi quietly looked at the unconscious Nangongyu, and after a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but extend her hand, softly caressing his face. Nangongyu's slender eyebrows arched gracefully towards his temples, while the bridge of his nose is high and straight. He has thin and finely shaped lips and long eyelashes that gently fluttered, casting faint silhouettes against his cheeks. His skin is snow white, almost transparent, and under his thin skin it is almost possible to see faint blue-green veins, his aura fragile yet beautiful. Hushi will always remember that when those ink-black eyes were open, they looked at all lands under heaven with arrogance, displaying a willfulness to all. How they burned like fire, with serene and hidden depths. Nangongyu, the colding object, was it your own blood? She softly whispered in his ear. You and I obviously only met by chance, so why do you go to such lengths for me? From when she was a child till now, if anyone around her was good to her, it was in order to take advantage of her, squeezing her for everything she was worth. So much so that finally, the partner who had braved fire and water with her, who had risked life and limb with her countless times, Lingya, betrayed her. Such experiences had caused Hushi unable to believe anyone, unable to open her heart and accept anyone. However, Nangongyu's conduct and deeds were making her originally sealed heart crack. On one hand, she wants to believe him, while on the other hand, she is afraid she is being taken advantage of. In any case, I will definitely cure you, Hushi murmured. Even if it was just you being kind, I will definitely cure your illness completely. In fact, Nangongyu's current condition isn't that severe, so she is utterly certain that she can use ordinary prescriptions to suppress what ails him. Unfortunately, what made Hushi afraid is that she had used countless methods to check Nangongyu's body, but she still couldn't find the source of the cold energy within him. Obviously, there is no source, and also no sign of poison, but with the passage of time his body is gradually becoming colder, so much so that even his dantian is slowly showing signs of freezing. This caused Hushi to feel puzzled. Apparently, she wouldn't be able to find the cause of Nangongyu's illness in such a short amount of time. So currently the only thing to do is alleviate his symptoms, putting the discussion on hold until later and helping him pass this stage first. Qinglong went outside to inform Wu Xian and the others the details of Hushi's diagnoses and her proposed treatment plan. As he finished speaking, Zhu Kei, who had just rushed over, let out a sharp protest. Qinglong, is there something wrong with your head? Yin congeal grass is a cold yin plant. That which wants to use yin congeal grass and deliberately harm Master's life. Yet you believe her?